Chapter 001, The Indefinite Assignment. The air quality at home is getting worse and worse. Standing at the airport entrance, Su Rue took a deep breath. Though he was complaining, a smile that seemed both nostalgic and satisfied spread across his face. It had been a long time since he last returned to China, and even the faint haze in the air felt incredibly familiar. He wanted to yell, "I'm back," at the top of his lungs, but with so many people around, he refrained from expressing his excitement, not wanting to be seen as foolish. This time, I won't rush to leave, right? At least I should stay for a month or two. Su Rue mused to himself, but there was no one to answer him. It was only mid-May, and the weather had already turned warm. Beautiful women were eagerly switching to their summer outfits, especially at Ninghai Airport, which was bustling with travelers. The sight of stunning girls was already catching everyone's attention. Dressed in a red plaid shirt, with the hem tucked into well-fitted casual pants, Su Rue's tall figure looked sharp. He carried a stylish silver suitcase in his right hand, presenting himself as a successful professional. However, contrasting with this appearance, he was sitting on the steps of the airport exit, sipping mineral water and grinning as he observed the passing beauties, his smile unwavering. Having spent too long in the West, he had grown somewhat cynical, and now back in his homeland, he naturally needed to relax and adjust his mood. Unconcerned about his image, Su Rue sat on the steps and pulled out his phone, dialing a strangely long number 20 digits in total. "Hey, I've arrived in Ninghai. Aren't you going to tell me the details of this mission?" Su Rue said, clearly displeased. Given his current status, it was rare for anyone to summon him, but he had made a promise to the man on the other end of the line that he would help without hesitation whenever needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled all the way back to China from the West. What bothered him the most was that this mission was pro bono. "I knew it. You really are back. You haven't changed, you're still the same Su Rue from back then." The voice on the other end sounded a bit excited. "Cut the emotional crap. I have no connection with you guys. This is the first time I've ever done anything for free. Let me tell you, after this, there won't be a next time." Su Rue spat out his chewing gum into a nearby trash can, looking somewhat impatient. "Now tell me, what's the deal?" An airport security officer passing by was left dumbfounded. Su Rue had managed to spit the gum perfectly into a trash can across the street, a good 10 meters away. "I just need you to help me deal with some troubles for someone." "Help someone with their troubles? Who?" Su Rue pursed his lips and lightly whistled at a passing beauty, a sound only he could hear. Whenever a beautiful woman appeared in his line of sight, his mood would quickly brighten. Of course, that could just be a facade. While asking the question, Su Rue focused on the subject of assistance, neglecting the troubles the other person mentioned. "It's Lin Fuzhong, the chairman of Baiken Pharmaceutical Group." "No, more precisely, it's his only daughter, Lin Aoshue." "Why help her? Give me a reason. I don't even know what she looks like." Lin Aoshue graduated with dual master's degrees in polymer science and management science from Capital University. She is currently the executive president and director of R&D at Baiken Group. 2 months ago, she published a paper in the prestigious scientific journal Nature that caused a stir both domestically and internationally. "She's quite the academic, huh? What was her paper about?" Su Rue raised an eyebrow. "Using polymer methods to synthesize triazolam on a microscopic level." "Triazolam? I know that it's a major component of psychiatric medication and quite expensive." The voice on the other end became more somber. "But what you don't know, and what Lin Aoshue doesn't know, is that this triazolam can be easily transformed into the main ingredient for zone with just one more simple chemical synthesis." "Zone?" Su Rue furrowed his brow. "Is that the new drug that's sweeping through Europe and America?" "Exactly. Lin Aoshue's synthesis method is far more straightforward and costs over 5 times less than the existing extraction methods in the West. Both international pharmaceutical companies and underground drug lords see Lin Aoshue's patent as something they must have. Lin Fuzhong is also aware that the publication of this paper poses a significant threat to his daughter's safety, which is why he sought my help. We had a life and death bond back in the day. So, you're saying the dark world of the West has set its sights on this?" Su Rue asked in a low voice, placing extra emphasis on the words dark world of the West. He had just returned from there. That's one way to look at it. I know you're quite familiar with them. All right, enough chit-chat. I have one more question. Su Rue raised an eyebrow. "What's the deadline for this task? A month? 2 months? You know, I'm quite busy abroad." The man on the other end chuckled awkwardly. We don't know the deadline yet. Why am I only hearing about this now? I was afraid that if I told you earlier, you wouldn't come. You bastard, you've completely set me up. Su Rue hung up the phone as soon as he heard there was no deadline. He had a ton of things to handle abroad, and here they were saying the task had no deadline. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This woman, Lin Aoshua, had stirred up such a huge mess by publishing some ridiculous paper and was completely oblivious to the trouble it brought her. The dark world of the West was no joke. Sitting on the steps, he kicked his knee, trying to send a water bottle flying into the trash can across the street. However, the water bottle did not land in the trash can as intended. Instead, it traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air and struck a beautiful woman's thigh. This woman appeared to be in her 20s, tall and slender, with fair skin. She was dressed in a flowing bohemian maxi dress that accentuated her alluring figure, exuding a captivating aura as she walked with a certain sway. Even more striking than her physique was her flawless beauty. She was breathtaking from every angle, exquisitely perfect. As she walked along the path in front of the airport, she drew the attention of everyone around her, leaving a lasting impression. After being hit by the water bottle, the beauty instinctively let out a startled gasp, briefly covering her thigh before shooting a cold glare at Su Rue. The impact of Su Rue's kick was not light, and he imagined that the area where she was struck must have already started to swell and redden. He hadn't expected this outcome and was momentarily taken aback. Of course, the main reason for his distraction was that this girl was simply too stunning, with an icy demeanor that was strikingly unique. Even when she was glaring at him, it was hard for anyone to look away. Under her fierce gaze, after a moment of daze, Su Rue smiled and waved his hand, momentarily forgetting to apologize. "Hey, beautiful. Our meeting must be fate. I have some knowledge of fortune-telling, and from the dark aura on your forehead, I sense a bad omen. If you have time, I could explain it to you in detail." Upon hearing this, the beauty removed her hand from her thigh and coldly asked, "Who are you calling a bad omen?" Any normal person would interpret Su Rue's words as a curse, and even someone with a good temper would be displeased, especially considering she had just been kicked. However, this Ice Queen had no idea that Su Rue's words carried a different meaning. Playing with the nuances of language, what sounds similar can mean something entirely different in Chinese. In truth, Su Rue wasn't usually like this. This time, back in his home country, he was acting out of character. Perhaps it was because he felt a lack of something and was trying to express something else. Su Rue's gaze swept over the beauty's face. "Of course, I mean you. Our encounter is fated, and this water bottle is the red thread connecting us. How about we find a place to sit and chat? I can help you figure out how to dispel that bad omen." The beauty's expression grew even colder. Su Rue smiled slightly. "Even if we don't chat, let's exchange contact information." After injuring her, he was still asking for her contact details. The beauty had reached her limit with Su Rue's shamelessness. "If you say one more word, I'll have someone toss you into the river to feed the fish." She warned him coldly, unaware that her impassive expression only added to her allure in Su Rue's eyes. "Wow, I really like this type of girl." Su Rue chuckled, completely unfazed by her warning, as everyone has an appreciation for beauty. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a splash of cold water on his face. The icy beauty had twisted open her water bottle and doused him with the remaining water before turning and walking away. "That's just too much." Su Rue wiped the water off his face, brushed his damp hair, and grumbled indignantly at the beautiful woman's back. "So what if she has long legs, a great figure, and is pretty? What's so impressive about that? Does that give her the right to splash water on people? If she has the guts, let her do it again. I promise I won't rip her dress off." Sitting on the steps, soaked to the skin, Su Rue continued to mutter, looking thoroughly aggrieved. The icy beauty clearly heard Su Rue's unflattering comments. She paused for a moment before continuing on her way. At the airport exit, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting for her. As soon as the beauty approached, two men in black suits and sunglasses, who looked like bodyguards, hurriedly opened the car door and respectfully ushered her inside. "Wow, looks like she's the daughter of a wealthy family. A Rolls-Royce Phantom at least worth $7 million. Su Rue smacked his lips and stood up from the ground, no longer looking the least bit resentful. Chatting with a beautiful woman seems like it could lead to a pretty good life ahead. With a grin, he hailed a taxi and got in, saying, "Driver, take me to Bicon Pharmaceutical." "Young man, you look like you might be a Ritter knee. Are you going to work for Bicon Group?" That's quite a well-known enterprise in Ninghai. I heard even the security guards earn over 8,000 a month, the taxi driver remarked. In any part of China, taxi drivers are known for their chattiness, without exception. Is it really that high? Su Rue found it hard to believe. Of course. I heard they select their security personnel very carefully, and you need to have some martial arts background. You think just anyone can get a job at Bicon Pharmaceutical? The taxi driver spoke with pride, given that Bicon was a major pharmaceutical company that had risen locally, and the locals took pride in it. I suppose I'm going for an interview, Su Rue said, pondering a bit, though he sounded uncertain. Going for an interview? What do you mean supposed to? If you don't even have that much confidence, how can you get in a Bicon group? The taxi driver scolded him, wishing he could instill some determination in the young man. Su Rue chuckled, unfazed, and fell silent, as if reminiscing about something from the past. The car stopped in front of Bicon Square. Su Rue got out and looked up at the towering Bicon headquarters and the spacious plaza in front, unable to help but exclaim, "What a big shot!" With that, he stepped into the building. "Hello, sir. How can we assist you today?" Since he didn't have an employee ID, Su Rue was stopped right at the entrance by two receptionists. "I'm looking for Lin Fuzhong," he said, irritated. "Lin Fuzhong? That name sounds familiar," one of the receptionists said, still trying to process what he said. "Lin Fuzhong is our chairman," the other receptionist exclaimed in surprise. It was no wonder in a giant pharmaceutical company like Bicon. The chairman was considered a figure of immense stature, akin to a deity, and ordinary staff rarely had the chance to meet them. "I'm looking for your chairman," Su Rue insisted. "May I ask your surname, sir?" "My surname is Su." Faced with two sweet-looking girls, Su Rue found it difficult to vent his frustrations any further. The receptionist quickly flipped through the chairman's schedule, but found no appointment under the name Su. "Sir, I'm sorry, but the chairman's schedule is fully booked today, and we have no record of your appointment. You cannot go in." The two receptionists, seeing Su Rue approach with a fierce demeanor, assumed he was an old acquaintance of the chairman. They were surprised to discover he had no appointment and clearly felt he was misleading them. "Well, this is something new being called to solve problems, but not even being allowed through the door," Su Rue sneered. He then said to the receptionist, "You better call Lin Fuzhong and have him come down and meet me in person, or I won't be helping with the San, Suan Luan matter." "What is San, Suan Luan?" The two receptionists exchanged confused glances, clearly not understanding Su Rue's words. "I'm sorry, but we really don't have the authority to report directly to the chairman. Please leave." "Forget it. If you won't call, I'll tell you the truth. I'm the chairman's chosen son-in-law. Have you considered the consequences of not letting me up?" Su Rue had no idea whether Lin Aoshue was beautiful or not, but he was willing to take the risk to help. "The chairman's son-in-law? So, the president's boyfriend, how is that even possible?" The two young receptionists clearly hadn't seen much of the world and were quickly intimidated by Su Rue. It's worth noting that Lin Aoshue was known as the most beautiful woman in the Ninghai business community. Countless eligible bachelors dreamed of marrying this stunning beauty and becoming the favored son-in-law of the Bicon Group. During Valentine's Day or Qixi Festival, the flowers she received could fill a truck. However, Lin Aoshue was focused solely on her business and had no interest in personal relationships. "What's impossible about it? I've been secretly dating Lin Aoshue for many years," Su Rue said with a smile. Back in the country for the first time, he was feeling quite playful. If his Western friends saw him like this, they would probably be left speechless. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. "Who are you saying you've been close with for many years?" Upon hearing that voice, the two receptionists fell silent. Su Rue recognized the voice and quickly turned around, only to find that it belonged to the same stunning woman he had previously referred to as having an ominous aura. The beauty stood there, making the entire hall seem brighter with her presence. What a coincidence! Su Rue thought back to the incident where he had been splashed with water, and he felt no desire to admire the beauty at that moment. Frustrated, he stepped forward and looked at the icy beauty, saying, "Hey, miss, what does it matter to you who I've been close with for many years? With that dark aura you're giving off, no matter how pretty you are, no man would dare to want you." Chapter 2. The beautiful group. As Su Rue finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The two receptionists and the high-paid security guards, who earned over 8,000 a month, stood frozen in shock, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. With skin as fair as snow, how could anyone accuse her of having a dark aura? The Ice Queen's expression finally showed a hint of change. If she could, she would have made a QQ expression with a face full of black lines. It was the first time in her life someone had publicly scolded her. No, the second time. The first time was just 2 hours ago. Seeing that he had captured everyone's attention with just one remark, Su Rue smiled and clapped his hands. So, what do you think? Are you speechless now? Let me tell you, a woman as beautiful as you, yet acting like an Ice Queen. Splashing cold water on people at the slightest disagreement. The Ice Queen's expression darkened further. What do you mean by a disagreement? You were the one who made the first move physically and then verbally. Noticing the surrounding silence, Su Rue sighed and said, with that expression on your face, I almost thought your facial nerves were uncoordinated. You know what? Every time I see your face, 4 words come to mind. Who has uncoordinated facial nerves? What 4 words? Physiological imbalance. Security. Get this troublemaker out of here. If he steps one more foot inside Baiken, you can all resign. The Ice Queen glared viciously at Su Rue, then stormed away in her high heels. Yes, President. As soon as the Ice Queen spoke, the high-paid security guards no longer dared to hesitate, fearing they might lose their hard-won jobs. 2 of them quickly grabbed Su Rue's arms and shoved him toward the exit. The staff around them exchanged glances, wondering where this audacious person had come from, daring to insult Lin Aoshua right on Baiken's turf, claiming to be her boyfriend, mocking her facial nerves, and now throwing around the term physiological imbalance. This was beyond fierce. Co-president? Su Rue asked, somewhat incredulously. She is. Lin Aoshua? At this moment, Su Rue was pushed out the door, and one of the security guards said irritably, of course she is our president. Who in Ninghai is more beautiful than her? But seriously, buddy, you've got some guts to stand at Baiken's entrance and say the president has a menstrual issue. You're breaking new ground here. Another security guard, with a look of admiration, noted how Su Rue had voiced what many had long thought about their cold president. Su Rue sighed. I didn't expect her to be Lin Aoshua. You don't know our president, and you claim to be her boyfriend? One of the security guards patted Su Rue on the shoulder. Buddy, I advise you to leave quickly. Don't make it difficult for us. Su Rue smiled and said, don't worry, I won't make it hard for you. In 10 minutes, I'll have Lin Fuzhong come down to greet me personally. Come on, stop boasting. Do you really think the chairman is the kind of person who would come down to meet you? Even the mayor of Ninghai might not get that privilege. The security guard scoffed. They had all heard Lin Aoshua's order, and if this troublemaker dared to step back inside Baiken, they would indeed lose their jobs. Don't believe me? Su Rue took out his phone and dialed the 20-digit number again. I can't get into Baiken's entrance right now. In 10 minutes. Have Lin Fuzhong come down to greet me personally. If you just send a secretary to handle it, I'll turn around and leave. After he finished speaking, Su Rue hung up the phone. Buddy, you really should leave quickly. If the president sees you still here. But before he could finish, the security guard's eyes widened and his face filled with disbelief. Su Rue casually pulled a chair from the security office and sat down right in front of the Baiken Group's entrance, crossing his arms and propping his legs up comfortably. You need to leave now. Don't make a scene here. Su Rue's actions were a blatant provocation to the Baiken security team. They had tried talking nicely, but it seemed they would need to resort to force. The Baiken security guards were trained professionals, and 2 of them moved in to grab Su Rue's arms, preparing to throw him out. However, to their surprise, even with their combined strength, Su Rue remained seated, completely unmoved. What is going on? The 2 security guards were stunned, pulling harder and harder, yet still unable to budge him. Su Rue glanced at the 2 guards and lazily said, look, guys, don't waste your effort. I'm not making things difficult for you because I think you're decent people. Trust me, Lin Fuzhong will come down in a bit. Lin Fuzhong, in his 50s, was somewhat plump, with a shiny bald head and a Mediterranean hairstyle. He was in a meeting when his secretary approached him with his phone. Chairman, you have a call. I already said, no calls during my meeting. Lin Fuzhong snapped, clearly irritable. But Chairman, this is your other phone. You instructed that whenever this phone rings, it must be answered no matter what. What? Before the secretary could finish, Lin Fuzhong snatched the phone from her hand, glanced at the number, and pressed the answer button with trembling fingers, visibly excited. The shareholders in the room were all stunned. They never expected the usually dignified Lin Fuzhong would show such emotion. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Fuzhong said only that before the call ended. Standing up, he could hardly hide the joy on his face. Meeting adjourned. I need to go greet a distinguished guest. Thus, Su Rue sat casually in front of the Baiken building as the 2 security guards struggled to move him for 10 minutes. Sweating profusely but unable to shift him even an inch. One of the security guards, feeling provoked, pulled out his electric baton and switched it on, sparks flying. You're asking for it. The guard was about to jab the baton at Su Rue, but in the next second, a loud shout echoed through the Baikan main hall. Stop that. Lin Fuzhong had just exited the elevator and immediately saw this scene, roaring in anger. This young man was the protector Lin Fuzhong had painstakingly invited. Someone so important to Baikan that he had even invoked a past promise to secure his presence. If this person were to be incapacitated on his first day at Baikan, how would they work together in the future? Hearing Lin Fuzhong's voice, the guard trembled, dropping the electric baton without a second thought. Report to the chairman. There's someone causing trouble here. Since Lin Fuzhong usually did not concern himself with such minor matters and had never spoken to these guards, this was the first time a guard had directly reported to him, causing him to stutter. Causing trouble? I think it's you who are causing trouble. Lin Fuzhong fumed. Mr. Su is our honored guest, and you dare treat him this way? Each of you will have your salary docked for a month and be on probation. Upon hearing this, the two guards felt cold sweat break out on their foreheads. With the chairman's word, their jobs were likely in jeopardy, and the sycophantic head of security would undoubtedly rush to ensure they were fired. The two beautiful receptionists were also taken aback, not expecting that the man who had just had a heated argument with the stunning CEO would actually be a distinguished guest of the chairman. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have stopped him. Su Rue then stood up and smiled at Lin Fuzhong, saying, Chairman Lin, they are not to blame. It's just that they are overly responsible, so please don't hold it against them. The two security guards, upon hearing this, immediately looked at Su Rue with gratitude. They never imagined that he would speak up for them. Lin Fuzhong pondered for a moment and said, All right, on account of Mr. Su, I won't punish you too this time. Just be more careful next time. Yes, don't worry, Chairman. The two security guards nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry that such an incident occurred as soon as you arrived. Please, let us go to my office for a glass of water, Lin Fuzhong said apologetically. The receptionists were completely stunned. The chairman was usually a figure of authority, and they had never seen him speak so courteously to anyone else. Su Rue smiled and nodded, then turned to the security guards and the beautiful receptionists, saying, Well, we've had a rough start, but let us go out for a meal sometime. The two security guards hurriedly agreed, their smiles somewhat stiff. Sitting on the luxurious sofa in the chairman's office, Su Rue looked around curiously. Wow, Chairman Lin, that vase of yours is from the Song Dynasty's official kiln. It must be worth at least 5 million, Su Rue said with a grin. It really is from the Song Dynasty's official kiln. I can't believe Mr. Su has such a keen eye. Lin Fuzhong was surprised that his collection was recognized so quickly by Su Rue. After all, even some antique appraisal experts wouldn't be able to tell from several meters away. Su Rue chuckled. I spent a few years dealing in antiques abroad. I see. Lin Fuzhong chuckled awkwardly. If he knew that Su Rue had an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's golden scepter at home, he might be so shocked that his eyes would pop out. Xiaqing, please come in, Lin Fuzhong said as he picked up the phone. At that moment, a woman in a black professional suit entered. She looked to be just over 20, with pure and exquisite features. Her figure was stunningly curvy, with prominent curves that seemed ready to burst out of her outfit, and her shapely hips and long, straight legs were equally eye-catching. An angelic face and a devilish figure. This was truly something. Su Rue couldn't help but steal a few more glances. He didn't expect that the Beacon group was indeed a hidden gem. First, he encountered the exquisite Lin Aoshue, and now another stunning beauty had appeared. This trip was certainly worth it. Chapter 003. Eavesdropping in the wind. Lin Fuzhong smiled as he introduced, Xiaqing, come here, let me introduce you to our esteemed guest, Mr. Su Rue. Hello, Mr. Su, Xiaqing said, leaning slightly forward and extending her flawless, delicate hand to shake Su Rue's. As Su Rue grasped Xiaqing's hand, which felt as smooth as cream, he almost blurted out, This feels amazing. Mr. Su, this is Xiaqing, our group's assistant to the chairman. If you have any questions regarding work or life, feel free to reach out to her. I'm sure I'll be bothering her often, Su Rue replied candidly, not wanting to miss the opportunity to interact with such a stunning beauty. No problem. I'm here to help, Xiaqing said, her cheeks flushed. Just as she shook hands with Su Rue, he had discreetly scratched the palm of her hand with his finger while Lin Fuzhong wasn't looking, causing her to feel a tickle and struggle to suppress a laugh. What a great girl. With her stunning figure and tendency to blush, she's definitely my type, Su Rue thought with a smile as he reluctantly released Xiaqing's hand. Xiaqing, please go get the president, Lin Fuzhong instructed. Sure, Xiaqing replied, turning to leave. Su Rue watched her graceful figure retreat before casually turning back to Lin Fuzhong. Xiaqing is quite young, yet already an assistant to the chairman. She has a bright future ahead. She's an outstanding student from Capital University and has returned from studying at Yale, so she's very capable, Lin Fuzhong replied. Mr. Su, I'll introduce you to my daughter, Lin Aoshue, shortly. I know her. If it weren't for that ridiculous paper she wrote, I wouldn't be here dealing with this mess, Su Rui said bluntly. Although the cold beauty was indeed beautiful, the mutual misunderstandings between them had run too deep. Haha. Lin Fuzhong could only chuckle awkwardly at Su Rui's words. Sure enough, when Lin Aoshue, her expression as frosty as ever, walked in, she immediately spotted Su Rui lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed and frowned. Who let you in? Get out. President Lin. Can't we at least be friendly when we first meet? Su Rui said with a smile, admiring Lin Aoshue's beauty and figure, which truly lived up to her reputation as the most beautiful woman in Ninghai's business community. Aoshue, Mr. Su is an esteemed guest of our group. Mind your manners. Lin Fuzhong quickly interjected, concerned that his daughter might offend the valuable guest they had worked hard to invite. Humph. He's just a rogue. What does it mean to invite a rogue as a guest? Lin Aoshue said angrily, feeling a wave of frustration every time she saw that smirk on his face. Su Rui chuckled inwardly. This woman was indeed icy, even speaking bluntly to her father at the company. Aoshue, what is wrong with you today? Lin Fuzhong's expression darkened. Today at the airport exit, Lin Aoshue started to explain, but Su Rui quickly jumped in. At the airport exit, I happened to run into President Lin. I wanted to make a friend, but she rejected me. Su Rui shrugged, appearing quite helpless. Lin Fuzhong understood immediately. He knew his daughter well. She was always cold, especially towards men who approached her. If there had been a conflict, it would certainly be her fault. Aoshue, don't be rude. Mr. Su is here specifically to help us solve our group's problems. Lin Fuzhong insisted. You must cooperate fully. Help our group solve problems? Lin Aoshue scoffed. Our group's business is booming. Once the new manufacturing process for Sanjiaoanluan is in full swing, we will become one of the most renowned pharmaceutical companies in all of China and even the world. What problems could we possibly have? Lin Fuzhong felt a surge of frustration. His daughter, with her nose in the air, was unaware of the dangers surrounding her. Su Rui spoke slowly. The business world is like a battlefield. Don't assume that capital and research can solve everything. If it weren't for your Sanjiaoanluan, Baiken wouldn't be facing such enormous risks, and I wouldn't have returned from abroad to help. What do you mean? Lin Aoshue's expression grew colder. The successful development of the new synthesis method for Sanjiaoanluan was her pride and joy, so what was this guy implying about risks? Some people just don't learn until it's too late. Since you don't believe me, I'll show you. Su Rui said as he stood up and reached toward Lin Aoshue's chest. Rogue, what are you doing? Lin Aoshue quickly covered herself and stepped back. Don't overreact. I just need to borrow a button from you, Su Rui replied, and in a flash, he pulled back his hand, revealing a button in his palm. It was the very first button of Lin Aoshue's professional attire. He had just taken it off so easily. With one button missing, her pristine figure was suddenly accentuated, creating a deep cleavage that seemed to draw the eye in. What are you doing? If you keep this up, I'll call the police, Lin Aoshue exclaimed. Realizing too late that she had inadvertently exposed herself, her face growing even colder. Lin Fuzhong couldn't quite grasp Su Rui's actions either, but he remained silent. As Su Rui still held an air of mystery in his eyes, Su Rui pinched the delicate button, splitting it in half to reveal a tiny electronic device inside. What is this? Lin Fuzhong exclaimed. It's just a miniature listening device. Nothing to be alarmed about, Su Rui replied. Hiding a listening device in a button is a common tactic used by competitors. How could I have a listening device on me? Who put it there? Lin Aoshue was clearly shocked by Su Rui's revelation. She had no idea how long it had been there, and it was quite possible that everything she had said during this time had been monitored. As this realization hit her, cold sweat began to bead on Lin Aoshue's forehead. With a flick of his fingers, Su Rui sent the tiny listening device soaring in a perfect arc, landing precisely in a glass on the coffee table. Don't worry, this kind of device becomes ineffective once it gets wet. The urgent task now is to find out who placed the listening device on you, Lin Fuzhong said, regaining his composure. Mr. Su, if it weren't for you, we would have remained unaware of the danger we were in. Aoshue, quickly apologized to Mr. Su for your earlier rudeness. Humph. Lin Aoshue scoffed coldly. Even though she had come to realize Su Rui's impressive skills, there was no way she would apologize to a rogue who had insulted her. Apologies can wait. We have more important matters at hand, Su Rui said as he opened his silver briefcase. As soon as the case popped open, Lin Aoshue gasped in shock. For inside was a gleaming silver desert eagle. Beside the silver desert eagle lay a glinting throwing knife, causing her pupils to dilate in surprise. And that was just the first layer of the case. Upon opening the second layer, there were instruments that both Lin Aoshue and Lin Fuzhong could not comprehend. They had no idea how Su Rui had managed to bring such items onto the plane. If discovered, he could be shot on the spot. The thought of how she had poured cold water over this armed man's head made Lin Aoshue feel a chill run down her spine. Seemingly reading their thoughts, Su Rui explained, "My briefcase is made of a special density material that can block X-ray penetration, so it wouldn't be detected by airport security." A true expert. Lin Fuzhong looked at Su Rui and became even more convinced that this choice was the right one. He would surely be able to help Biking Group overcome its difficulties. Su Rui took out a black device that resembled a disc. When he pressed the switch, the entire disc lit up like a screen, with several red dots flashing on it. "Do you see this?" Su Rui brought the screen in front of the father-daughter duo and lowered his voice to explain. "The 7 red dots represent 7 listening devices in this room." What? Lin Fuzhong was incredulous. He never imagined that there were listening devices installed in his own office. And 7 of them at that. Lin Aoshue was so shocked that she was rendered speechless, her stunning face growing even colder. Following the device's guidance, Su Rui quickly located the 7 listening devices hidden in the desk, sofa, and lamp. Looking at the small pile of gadgets, Lin Aoshue's voice was icy. "I must find out who did this." Su Rui remained silent, placing the pile of listening devices on top of a metal safe. He then took out a Desert Eagle and smashed each device to pieces with the butt of the gun. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, a man with a delicate face discarded his headphones, covering his ears with a pained expression. It was clear that Su Rui's violent destruction of the listening devices had come through the headphones, injuring his ears. "Mr. Su, thank you so much. Without you, all our actions would be under someone else's surveillance." Lin Fuzhong excitedly grasped Su Rui's hand, clearly shocked by the young man's actions. "I say, Director Lin, you can just call me Su Rui. It's a bit awkward to keep calling me Mr. Su Rui said humbly. However, in Lin Aoshue's eyes, this humility was nothing but sheer hypocrisy. "All right, I'll just call you Su Laudi then, and if you don't mind, you can call me Lin Laoch." Lin Fuzhong laughed heartily. Su Rui rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, that's not just a few years older, it's like decades. However, as he looked at Lin Aoshue's graceful figure, he had a thought and said, "Lin Laoch, since I'm calling you that, does that mean Aoshue can be considered my niece?" Chapter 004. Victoria under the piercing gaze of Lin Aoshue, who looked as if she could kill, Su Rui whistled leisurely. He had unexpectedly gained a lifetime of benefits without any effort. He might as well take advantage of it. "Brother Su, during this period, I'll trouble you to be the vice president of Bikong. If you can help Bikong successfully get through this crisis, I, Lin Fuzhong, will reward you handsomely." If outsiders knew that the chairman of a billion-dollar conglomerate, Lin Fuzhong, personally invited Su Rui to be his vice president, they would surely be shocked. Lin Aoshue also showed a hint of surprise. She never expected her father would invite someone who could almost be considered a stranger to be the vice president of Bikong Group. Moreover, wouldn't the shareholders have objections to this decision? "Dad, is this appropriate?" "I don't agree," Lin Aoshue said. "You have to agree, whether you like it or not. You don't realize the importance of this matter. No one can change my decision." Lin Fuzhong was also angry with his daughter. Why was she so stubborn? Didn't she know that ignoring the wisdom of elders would lead to trouble? The position of vice president of Bikong was a dream job that many people yearned for but could not attain. "You really are lucky." Lin Aoshue shot a glare at Su Rui. "Brother Lin, I also disagree." To Lin Aoshue's surprise, Su Rui rejected this excellent proposal, which left her feeling somewhat taken aback. "Oh, may I ask for Brother Su's reason?" Lin Fuzhong asked in astonishment. Given the current situation with the 3 clarithromycin cases, Bikong is the focus of multiple parties' attention. If a vice president suddenly appears at this time, it will certainly attract unwanted attention, Su Rui explained. "Well, that makes sense." Lin Fuzhong nodded slightly upon hearing this. "So it would be better to arrange a smaller position, like a bodyguard or security, which may seem unremarkable but can have a significant effect. Brother Su actually has such foresight. I, Lin, admire you." Lin Fuzhong was increasingly convinced that he had struck gold and thought of ways to keep Su Rui at Bikong. Su Rui turned to Lin Aoshue and glanced at her delicate face. "How about you arrange a position for me, Aoshue?" "That is fine. Let Aoshue handle it." "And I won't interfere." Lin Fuzhong smiled as he looked back and forth between Su Rui and his daughter. "I'll go pick up an old friend shortly. Brother Su, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. We won't stop until we're drunk." Lin Fuzhong seemed determined to win Su Rui over. "Aoshue, make sure to get along with Brother Su." "Sure." Lin Aoshue thought to herself, "You're in my hands now. I won't let you, this rogue, leave voluntarily." There happens to be a vacancy in the marketing department since a salesperson left. I think you'd be perfect for that position, Lin Aoshua said decisively. Get ready. Report to the marketing department within half an hour. No, I oppose it. I must protect your safety closely. After saying this, Su Rui couldn't help but feel a sense of pride over his noble-sounding reason. Protecting such a stunning beauty, even if she was a bit cold, would be a worthwhile choice. The marketing department was on the same floor as the president's office, so the distance was close enough. After saying that, Lin Aoshua walked out, and Su Rui stared at her departing figure, shaking his head and sighing lightly. This task seemed a bit tricky. Ironically, Su Rui found it quite amusing. In the past, some guys abroad had begged him at sky-high prices for protection, and he couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. Now that he had offered to protect someone, this ice queen had actually turned him down. 5 minutes later, the incredibly stunning secretary of the chairman, Xia Qing, walked in. Upon seeing Su Rui, a blush spread across her pretty face, seemingly recalling how Su Rui had lightly brushed her palm earlier. Although Su Rui's actions were somewhat inappropriate, this man didn't seem so bad after all. Mr. Su, Chairman Lin asked me to take you to the marketing department to get familiar with the situation, Xia Qing said with a smile. Oh, just call me Su Rui. There's no need for all the Mr. Su formalities. We're colleagues now, aren't we? Su Rui looked at the curvaceous, yet gentle-natured beauty and grinned. Xia Qing. You little beauty, old Lin said I can ask you for help with anything work-related or in life, right? Yes, Xia Qing nodded earnestly. Well, my shoulder feels a bit sore. Could you give it a rub? Su Rui sat on the sofa and twisted his shoulders, looking genuinely uncomfortable. Xia Qing froze in place, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of giving Su Rui a massage. Haha, just kidding. Seeing Xia Qing's serious expression, Su Rui couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. I haven't settled my accommodation yet, and it's been years since I've been to Ninghai, so I'm not familiar with many places. Could you help me find a temporary place to stay? What requirements do you have for your accommodation, Mr. Su? Xia Qing asked. I told you, just call me Su Rui. Su Rui replied honestly, actually, I mainly came to protect the Lin family. It would be best if I could stay with Lin Aoshua, but given her attitude towards me, that seems unlikely. I think they're relatively safe for now. So just rent me a place, preferably not too far from the Lin family villa. After thinking for a moment, Xia Qing said, all right, Su Rui, I'll arrange a hotel for you first. As for the house, I'll try to have it ready within 3 days. Of course, it would be nice if it's close to where you're staying. Su Rui couldn't help but tease, at least I can hitch a ride to work. I usually take a taxi to work, Xia Qing said with a shy smile. I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. Thus, Su Rui's sweet wish of flirting and catching a ride was dashed again. Following Xia Qing to the marketing department, Su Rui truly appreciated her stunning physique. He couldn't help but wonder how this girl had such a perfect figure. She was curvy in all the right places, and every inch seemed to radiate tight elasticity. Even the top international supermodels would probably bow down in submission. As the chairman's assistant, Xia Qing was also regarded as a goddess-level figure at Bekong, holding a high status within the group. It was rare for her to personally accompany someone to the marketing department, and this undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. The director of the marketing department, Shui Riyun, was introduced by Xia Qing as they walked. Su Rui only half listened, his attention elsewhere. Upon entering Shui Riyun's office, Su Rui felt his eyes brighten significantly. Behind the desk, a woman was bending over, arranging flowers. Her voluptuous figure was striking, seemingly even fuller than Xia Qing's. With a body that looked as if it was about to drip with water, Su Rui slapped his forehead. My God, what kind of place is this Bekong group? That there are so many uniquely beautiful women. Director Shui, this is Su Rui. I mentioned him to you earlier. After Xia Qing finished speaking, she nodded to Su Rui. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just call me. Before the end of the day, I'll send the hotel address and room number to your phone. The hotel address and room number? Sounds a bit ambiguous, Su Rui joked, causing Xia Qing to blush again. Oh, what a little cutie. This handsome guy is just my type. With a voice as sultry as her figure, Shui Riyun turned around. And Su Rui finally got a good look at her. She was a fully developed woman, an absolute top-tier mature beauty. In that instant, Su Rui felt his gaze momentarily uncontrollable, and he barely managed to pull his eyes away. The charm of a mature woman is certainly not something that teenage beauties can compare to. I didn't expect Director Shui to be so captivating. Su Rui chuckled and coughed lightly, using a rather awkward description. Joking around, Su Rui had seen countless extraordinary women. So how could he possibly be defeated in front of a seemingly open and confident woman? However, what Su Rui didn't know was that Shui Riyun was a well-known femme fatale in the biking group, and even the entire Ninghai. Countless men had their eyes on her, but not a single one managed to win her over. "How bold of you to look at me like that," Shui Ruyun pouted and said. "The president asked me to keep an eye on you. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you." She emphasized the words "take care" with a playful bite of her lip, and at that moment, she even pouted again and flashed Su Rue a rather flirtatious smile. Seeing such a smile and her figure, Su Rue felt a warmth rising in his chest, and even his face felt a bit flushed. He was losing his composure. "Femme fatale," Su Rue instinctively exclaimed. "Oh my, little brother, you really are brave. With so many people in Baikan. You're the only one who dares to call me that to my face," Shui Ruyun laughed. "According to President Lin's instructions, I've arranged for you to join the business department's team. She wants you to start as a basic salesperson with a base salary of 3,000. If your sales don't reach 1 million in a week, you'll have to resign. To be honest, that's quite a high expectation. But since it's the president's personal arrangement, I can't help you. 1 million in a week? That damn woman." Su Rue gritted his teeth at the thought. Lin Aoshue was clearly trying to drive him away. "I came here to be a bodyguard, not to do sales." Su Rue was feeling quite displeased. After all the effort he put in to help her, he was being treated like this. At that moment, he really wanted to just walk away. But then he thought, having navigated through so many challenges both domestically and internationally, when had he ever been defeated by a woman? No way, no way, he had to reclaim his dignity. "Since the president has spoken, little brother, I can't help you," Shui Ruyun said, secretly astonished. Knowing that a top salesperson in the Baikan business group could achieve 1 million in sales in a quarter was already impressive. And some couldn't even reach that in a year. Yet Lin Aoshue had set such an impossible task for Su Rue within a week. Her intentions were crystal clear. "Poor little brother, I really want to know what you did to the president to make her hate you so much." Shui Ruyun stood in front of Su Rue, her body leaning slightly forward, and her fair neck was quite captivating. "This woman, I bet she'll remain single for life," Su Rue muttered fiercely. Just thinking about her icy demeanor confirmed his suspicion. "Then I can only wish you good luck," Shui Ruyun shrugged, her curves seemingly quivering slightly. 1 million, 1 million. Who was he going to sell to? The bored salesperson Su Rue sat in front of his computer, browsing through Baikan's product catalog. He hadn't been back to Ninghai for a long time and didn't have any clients here. But he didn't want to be looked down upon by Lin Aoshue, which left him frowning. It seemed he could only ask an old friend for help. An idea struck him, and he hurriedly logged onto QQ. "Hey, are you there?" Su Rue found a contact and typed in a few English words. In a towering skyscraper in the capital of England, a meeting room filled with over 100 people was captivated by a woman in a form-fitting dress. With golden hair and blue eyes, exuding a sultry charm and smiling as she spoke. The attendees gazed at her with admiration as she outlined the group's next strategic moves. To rise to such a high position in the British Royal Military Industry Group at such a young age was enough to make countless people envious. Her name was Victoria. But at that moment, an unexpected beeping sound suddenly emanated from Victoria, creating a stark contrast to the atmosphere in the meeting room. Everyone was puzzled, unsure of what was happening, when Victoria suddenly jolted, pulled out her phone, and her face lit up with ecstatic joy. "Quick, quick, quick! Who can find me a computer with QQ software?" Victoria exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 005. The Sun God Apollo. Can someone find a computer with QQ installed? The elites in the conference room exchanged puzzled glances, none of them able to guess why Victoria suddenly made such a request at this moment. Outside of China, QQ isn't as popular, and many people hadn't even heard of it. After a lot of effort, one of Victoria's secretaries finally managed to reinstall the English version of QQ. Ignoring the curious stares of those present, Victoria took the computer back to her private office. Once she opened the software and the chat window, she immediately sent a video invitation to Su Rue. Seeing Victoria's quick response made Su Rue smile slightly as he accepted the video call. The old computer had no camera, so at least the other party couldn't see him. When Victoria's stunning beauty appeared on the screen, Su Rue suddenly felt a bit dry in his throat. How could this hot woman look even more enchanting after such a short time apart? "Apollo, where are you?" As soon as the video connected, Victoria eagerly asked. "Apollo?" The secretary beside her was taken aback. This name was rarely used in modern society, as it belonged to the sun god from ancient Greek mythology. Moreover, it was astonishing because, after working with Victoria for so long, the secretary had never heard this proud woman use honorifics for anyone. She typically didn't regard ordinary people highly. "I'm back in China." In the office, Su Rue couldn't speak, so he listened through his headphones before typing a reply. Victoria's expression instantly became even more passionate, her breathing quickening. "Back in China? I'll come find you right now." "Don't come. I haven't told anyone else I'm back in China. You're the only one who knows." Su Rui's text seemed to carry a subtle tone. I need some time to rest, and don't want those guys to find out. You have to help me keep it a secret. It would be my honor to serve you. Victoria exclaimed, even more excited. She knew that the once glorious sun god Apollo had vanished from the dark Western world for a long time, and now he chose to contact her first. How could she not be thrilled? Plus, the exclusive way they communicated was through QQ, something no one would have expected. Don't be so polite. I told you. We are friends, Su Rui said somewhat awkwardly. After all, during their adventure in the Americas, he had been so close to this woman that they almost rolled into bed together. If they weren't friends, then what were they? Friends with benefits? That seemed inappropriate too. Hearing Su Rui say this, Victoria relaxed. She knew Apollo was still the same Apollo he had always been. Since he called her a friend, she wouldn't be overly polite, or he might get upset. So what are you doing now? Su Rui hesitated for a moment, but replied, I'm working at Bicon Pharmaceuticals in China. You should have heard of the company. Victoria was intrigued. Working at a company? How much do they pay you? Is it 10 million a day? No. I suppose even 10 million a day wouldn't be enough to hire you. Su Rui couldn't help but smile wryly. 3,000 a month, in Chinese yuan. God, I feel like my worldview is being completely overturned. The mighty sun god Apollo from the dark Western world is actually working for a regular company, earning only 3,000 a month. How is this possible? Suddenly sensing a possibility, Victoria's heart ignited with excitement. Apollo, if you're willing, the Royal English Military Group would like to hire you as a special consultant. With a daily salary of 30 million, no, 50 million. What do you think? Victoria, are you trying to poach me? Su Rui laughed. I came to ask for your help this time. It's a favor from one hero to another. Tell me quickly. I'll do my best to make it happen. And if I can't, I'll try my hardest. Having the sun god Apollo ask for help was a significant favor for Victoria. It's not that difficult. I just need you to find a medical company to procure some Bicon pharmaceuticals or medical equipment. Just 1 million yuan will do. And consider this a debt I owe you. Just 1 million? That's simple? Victoria felt a bit incredulous. Completely not expecting that Su Rui's request for help was merely to procure 1 million worth of medicines. Converted to euros, that was just over 100,000. For such a small amount, yes. All right, I'll get this done within 2 hours. After ending the video call, Victoria immediately started making arrangements. For someone of her wealth, a mere million was just pocket change. Su Rui smiled faintly, his mind drifting to Lin Aoshue's exquisite features, thinking to himself, once I complete this million order, let us see what you have to say. You'll have to take off your skirt and spank yourself. A video call had accomplished what others would take a year to do. With nothing else to do, Su Rui started watching a movie. It was the new film Urban Phantom starring the rising Hollywood star Donnie Landor, touted as the sexiest film of the year, which had just premiered in the American theaters yesterday. Are you new here? Not doing your job, but daring to watch a movie? This affects the performance of the entire group, and I'll hold you accountable. At that moment, a fiery male voice rang out. Su Rui turned to see a slightly plump man around 30, pale-skinned, with glasses perched on his nose. Seeing this person, Su Rui smirked. You must be the team leader of Group 1, Chao Tianping? How do you know me? Chao Tianping had just been rebuffed by a difficult client and was already fuming. Now, seeing a new team member casually watching a movie only fueled his anger. Come on, there's a picture of you on the wall. Su Rui pointed to the sign on the wall. Chao Tianping was left speechless. A new team member had already gotten the upper hand on him. Did he even want to keep his job? Since you've joined this company, you should know that no entertainment activities are allowed during work hours. Watching a movie like this is wrong. Chao Tianping glanced at Su Rui's screen. You shouldn't be watching. Oh my god, is this Urban Phantom? It just premiered in America yesterday. It won't be out in China for another week. How did you get it? Oh my gosh, and it's in HD. Chao Tianping, the group leader, instantly became excited, shaking Su Rui's shoulders. Do you know I'm a hardcore fan of Donnie Landor? I'm the leader of the Ninghai fan club. Every time Landor comes to China, I go to pick her up at the airport. Quickly tell me how you got this movie. Su Rui thought to himself, come on. Your mood swings are too extreme. You were just grumpy, and now you're all sunshine and rainbows. This is a roller coaster ride. It's just that. Su Rui paused, thinking he couldn't tell the truth, so he said, a friend of mine used to work at Donnie Landor's agency, and he sent it to me sneakily to try it out. I heard it's the uncut version. Uncut version? Chao Tianping's excitement surged, and his hands turned cold. This film, touted as the sexiest and most seductive of the year, naturally had some steamy scenes that wouldn't pass the Chinese film department's review. To be released, it had to be edited, which left many of Landor's fans in China sighing, as many revealing scenes were cut, impacting the story. To everyone's surprise, Su Rui managed to get his hands on an uncut version, which left Chao Tianping feeling completely overwhelmed. For those who don't follow celebrities, it's hard to comprehend the kind of fervor that comes with being a fan, but Su Rue understood it well. As he too was a fan, and with his narcissistic tendencies, he always considered himself the biggest star. However, it was truly baffling that someone like Chao Tianping, a man in his 30s who was still single, could be so passionately obsessed with celebrity culture. Su Rue, haha. Chao Tianping rubbed his hands together as he sat down, a bit sheepishly suggesting, "Look, we've just become colleagues. So how about we watch this movie together as a little preview?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but sneak glances at the computer screen to indulge himself a bit. Su Rue decisively shut off the monitor, his expression turning serious. "Team leader Chao, my friend specifically warned me not to let this leak. Then how about I treat you to dinner tonight? Consider it a welcome gesture. What do you think?" Chao Tianping said with a sycophantic grin. For the sake of Daniela Rad, he was willing to go to any lengths. Su Rue felt a chill run down his spine from the way the chubby man was looking at him, but managed to force a smile. "All right, let's watch it together then." So, the two awkward men squeezed together, intently focused on the Hollywood goddess on the computer screen. The marketing department at the headquarters of Bicon retained only a few business teams, while the rest of the salespeople were scattered across subsidiary companies. With some busy negotiating with clients and others chasing payments, the office was surprisingly empty that afternoon, leaving just Chao Tianping and Su Rue. 2 hours later, as Chao Tianping gazed at the now black screen, his face lit up with happiness and satisfaction. "Rad really is my goddess. She must be an angel sent down from heaven." Su Rue glanced at his watch and subtly hinted, Team leader Chao, about dinner. "I'll treat you. It has to be on me." Chao Tianping replied, beaming. "Su Rue, don't worry. From now on, if you need anything in Business Group 1, just come to me. I've got your back." Chao Tianping was completely smitten by the sweet words from Su Rue, having forgotten all about the unpleasantness with the clients. Team leader Chao is such a straightforward guy. Su Rue seized the moment. "Rest assured, I'll have my friend sneak a few signed photos of Daniela Rad for you." "Really? That would be amazing," Chao Tianping exclaimed, nearly jumping up to hug Su Rue in excitement. Su Rue quickly dodged, looking disgusted. Thank goodness he didn't mention he could get his hands on Daniela Rad's personal tank tops or something. Otherwise, this middle-aged fan would have gone completely crazy. Chapter 006. You said it just as it was nearing the end of the workday. Chairman Lin Fuzhong unexpectedly arrived at the marketing department. Many of the staff members stood up excitedly to greet the big boss, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Director Shui Riyun also came out of her office to welcome the chairman. "Welcome to the marketing department. Chairman, it's an honor to have your guidance." With her charming demeanor, Shui Riyun couldn't help but wonder why Lin Fuzhong had suddenly come here. Was he dissatisfied with the recent work of the marketing department? "It's all right. You all continue with your work. I'm just here to invite Su Laudi to dinner." Lin Fuzhong chuckled. Su Laudi? Shui Riyun was momentarily puzzled about who that was, but then a light bulb went off in her mind. Could it be the new guy? Su Rue? By the time she figured it out, Lin Fuzhong had already walked over to Su Rue amidst everyone's astonished gazes, wearing a friendly, yet slightly awkward expression. "Su Laudi, I didn't expect that girl Aoshua would mess things up and place you here. How about this? Let's discuss it and see about changing your position." The surrounding staff were in a state of shock. Who was this new employee that could get the chairman himself to arrange a new position for him? And it seemed there was a hint of flattery involved. Even the team leader of Group 1, Chao Tianping, was left speechless. He never imagined that the new employee he had just scolded would turn out to be a favorite of the chairman. Su Rue shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. I'm doing well in the marketing department. It's just that President Lin assigned me a pretty heavy task, achieving 1 million in sales in a week. Or I have to pack up and leave." In his mind, Su Rue thought, let Lin Aoshua mess with me. I finally have a chance to lodge a complaint. And I won't let it slip away. Hearing that the protector of Baikan was about to be driven away by his daughter, Lin Fuzhong's anger flared up immediately. Ignoring the many subordinates around him, he exclaimed, 1 million in a week? That's outrageous. That girl is getting bolder by the day. I need to have a serious talk with her. Old Lin, there's no need to be so worked up. You know your daughter's temperament well enough by now. Su Rue felt quite pleased to see Lin Fuzhong getting angry. How about this? I'll stay here, and you just let Lin Aoshua lighten my sales targets a bit. After all, I'm not here to sell medicine. Yes, definitely, Lin Fuzhong replied apologetically, warmly taking Su Rue's hand. Su Laudi, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, both to welcome you and to apologize for Aoshua. Everyone was envious. The chairman of Baikan personally inviting someone to dinner was quite a big deal. However, to their surprise, Su Rue looked a bit troubled. He pulled Chao Tianping over and said, Old Lin, I just made plans with my direct supervisor, team leader Chao, for him to treat me to dinner tonight. so I might not be able to make it. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Tianping choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. What was wrong with this guy? This was an invitation from the chairman. No matter how big his own face was, it couldn't compare to the chairman's. This guy clearly didn't want him to continue staying at Baikan. Not only was Chao Tianping shocked, but even Shui Ruyun, who was not far away, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The exquisite woman looked at Su Rui with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Chairman, I just remembered that tonight is my ex-girlfriend's birthday, so I can't have dinner with Su Rui after all. I'll have to reschedule, Chao Tianping said hastily, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead before quickly making his escape. If he stayed any longer, who knew what kind of trouble Su Rui would cause? Sitting in Lin Fuzhong's luxurious car, Su Rui glanced at the cold-faced Lin Aoshue beside him and thought to himself that this woman must have experienced some kind of trauma, always wearing such a frosty expression. Even the most beautiful ice queen could freeze someone solid. Plus, after Lin Fuzhong had said a few words to Lin Aoshue, she didn't even bother to glance at Su Rui. Old Lin, I need to trouble you with something. Su Rui recalled the listening device hidden in the button and spoke up. I need all the information on Baikan's competitors, especially those companies that are in fierce competition with you for market share. Not a problem, Xia Qing. After you get home tonight, help Su Rui gather the data. Lin Fuzhong replied. Okay, Xia Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, was perfectly positioned for Su Rui to admire her fair neck, which was quite captivating. I have a few more questions that I need to ask old Lin and Aoshue's niece, Su Rui continued. Lin Aoshue shot Su Rui a glare, while Lin Fuzhong looked on, somewhat amused. Who usually arranges your clothing? In other words, who do you think is most suspicious of having the opportunity to swap your button for a listening device? Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshue furrowed her brows. She knew this was a serious matter that needed thorough investigation. Otherwise, having a spy around could lead to dire consequences. I need to think carefully. Lin Aoshue usually trusted her employees implicitly, so it would be very difficult for her to suspect her subordinates. Su Rui then turned to Lin Fuzhong. Old Lin, who are the people that usually have access to your office? We have dedicated cleaning staff for my office, and there are only 2 of them. So this should be relatively easy to investigate. I've already taken action. One of them has been detained for questioning, and the other left a few days ago. So I have people looking for him, Lin Fuzhong replied. Su Rui's eyes lit up. The other one is quite suspicious. We need to find him quickly. From now on, I must regularly check your offices and residences for safety. That is fine. Tonight, Su Laudi, please check our residence thoroughly, Lin Fuzhong said. Thinking about the prospect of visiting Lin Aoshue's bedroom tonight, Su Rui felt a sense of anticipation, though perhaps that was just the nature of being a man. The Junlan Kaibin Resort Hotel was the most upscale resort in Ninghai, boasting a 6-star standard of luxury. Lin Fuzhong chose this venue for the welcome dinner to express his sincerity. Su Rui looked up at the extravagant Junlan Kaibin, which featured a private beach and scenic mountains. He smacked his lips and said, Old Lin, this dinner must cost a fortune. Lin Fuzhong chuckled. Su Laudi, money is not an issue. You've come all the way back from abroad to help out. I don't know how else to express my gratitude. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. To everyone's surprise, Su Rui declined. Old Lin, I'll pass on the alcohol. Drinking can lead to mistakes. And I still need to check the rooms for you and Aoshue tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshue immediately shot Su Rui a glare. Lin Fuzhong's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Very well, Su Laudi, you're absolutely right. Tonight, I'll drink, and you can have tea. It's settled then, huh? The waitstaff at Junlan Kaibin were quite impressive, each wearing high-slit kipeos, their fair thighs swaying under the lights. Su Rui couldn't help but glance around, occasionally whistling, appearing quite casual and carefree. You letcher, Lin Aoshue said coldly, having seen all of Su Rui's actions and looking down on him. Everyone appreciates beauty. It's not just you here. What's wrong? You jealous because I'm looking at someone else? Su Rui retorted without backing down. Lin Fuzhong observed everything but said nothing. He knew his daughter well. She was notoriously stubborn. If she didn't realize the severity of the situation herself, no one could change her mind. This kind of personality can be quite advantageous in business, but it's utterly inappropriate in personal life, a true double-edged sword. Lin Fuzhong reserved one of the few sea view terraces at the Junlan Kempinski, a spacious terrace not far from the beach, accessible by a staircase that leads directly down to the shore, offering breathtaking views. However, Su Rui's behavior seemed out of place in such a beautiful setting. Every time a pretty waitress approached, he had to engage her in conversation, making her giggle, and some even started to flirt back. Lin Aoshue seemed unable to tolerate the cheerful laughter any longer. She set her cup down, stood up, and walked outside. Where are you going? Su Rue stood up to follow her. To the restroom, Lin Aoshue replied without looking back. Su Rue hurried to catch up, closely trailing behind her. You can't follow me. I have to protect your safety. Su Rue paused for a moment and added, close protection. Lin Aoshue was utterly fed up with his behavior. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned around abruptly and said, have you had enough? What she didn't expect was how close Su Rue was following her. Upon her sudden turn, he wasn't paying attention, and they ended up colliding face to face. Su Rue felt two soft, ample forms press against his chest, and instinctively, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Lin Aoshue's slim waist to prevent her from losing her balance and falling backward. However, this resulted in a rather intimate position. Su Rue and Lin Aoshue's lower bodies were pressed tightly together. One of his hands was around her waist, while the other unwittingly found its way between her waist and hip curve. The sensation was astonishing. Feeling the incredible elasticity, Su Rue couldn't help but marvel at himself for not being mistaken when he first saw her at the airport. This woman's figure and beauty truly made her the most stunning woman in Ninghai's business world. Thus, Su Rue instinctively squeezed Lin Aoshue's waist. It was completely subconscious, and even he didn't realize it. If other men from Ninghai saw Su Rue's actions at that moment, they would probably team up to tear him apart. Lin Aoshue let out a sharp cry, seemingly flustered. Her eyes filled with anger as she pushed against Su Rue's chest. Let me go? Are you sure? Su Rue coughed a couple of times and asked. Let go. All right, but you said it. Su Rue reluctantly withdrew his hand from her waist. Without her center of gravity, Lin Aoshue's body began to tilt toward the ground again. Chapter 007. The Social Queen, Qin Yueran if given the choice. Lin Aoshue would rather trade 10 years of her life to avoid ever meeting Su Rue. Encountering such a man was undoubtedly the worst thing that had ever happened to her, without exception. Wasn't she supposed to be as cold as ice and as calm as a still lake? Why was it that on just the first day of their acquaintance, he could provoke so much anger within her? If it weren't for this detestable man, how could she have found herself in such an embarrassing position at the luxurious Junlan Kempinski resort, surrounded by high-profile guests? This thought flashed through Lin Aoshue's mind the moment Su Rue pulled her by the waist, but the next second, she couldn't afford to think about that anymore. Her body was tilting backward at a sharper angle toward the ground. No matter how rational a person is, they instinctively react in moments of falling, struggling, reaching out to grab something. Lin Aoshue was no exception. As she fell backward, she instinctively stretched out her hand, trying to grasp the air in a bid to regain her balance. Finally, when the angle between her body and the ground was less than 40 degrees, her hand caught hold of a strong and warm grip. With a little effort, that hand pulled her back up. Lin Aoshue didn't notice that in that moment of being pulled up, aside from relief, there was a barely detectable emotion in her heart, an emotion called reassurance. It was just that this feeling was buried so deep that even she was unaware of it. Looking at Su Rue's mischievous smile, Lin Aoshue felt an anger boiling inside her. After all these years, when had she ever been in such a disheveled state as she was tonight? You did this on purpose, didn't you? Why would I do that? You told me to let go, and I did. I saw you about to fall, so I pulled you up. If you don't thank me, that's one thing, but now you want to repay kindness with malice? I'll say it again. I'm going to the restroom, don't follow me. Lin Aoshue turned and left, her demeanor fiery. This man was too infuriating, able to throw her off balance with just a few words. I can wait for you at the restroom entrance. Su Rue called after her retreating figure. Upon hearing him, Lin Aoshue stumbled and almost fell again. Su Rue stood at the entrance of the ladies' restroom, hands in his pockets, whistling and occasionally winking at the beautiful female guests exiting the restroom. Given his decent looks and charm, some women smiled back at him, not at all put off. If Su Rue continued to frequent the Junlan Kempinski, he would likely become quite popular with all the female guests and staff. When Lin Aoshue emerged from the restroom, she immediately averted her gaze upon seeing Su Rue and began adjusting her outfit in the mirror. Just then, a tall and good-looking man approached, spotting Lin Aoshue and displaying a look of surprise. Aoshue, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here at Junlan Kempinski. This man was dressed in a well-tailored suit, and his smile was as warm as a spring breeze. On the surface, he seemed flawless. But Su Rue felt differently. He didn't like handsome men, especially those with money. His aversion doubled for those who were both good-looking and wealthy. Yes, quite a coincidence, Lin Aoshue replied coolly, intending to turn away. Aoshue, since we've met by chance, why don't you come to my private room for a drink? Many old friends are there. The man gazed at Lin Aoshue's stunning beauty, a flicker of greedy possessiveness flashing in his eyes. Though subtle, it did not escape Su Rue's notice. I have guests waiting for me. Excuse me, Lin Aoshue said, turning to leave. Aoshue today. The man wanted to say more, but just then, someone in a red plaid shirt appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Who do you think you are, pestering our Aoshue? Say another word, and I'll make you regret it. Su Rue stood there, his deliberately feigned swagger now fully unleashed, causing the man to frown. He was Song Ili, the heir of the Tianxiang Pharmaceutical Group. To Su Rue's surprise, Lin Aoshue spoke up in explanation. Su Rue shot Lin Aoshue a surprised glance and quickly concluded that this man was certainly not favored by Miss Lin. Oh, so you're Song the Great. It's an honor, Su Rue said insincerely, pretending to be impressed while sneering. But Song the Great, our Aoshue really doesn't want to deal with you. Can't you see that she has already got me, her outstanding protector? When it came to thickness of skin, Song Ili was no match for Su Rue. They were not even in the same league. Your Aoshue? Then may I ask what kind of relationship you have with her? Does she recognize you calling her that? Song Ili sneered. Wait a second. Seeing Lin Aoshue turning to leave, Song Ili tried to follow, but a strong hand suddenly reached out from the side, grabbing his collar and pinning him against the wall. Song Ili weighed at least 180 pounds, yet Su Rue easily lifted him, showcasing his terrifying strength. Where did this little brat come from, daring to act wild at Junlong Kempinski? Do you know the consequences of this? Song Ili's face darkened. The audacity of the other party left him momentarily stunned. Having mingled among the elite of Ninghai for years, he recognized many young masters, but he had never encountered someone like Su Rue. Therefore, he remained composed, knowing that the other's status was not worth his attention. Ninghai was vast. Yet this was the first time someone dared to treat him this way. Looking at his once smooth shirt now wrinkled, Song Ili's eyes darkened. Little brat. You're asking for death. If I'm a little brat, then you don't even qualify to be a little brat's armpit hair, Su Rue replied coldly. His earlier swagger disappearing, replaced by an aura sharp enough to cut. This sharpness, when released, made Song Ili feel a chill run down his spine. What? What is going on? Why does this man have such an aura? It's so eerie. Song Ili found it hard to believe. I think the way you look at Lin Aoshue is unclean. If they're essay next time, I'll break your third leg, and you'll spend your life as a eunuch. Of course, if you continue to pester her, I won't hesitate to take more permanent measures. What are permanent measures? The answer was already evident. With that, Su Rue turned and left, leaving Song Ili gasping for breath in the restroom. Lin Aoshue didn't walk far. She stood around the corner, quietly watching the scene unfold. When Su Rue released his sharp aura, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes before she turned to leave. Su Rue, seemingly unaware, continued whistling cheerfully as he returned to the patio dining table. Young master, are you okay? Two bodyguard-like men rushed to Song Ili's side. Looking worried, their young master had gone to the restroom and returned in this state. If the old master found out, he would definitely fire these two bodyguards on the spot. I'm fine. Song Ili's expression was dark and stormy as he stared intently around the corner, clenching his fists. Lin Aoshue is destined to be mine, and the Baikon group is also destined to be mine. No one can take them away from me. This man is not simple. It seems the plan needs to be adjusted. Song Ili took out his phone and walked to an empty corner, saying, Brother Yang, I want to make a move ahead of schedule. Su Rue didn't let the earlier incident bother him. Instead, he was enjoying the feast. As not everyone has the privilege to dine lavishly at the Junlong Kempinski. Besides, eating was the one thing that made Su Rue feel grounded. It reminded him that he was still alive. So, with astonishing speed, Su Rue devoured plate after plate of food. Everyone else at the table, people of status and identity, savored their meals slowly, but this guy was different. He didn't even bother with utensils, directly stabbing a whole steak with his fork and biting into it, making Lin Aoshue lose her appetite just by watching him. Lin Aoshue, who usually had a small appetite and needed to maintain her figure, had already put down her utensils. The main reason was that facing Su Rue made her lose her appetite entirely. Lin Fuzhong, however, didn't mind at all. With a smile, he raised his glass and said, It seems that Su, my young friend, is truly a man of character, eating so heartily. Su Rue chuckled. My motto is to eat my fill at every meal, especially when someone else is treating. The smile on Lin Fuzhong's face suddenly froze, while Xiaqing beside him struggled to suppress her laughter, covering her mouth to hold it in, finding it quite a challenge. At that moment, a woman in a white qipao with blue floral patterns approached. She looked to be in her 20s, standing at around 175 meters tall. Her long, snow-white legs paired with a high-slit qipao, and her ever-present smile made her extremely eye-catching. Two waiters followed her, each carrying a tray. What a stunning model. Su Rue paused his chewing, surprised as he said, Beautiful women are common, but it's rare to see one with such exquisite legs. Her long legs were delicate and smooth, resembling a fine piece of jade, as if they had been soaked in milk for years, stirring endless imagination. Many lecherous men would likely think about how to throw those legs over their shoulders upon seeing her. Of course, Su Rue had no such thoughts. He simply appreciated her beauty with pure admiration. Who is she? Su Rue instinctively asked. It was likely that he was the only one in the room unaware. This stunning leggy beauty was named Qin Yuan, known as the Queen of Junlan. At just over 20 years old, she had become the general manager of the Junlan Kempinski. While there were many malicious speculations and discussions about her behind her back, it was clear that Qin Yuan was a woman of substantial capability. Opportunities for Qin Yuan to personally appear were rare, so when she finally showed up, guests couldn't help but stare. Those beautiful legs were simply too captivating. I heard Chairman Lin was here, so I specially came to toast you, Qin Yuan said, holding up a wine glass with a bright smile. Su Rue looked at her, then at Xia Qing and Lin Aoshue, and couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. On his very first day in Ninghai, he encountered so many beautiful women. How was he supposed to get through the coming days? Chapter 008. Follow my lead. As she said this, Qin Yuan winked at Xia Qing, who scrunched her nose in an adorably cute manner. Su Rue observed all of this, clearly noting that the two were old acquaintances. I'm truly glad to have the honor of Qin's presence today. This trip to Junlan has been worth it, Lin Fuzhong exclaimed, raising his glass with a hearty laugh. But may I ask, who is this gentleman? To become the head of Junlan Hotel, one must possess the ability to navigate various social circles with ease. When Qin Yuan saw Su Rue dining at the same table as the Lin family, she initially thought he must be a prominent young master from a powerful family. However, she was well acquainted with the wealthy heirs from both the capital and Ninghai, yet she had never encountered a figure like him before. By the way, let me introduce you. Qin, this is our group's esteemed guest and my good friend, Mr. Su Rue, Lin Fuzhong said. Su Rue shook hands with Qin Yuan, and the moment felt absolutely wonderful. Hello, Mr. Su. You must come to Junlan more often to support me, Qin Yuan said with a friendly smile, appearing quite familiar. For someone so young to be referred to as a good friend by Lin Fuzhong piqued Qin Yuan's curiosity about Su Rue's background. However, she was taken aback when she noticed the empty plate in front of Su Rue. It was rare to see someone with such a large appetite. Absolutely. Even if it's just for your long legs. Oh no, I mean for you. Qin, I have to come support you, Su Rue said, getting distracted by her long legs and accidentally letting slip a remark that made Qin Yuan giggle. You're quite amusing. Please enjoy your meal. I must take my leave, Qin Yuan said before gracefully departing. Su Rue watched her retreating figure, seemingly wanting to carry those long legs in his heart. And thus, the meal concluded without any further commotion. Once they arrived at the underground parking lot, Su Rue suddenly recalled the gloomy gaze of Song Yili, the eldest son of Tianxiang Group. He then stopped the Lin family as they were about to get into their car, saying, "Wait a moment. What is going on?" Lin Aoshue asked, slightly frowning. "I'll take this RV with Xia Qing and old Lin. You and Aoshue can take the Audi in the back," Su Rue instructed, pulling Xia Qing into the RV. This luxurious RV had been professionally modified, with bulletproof features and tires that could automatically inflate or switch to solid rubber tires, allowing it to continue driving even if shot. In Ninghai, this vehicle was synonymous with Lin Fuzhong's company, Becon Group. Yet, Su Rue insisted on switching vehicles at this moment. What could be the reason? You mean? Lin Fuzhong exchanged glances with Su Rue and understood his intention. After years of navigating the business world, Lin Fuzhong was much more astute than Lin Aoshue. "I'm not switching," Lin Aoshue refused. "You must switch," Su Rue insisted, his firm demeanor contrasting sharply with his usual playful self. "I'm here to help you solve a problem, so don't make this difficult for me." For some reason, seeing Su Rue's serious expression made Lin Aoshue, who usually disliked him, relent. She climbed into the Audi, which was typically used by the bodyguards. Inside the spacious RV, surrounded by the faint scent of the beautiful woman beside him, Su Rue couldn't help but sneak glances at her incredibly alluring figure. It was simply delightful. Meanwhile, Xia Qing understood that Su Rue's actions were meant to draw attention away from her, allowing her to be a decoy, but she wondered why he was doing this. She had no skills and would only be a burden to him. Unbeknownst to her, Su Rue had invited Xia Qing into the RV purely out of his own desires. After all, sitting in such a luxurious vehicle with only a male driver would be rather dull. Having a stunning beauty with a devilish figure by his side was the real enjoyment for a man. The RV was flanked by two Audis, cruising steadily towards the Lin family villa at a speed of 60. At that moment, Su Rue glanced in the rearview mirror, a hidden cold glint in his eyes. Increase speed to 100, Su Rui suddenly commanded. Understood, the bodyguard driver replied without questioning, as Lin Fuzhong had previously instructed all bodyguards to obey Su Rui unconditionally. The three vehicles accelerated simultaneously. Lin Aoshua, sitting in the last Audi, furrowed her brows. What is that guy up to? Aoshua, you should learn more from Su Rui. Lin Fuzhong suddenly said. Learn from him? As if. She scoffed. Just the thought of Su Rui made her irritable. After all, he had just taken advantage of her at the hotel. No man had ever dared to touch her backside before, and he was the first. You'll understand in time. Lin Fuzhong didn't push her further. After all, Su Rui would have plenty of opportunities to interact with his daughter. Su Rui kept his gaze fixed in the rearview mirror, calm and collected. Continue to accelerate, speed up to 120. The three cars surged forward again. Lin Aoshua finally couldn't hold back any longer. Seizing the driver's walkie-talkie, she asked, Su Rui, what are you doing? Driving so fast on a dark road is dangerous. Generally, urban roads had a speed limit of 80, while highways allowed up to 120. The three vehicles had already reached the speed limit for highways. Su Rui grabbed the walkie-talkie and replied, Miss Lin, take a look behind you. The convoy has increased speed twice, yet the three Buicks behind us are still on our tail. If they were normal vehicles, they wouldn't be able to keep up like this. What does that imply? Lin Aoshua's heart sank. It means we're being followed. Su Rui said coldly. Whoever it is, they definitely don't have good intentions. Lin Aoshua fell silent. It was her first time experiencing such sinister circumstances up close. Although she had encountered stalking before, her father had always shielded her from the truth, leading her to believe that society was quite safe. From now on, everyone must follow my lead. Su Rui's voice suddenly took on an authoritative tone that brooked no argument. Lin Aoshua felt conflicted. Was this really the same man who had made lewd remarks to her on the plane? Switch the order of the third vehicle in the RV. The two Audis should drive side by side in front, with the RV at the back, Su Rui instructed. Why do it this way? Lin Aoshua unconsciously asked. As her Audi began to accelerate and the RV slowed down. There's no need for explanations, Su Rui replied coldly. Rejected, Lin Aoshua huffed and tossed the walkie-talkie aside, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, the three vehicles formed an inverted triangle, speeding ahead. Upon learning of the mysterious vehicles following them, Xiaqing in the RV felt a pang of anxiety. After all, she was just a girl in her 20s. Such a scenario was terrifying. However, as she listened to Su Rui issue commands with calm precision, her initial panic began to dissipate. She studied Su Rui's profile intently, trying to grasp what kind of man he truly was. What are you staring at? Su Rui seemed to sense her gaze and turned to meet her eyes. I wasn't looking at anything, Xiaqing stammered, her cheeks flushing slightly. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed her embarrassment. Unbeknownst to her, Su Rui was thinking, a girl with a fiery figure who blushes easily is quite adorable. At that moment, Su Rui suddenly reached out and placed his hand on Xiaqing's shoulder. Come on, fasten your seatbelt. We might have to brake hard soon. How do you know we'll have to brake hard? Xiaqing was still pondering the meaning of Su Rui's words when he had already pulled the seatbelt and secured it for himself. Whether it was due to Su Rui's carelessness or because a certain part of Xiaqing was simply too prominent, his hand inadvertently brushed against her curves while he was fastening the seatbelt, sending a distinct sensation coursing through his fingertips and straight to his heart. What an incredible feeling. Xiaqing seemed taken aback as well. Her body subtly trembled, and she lowered her head slightly, almost afraid to look at Su Rui. However, it was only then that Su Rui realized how right he was to bring Xiaqing into this RV. The seatbelt happened to pass snugly between her curves, accentuating their shape even more dramatically. Stay calm, stay calm. Su Rui struggled to control his gaze, but it seemed to linger on her chest. Thank you for helping me with the seatbelt, Xiaqing said, trying to break the awkwardness. No need to thank me. If you want, I can help you with your seatbelt every day, Su Rui said with a grin. If he could enjoy that sensation every day, it would truly be a stroke of luck. If that were the case, not only would he help her with the seatbelt, but he would also be willing to do anything, like acting like a penguin or working like a mule. Are we almost at the Lin family villa? Su Rui pulled his wandering thoughts back and asked the driver. Yes, we'll be there soon. Just crossed the Fangting River Bridge, and it's only about 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers? Su Rui repeated, already spotting the Fangting River Bridge in the distance, with 3 Buicks closely following behind. A sense of danger began to creep into his mind. Just as the 3 cars approached the bridge, Su Rui suddenly ordered the front 2 Audis accelerate and rush across the bridge. The armored RV slowed down to 20. The driver had to slam on the brakes, going from 120 to 20. Don't be scared, hold my hand. At that moment, Su Rui reached out and firmly grasped Xia Qing's hand. She didn't pull away, and there was no hint of fear in her eyes, for Su Rui's actions gave her enough confidence. Indeed, just as the two speeding Audis burst out of the bridge, a dump truck suddenly collided with them from the left. If they hadn't slowed down just now, the RV would have crashed right into the dump truck. Su Rui's preemptive judgment had made all the difference. Chapter 009. Who's threatening whom? Please bookmark. Although this GMC RV was bulletproof and sturdy, colliding with such a heavy dump truck would still leave the people inside at serious risk of injury. Release the brake, turn the steering wheel left, and pull the handbrake. Su Rui shouted to the driver. The driver, without hesitation, executed the commands almost immediately after Su Rui spoke. The rear wheels of the RV screeched against the ground as the vehicle completed a 90-degree turn, just barely avoiding a collision with the dump truck, coming to a halt alongside it. Xia Qing felt the violent tremor caused by the dump truck rushing past, and the sweat on her palms turned cold. Don't worry. I'm here. Su Rui seemed to sense Xia Qing's anxiety and gave her a reassuring look. 3 Buicks rushed in, surrounding the RV completely. It seemed that Su Rui and his group were truly cornered tonight. As 2 Audis charged down the bridge, the dump truck roared past them from behind. Lin Aoshue, though her expression remained neutral, felt cold sweat pooling in her palms, and a hint of seriousness shone in her eyes. If it weren't for Su Rui's quick thinking, they might have already been thrown off the road. This was undoubtedly a meticulously planned attack. They were in danger. Lin Aoshue's tone was urgent. Su Rui and Xia Qing were still in the car, and she was unsure if they had collided with the dump truck. Plus, 3 Buicks were still following them. Just thinking about it felt ominous. Don't worry about us. You guys go first. Su Rui's calm voice came through the intercom, seemingly in response to Lin Aoshue. No, I can't just leave you behind. Lin Aoshue insisted, her determination revealing that her inner self was not as cold as her exterior suggested. Listen to Su Rui. If we go back, we'll only cause them more trouble. The best help is to leave. Lin Fuzhong said coldly, accelerate. Let's head home. Lin Aoshue finally showed a complex expression, biting her lip and leaving clear marks from her teeth. Knowing that Lin's father and daughter had already left, Su Rui felt no more worries. He glanced at the 3 Buicks outside and then asked the driver, brother, can you swim? The driver, named Wang Yuan, was actually the deputy captain of Lin's bodyguards. Initially, he had some reservations about Su Rui's commands, but now he was completely convinced. This was sheer brilliance, calculating every move of the opponent. Of course I can. Wang Yuan replied honestly. Good. When the door opens, you jump straight into the river, Su Rui instructed. Aren't I supposed to stay and fight alongside you? Wang Yuan asked, surprised, as he had heard that one should escape first. If you stay, you'll just be a burden to me, Su Rui said bluntly. What? A burden? Wang Yuan was a skilled fighter, and being called a burden by Su Rui made him feel a bit embarrassed. However, recalling Su Rui's impressive performance moments ago, he quickly let it go. Let's go now? Su Rui commanded, and Wang Yuan rolled out of the driver's seat. Taking advantage of the fact that the people in the Buick hadn't fully exited yet, he leaped over the bridge railing and plunged into the river with a splash. From the 3 Buicks, 12 burly men emerged, most of them shirtless with knives or steel pipes tucked into their waists, exuding a menacing aura. The leader, a bald man with a long scar across his head, wore a fierce expression. Get out of the car, the scarred man shouted, smashing a steel pipe hard against the vehicle. Feeling Xia Qing's body tremble slightly, Su Rui shot her another reassuring glance, saying, don't be afraid, I'm here. Xia Qing nodded. It's okay, just come out with me. Su Rui whispered in her ear, I won't let you get hurt. Xia Qing murmured in agreement, clutching Su Rui's hand tighter. When Su Rui pulled her out of the car, the scarred man's expression immediately turned animated, as if he had been constipated for days. What is going on? Is there no one else in the car? The scarred man carefully searched the RV's interior, confirming that besides the one who jumped into the river, there was indeed no one else. Where are Lin Fuzhong and Lin Aoshue? They are the targets tonight. The scarred man's face grew anxious. If he failed to complete the mission, he would definitely face punishment from Brother Yang. This was a big job Brother Yang had taken on, reportedly funded by some super-rich second-generation heir to kidnap Lin's father and daughter. It absolutely couldn't go wrong. Where's Lin Fuzhong? Where did Lin Aoshue go? The scarred man grabbed Su Rui by the collar, asking fiercely. Su Rui, with a flattering expression, said, please, big brother. Our chairman and the young lady left in another car after dinner. We were arranged to take his car. You see, you must have made a mistake. At this moment, the scarred man realized he had been played by Lin Fuzhong. After making such a big fuss and planning for so long, he had caught the wrong people. How embarrassing. He wouldn't be able to explain himself when he got back. If I can't find Lin Fuzhong, you two will come back with me. I'll treat you well. The scarred man said coldly, don't blame me. You can only blame Lin Fuzhong for using you as bait. The scarred man knew he had to take these two back, but when his eyes swept over Xia Qing, he suddenly showed an expression of extreme delight. Such a delicate face, such a fiery body. She couldn't possibly be much inferior to Lin Ao Shui. The scarred man looked around and noticed that his little brothers were all gazing at Xia Qing with hungry, wolf-like eyes. In this situation, Xia Qing naturally sensed the danger. She knew how perilous her situation was and couldn't help but grip Su Rui's hand tighter, as if that was the only way to feel a bit safer. However, compared to these dozen strong men, Su Rui's figure seemed so thin and fragile, almost like he was no match for them. The scarred man looked at Xia Qing's curvaceous figure and swallowed hard. Since he couldn't catch Lin's father and daughter, and knowing he would be punished anyway, why not enjoy this beauty first? The spacious interior of the RV made him think of the thrill of having a stunningly hot beauty beneath him, sending a rush of excitement through him. Beauty, come let your brother have some fun. Don't worry, we'll be very gentle with you. The scarred man leered. Completely forgetting about the failed mission, Su Rui coldly stared at the scarred man and said, what do you want to do? Why do I need to report what I want to do to you? Kid, get lost. The scarred man raised his fist, as large as a cooking pot, and swung it directly towards Su Rui's face. With such terrifying force, if that punch landed, it would probably smash Su Rui's face in. Don't hurt him. Xia Qing didn't close her eyes in fear. Instead, she gathered her courage and shouted. But just as the scarred man's fist was less than 10 centimeters from Su Rui's face, it suddenly stopped, because Su Rui's leg shot out like lightning, kicking right between the scarred man's legs. Accompanied by a scream of excruciating pain, the scarred man doubled over, clutching his groin and collapsing to the ground. He felt his whole body go limp. The intense pain radiated from that area, spreading throughout his entire body. It hurt to the soul. The remaining 11 men were stunned. They had not expected this to happen. Was this a sudden reversal of power? Now you just stand behind me and close your eyes. At this moment, Su Rui suddenly turned his face to Xia Qing and smiled. Hearing Su Rui's words, Xia Qing instinctively closed her eyes. Strangely, she felt not a hint of fear in her heart. It seemed that this man she had only known for a day possessed a kind of magic. With just a light-hearted word, he could bring her a profound sense of security. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take him down. Scarface clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. Brothers, he dared to hit Brother Jia. Let's go after him together. Take him out. A crowd rushed towards Su Rui, eager to join the fray. You want to take me down? Su Rui sneered coldly, picking up the steel pipe that Scarface had dropped and swinging it forcefully at his knee. Crack! The sharp sound of bone breaking echoed in everyone's ears. Scarface let out a pained howl, his face flushed and frantic. It was clear that Su Rui had shattered his kneecap. Xia Qing's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she still kept her eyes closed. Su Rui sneered. Who dares to take a step closer? The group exchanged glances. None of them expected this seemingly not-so-strong guy to take the initiative and strike so ruthlessly, completely seizing the upper hand. He was more ruthless than any gang. Let Brother Jia go, or else. At that moment, someone stepped forward, a threatening look on his face. Su Rui fixed his gaze on the man's foot. I said, let us see who dares to take a step forward. Since you did, you'll have to pay the price. With that, he swung the steel pipe again, this time striking Scarface's other knee with a heavy blow. This hit seemed even more brutal than the last. The pipe completely shattered the bone. This was a thorough comminuted fracture. Scarface's future was destined to be spent in a wheelchair. Su Rui stood fearless against 11 men, exuding an aura that seemed to surpass all of them combined. If you don't want to end up like Brother Jia, then get lost. A chilling light flashed in Su Rui's eyes. The few people opposite him couldn't help but shiver at the sight. You're going to die? At that moment, a hot-headed guy could no longer contain himself, rushing forward and swinging a gleaming watermelon knife at Su Rui. But all he saw was a blur before his eyes, and the next second, an excruciating pain tore through his face, knocking him unconscious. Su Rui, wielding the steel pipe, made a simple yet brutal connection with the side of the guy's face. The horizontal swing shattered his facial bones, instantly creating several horrifying gashes. The guy didn't even let out a scream. He simply collapsed, cleanly and decisively. This was still Su Rui showing mercy. Otherwise, with that last blow, his skull would have shattered completely, and his brains would have been splattered out. Chapter 010. Who sent you? Get out of here. The remaining people were worried that the ruthless Su Rui would set his sights on them. So they hurriedly abandoned 2 injured comrades and sped away in their Buick. as long as there are survivors. Su Rui did not pursue them. Instead, he gently patted Xiaqing's hand and said, "You can open your eyes now, it's okay." Xiaqing opened her eyes, looking at Su Rui with a spark of unnameable admiration. The situation had been extremely dangerous. Although she had kept her eyes shut, she had heard everything clearly. Su Rui had single-handedly forced back so many enemies. Such a man was truly formidable. Su Rui turned to the scarred man whose legs, no, 3 legs, were broken, and with a smile, said, "Brother Jia, tell me who sent you." The scarred man's eyes burned with hatred. In the second half of his life, not only would he not be able to stand again, but he wouldn't even be able to be a man. "You don't need to look at me with such resentment. You came to kill me, not the other way around. You need to understand the cause and effect." However, Su Rui clearly wasn't in the mood to reason with the thug. He lightly tapped the scarred man's face with a steel pipe and said, "Tell me who your boss is, and I'll give you a quick end. Dream on. I would rather die than say." The scarred man was somewhat tough. Despite the pain causing his clothes to be drenched in sweat, he still refused to reveal the mastermind behind it all. "Do you believe I have over 1,000 ways to make you talk?" Su Rui's smile appeared devilish in the scarred man's eyes. "You bastard, I won't let you go. Oh, I hope you can still be so tough 5 minutes from now." Su Rui clapped his hands, turned around, and said to Xiaqing, "The next scene might not be suitable for children. If you're scared, turn around and cover your ears." "I'm not afraid." With Su Rui by her side, Xiaqing felt no fear at all. She was genuinely curious about what he would do next. She didn't even realize that she was unconsciously wanting to step into Su Rui's world. "That's good." Su Rui gently patted Xiaqing's hand, then turned back to squat beside the scarred man. "Let's play a game, shall we?" Su Rui seized the scarred man's right hand and said, "I'm going to ask you a question. If you don't answer, I'll break one of your fingers." The scarred man's face paled at this. "Of course. You don't have the right to refuse. You're a bastard. I'll kill you." The scarred man wanted to struggle but couldn't move an inch. Su Rui's hand was pressing down on his arm like an iron gate. The scarred man was astonished. This man didn't seem particularly strong, and his build was merely average. Yet he possessed such terrifying strength. It was unbelievable. Devil. Demon. With 3 legs incapacitated, the scarred man felt as if the lower half of his body was losing sensation. And this man was about to break his fingers one by one. What else could he be but a demon? "My first question is, who sent you?" "I don't know." Smack. As soon as the scarred man uttered those words, he let out a howl of agony. Su Rui had already snapped the scarred man's right index finger before he finished speaking. Pain from the core. The sensation of his bones and muscles tearing apart was no less than having his knees shattered. The pain seemed to come from the depths of his soul, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. "My second question is the same as the first. Who sent you?" Su Rui remained expressionless, as if the scarred man's excruciating pain did not affect him at all. The scarred man was still stubborn. "I want to say, I." "Ah." His second finger was broken again. With 2 fingers now bent backward, they were almost touching the back of his hand. It was gruesome. Xiaqing watched in horror from behind. She had always been the good girl, the top student in school, never skipping class or falling in love early. After graduating from a prestigious university, she received a full scholarship to Yale, and she had never imagined, let alone seen, the darker side of the world that Su Rui was revealing. I'll tell you, please. Please don't break anymore." The scarred man was now in so much pain he could hardly breathe. Every part of him was screaming in agony. He swore that he would rather die than fall into this man's hands. "If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation." Su Rui clapped his hands and said, It's Yang." Just as the scarred man was halfway through his sentence, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, and 2 xenon headlights shone in from the nearby road, their brightness blinding. "Ah!" Xiaqing quickly covered her eyes. After being exposed to that light, she wouldn't be able to see anything for at least 10 seconds. The car, too blurry to identify, was speeding toward them in the blink of an eye. It seemed to want to take advantage of the momentary blindness to make a collision. Su Rui's eyes were unafraid of the bright light. If it were just him, he could definitely dodge such a crash, but he had Xiaqing by his side. "Jump." At the critical moment, Su Rui did not hesitate. He tightly wrapped his arms around Xiaqing's waist, took a few steps back, and leaped off the bridge railing. At that moment, the car had already reached the spot where they had just stood, and the scarred man was instantly crushed into a mass of blood and flesh, killing to silence. It seemed the driver was an expert. After running over the scarred man, the car performed a hard drift, and despite the high speed, it merely brushed against the bridge railing. This was truly unbelievable driving skill. The driver did not exit the vehicle. He looked out the window at the pitch-black river, then turned the car around and roared away. Xiaqing was tightly held by Su Rui. Although the bright light had caused her temporary blindness, she was very clear about the entire process of jumping into the river, yet she felt a bit dazed. In the past, this good girl would never have imagined or done something so reckless. Once they hit the water, the cool river awakened her completely. Although Xiaqing could swim, the swimming skills she had practiced in a pool were absolutely inadequate for such a high dive. If Su Rui hadn't adjusted their position in midair, she might have been knocked out by the immense pressure held by Su Rui. Xiaqing did not struggle. She didn't even need to open her eyes to feel Su Rui swimming toward the shore. His arms were strong, and his chest was warm. This was a sense of security Xiaqing had never experienced before. With warmth and softness in his embrace, a certain part of her body pressed against his arm. But Su Rui did not display his usual lecherous demeanor. He silently swam toward the shore. Once they reached the bank, both were soaked through. The wind blew, and Xiaqing couldn't help but sneeze. Although it was already mid-May, the night air was still quite chilly. Get in the car. Su Rui scooped Xiaqing up in a princess carry and jogged toward the RV. As expected of the Lin family's vehicle, the RV was equipped with everything: towels, bathrobes, suits, and dresses, all belonging to the father and daughter. Seeing Xiaqing's clothes completely soaked and clinging to her body, revealing her delicate curves, Su Rui couldn't help but swallow hard. Quick, take off your wet clothes and dry yourself off. Otherwise, you might catch a cold. Su Rui grabbed a towel and started drying Xiaqing's hair. Su Rui was very meticulous. This was the first time a man had dried her hair, and Xiaqing felt a bit strange, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. If it weren't for this man, I might have been assaulted by a dozen thugs by now. He saved my life. But Xiaqing wanted to change clothes. Yet Su Rui, this big man, was still here, making it impossible for her to take off her outfit. Fine, I'll go to the driver's seat. You can take your time changing, Su Rui said with a grin, then opened the car door and ran to the driver's seat, even pulling up the partition between the front and back compartments. The high-end customized GMC RV really is user-friendly. This partition not only blocked the view, but also provided sound insulation. So even if the secretary in the back row was doing something inappropriate, the driver wouldn't see or hear a thing. Once Xiaqing had changed into a lady's bathrobe, Su Rui pulled back the partition. Is your home far from here? I can give you a ride, he asked, leaning his head over. His eyes widened as he noticed Xiaqing in her white bathrobe, radiating a unique beauty. Though it was modest, it was even more alluring. When their eyes met, Xiaqing quickly looked away, saying, not too far, it's in the Fonglin Bay community. It'll take about 15 minutes by car. Rarely did Su Rui act like a gentleman, and he wasn't sure if he had lost his mind or what, but after dropping Xiaqing off at her home, he actually turned down her invitation for a cup of hot tea. Being a fake gentleman was exhausting. He thought about how Xiaqing looked in that bathrobe, and he slapped the steering wheel in regret. Just then, Lin Fujian's call came in. After briefly explaining the situation, Su Rui hung up. After checking into the luxurious suite at the 5-star hotel Xiaqing had booked for him and taking a shower, he lay on the bed, reminiscing about the beautiful women he had encountered that day, quickly drifting into a blissful sleep with a smirk on his face. The next day, Su Rui didn't drive the RV to pick up Lin's father and daughter. What an international joke. He was the sun god Apollo, not a chauffeur. However, when he arrived at Biking Group in that highly recognizable RV, the two security guards from yesterday were wide-eyed again. Could this guy really be the son-in-law of the big boss? Otherwise, how could he qualify to drive this car? And the chairman wasn't even inside. This was clearly a case of misuse of company property. Thinking back to how they had offended such a character yesterday, the two guards broke out in cold sweat and surrounded Su Rui, saying, Brother Su, your generosity is greatly appreciated. Please don't hold it against us. We acted that way yesterday just to keep our jobs. Su Rui smirked. I understand. Otherwise you'd have packed up and gone home looking for work ages ago. Brother Su, we will always remember your kindness. Enough of this cheesy talk. Su Rui glanced around and threw a flirtatious look at the two awkward receptionists, then asked, Has Lin Aoshue arrived yet? In all of Ninghai, the only person brave enough to call Lin Aoshue the girl was probably Su Rui. The two security guards' faces immediately darkened, and they quickly replied, President Lin hasn't arrived yet. Another one chimed in, Brother Su, didn't you say you were President Lin's boyfriend? You must know why she is not here. Sitting on a stool, enjoying the back massage from the two guards, Su Rui shook his head in frustration. You guys must have girlfriends. You know how it is. When a woman gets angry, it's terrifying. Sigh. I've been having a spat with this girl for the past 2 days. She won't even let me on the bed. Huh. You've been sleeping with the president? The two guards were astonished, half believing. But just then, a cold voice echoed from the door of the security room. Su Rui, clarify what you mean. Who's not letting you on the bed? Lin Aoshua stood at the door, her expression icy. Chapter 011. The son-in-law speaks originally. Lin Aoshua had a slightly better impression of Su Rui due to his stunning performance last night and the fact that he saved her life. However, she never expected that as soon as she arrived at work, she would hear Su Rui boasting loudly in the security room. This guy actually claimed that she wouldn't let him sleep with her. How infuriating. But what Lin Aoshua didn't realize was that her lack of explanation only deepened the misunderstanding. Who said I wouldn't let you sleep with me? The implication of that statement was essentially, I've always been willing to let you sleep with me. The two security guards, who were initially skeptical of Su Rui's words, became convinced after hearing Lin Aoshua's remarks. Since they were already sleeping together, it seemed like the couple was just having a little quarrel, and they decided not to meddle in their business. Su Rui couldn't help but chuckle, choosing not to clarify. Lin Aoshua, still unaware of the ambiguity in her words, continued angrily. Didn't we agree that you would come to my house last night? Where did you run off to? Upon hearing this, the two security guards were taken aback. The CEO herself said Su Rui went to her house last night. It seemed this guy really was the lucky son-in-law of the Baiken group. A couple fighting, best to keep a distance. The two guards observed quietly, pretending they hadn't heard anything. But this was undoubtedly big news. The most beautiful woman in Ninghai's business world not only had a boyfriend, but was already sharing a bed with him. From now on, Baiken Group had a new son-in-law. Su Rui was barely able to contain his laughter. He knew Lin Aoshua was referring to his promise to check for listening devices at her villa, but why did she always leave out the key details? This was truly a beautiful misunderstanding. Seeing the expression of the two guards, Su Rui felt very pleased. He approached Lin Aoshua and said with a grin, Aoshua, let us keep our matters private and not let outsiders laugh at us. Lin Aoshua turned to leave, finding him utterly despicable. He was taking advantage of her both in public and private. Su Rui jogged after her, not forgetting to exchange a knowing glance with the two guards and the receptionist. I still stand by my original decision. If your sales in the marketing department don't reach 1 million in a week, you'll leave Baiken immediately. I don't want to see you again. Su Rui immediately felt displeased. Lin Aoshua, if it weren't for me last night, you might have been taken away by those thugs. And now you're repaying kindness with malice? Lin Aoshua hesitated for a moment, seeming to realize that she might have been a bit harsh, but this guy was simply too infuriating. Lin Aoshua, do you think just because you're pretty, you can bully people at will? I'm not falling for that. After saying this, Su Rui stepped out as the elevator door opened. Do you think just because you're pretty, you can bully people at will? Watching Su Rui's angry back, Lin Aoshua snorted coldly. But even she didn't realize that while she was snorting, the corners of her lips had turned up slightly. Once Su Rui reached the marketing department, he casually sat down at his desk. He didn't need to go out for business, so he opened his computer to watch the live NBA regular season game. However, after a short while, Su Rui began to angrily curse. That idiot Tris. Didn't I tell him not to play solo last time? He just goes off on his own. When I get back, I'll make him shoot 20,000 three-pointers. If there were any basketball fans nearby, they would think Su Rui was being ridiculous. After all, Tris was last year's NBA Rookie of the Year, super hot and widely followed. At that moment, the team leader of Business Group 1, Chao Tianping, walked over. He didn't dare act arrogant in front of Su Rui. This was the chairman's favorite, after all. Moreover, the key point was that Su Rui had managed to get the latest uncut version of a movie starring Tanya Landor, so as a diehard fan, Chao Tianping had to curry favor with his subordinate. Chao Tianping pulled a chair over and leaned in closer to Su Rui. Ahem, Su Rui. When can you help me get Tanya's new music video? I heard it's going to be released in 7 days. Su Rui looked at Chao Tianping disdainfully. It's still 7 days until the release. What's the rush? I can get it for you in 7 days. Really? You're serious? Chao Tianping's face lit up with joy. Of course. Why would I lie to you about something so trivial? Su Rui rolled his eyes. Trivial? This is huge. Chao Tianping rubbed his hands together excitedly. I'll treat you to lunch at the cafeteria. Treating me to lunch at the cafeteria? Su Rui smirked. How stingy. Chao Tianping chuckled. Our cafeteria has pretty good food. You'll definitely remember it after you try it. Just then, a woman exuding a strong fragrance stood behind Su Rui and Chao Tianping, sneering, Group Leader Chao, watching game videos during work hours is against company policy. No wonder your group's performance never improves. You better watch out and not fail too badly during the month-end evaluations. Achoo. The strong scent of her perfume made Su Rui's nose itch, and he couldn't help but sneeze. Wiping his nose, he turned around and saw a woman in a red business suit. I say, miss, did you pour an entire bottle of knockoff perfume on yourself? Why does it smell so overpowering? Su Rui pinched his nose and said, who are you calling miss? In Xiaomei's eyebrows shot up. As the leader of Group 2, she initially planned to flaunt her Group's achievements and look down on Xiao Tianping, but she didn't expect to encounter such an impertinent newcomer. She was only 31. How could he call her miss? In Xiaomei really wanted to rip Su Rui's mouth apart. This is In Xiaomei, the leader of Group 2. Xiao Tianping's expression turned slightly displeased. This woman was always aggressive, acting as if she was superior to everyone else. And her head seemed to be in the clouds whenever she had a bit of success. She was not well liked in the company. But it was said that her distant cousin was the deputy director of the Ninghai Business Bureau, so no one dared to provoke her. Because of this connection, In Xiaomei's performance was excellent. Whenever she went out for business, her cousin would make a call in advance to help her out. When people heard that business was coming from the deputy director of the Ninghai Business Bureau, they would immediately agree, making it impossible for her sales performance not to rise. Of course I'm talking about you. Su Rui rolled his eyes. If I don't call you miss, should I call you young lady? Uft. Xiao Tianping was about to take a sip of water when he heard Su Rui's words. He couldn't hold it in and ended up spraying In Xiaomei all over. Her expensive red business suit was immediately stained with yellow tea and Xiao Tianping's saliva. In Xiaomei looked at her dripping clothes and screamed in anger, "You're all a bunch of bastards." Bastards. Immediately, all eyes in the shared office area turned towards them. Losing face, In Xiaomei shouted, "What are you all staring at? Look away." Everyone, not wanting to get caught up in this woman's bad luck, quickly turned their heads away. Su Rui leaned on Xiao Tianping's shoulder and said, "I guess the powder on this Miss' face weighs at least a pound." Xiao Tianping usually wouldn't dare to provoke In Xiaomei, but for some reason, he felt emboldened and replied, "Yeah, it looks about right. That powder could make 2 steamed buns. You 2 damn bastards." Hearing Su Rui and Xiao Tianping's comments, an even more enraged In Xiaomei couldn't take it anymore. She was used to bullying others and couldn't tolerate being bullied herself. "Xiao Tianping, my outfit is this year's new model from Vasek, worth over 8,000. You've turned this into such a mess. You owe me compensation." As soon as Xiao Tianping heard this, he shrank back. Although his salary and commission were decent, over 8,000 yuan was no small sum. If this woman really wouldn't let it go, things could get out of hand. Was it really such a big deal just because he accidentally sprayed some tea? Su Rui rolled his eyes and shrugged, putting on a nonchalant look. "We're not paying you anything. If you have the guts, go ahead and deduct it from our salaries." You. In Xiaomei was momentarily at a loss for words, and in her fury, she let out a high-pitched scream. "You're being completely unreasonable. Who do you think you are? Shouting like a shrew? Do you want me to call security to have you removed?" Su Rui rubbed his ears, feeling annoyed. He hadn't expected the situation to escalate so much. Colleagues were gathering around to watch, but not a single person stepped in to mediate, clearly demonstrating just how poorly liked In Xiaomei was. In her anger, she thought, "This absolutely cannot be left unresolved. If I back down now, I'll never be able to hold my head high in this company again. Go ahead and call those useless security guards over. Let us see if they can drag me away or if they'll take you out instead." In Xiaomei put her hands on her hips, declaring, "One way or another, I will get to the bottom of this." "All right then, let us wait and see," Su Rui replied, picking up his phone. He turned to Xiao Tianping. "What's the number for the security office?" Xiao Tianping quickly gave him a number. After Su Rui dialed it, he said, "Hello, this is Su Rui." "Yes, that's right. It's me. There's a troublemaker in the marketing department causing a scene. Hurry up and drag her out. Drag her out." Realizing he had misspoken due to the pressure of the situation, Su Rui quickly corrected himself. Don't do anything drastic, just get her out of here." Uft. Xiao Tianping, whether intentionally or not, couldn't hold back his laughter and sprayed his tea everywhere. Unfortunately, it hit In Xiaomei right below her abdomen. A large wet spot formed on her skirt, making it look like she had wet herself. "I will make you pay for this. I swear." In Xiaomei slammed the table. This woman was truly turning the co-working space upside down, seemingly forgetting that the CEO's office was on the same floor. Meanwhile, a few people in the security room were hurriedly grabbing their batons and rushing out. Quick, quick! Our group's son-in-law has given the order. It's rare that we get to be useful, so let us make sure to perform well. Call in more brothers to join us." Chapter 012. You are the queen of shrews for some unknown reason. Despite the chaos happening in her department, Director Shui Riyun still hadn't stepped out of her office. This woman, who looked like she could make it rain with her sheer confidence, clearly saw the scene through the floor-to-ceiling glass. She shook her head and, to Su Rui's surprise, gave him a discreet thumbs up and a flirtatious wink through the glass. Su Rui was enjoying a moment with Xiao Tianping when he suddenly felt a strong electric current shooting in from the side, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned his head and caught Shui Ryun's playful smile, which made his heart flutter like it had been scratched by a cat's paw. She was definitely a seductress. Faced with such provocation, how could Su Rui show weakness? His gaze shifted from Shui Ryun's face to the two towering peaks below, and he blinked. The latter seemed oblivious to his gaze and instead stood up to stretch, showcasing her curves, before turning and walking into the personal lounge. Was this a signal to let the flames of conflict burn freely? It seemed that the woman named In Xiaomei was truly unlikable. Even her director wouldn't come to her aid, indicating her poor social standing. Su Rui shifted his focus away from Shui Ryun's perfect figure. If one looked closely, they would notice that while he eyed her with appreciation, there wasn't a hint of desire in his gaze. Chao Tianping, you two worthless guys. You must compensate me for this outfit and for emotional distress. 20,000 yuan. In Xiaomei was relentless, truly embodying the essence of a shrew. Which man could possibly tame her? 20,000. Do you think you're robbing me? That outfit can be dry cleaned for 50. Chao Tianping, who was already a bit timid, felt even more intimidated by In Xiaomei's aggressive demeanor. Even though he had mustered more courage today, he still struggled to keep up with her assertiveness, as arguing was a domain usually reserved for women. Upon hearing this, Su Rui's face darkened with several lines of annoyance. This old Chao was truly useless, offering 50 as compensation? How could he even say that? Is he even a man? Su Rui's motto was that if you've already offended someone, you might as well go all the way. Leaning in close to Chao Tianping's ear, he whispered something. Chao Tianping didn't quite catch it, and asked, "What did you say?" Su Rui leaned in again and repeated it in a voice that seemed almost inaudible. "I still didn't hear you." Chao Tianping replied helplessly. "There's a tigress right in front of us, and you're whispering." "I said." Su Rui suddenly raised his voice by 8 octaves and shouted. "I said that woman's chest is so large. Do you think it's filled with silicone?" At this, the entire floor of employees froze. They had already realized Su Rui was bold, but they never expected his audacity to shock them to this extent. In Xiaomei's brows shot up in fury. Su Rui had hit the nail on the head. Her chest was indeed enhanced. To impress her cousin, the deputy director, she had specifically gone to a cosmetic surgery clinic for the augmentation. Otherwise, how could she have captivated him so thoroughly? "You're slandering me. You're spouting nonsense. Damn you." In Xiaomei stomped her feet in anger, pulling out her phone and muttering, "I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. What's the number for 110 again?" It seemed that Su Rui had truly driven her to madness. Chao Tianping, upon hearing her mention the police, shrank back again and pulled Su Rui aside, saying, "What do we do if she calls the police?" Su Rui rolled his eyes in annoyance. This man was clearly henpecked. "Let me show you." Su Rui marched over, snatched In Xiaomei's phone, and tossed it straight into the cup of tea on Chao Tianping's desk. There was still a good amount of water in the cup. The phone screen flickered briefly before going black. "My phone is a limited edition Vertu, worth 70,000. You have to compensate me, or I'll never let this go." In Xiaomei was on the verge of insanity. She was no match for a rogue like Su Rui. Su Rui shrugged his shoulders helplessly, adopting an innocent expression that seemed to beg for a slap. "You too. I will make sure you both get kicked out of biking group. I swear." In Xiaomei looked ready to charge at Su Rui and tear him apart. At that moment, 6 security guards with electric batons burst in, pushing through the crowd while shouting, step aside, everyone, clear the way." The lead security guard saw Su Rui and immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, saying, "The security patrol team is assembled. Please give us your orders, sir." Now that's what I call being on the ball. This kid. No, this brother really knows how to play it smart. Su Rui was quite pleased. The onlookers exchanged glances, completely confused about why the guards were treating him with such deference. Su Rui looked at the guard with appreciation and asked, "What's your name?" The guard stood proud and replied, "Reporting to you, sir. My name is Chen Dao. I am the squad leader of Baikon's security team." Su Rui nodded. "Good. If I get the chance, I'll speak highly of you in front of Ao Shui." Chen Dao was even more excited, nodding repeatedly, nearly on the verge of tears. This was the group's distinguished son-in-law. One word from him could change everything. "Now, you all need to drag this troublemaking shrew out of the group. She is severely disrupting our work environment." Su Rui pointed at In Xiaomei, exuding righteous indignation. The guards' morale dropped when they recognized In Xiaomei. They looked troubled. They had heard of her connections. Though she was merely a team leader, she was someone who could walk all over others in the group, forcing many directors to give way to her. Caught between the son-in-law and the tigress, after weighing the pros and cons, Chen Dao approached In Xiaomei with the guards and awkwardly said, "Group leader In, please calm down and don't disrupt the company's office environment." In Xiaomei was on the brink of losing it. Seeing that the security guards were on Su Rue's side, she couldn't hold back her anger and began to curse. Me disrupt the office environment? You watchdogs have no right to talk to me. Do you think just because you're wearing human skin you can call yourselves people? Who in the company would even look at you? A bunch of useless sycophants. Xiaomei's words were vicious and cruel. Even Su Rue felt like kicking her off the 25th floor. This was pure personal attack. The security guards were all hot-blooded men, and upon hearing that, they were furious. However, as the maintainers of order in the group, they absolutely couldn't be the ones to break it first. If any of them laid a hand on Xiaomei, their security chief would surely fire them all. Thus, even though they were boiling with rage, none dared to act. At that moment, Lin Aoshue returned from outside and happened to walk over to the scene. All eyes were on Su Rue, and no one noticed Lin Aoshue in the corner. Seeing Su Rue passionately making his point, she didn't interrupt, but quietly stood to the side, her gaze fixed on the eye of the storm. When she heard Xiaomei's personal attacks, Lin Aoshue's beautifully shaped brows knitted together lightly. Xiaomei sneered at the guards. Why aren't you speaking? Are you all dumbfounded? A bunch of watchdogs. It seems you haven't even graduated from middle school. To get into Baiken is truly a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Slap. Before Xiaomei could finish her sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the office hall. Su Rue's large hand made solid contact with Xiaomei's left cheek. He really put some force into it. Xiaomei stumbled back, and the crimson imprint of his fingers instantly appeared on her face. Perhaps no one had ever dared to treat her this way. And after receiving that slap, the usually fierce Xiaomei surprisingly didn't retaliate, instead standing there in shock, covering her face. A few security guards, witnessing Su Rue standing up for them, immediately felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. This son-in-law is a real man, so considerate. Just for this slap, they would gladly serve him. The surrounding employees were completely stunned. Su Rue's actions were beyond anything they had anticipated. He actually went from words to blows. This was absolutely unprecedented since Baiken was established. Well done. At this moment, some people around started to secretly admire Su Rue, as he did what they had always wanted to do, but never had the courage to. Seeing Su Rue strike someone made Lin Aoshue frown a bit more. But strangely enough, in the next second, her expression relaxed completely. Group leader Ian, your words show a complete lack of conscience. Today, I must seek justice for our security brothers. Su Rue rolled up his sleeves, puffed out his chest, and tried to exude an aura of authority, pointing at Xiaomei's nose and loudly declaring, every person is born equal, and every profession should not be judged by status or wealth. Group leader Ian, let me ask you, without our security brothers patrolling day and night, could you sit comfortably in your clean office? While you enjoy the air conditioning, they are patrolling under the scorching sun. While you bask in the warmth, they are standing at the entrance, braving the bitter cold. And what did you just call them? It truly breaks my heart. How could Baiken have someone as inhumane as you? Su Rue appeared to be quite emotional, and the security guards already had tears in their eyes. As Baiken's security personnel, the hard work and pressure they endured daily were beyond what others could imagine. Su Rue spoke their hearts. His words were truly revolutionary. Continuing with heartfelt indignation, Su Rue added, you are the worst of the worst, the scum of humanity. I really don't understand how that little girl Lin Aoshue could have brought someone like you into the company. Su Rue's scolding was satisfying, while Lin Aoshue, standing in the corner, raised an eyebrow, her ample chest rising and falling dramatically. Chapter 013. Shocking you from childhood to adulthood. There are actually people who dare to say that their eyes were meant for drinking porridge. For some reason, Lin Aoshue felt no anger in her heart. Instead, she had a somewhat helpless feeling, though her face remained icy cold. Some people were initially ready to applaud Su Rue's words, but when he mentioned Lin Aoshue with those 6 words, everyone suddenly fell silent. This guy is really bold. Daring to curse the president in the headquarters is truly a classic case of you won't die if you don't court death. At this moment, Xiaomei, who had just been slapped, finally reacted. She touched her burning cheek and said in disbelief, you actually dared to hit me. You actually dared to hit me. What is there to be afraid of? You're just asking for it. I just did what everyone wanted to do. Su Rue chuckled. Do you believe I'll slap you again? Give it a try. As soon as Xiaomei finished speaking, there was another crisp slap. Su Rue had turned around and slapped Xiaomei again. Nice. Many people silently praised in their hearts. You asked me to hit you, so don't blame me. Su Rue said innocently. I'll tear you apart. I'll kill you. How dare you hit me? I'll have someone sink you in the Ningjiang River to feed the fish. Xiaomei's shrewish nature flared up, and she couldn't be stopped. She looked as if she wanted to swallow Su Rue whole. Her cheeks were red and swollen, resembling a fierce woman, just unbearable to look at. "Stop her," commanded Chinda Wu, and 2 security guards stepped forward to block In Xiaomei. "You watchdogs, get out of my way." In Xiaomei clawed at the security guards, leaving clear blood marks on their faces with her nails. Though the 2 security guards were furious, they couldn't hit back as freely as Su Rue. At this moment, Su Rue decisively yanked the electric baton from Chinda Wu's waist. "Young master, what are you doing?" Before Chinda Wu could react, Su Rue was already walking towards In Xiaomei with the electric baton. "You've made my ears hurt, so be quiet." As he flipped the switch, the front of the baton crackled with dazzling blue sparks. Without hesitation, Su Rue jabbed the high-voltage baton into In Xiaomei's stomach. Her body convulsed violently from the electric shock, and then she rolled her eyes and fainted. Everyone was stunned. They never expected such a result. This quarrel ended with In Xiaomei being electrocuted? How could the cousin of the deputy director of the city's commerce bureau be knocked out in public like this? Su Rue is truly powerful to the extreme. Wouldn't this cause a death? The onlookers exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. They had indeed never encountered such a situation before. "Call 120. Call 120. Some employees nearby started shouting. "Why call 120? She is not dead yet." Su Rue glanced at the unconscious In Xiaomei, then picked up the electric baton and, to everyone's shock, jabbed her again. Crackle. In Xiaomei's body trembled violently a few times, and then lay still again. Su Rue tossed the baton aside, clapped his hands, and sighed. "All right. Now you can call 120. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a corner, Lin Aoshue had a face full of black lines. In fact, this level of electric shock wouldn't cause any injury. She would wake up by herself after a while. In Xiaomei wasn't taken away by an ambulance, but was carried to the security department's lounge by several security guards, having just been called watchdogs. The guards were also holding back their anger, and during the process of carrying In Xiaomei, they were not gentle. She probably already had bruises all over. "Take your time. No need to see us off. Come play with our group again when you have time." Su Rue laughed and waved at the fainted In Xiaomei. "Old Chow, did you see that? If this woman dares to ride you again, deal with her like this." Chow Tianping was almost in tears, thinking, "Brother, how can I be as fierce as you?" At this moment, Lin Aoshue stepped forward and said coldly, "Su Rue, come to my office." Everyone was shocked. They were so busy watching the excitement that they hadn't noticed the president standing right behind them. This is bad. Openly injuring someone in the company, and being seen by the usually cold-faced president, Su Rue would probably be fired. The security guards wouldn't think that way. He is the group's son-in-law. Lin Aoshue's undisclosed boyfriend, who would dare to fire him? Maybe he was going to the president's office for a little private time. Su Rue had no worries at all. He followed Lin Aoshue, his eyes constantly glancing at her backside, feeling a bit regretful in his heart. This woman is flawless in both appearance and figure, yet her expression is always cold. She must have a story. Has she been hurt by a man before? Otherwise, how could she be indifferent to such a handsome guy like him? Su Rue thought wickedly. If Lin Aoshue knew what Su Rue was thinking at this moment, she would definitely want to fire him immediately to vent her anger. After entering the luxurious president's office, Su Rue closed the door, sank into the soft, comfortable sofa, and looked at Lin Aoshue, whose face resembled frost, asking, "My beautiful boss, what do you need me for? You electrocuted In Xiaomei in public. Have you thought about the consequences?" Lin Aoshue stared closely into Su Rue's eyes, but found no trace of fear or worry. What consequences could there be? That kind of woman deserves to be electrocuted. If I had the chance again, I'd give her a few more shocks. I wasn't satisfied with just that. Su Rue said nonchalantly. Lin Aoshue frowned tightly. Although In Xiaomei was a terrible person with a bad temper, she also disliked her. But Su Rue's actions were indeed somewhat inappropriate. "You look fearless. How could you care about her? Her cousin is the deputy director of the Ninghai City Commerce Bureau, and he handles many of Baikon's procedures. If he holds a grudge against you, it could cause significant losses for Baikon. Of course, that is not the main issue. Even if it were an ordinary person, you shouldn't have recklessly electrocuted someone. This could result in criminal charges." After Lin Aoshue finished speaking, she felt puzzled about why she was explaining so much to this detestable guy. What was wrong with her today? Su Rue casually replied, "What is the big deal? I said I'm here to help Baikon solve problems, and that includes all problems, so just leave this to me. You don't need to thank me." "Why should I thank you? It's obviously your mess, yet you call it helping me solve it." Lin Aoshue was truly speechless at Su Rue. Ninghai is a municipality directly under the central government, and Deputy Director Zhang Kaibin is at the vice ministerial level. Moreover, he is a local with solid connections. Even a major taxpayer like Baikon has to be cautious. Now Su Rue has electrocuted his cousin. How could he not make things difficult for Baiken? I've said it before, leave everything to me. There will definitely be no problems. Su Rui looked at Lin Aoshue, smiling, but his eyes held an undeniable quality. Seeing that gaze, Lin Aoshue momentarily recalled Su Rui's calmness and decisiveness when facing pursuit and siege last night. You can go now? And don't forget your 1 million sales target. Lin Aoshue adjusted her emotions and said lightly, you don't need to worry about that. I can complete it in no time. Su Rui looked at Lin Aoshue's snow-white neck and delicate earlobes, resisting the urge to take a bite as he turned and walked out. Watching Su Rui's carefree back, Lin Aoshue seemed lost in thought. After Yin Xiumei woke up, she naturally cried out for Su Rui to pay for his actions. Fortunately, she knew that if she caused too much of a scene, she might end up getting shocked herself, so she didn't create too much ruckus at Baiken. Instead, she stormed off to find her cousin, the deputy director, to resolve the issue. She believed that with her cousin's status, if he were to say just a word, Su Rui wouldn't be able to stay another day in Ninghai. The news of Su Rui stunning the infamous shrew, Yin Xiumei, spread quickly, especially among the sales team in the marketing department, who were finally able to hold their heads high. There were 15 people in the team, and aside from one sales champion who was absent, the other 14 were clamoring to throw a welcome party for Su Rui, making him feel quite celebrated. Even some girls from other teams came over to flirt with him, and he found it all very exhilarating. If Yin Xiumei showed up, he would definitely grab the electric baton again and stun her once more. It was a thrilling feeling to be a hero. Of course, this also reflected how unpopular Yin Xiumei really was. Su Rui, no matter how you look at it, the one who should thank you today is me, said Chao Tianping, slinging his arm over Su Rui's shoulder with genuine emotion. I've been a pushover in front of that Yin woman for so many years, and today, thanks to your reputation, I finally got to stand tall. It feels incredible. Su Rui shot him a glance. Then why aren't you treating me to a meal? It's just about dinner time. Let us head to the cafeteria. The frugal Chao Tianping affectionately pulled the eye-rolling Su Rui along. However, once they reached the cafeteria, Chao Tianping's performance was commendable as he piled up 10 or so dishes, filling their 4-person table to the brim. Well, that's quite sincere, but if you could treat me for dinner too, that would show even more sincerity. Su Rui nodded in approval. Many people in the cafeteria were buzzing about Su Rui, either curious or admiring. In any case, he had become the hottest topic at Baiken Group. Did you know he is actually the man of our president? I heard he spent the night at the president's house last night. Really? Our president is the #1 beauty in Ninghai's business circle. How could she be interested in him? Besides, she usually seems so cold and detached. She doesn't strike me as someone who would get emotional. What's there to doubt? A security guard told me himself. Didn't you hear those guards calling him son-in-law? Su Rui had remarkable hearing and caught snippets of the whispers. Instead of getting angry, he turned to the group at the next table and smiled warmly. At that moment, Xia Qing, the assistant to the chairman and someone with considerable status in Baiken Group, walked over. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before standing next to Su Rui with her tray in hand. Chapter 14. Who is stepping on whom? Such a lavish spread. May I join? Xia Qing asked with a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed as she caught sight of Su Rui, seemingly recalling their time alone together the night before. Assistant Xia, of course you can. It's truly an honor for me, Chao Tianping. Chao Tianping exclaimed in surprise as he saw Xia Qing approach. He never expected that the beautiful chairwoman's assistant, whom he usually looked up to, would choose to dine at the same table as him. What is going on? Could it be that his luck is finally changing? However, as soon as Chao Tianping spotted Su Rui sitting across from him, his excitement deflated. It was clear that Xia Qing was there for Su Rui, not for him. This fat guy didn't have that kind of charm. Once Xia Qing sat down, Chao Tianping felt a bit awkward. The allure of such a top-tier beauty was simply overwhelming. His hands trembled as he held his chopsticks. He felt so uncomfortable. Old Chao, thanks for this lunch. Su Rui suddenly said. No need to thank me. It's my duty, especially since I get to treat Assistant Xia. It's a blessing I'll cherish for a lifetime. Chao Tianping's sycophantic nature resurfaced. He always turned weak in front of women. I mean, if you have nothing else to do, you could leave. Don't interrupt my time with Assistant Xia, Su Rui said, looking at the clueless Chao Tianping, slightly annoyed. Do I need to spell it out for you? Xia Qing chuckled, covering her mouth. Chao Tianping was taken aback, then finally realized what was happening. This guy was clearly more interested in women than friendships. However, he was still hoping to get a few signed photos of Tang and I Landau from Su Rui, so he dared not offend him until he achieved that goal, especially since Landau was the star he had been obsessed with for years. Seeing Xia Qing and Su Rui together ignited more chatter in the cafeteria. Xia Qing's popularity in the company rivaled that of Lin Aoshue, And this serious yet hot-bodied assistant was the dream partner for countless male employees. It was a rare sight to see Xia Qing dining with a man. This was unprecedented. Hey, didn't they say Su Rui is the chairman's son-in-law? The president's man? Why is Assistant Xia having lunch with him? Could it be that Assistant Xia is planning to steal the president's man? With two stunning beauties by his side, Su Rui is truly living the good life. Jealous whispers filled the air, and if looks could kill, Su Rui would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows by now. What happened last night? I still feel a bit dazed thinking about it, Xia Qing said, her smile raising the temperature in the restaurant several degrees. Xia Qing wasn't lying. It was her first time encountering a kidnapping incident, and her mind was in a state of extreme tension. After being thrown into the river, she had relied entirely on Su Rui, not thinking for herself. Therefore now, when she recalled last night, everything felt hazy. She had developed a curiosity about this mysterious man. However, Xia Qing seemed to forget the saying that curiosity killed the cat. When a woman becomes curious about another man, it often means she will eventually develop feelings for him. I only remember bits and pieces of what happened last night, Su Rui said, blinking and smiling. I remember you were completely soaked, your clothes clinging to your body, showcasing your incredible figure. Xia Qing's face turned crimson, and she fell silent. This man's flippant words were a stark contrast to his decisive demeanor from last night. In the past, Xia Qing would never have dined with a man who spoke so casually. Yet now, she found herself not at all offended by Su Rui's remarks. In fact, she thought he was quite humorous. It was a remarkable change. At that moment, Lin Aoshua walked into the cafeteria. Upon seeing Su Rui laughing with Xia Qing, her gaze momentarily froze before she walked past without greeting them. This girl is getting more unreasonable. I need to teach her a lesson one of these days, Su Rui thought, gritting his teeth as he watched Lin Aoshua's graceful figure leave. In the afternoon, Su Rui found the office much less boring than before. He had become the star of Baiken Group, surrounded by a crowd chattering excitedly, especially the younger female employees, who were dazzled by the charming yet slightly rogue Su Rui. I'm back. I just landed a big deal, 200,000 in sales. Come celebrate with me. At that moment, a man in a white striped shirt appeared at the office door, his voice booming. This man wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked scholarly, but he was quite famous in the industry. Chen Leigang, last year's top salesperson at Baiken Group. In the past, Chen Leigang was like a star at Baiken Group. The more sales he made, the more commission he earned. As a young and wealthy man, he was always the center of attention among the female employees. However, today, after making his announcement, he noticed that no one in the office was paying him any attention. If it had been any other time, his words would have sparked a frenzy. A $200,000 deal was not something everyone could achieve. He then realized that the beautiful girls in the office were all gathered around a stranger who was engaging them with laughter, making them giggle uncontrollably. Anger surged within Chen Leigang. As last year's top salesperson, he had always considered himself the #1 star of the marketing department. Those pretty girls should have been surrounding him. Yet today, he had just closed a $200,000 deal and earned a commission of $20,000, but no one cared. He felt completely ignored. Who is he? I've never seen him before, Chen Leigang asked his colleague, suppressing his anger. You don't know? His name is Su Rui, a new salesperson in your group. He has quite the sensation right now. The colleague replied with a knowing smile. But to be fair, he does have some skills. Skills don't matter. In the marketing department, everything is measured by performance. Without performance, there is no skill. Chen Leigang retorted coldly and headed towards Su Rui. He couldn't allow a newcomer to steal his spotlight. Chen Leigang was used to the aura that surrounded him, accustomed to being the center of attention. And he absolutely wouldn't allow a newcomer to overshadow him. In fact, Su Rui had no intention of making enemies. This was just a case of suffering from others' jealousy. What's with all this chattering during work hours? Chen Leigang walked up behind Su Rui and cleared his throat loudly, trying to sound stern. The room fell silent instantly. All eyes turned toward Chen Leigang, who stood tall, seemingly regaining a bit of his confidence. Ahem. The group leader, Chao Tianping, was also chatting with Su Rui, but now felt a bit embarrassed by his member's reprimand. Leigang, you're back? Chao Tianping said awkwardly. This guy just has a bit better performance. Does that give him the right to look down on everyone? Group leader, who is this? Chen Leigang asked with a sneer. Chao Tianping, adhering to the principle of harmony, suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, well, I haven't introduced you yet. This is our new colleague in the group, named. Before Chao Tianping could finish saying Su Rui's name, Chen Leigang interrupted, casting a cold glance at Su Rui, who was lounging with his legs crossed. Newcomer, do you know the rules of Baiken's marketing department? Chao Tianping frowned slightly. It was clear that Chen Leigang was looking for trouble. He hadn't even mentioned Su Rue's name yet when he was interrupted, which left him feeling quite annoyed. Su Rue found it amusing. The marketing department was full of odd characters. Just as one troublesome person left, another clueless man showed up. Nearby, some colleagues were preparing to watch the drama unfold. And it seemed Chen Leigang still didn't know that Su Rue had just knocked out the department's top female performer. What are the rules of the marketing department? Care to enlighten me? Su Rue cupped his hands in a gesture of humility, pretending to be modest. It seems you're a senior here, so you should teach me well. The rule in the marketing department is that performance speaks for itself. I was the top salesperson in the entire group last year. How about you? A newbie who just started yesterday, trying to call the shots and not taking your work seriously. Do you know that if you don't produce results during your 3-month probation, you'll be immediately fired? As he said this, Chen Leigang shot a glance at Chao Tianping and added, "Right, team leader Chao?" Chao Tianping didn't dare to agree. Su Rue was a favorite of the chairman and had an ambiguous relationship with Lin Aoshue. Who would dare to fire him? Was he tired of being at Baiken for too long? Oh, so you're the sales champion at Baiken. It's an honor to meet you. Su Rue feigned enlightenment. Humph, glad you know, Chen Leigang said, standing with his hands behind his back. Newcomers should act like newcomers. A little humility doesn't hurt. At this moment, Chen, the so-called champion, finally felt the spotlight return to him after a few minutes of absence. He proudly glanced around at his colleagues, feeling quite pleased with himself. Oh, I wonder what your sales figures were last year, Champion Chen? Su Rue asked with a smile. The total sales of the pharmaceuticals and medical devices I sold amounted to 12 million, Chen Leigang boasted, his pride swelling. This was an unbeatable figure. By the end of last year, he had earned more than 2 million in commissions. In Ninghai, that amount could buy a small half apartment. After this year, with his outstanding performance, Chen Leigang would likely have his own sales team and become a team leader. Truly impressive, Su Rue thought, appearing quite admiring. Young people need to be diligent and hardworking. That's the kind of talent Baiken needs. Just boasting won't get you anywhere, you know? Chen Leigang, feeling victorious, took on a lecturing tone. Before Su Rue could respond, his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Victoria. Dear Apollo, I've arranged for the contract to be faxed over. According to the product list you provided, I purchased every category, totaling 20 million Huaxia yuan. Chapter 15. A distasteful bet of 20 million Huaxia coins. Su Rue couldn't help but gasp. Victoria was being incredibly extravagant. 20 million, just like that to Baiken? Wasn't it supposed to be just 1 million? It seemed she knew what Su Rue was thinking, as her explanation quickly followed. Indeed, we initially agreed on 1 million. But I felt that amount was not worthy of the great Apollo's status, so I took the liberty of increasing it a bit. A bit? Su Rue thought. Sister, that's 20 times the original amount. Noticing Su Rue engrossed in his phone, Chen Leigang, feeling ignored, said grumpily, "Hey, newbie, are you even listening? Are you taking in what I'm saying?" Su Rue glanced at the sales champion and thought to himself that this guy was really getting too full of himself. Give him an inch, and he takes a mile. At that moment, the fax machine suddenly beeped. A nearby girl looked at the incoming contract and couldn't contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, whose contract is this? 20 million. A full 20 million. What? How is that possible? A single order for 20 million? Chen Leigang was the first to react. Last year, he had worked tirelessly to sign over 100 contracts and only managed to sell a little over 10 million. Now, this one contract was worth 20 million. Impossible. The marketing department was also in an uproar. Did a client accidentally add an extra zero? But that shouldn't be the case, as the figures on the contract were clearly written in both numbers and words. There was no room for error. What are you shouting about? Making such a fuss is disrupting the office, Chen Leigang said, clearly skeptical of the contract. It's Su Rue's. His name is on it. It really is 20 million. The girl continued to exclaim, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Rue. Su Rue smiled, but said nothing. Chen Leigang stepped forward and snatched the contract. Let me see that. Despite flipping the contract over several times, Chen Leigang found no flaws. The large characters clearly stated 20 million, yet he still shook his head, saying, there must be something fishy about this contract. Brother Leigang, the contract clearly states 20 million in black and white. How can there be anything fishy? The girl, named Li Xiaowan, was fed up with Chen Leigang's arrogance. What do you know? This is impossible. Chen Leigang snapped, glaring at Li Xiaowan. A newbie like you cannot possibly achieve 20 million in sales in a single day. This time, it was Su Rue's turn to smirk. Champion Chen, I am indeed a newbie, but my abilities are not lacking. Why can't I sell 20 million? Besides, on what basis do you think my contract is fake? Based on my experience. Chen Leigang replied coldly. Even if your contract is real, the sale isn't final until the payment is received. Over the years, I've seen countless clients sign contracts but refuse to pay. Moreover, think about it. How big of a client would it take to come up with 20 million in one go? I've never seen such a thing. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just shows that the clients you've dealt with are not of a high enough caliber. Su Rui blinked, feeling even more disdain for Chun Leigang, narrow-minded and unable to tolerate others. A person like that, even if a sales champion, was a cancer to the company. Chun Leigang slammed the contract down on the table. You, a newbie, come to the company not to focus on doing business, but to pull off some shady tricks with fake contracts to deceive the company. Is that really fun for you? Su Rui shook his head and replied nonchalantly, not fun at all. Low-level, stupid. If you don't receive the payment within 3 days, let us see how you'll face it. I'll definitely lead the charge to report you, Chun Leigang said, full of confidence, as if he could already see Su Rui sulking over not being able to collect the payment. Low-level? Stupid? Since Su Rui could remember, no one had ever insulted him like that. Champion Chun, what will you do if I do collect the payment? Su Rui asked with a smile. Chun Leigang sneered. Did this rookie really think 20 million was a small sum? What a joke. If he could pull off 20 million in sales, wouldn't that mean he was handing over his title as the sales champion? You collect the payment. Chun Leigang picked up a cup of water, spat in it, and said, if you collect 20 million, I'll drink this cup of spit water right away. Can you really drink that? What a disgusting bet. Someone exclaimed, looking at the white saliva floating in the water. Su Rui thought, I was just trying to think of a punishment, and here you are, offering it to me. No, this isn't harsh enough. If we're going to play, let us make it big. Champion Chun, what do you think? Su Rui asked with a smile, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Confident that Su Rui wouldn't be able to collect the payment, Chun Leigang showed no fear. All right, let us make it big. Just don't be scared. Scared of you, Su Rui scoffed, picking up the cup of spit water and walking over to Chao Tianping. Team leader Chao, I need your help. What are you doing? I'm not drinking that, Chao Tianping said, pinching his nose and shaking his head. I'm not asking you to drink it. I'm asking if you have any phlegm, Su Rui replied. Phlegm? Of course. I've had a lot of it these days. After saying that, Chao Tianping asked warily, what do you want? Su Rui raised the cup to Chao Tianping's face and said, come on, spit all your phlegm into this cup. Whoa, that's too extreme, a male employee exclaimed. Just when everyone thought Chun Leigang's act of spitting into the water was harsh enough, they didn't expect Su Rui to be 100 times harsher. He directly asked a hefty guy to spit into the cup. Hearing Su Rui's words, some girls with weak stomachs began to feel nauseous. Even Chun Leigang's face was twitching. He was now in too deep to back out. After all, he was the one who proposed the bet. Is this really appropriate? Chao Tianping hesitated, not wanting to offend either of his team members. What is inappropriate? We're just engaging in fair competition. The more extreme, the better. Su Rui moved the cup a bit closer. Come on, hurry up and spit. Fine. Chao Tianping cleared his throat and, with a few coughs, spat all the phlegm from his throat into the cup. A hefty guy does have a lot of phlegm. There was almost half a cup. The yellow-green phlegm looked thick. Those thick strands of phlegm seemed like they would be impossible to bite through. The strength of it was something else. Definitely more satisfying than pulling noodles. Su Rui himself felt a bit nauseous as he held the cup in front of Chun Leigang, shaking it slightly. Champion Chun, what do you think of this bet? Chun Leigang looked at the thick phlegm floating in the cup, his muscles twitching uncontrollably, and a sinister smile crossed his face. Great. Just what I wanted. I'm really looking forward to seeing you drink this cup of water. I'm looking forward to it too. Su Rui solemnly placed the disgusting cup on the most prominent conference table in the marketing department and turned to Chun Leigang. To avoid any future disputes, how about we sign a contract right now? Just as Chun Leigang was worried that the other party might backtrack and play tricks, Su Rui's proposal hit right on his thoughts. All right, I'll write a note, and we can sign it right now. If anyone refuses to acknowledge it, they can just leave Bike and Company. Su Rui smiled slightly. No problem at all. Anyone who doesn't drink will be considered the other's grandson. These two are truly devious. The marketing department has become quite a spectacle. Ever since Su Rui arrived, it has been a whirlwind of events, with him dazzling In Xiaomei one moment and verbally sparring with Chun Leigang the next. There will be no shortage of entertainment in the future. All right. Chun Leigang looked at the note with the red stamp and then at the cup of what could make anyone nauseous, feeling quite pleased with himself. He seemed to envision Su Rui gulping down that cup of tea. Shui Riyun, the director of the marketing department, peered through the slats of the office blinds and clearly saw this scene unfold, a playful smile crossing her face. She murmured, after all this time, Baiken finally has someone interesting. At that moment, the phone on Shui Riyun's desk suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she found it a bit strange. What does the finance department want with me? Hello, Director Zhou, what brings your call? Shui Ruyun chuckled, her laughter sounding warm and inviting. Indeed, this woman had a knack for social interactions. Her ability to hold the position of marketing director at Baiken was no small feat. On the other end of the line was a delicate and smooth female voice, soothing like being submerged in a milk bath, bringing an inexplicable comfort. Ruyun, just now an accountant came over to report that your marketing department has received the payment for the goods, said Zhou Ang, the deputy director of the finance department. Does receiving payment for such a trivial matter require you to personally inform me? This must be quite a hefty sum, Shui Ruyun joked. It's not just hefty, it's enormous. Zhou Ang on the other end took a deep breath. A whopping 20 million. And that's just one transaction. I really don't know which genius salesperson in your marketing department managed this. 20 million? At these words, Shui Ruyun's face was filled with shock. She then looked out the glass wall at Su Rui, her expression turning to one of realization. However, even so, she found it hard to calm the storm of emotions within her. Before this, she believed Su Rui could recover the payment. But she never expected it to happen so quickly. Completing 20 million in sales in just one day on the job is unprecedented not only in Baiken, but in any company across the nation. Ruyun, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the payment receipt to the marketing department right away. After Zhou Ang finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Shui Ruyun remained immersed in shock, watching Su Rui outside the window, her emotions incredibly complex. Who exactly is this man? Why did Lin Aoshua assign him to the marketing department? Chen Leigang sneered. It's black and white on paper, Su Rui. I warn you, don't try to backtrack later. Everyone in the company is watching. At that moment, an excited voice rang out at the entrance of the collaborative office area in the marketing department. Who is Su Rui? Our finance department has received your 20 million payment. Chapter 16. Brave warriors, drink this bitter melon juice. Before the words were finished, the smile on Chun Leigong's face had already frozen. The entire hall of the marketing department fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone recognized the young girl, full of youthful energy and waving a receipt, as Hu Qianqian, the secretary of the finance department's deputy director. Zhou Ang. Did they really receive the 20 million in goods payment? If Hu Qianqian confirmed it, then this matter would be set in stone, without a doubt. Chun Leigang stared at Hu Qianqian with a fierce expression, enunciating each word. Is what you're saying true or false? Hu Qianqian, with her ponytail bouncing, skipped over. Of course it's true. The receipt is right here, 20 million. The entire finance department is buzzing with excitement. Upon hearing this, Chun Leigong's expression darkened ominously. Su Rui, he actually managed to pull it off. Hu Qianqian, excited, asked, what's wrong, Leigang? Why do you look like that? Isn't this 20 million your deal? We all thought only you had the capability for this. Hu Qianqian's words were like salt on a wound for Chun Leigang. What does she mean only I have such capability? There are plenty of talented people in our marketing department. Chun Leigang nearly shouted in frustration. Hu Qianqian was startled. Why are you yelling at me? How can you speak like this? Are you afraid someone will take your sales champion title? This Hu Qianqian was indeed a master at delivering cutting remarks, hitting Chun Leigang right where it hurt. The reason Chun Leigang was so agitated was precisely because he feared losing his sales champion title. That position was his alone, and he absolutely couldn't let it go. What Chun Leigang failed to notice was that everyone in the marketing department was looking at him with glee. Some even questioning what kind of person Su Rui was to have landed a 20 million deal on his very first day. Such a person would be a national treasure in any company. Hearing Su Rui's words, many employees couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy was too merciless. Could he really hit someone that hard? Chun Leigang was filled with anger and humiliation, staring at the cup of disgusting liquid, on the verge of tears. What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? This was the most vivid embodiment. Hu Qianqian looked at the cup in surprise, curiously asking, is this yellow-green stuff fresh juice? Fresh juice. Chun Leigang was filled with regret, wishing he had never signed that agreement with Su Rui. Looking back, it was clear that this guy had been setting a trap for him from the start. Poor him for being so clueless and actually walking right into it. Now faced with this disgusting concoction, what should he do? The agreement clearly stated that if he didn't drink it, he would be automatically resigning from Bkong. Of course, no one would force Chun Leigang to resign, but if he tried to avoid it, how could he continue to work in this company? Who would associate with someone who lacked integrity? If he followed the agreement. Oh my God, looking at what was in that cup, Chun Leigang felt a strong urge to die. If he really drank it, he wouldn't just be brave. He'd be a martyr. Now, brave warrior, drink this cup. Su Rui said with a smile, extending the cup forward. Chun Leigong's face turned a deep shade of purple. At that moment, some of those who usually couldn't stand Chun Leigang began to chime in. Are you even a man? You talk like you're just passing gas. You signed an agreement, but won't follow through? Are we all blind? Chen Leigang, if you're a real man, drink this cup. If not, just resign. We don't want to work with a coward. It seemed that Chen Leigang's usual arrogance had earned him quite a few enemies. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. And reveling in someone else's misfortune is always a source of joy. Chen Leigang's face shifted between green and white. His throat felt tight with conflict. This is actually bitter melon juice. Hu Qianqian seemed incredulous, exclaiming in disbelief before covering her mouth and running out. The men in the marketing department had truly gone too far. This was beyond any human tolerance. Su Rui smiled slightly, waving his hand in a generous manner. How about this, Chen? You don't have to drink it all. Just take a sip, that's enough. Chen Leigang looked at Su Rui suspiciously, wondering if this guy was really going to help him. It didn't seem likely. Was he playing some kind of trick? Besides, what is the difference between a sip and a cup? Really just a sip? Chen Leigang asked doubtfully. Really, why would I lie to you? Su Rui assured him, nodding earnestly. As a man of courage, you can't even handle this little bit, right? Su Rui and the surrounding colleagues kept goading him. Fine, one sip it is. I'll drink. Chen Leigang knew that if he really tried to back out, it wouldn't just be about losing a bet. He would definitely be unable to continue at Beacon Group, where all his resources and connections lay. He absolutely couldn't leave. What was more important, face or making money? After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Leigang finally mustered the courage to make this decision. The marketing department's office hall fell silent once more, everyone holding their breath. Their eyes fixed on the transparent glass in Chen Leigang's hand. Everyone wanted to see how he would accomplish this shocking feat. It was just a sip, right? To stay at Beacon, he'd risk it all. With a firm bite of his teeth, he pinched his nose with one hand and raised the cup with the other, pouring the contents into his mouth. He drank slowly, but instead of just taking a sip as Su Rui suggested, 10 seconds later, the cup of yellow-green liquid was empty. Chen Leigang wanted to throw the cup down and wipe his mouth, then shout triumphantly, "What a great drink!" But in reality, he couldn't do that at all. Just thinking about how much he had consumed made his stomach churn. Su Rui held back his own nausea and said, "Didn't we say just one sip? Why did you drink it all? Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I need to throw up. I need to go too. I probably won't have an appetite for lunch today." Completely disgusted, the onlooking employees fled the scene. In just half a minute, the large office hall was left with only Chen Leigang. Everyone else rushed off, covering their mouths to find the restroom to vomit. Even Su Rui took advantage of the chaos to slip away, feeling the nausea rising in his throat and looking at the empty hall. Chen Leigang threw the cup hard to the ground. Damn Su Rui, I will definitely get my revenge, just wait. With that, Chen Leigang stormed out with red eyes. He was going home to brush his teeth. Minutes later, people began to trickle back into the office, and at this point, Su Rui had undoubtedly become the center of attention. A newcomer had achieved 20 million in sales on his very first day. How could that not astonish everyone? If anyone claimed he had no backing, no one would believe it. Lin Aoshue was in her office, engrossed in documents, completely unaware of what had transpired outside. Just then, a knock on the door broke her concentration. Come in. The door opened, and the marketing department director, Shui Riyun, walked in. Though this familiar woman was dressed in conservative professional attire, her curvaceous figure could easily stir the fantasies of all the men around. Riyun, is there something you need? Although Shui Riyun was older than Lin Aoshue, Lin still called her Riyun, which showed that their friendship was quite good. General Manager Lin, there's something I must report to you. Oh, what is it? Lin Aoshue looked at Shui Riyun's expression, feeling a bit puzzled. I believe the annual sales champion of our biking group has already emerged ahead of schedule, Shui Riyun said with a smile. The annual sales champion has emerged early? It's only May. Lin Aoshue recalled that last year's Chun Lei had completed over 10 million in orders, but more than 4 million of that was done in the last month. If he had such a hard time, how could Shui Riyun claim that the sales champion had already appeared? Shui Riyun gracefully sat down and placed 2 sheets of paper in front of Lin Aoshue. 20 million? Su Rui? Lin Aoshue clearly saw the words on the contract. Even someone as composed as she was couldn't help but be moved. Of course, her first reaction was disbelief. Is there a verification of the contract's authenticity? Shui Riyun smiled and said, the authenticity of the contract no longer matters, because the 20 million in payment has already been transferred to the finance department. So, General Manager Lin, the sales target you set for Su Rui, which was 1 million per week, has been exceeded by 20 times. 20 times. Lin Aoshue was left speechless. When she assigned that task to Su Rui, it was purely out of her dislike for him, as she wanted to push him out of Baiken. Yet, Su Rui had exceeded the target by 20 times. Even if she wanted to fire him, she couldn't find a reason. Would she really complain that he was making too much money for the company? A record-breaking single sale of 20 million deserved significant recognition. 20 million was not something an ordinary wealthy person could easily come up with. Who exactly was Su Rue? How could he achieve such results? If Lin Aoshua knew that Su Rue had completed this massive order by simply sending a few QQ messages, she would probably be 1,000 times more shocked than she was now. The icy beauty Lin Aoshua sat in her chair lost in thought, completely unaware of when Shui Ruyun had left. Chapter 017. Seeking justice, Justice Chun Lei had just transformed into a brave man, or rather, a martyr. In Xiaomei, who had been stunned by Su Rue, was crying in a luxurious villa with a man. As she wept, she shouted, "I want to kill him. I absolutely must kill him." The man frowned and replied, "I'm in a meeting, and you had to call me back. You don't even explain what happened. Just crying like this, what's wrong with you? Cousin, you have to help me take revenge. You must help me." In Xiaomei cried pitifully, her eyes swollen like light bulbs. Her hair a disheveled mess, looking completely different from before. Revenge? What exactly happened? Just tell me already. If anyone else were present, they would surely recognize this man as Zhang Kaibin, the deputy director of the Ninghai City Bureau of Commerce. Although In Xiaomei and Zhang Kaibin were considered cousins, they had no actual blood relation. In fact, In Xiaomei was secretly Zhang Kaibin's mistress. This villa was also bought by Zhang Kaibin to keep his lover hidden away. "A new employee at our company insulted me today. I just retorted a couple of times, and he actually picked up a security guard's stun baton and knocked me out." In Xiaomei's face was streaked with tears, her eyes filled with uncontainable rage. Zhang Kaibin was taken aback. He knew that Bai Kong had treated his cousin In Xiaomei quite well because of his influence. So what happened today? How could someone have the audacity to knock her out? This was outrageous. A surge of indescribable anger rose within Zhang Kaibin. In Xiaomei had been with him for several years, and he had been quite good to her. Although she could be a bit headstrong, she was always obedient in front of him. Moreover, Zhang Kaibin was utterly infatuated with her ample bosom. If he couldn't touch them for a day, he would feel uncomfortable. Thus, upon hearing that In Xiaomei had been knocked out, Zhang Kaibin felt as if he were about to explode. Who the hell did this? Zhang Kaibin shouted angrily. His name is Su Rue. He's a new employee in the marketing department. When In Xiaomei saw Zhang Kaibin was willing to stand up for her, her sobs quieted down a bit. A newcomer dares to be so arrogant? I need to get Lin Fuzhong to give me an explanation. Zhang Kaibin said, fuming. I'm going to Bai Kong right now. I'll go with you. In Xiaomei followed him closely. What are you doing following me? Zhang Kaibin, being a man in the system, knew that if he went so openly to seek justice for his cousin, others would inevitably gossip. If any scandal broke out, it would be quite troublesome for him. Additionally, given the size of Bai Kong, would Lin Fuzhong, the chairman, even give him face? However, with his mistress being knocked out within Bai Kong, Zhang Kaibin had to seek an explanation. If he swallowed his anger and said nothing, he would not be a real man. If news of this got out, he could forget about maintaining his reputation in Ninghai. I will go with you. In Xiaomei gritted her teeth and said, I want to see that guy get kicked out. Stay here and behave. Do you think this matter is so easy to handle? Zhang Kaibin couldn't take it anymore. He knew In Xiaomei was clearly the type to provoke trouble. Even if someone knocked her out, it was likely she had instigated the situation first. Just wait here. Stay put. Zhang Kaibin pressed In Xiaomei down on the sofa and stormed out. Su Rue, I want you out of Bai Kong. After you're out, I'll find someone to finish you off. As she thought about everything that had happened today, humiliation filled In Xiaomei's heart. Her eyes were full of resentment as she picked up a fruit knife and stabbed it into the sofa cushions, causing cotton to fly throughout the living room. At that moment, someone in the marketing department's lobby shouted, Su Rue, the president is calling for you. Everyone looked at Su Rue with envy. A deal worth 20 million, and he quickly caught President Lin's attention. Lin Aoshua was the dream girl of most male employees at Bai Kong. Many fantasized about sitting in her office, but almost none had the qualifications. Yet Su Rue had managed to go in twice on his first day. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a faint fragrance in the office. Su Rue closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and wore a satisfied expression. What are you doing? Lin Aoshua frowned. This guy always showed this inappropriate look whenever he saw her. I'm just enjoying the scent in your office, Su Rue replied dreamily. Lin Aoshua didn't he want to waste time bantering with him and quickly got to the point. Her tone still icy. All right, let us get serious. How did you land that 20 million deal? How I signed it is none of your concern, right? As long as I can bring in results, Su Rue smiled slightly. 20 million. My commission should be over 2 million, right? Lin Aoshua replied with a faint hum. You can go to the finance department to collect your commission. Since the amount is large, it requires the approval of Vice President Zhou Ang. Just find her directly. You're not going to fire me now, are you? Su Rue asked with a grin. his gaze wandering over Lin Aoshue's delicate features. How could this girl be so beautiful? Lin Aoshue was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Su Rui's performance had completely exceeded her expectations. This seemingly rogue behavior always brought her a different feeling. Moreover, after last night's incident, Lin Aoshue realized that Bai Kong and herself were under the watchful eyes of many, and she trusted her father's judgment. With a mysterious figure like Su Rui around, the danger level would surely be reduced. In just 2 short days of contact, this man had shown her too many extraordinary traits. You won't have to do sales anymore, Lin Aoshue said casually. What will I do then? Su Rui raised an eyebrow, worried that this girl was about to fire him. Just stick around in the marketing department. Thanks to Lin Aoshue's words, Su Rui became the most leisurely person in Bai Kong Group from that day on, with his daily work consisting of chatting, joking, and flirting with beautiful women. Oh, and don't forget that I'm coming to your room tonight to check for listening devices. Make sure to hide your underwear and such. I don't want to see them. Su Rui said with a lecherous grin, then closed the door and left. Lin Aoshue remained silent, continuing to look down at her documents. But she stared at one page for a long time without turning it, clearly distracted. At that moment, Deputy Director Zhang Kaibin had arrived at Bai Kong Tower in his official car and stood in front of Chairman Lin Fuzhong's office, gently knocking 3 times on the door. After knocking, without waiting for permission, he pushed the door open and walked in. Having navigated the political landscape for so many years, Zhang Kaibin had his own set of rules for such details. Lin Fuzhong was checking emails when he looked up and saw Zhang Kaibin enter, immediately breaking into a beaming smile. Director Zhang, what a surprise to see you here for an inspection. Come in, have a seat. Lin Fuzhong appeared very enthusiastic. Zhang Kaibin chuckled awkwardly and sat down, wondering if the news about Yin Xiaomei being knocked out hadn't reached the chairman's ears yet, or if this old fox was just playing dumb. Chairman Lin, to be honest, I don't come here without a reason. Although Zhang Kaibin claimed he was there to seek justice, he wasn't aggressive. His expression was somewhat stiff, but overall he remained polite. Oh, may I ask what brings you here, Director Zhang? If there's anything I can assist you with, I'll do my utmost to help, Lin Fuzhong said, personally pouring Zhang Kaibin a glass of water. Zhang Kaibin chuckled, Chairman Lin. You know I have a cousin named Yin Xiaomei who works in the marketing department at Baiken Group. She's quite outstanding and is currently the leader of Business Group 2. Lin Fuzhong appeared completely unaware of the situation. But, Chairman Lin, my cousin was knocked unconscious today at Baiken's headquarters by a newly hired employee wielding an electric baton. I wonder if you've heard about this. Zhang Kaibin paused, taking in Lin Fuzhong's astonished expression. This could definitely be considered intentional harm, which is a criminal offense. What? An employee actually had the audacity to openly harm someone with an electric baton? Who did this? I'll have him come and apologize to Director Zhang immediately, and after that, he can pack his things and get out of Baiken Group. Lin Fuzhong slammed his hand on the coffee table, his face filled with anger. At this point, Zhang Kaibin was certain that Lin Fuzhong's expression was genuine. He truly seemed unaware of the incident. After all, as the chairman of a large corporation, Lin Fuzhong's status was so high that such matters typically wouldn't reach him. Really, there's no need for that. Chairman Lin, you're being too polite, Zhang Kaibin said. Since the other party had offered a way to ease the situation, he felt he couldn't push back too hard, or it might come off as overly aggressive. There's no need for dismissal. After all, it's not easy for him to work at Baiken. I just need an apology and some compensation for the emotional distress caused, Zhang Kaibin asserted, wanting to maintain a stance. But he was confident that Lin Fuzhong would grant him some leeway. Sure enough, Lin Fuzhong replied angrily, such a person must be fired. Not only has he caused severe physical and mental harm to Director Zhang's cousin, but he has also severely damaged Baiken's overall image. He shouldn't stay even a day longer. Chairman Lin, really, there's no need for that. You're giving me too much face, Zhang Kaibin remarked, surprised by how well Lin Fuzhong was cooperating. It seemed that in the future, he would need to greenlight certain procedures for Baiken. I never expected such a serious incident to occur in my company. This reflects my management failures. On behalf of the entire company, I would like to apologize to Ms. Yin and hope that Director Zhang can help me convey this. Lin Fuzhong said with a heavy expression. If it's convenient, I would like to visit her in the hospital tomorrow. Chapter 018. You agreed to come to my house tonight to visit her in the hospital? No, really don't bother. My cousin will be fine after a couple of days' rest, Zhang Kaibin said, waving his hands repeatedly. His mistress, his cousin, wasn't lying in a hospital bed. She was at home stabbing a pillow with a knife. Then I'll visit her at home. I hope I can help ease her trauma, Lin Fuzhong said, rubbing his teacup. He quickly changed the subject, asking, by the way, do you know who that reckless guy is who knocked out Director Zhang's cousin? I heard he has a new employee named Su Rui. Zhang Kaibin smirked slightly. Given Lin Fuzhong's attitude, it was clear that this damn Su Rui was probably going to be fired. Once he was booted out of Baikong, Zhang would find someone to teach him a lesson. After all, in Ninghai, he knew plenty of people in both the underworld and the legitimate business world. Once he dealt with Su Rui, that In Xiumei would be even more devoted to him. He had heard that this woman had a sister who was also incredibly beautiful. If he could win over both sisters, it would be a double blessing. Thinking about this, Zhang Kaibin couldn't help but swallow hard. Already planning when to take In Xiumei's sister out for a meal. However, he didn't expect that upon hearing the name Su Rui, Lin Fuzhong's expression would suddenly become extremely interesting. It was a mix of confusion and entanglement, with a hint of caution thrown in. The chairman of the prestigious Baikong Group showing such an expression was quite shocking to Zhang Kaibin. Su Rui? Director Zhang, are you sure the person who knocked out Ms. In Xiumei is named Su Rui? Lin Fuzhong asked, looking somewhat pained, as if he had just choked on his food. A bad feeling surged in Zhang Kaibin's heart. He sneered, yes, it's definitely Su Rui. What's wrong? Did I put you in a difficult position, Director Lin? Alas, Lin Fuzhong forced a smile and sighed heavily. Zhang Kaibin's smile turned colder. Director Lin, I'm not someone who doesn't know better. If I truly put you in a tough spot, then just pretend I never came today. With that, Zhang Kaibin stood up to leave. Director Zhang, please let me explain. Lin Fuzhong pressed down on Zhang Kaibin's hand, saying, it's not that I don't want to give you face, it's just that this matter is too special. If it were someone else, I wouldn't hesitate to fire them and make sure the police pursued criminal charges. But this Su Rui is really different. Zhang Kaibin had no intention of actually leaving. He was just putting on an act, waiting for Lin Fuzhong to pull him back in. Oh, from what you're saying, does this Su Rui have a rather special identity? Zhang Kaibin asked, casting a doubtful glance at Lin Fuzhong, as if trying to verify whether he was putting on a show. Even if the other party's identity was extraordinary, what could it matter? He was the deputy director of the Ninghai City Bureau of Commerce. In this territory, who would dare to disregard him? A newcomer, no matter how tough, couldn't possibly compare to him. However, Lin Fuzhong had been in the business world for many years. How could he let Zhang Kaibin see through him? That would be too weak. Indeed, Director Zhang, you're not wrong. Lin Fuzhong paused before saying, Su Rui's true identity is indeed extraordinary. Really? Then could you please let me know? I'd like to see which dragon has come to Ninghai, Zhang Kaibin said, finally convinced that Lin Fuzhong was acting. This guy was clearly trying to pull a fast one on him, so his tone became rather unfriendly. Seeing the expression on Zhang Kaibin's face, Lin Fuzhong shook his head. He understood exactly what the deputy director was thinking. Lin Fuzhong leaned in closer and lowered his voice, saying, Su Rui is the direct grandson of a certain big shot in the capital. Lin Fuzhong's voice was low, but it sent a shock through Zhang Kaibin's entire body. The capital? Which big shot? Zhang Kaibin understood that, compared to Ninghai, the situation in the capital was far more complex. It was a place filled with big names, and the power struggles involved were beyond his imagination. If Su Rui really was the grandson of a big shot in the capital, then this was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Director Zhang, how could you be so naive? Think about it. Among the big shots in the capital, who has the surname Su? Lin Fuzhong continued to guide him. Could it be that you're talking about? The shock was written all over Zhang Kaibin's face. He was genuinely stunned by such an identity. Before Zhang Kaibin could articulate his thoughts, Lin Fuzhong nodded. Exactly, it's him. If Su Rui really was that big shot's grandson, then Zhang Kaibin would have to consider himself unlucky. He hadn't expected to storm in here, full of righteous indignation, only to end up with such a shocking conclusion. But Director Lin, how can you prove that he is that big shot's grandson? I can't go back and explain this to my cousin. Su Rui was indeed sent to Baikong Group for training by that big shot. Otherwise, why would I personally invite him to dinner last night? It was at the Junlan Hotel, and many people saw it. If Director Zhang doesn't believe me, just ask around, Lin Fuzhong asserted confidently. Zhang Kaibin was horrified. He couldn't confirm the truth of the matter at that moment, but since Lin Fuzhong said so, it surely wasn't baseless. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. What kind of connections did Lin Fuzhong have to associate with someone from the capital? He had barged in here, full of bravado, only to be met with courteous words. If Lin Fuzhong really did have ties to that big shot, he had offended him terribly. That big shot could decide his life or death with a single word. If he had known that this was how it would turn out, even if he had broken up with In Xiumei, he wouldn't have dared to come to Baikong to demand an explanation. Was he trying to get himself killed? He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind and confirmed once more that Lin Fuzhong was telling the truth. If Su Rui were just some low-level employee, Lin Fuzhong wouldn't have needed to take such a big risk to tell such a huge lie. He had no reason to do so. But since he had, it was enough to prove that Su Rui's status was indeed extraordinary. If he was that big shot as grandson, then In Xiaomei would have to swallow her pride and avoid Su Rui from now on. After all, that big shot was not someone they could provoke. They couldn't even afford to curry favor, let alone demand an explanation. Was that not asking for trouble? Having figured all this out, Zhang Kaibin realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Director Lin, I came today just to understand my cousin's situation. I had no intention of confronting Su Rui. I hope you understand, Zhang Kaibin said with an awkward smile. Of course. Speaking of which, this is also related to my mismanagement, so I hope Director Zhang can forgive me. How about this, Director Zhang? Tonight, I'll host a dinner for you at Junlan Hotel as an apology. Let us not leave until we're drunk. What do you say? Lin Fuzhong said with a smile. Zhang Kaibin quickly waved his hands. No, that's too kind of you, Director Lin. I just remembered that I have unfinished business at my office, so I'll take my leave now. Let us have a meal another day. With that, Zhang Kaibin hurriedly turned to leave, wiping the sweat from his brow as he did. Watching Zhang Kaibin exit, Lin Fuzhong sneered twice, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Who do you think you are to act so brazenly in front of me? However, recalling the lie he had just told, Lin Fuzhong couldn't help but smile wryly. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Surely the big shot in the capital wouldn't find out that he was using his name to assert dominance. This Su Rui really knows how to give himself a headache. The moment he arrived at the company, he knocked out In Xiaomei. If anything were to happen to her, how would he clean up the mess? Lin Fuzhong rubbed his temples in frustration. Su Rui hadn't even had the chance to get the finance vice president, Zhou Ank, to sign off before it was already time to clock out. After signing a whopping 20 million deal, the team was clamoring for him to treat them to dinner, and Su Rui naturally agreed. However, the boisterous Chun Lei gang, who always guzzled down drinks, had mysteriously vanished. Just as the group was getting ready to pack up and head to the restaurant to feast on Su Rui, the door to the president's office swung open, and Lin Aoshue emerged from the end of the corridor in a crisp white business outfit. The moment she appeared, it was as if a snow lotus had blossomed in the office hall, cold and pure, instantly illuminating everyone's eyes. Lin Aoshue had always been the most beautiful sight in the entire Beacon group. In that instant, everyone fell silent, their movements and chatter ceased. As the goddess's influence was undeniably powerful, all eyes were on Lin Aoshue as she gracefully approached Su Rui. Many of the male colleagues swallowed hard. How lucky was Su Rui to have the opportunity to be so close to the president? This was something that many could only dream of. Since most of the marketing department staff had been out last night, only a few people, including Chao Tianping, witnessed Lin Fuzhong personally inviting Su Rui to dinner. They were all wondering in their minds. Yesterday the chairman invited him, and today the president is here. What exactly is Su Rui's status? He might just be a revered figure in the marketing department. Those like In Xiaomei and Chun Leigang who dared to cross him would surely face dire consequences. Where are you going? Lin Aoshue asked, her brows slightly furrowing. Su Rui chuckled awkwardly. Well, being new here, I was planning to treat my colleagues to dinner, to bond a bit and strengthen our relationships. Lin Aoshue's frown deepened. Have you forgotten what you promised me? The people around them were astonished. When had they ever seen the Ice Queen, President Lin Aoshue, speak to a subordinate in such a tone? But what surprised them even more was yet to come. What did I promise you? Su Rui replied, though he thought to himself, this girl even looks stunning when she frowns. She really is one of a kind. You promised to come to my house tonight, remember? Lin Aoshue said coldly. Chapter 19. One day, I'll make you sing conquer. Lin Aoshue's words nearly turned the entire office building upside down. Did you not say you would come to my house tonight? Who would dare to believe it? And who could believe that such a line came from the lips of the icy beauty, Lin Aoshue? When a woman says something like this to a man, the implications are already quite clear. At that moment, Su Rui couldn't help but feel countless envious and jealous gazes shooting towards him. If those looks could kill, he would have been pierced through countless times. Chao Tianping never expected that among his team members, there could be such a formidable person who managed to win over the most sought-after beauty in the Ninghai business world. Haha, right, we did agree to go to your room. Su Rui quickly corrected himself, changing your house to your room. Since he would eventually end up in Lin Aoshue's room for a check anyway, he hadn't said anything wrong. However, Su Rui was also muttering to himself, thinking that Lin Aoshue really ought to be clearer when she spoke to avoid misunderstandings. But then again, such misunderstandings weren't all that bad. However, when these words fell on others' ears, they seemed far too ambiguous. In a public place, talking about going to the CEO's room? What could possibly be in the CEO's room? Surely, there must be a bed in there. What else could the two of them be doing in a room together? Of course, It was to roll on the big bed. Lin Aoshua didn't see it that way at all. With her status and personality, she didn't need to care what others thought. As long as she did what she was supposed to do, there would be no problem. Let's go, she said, turning around and leaving. Su Rui awkwardly smiled at everyone, saying, the CEO has some matters to discuss with me. Another day, when I have time, I'll definitely treat everyone to a meal. The crowd responded with disdainful looks. With such a beautiful woman by his side, how could he have the mood to eat with others? Who would have thought that Su Rui was actually the CEO's boyfriend? No wonder the security guards called him son-in-law when they approached. I thought they were joking. At that moment, some relationship-seeking individuals couldn't help but lament that if they had realized Su Rui had such connections, they would have rushed to support him when In Xiaomei bullied him. They might have even been the first to grab a stun baton and knock her out. Others began to look down on Chen Lei, who had just arrived. Su Rui was the CEO's boyfriend, with half of Baikan under his influence. Yet you still insisted on comparing sales figures with him, only to end up not knowing how you died. Even getting spit on would be too light a punishment. At the headquarters of Tianxiang Group, Chairman Song Ili was sipping coffee when suddenly, a text message popped up on his phone. As he read the content, his expression instantly turned extremely grim, and he slammed the cup down onto the floor. The expensive carpet was immediately stained with coffee. Then, in a fit of rage, Song Ili grabbed a vase from the windowsill and smashed it against the glass coffee table. Crash! The vase and the table were both destroyed, shattering into pieces. Bitch! Bitch! Always acting so cold and noble, yet you're just a whore. Song Ili was beside himself with anger, kicking the sofa furiously. This guy really seemed to have some serious violent tendencies. Lin Fuzhong's RV drove into a small estate filled with the breath of spring, surrounded by beautiful scenery with mountains and water. Hidden among the green trees and blooming flowers stood a 4-story building, quietly positioned at the center of the estate. This is your family's villa? Su Rui looked around, marveling. This is truly a big family. This is no villa. It's practically an estate. I can't imagine how much it must have cost to own such a piece of land in the bustling capital. Lin Fuzhong chuckled. This is a property I bought over 20 years ago. Back then, I was young and ambitious, thinking that living in a big house was impressive. So I specifically bought this piece of land. If you like it here, feel free to stay. There are guest rooms available in the small building anyway. It would also make it easier for us to bond. Su Rui nodded but then pouted, thinking to himself, who wants to bond with you, you old man? If I want to bond, it should be with Lin Aoshua. However, when Lin Aoshua heard her father say this, her expression changed dramatically, and she quickly slapped Lin Fuzhong's thigh. Su Rui could clearly see a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Seeing this, Su Rui couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wasn't a monster. At most, he was just a lecher. Did he really deserve such tension from Lin Aoshua? Noticing the threat in his daughter's eyes, Lin Fuzhong forced a smile and stopped talking. His daughter was too stubborn. Some things you had to experience personally to understand. Lin, brother, have the driver circle the estate. I want to see what the surroundings are like, Su Rui suddenly said. Okay. Lin Fuzhong understood that Su Rui wanted to familiarize himself with the situation beforehand and was quite responsible. Lin Aoshua snorted but didn't argue. The estate was not small, and at a slow speed, it took nearly 10 minutes to circle around. Brother Lin, your security setup here is quite impressive. Su Rui observed the figures faintly visible among the bushes and remarked, 14 people on duty, 30 cameras. This must cost a pretty penny every month. Lin Fuzhong, hearing this, was visibly shocked. Indeed, as Su Rui said, there were 14 security personnel arranged around the estate, most of whom were hiding in the bushes. How did he notice that? Moreover, the number was spot on. If merely spotting silhouettes could be explained, Su Rui accurately naming all 30 concealed cameras was astonishing. To be clear, these cameras had been disguised in various ways. Even up close, one might not notice them. Who exactly was this Su Rui? Lin Aoshua raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. She had never inquired about the security situation at home, leaving it all to her father, and this was the first time she was hearing these figures. She hadn't expected Su Rui's insight to be so sharp, able to see through her father's arrangements. Su, brother, I admire you. It's hard to believe you figured out the security configuration of this villa at a glance. I had a professional company design it, and it was modified and improved later on. You really are impressive, Lin Fuzhong said incredulously. Lin Aoshua coldly replied, maybe it was just a coincidence. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Aoshua, Lin Fuzhong glared at her. His daughter was indeed overstepping, but Su Rui didn't mind at all. Seemingly used to Lin Aoshua's attitude, he smiled slightly and said, Brother Lin, to be honest, while your security setup looks decent on the surface, it wouldn't hold up against a professional assassin. What? Is that true? Lin Fuzhong was skeptical of Su Rui's words. With a dozen professional security personnel hidden in the dark, wasn't that safe enough? That's alarmist talk, Lin Aoshue threw in coldly. I have no reason to lie to you. Su Rui recalled some things from the dark underworld in the West, his expression serious. Against ordinary thieves, your security personnel might be somewhat effective. But if faced with those international professional assassins, they wouldn't even have the chance to sound the alarm. Lin Aoshue didn't look back, still staring out the window. Professional assassins from the international scene? How could they possibly find me here? Su Rui coldly replied, driven by interests, nothing is impossible. You have synthesized triazolam on a microscopic level using polymer methods, significantly reducing the production cost of the trendy new drug X1 that has taken the West by storm. By more than 5 times. To my knowledge, both international pharmaceutical companies and underground drug lords regard your patent as a coveted prize. This is no longer just a matter of billions, but potentially hundreds of billions. Lin Aoshue raised an eyebrow and said, this is China, a society governed by law. What could they possibly do? You are too naive. The dark world operates in ways far beyond your imagination. Su Rui shook his head, thinking this stubborn woman was truly beyond saving. She never listened to anyone. He almost wanted to pin her down and spank her. Lin Fuzhong sighed as well. Moreover, I don't believe that the security forces my father set up would be unable to stop those people you mentioned. There was one secret Lin Aoshue knew. These security personnel were provided by a high-end bodyguard company, all armed. No matter how skilled those foreigners were, could they possibly evade so many bullets? How could that be possible? In fact, it wasn't Lin Aoshue's fault, after all. The violence portrayed in movies is far removed from real life. Just like someone who has never encountered ugliness always believes life is beautiful. Or someone who has never witnessed miracles thinks life is mundane. Lin Fuzhong perked up his ears. He too wanted to hear what profound insights Su Rui might share. As this was a matter of the Lin family's safety and could not be taken lightly. How about we make a bet? Su Rui said with a smile. What kind of bet? Lin Aoshue replied, seeming a bit interested, though her expression remained cold. Very simple. If your security personnel can stop me, you win. If they can't stop me, you lose. What do you think? Deal. Lin Aoshue added, can they shoot? This girl is really ruthless. Su Rui raised an eyebrow. He was determined to spank Lin Aoshue one day, making her cry and sing conquer with her, but in the air in front of him. Aoshue, don't be ridiculous. Lin Fuzhong reprimanded. Su Rui is a valuable guest I went to great lengths to invite. If anything happens to him, how will I explain that? And you're talking about shooting. Does your daughter ever think before she speaks? I'm not being ridiculous, Lin Aoshue replied coldly. Since Su Rui wants to imitate those so-called assassins, he needs to create a realistic environment. Otherwise, how can anyone be sure he's not just bluffing? Chapter 20. The real drill. This reason simply doesn't make sense. How rude of you. Lin Fuzhong was indeed a bit displeased. He had spoiled his daughter too much, leading to her current outrageous behavior. I think Aoshue is right. If I want to prove that the security of this villa is inadequate, I need to show some real skills. Su Rui nodded and said, allow the security personnel to shoot at me. They shouldn't hold back. After a pause, he continued, of course, you don't need to inform them about this. Just treat it as an impromptu anti-terror drill. After saying this, Su Rui reassured Lin Fuzhong, Brother Lin, don't worry, I'll be fine. If I say I can do it, I definitely can. Lin Fuzhong sighed. It was clear that, having never seen the dark side of the Western world, he didn't really believe Su Rui could handle such a challenging task. However, since it was a bet, there had to be some stakes. Su Rui glanced at Lin Aoshue and said, of course. What do you want to wager? Lin Aoshue, with her characteristic poise, replied, it's quite simple. If you lose, you must leave the Lin family in Baikan and never let me see you again. Oh, so this little girl is challenging me, huh? Su Rui felt a bit annoyed. After all, he had saved her life last night and earned her 20 million today. Was she really ungrateful? In truth, Lin Aoshue didn't genuinely want to drive Su Rui away, as he seemed very mysterious to her now. After a series of events, her aversion to him had lessened. But thinking back to his lewd remarks on the plane put her in a foul mood again. Deal with the consequences of your bet, Lin Aoshue said coldly. All right. Since you've proposed such a harsh wager, I need to come up with something equally tough, Su Rui said, a glint in his eye. He didn't even need to think. The stakes had already been in his mind. Otherwise, why would he have asked Lin Fuzhong to get out of the car? If I win, you have to let me spank you once, Su Rui said with a smile. Lin Aoshue's face flushed instantly. Pervert. It was the first time in her life that she had heard a man say such a thing in front of her. You're shameless and lewd. Bad boys are loved by women, Su Rui shrugged. You know I'm a rogue. And you were the one who said to deal with the consequences of the bet. What's the matter? Now that you've heard my wager, you're not afraid to take it, are you? Lin Aoshue was provoked by Su Rue and immediately exclaimed, "Why would I be afraid to bet? Deal." Su Rue replied with a grin. Having just placed a bet in the afternoon, forcing Chun Lei to drink phlegm, and now preparing for another round in the evening, Su Rue thought perhaps he could get a taste of something more. He smacked his lips, thinking how wonderful life was. "You better watch out. Don't get shot." Lin Aoshue coldly tossed a remark before getting out of the car. What a vicious mouth she has. Such a girl who won to shed tears until she sees the coffin. "Let us see how I deal with your backside later," Su Rue chuckled, stepping out of the car and slowly walking out of the Lin family estate. As Su Rue exited the estate, two dark gun barrels were aimed at his head from the shadows. Lin Aoshue and Lin Fuzhong stood in the villa's surveillance room, where dozens of television screens displayed images from every corner of the estate. The head of security was stationed at the control panel, staring intently at the screens. The moment there was any unusual activity, he would immediately notify his colleagues via the intercom. "Aoshue, you're being reckless." Lin Fuzhong couldn't help but reprimand his daughter at that moment. Lin Aoshue huffed coldly. If he wants to enter Baiken, he must have some real skills. If he gets shot in the process, that's his own fault. Lin Fuzhong shook his head helplessly. He truly had no way to handle his precious daughter. "Boss, does this guy really think he is invincible? We have over a dozen brothers here, all armed with live ammunition. How could he possibly get through unscathed? That is simply impossible," the head of security scoffed. All the cameras here covered almost every angle, and all the bodyguards had received professional training. No wonder he was so confident. Hearing this, Lin Aoshue hesitated but still said, "Notify them to not aim for vital areas when they shoot." Lin Fuzhong glanced at his daughter in surprise, then calmly said, "Let us treat this incident as a real situation drill." Su Rue isn't the kind to brag. "None of us have dealt with those top assassins, so we shouldn't jump to conclusions." "Understood, boss." The head of security seemed displeased with his boss praising an outsider. After issuing a few commands into the intercom, he focused intently on the screens. For some reason, a vague sense of tension crept into his heart. "Keep a close watch on all directions. If anything unusual occurs, notify everyone immediately. Report every 3 minutes." The head of security said with a serious expression. At that moment, all the screens were eerily quiet, not even a whisper of wind. The sky was gradually darkening, and this atmosphere made Lin Aoshue feel a bit oppressed. The usually cold and fearless girl hadn't felt such pressure in a long time. Just then, the image on the first screen suddenly vanished, replaced by static. Lin Aoshue clasped her hands together, her gaze frozen. This could either be a malfunction or the signal was deliberately cut off. Of course, Lin Aoshue was inclined to believe the latter. The head of security quickly asked nervously, "Position 1. Respond if you hear me. What happened? Why is the signal down?" In response, there was only a chilling silence. Cold sweat instantly dripped from the head of security. This indicated that something had happened to the bodyguard at position 1, who couldn't even manage the simplest response. "Everyone, move towards position 1. The enemy is there. Be cautious and cooperate." The head of security immediately commanded. Lin Aoshue and Lin Fuzhong exchanged glances, both seeing the tension and shock in each other's eyes. The cameras almost covered every angle. Yet there was no sign of Su Rue on the screen, and the signal had been cut. There were no sounds of fighting on the intercom, and something had gone wrong with the bodyguard at position 1. What on earth was going on? Just when the head of security's command was issued, another screen flickered with static. As the head of security shouted again, the bodyguard at position 2 had also encountered an issue, completely unresponsive. Next was position 3, 4, and 5. The head of security was thoroughly panicked. He had no idea where the enemy was or what methods they were using, and he had already lost 5 of his men. "Can someone tell me what the hell is happening?" The head of security shouted anxiously into the intercom. "I don't know. We can't see where the enemy is." A bodyguard replied, their hearts racing. Fear before battle. Lin Fuzhong's face was dark and stormy, as if it could drip water. He never expected that the heavily invested security measures he had implemented would be so easily defeated by Su Rue. The opponent had managed to achieve this without making a sound. In the next half-minute, 5 more screens turned to static. The entire security team was at a loss in the face of this situation. The enemy was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the estate, leaving them completely unable to track him down and utterly helpless. Then, it seemed that Su Rue was no longer satisfied with this level of attack. Perhaps he found the speed too slow. 1 minute later, the remaining 20 screens simultaneously turned to static. This was an unstoppable rhythm. Could anyone still hear them? What was going on? The security captain shouted repeatedly into the intercom, but no one could answer him. It was a complete rout. The security captain's expression was grave as he put down the intercom, drew his pistol from his waist, and positioned himself at the door. Even if Su Rue intended to break in and take the boss hostage, he would have to get past him first. Aoshua, it seems your gamble is destined to fail, Lin Fuzhong said bitterly, his voice strained, as Su Rue's strength far exceeded his expectations. If this were a real assault, the Lin family might as well surrender. Lin Aoshua's heart was also in turmoil. Was this the same man who had been so frivolous and carefree? In the past few minutes, he had transformed into a god of death. Which one was the true him? Lin Aoshua couldn't understand why such a strong contrast could exist within the same person. However, thinking about her wager with Su Rue, a faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks, which had not been seen in a long time. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the monitoring room was extremely tense, and no one noticed her unusual reaction. Damn it, why did I agree to such a wager with him? Lin Aoshua could not accept the thought of losing. If she really had to let that annoying guy touch her, God, the outcome was simply unimaginable. Aoshua, Su Rue is not a simple character. There is much you can learn from him, Lin Fuzhong said, treating the situation as a real attack. His body tense as he constantly glanced at the screens filled with static. Lin Aoshua turned to the security captain and asked, "Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" The security captain turned his face, a bitter expression on his face. Given that the opponent can take out all our brothers without a sound, if we force our way out, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Lin Aoshua fell silent. The security captain was right. The feeling was indeed unpleasant, as if death could strike at any moment. Just then, all the screens in the monitoring room suddenly lost power, and the lights above went out abruptly. The entire Lin family estate was plunged into darkness. Chapter 21. Terrifying skills. The moment the entire estate was plunged into darkness, Lin Aoshua felt her heart tighten. A fear she had never experienced before surged within her, gradually spreading through her body. Lin Fuzhong was also quite tense. He was truly in the thick of it now. The room was pitch black, and in the dark, people's fears often magnify. "Boss, miss, stand against the wall. I'm here." The head of security was also scared, but he had to put on a brave front. With so many of his men taken out, what could he do to turn the tide? Even if the wind was strong, what good would it do? Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed through the room. "Who is there?" The head of security's hairs stood on end, and his hand holding the gun trembled slightly. How did the intruder get past him at the door? Lin Fuzhong and Lin Aoshua clearly recognized that it was Su Rue's voice. An overwhelming sense of disbelief filled their hearts. Indeed, this voice truly frightened them. "Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot." The head of security stood in front of the Lin father and daughter, gun aimed at the source of the voice. "You should shoot now, instead of making threats. It won't do you any good." Su Rue's voice suddenly came closer, whispering in the head of security's ear. The latter felt as if he had encountered a ghost, his body shuddering. He hadn't heard any footsteps. How did this person get so close? The head of security hurriedly tried to raise his gun to shoot, but at that moment, Su Rue said, "Don't shoot. With this time, I could have killed you dozens of times." As soon as he finished speaking, the head of security felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. His head tilted, and he passed out. Su Rue clapped his hands, walked over to the main power switch, and pulled the lever. The entire villa was illuminated once again. This bodyguard is really weak. He didn't even know there was a main switch in the monitoring room. Su Rue smiled, addressing the astonished Lin father and daughter. "All right, the war is over. You're all dead now." Looking at the seemingly casual Su Rue, Lin Aoshua's gaze was complicated. The events that had just unfolded had left her with a strong visual impact that she wouldn't be able to shake off anytime soon. At that moment, Lin Aoshua didn't even think about the wager. She was just in shock, pure shock. From the time the first surveillance screen flickered with static to the moment the lights came back on, the whole process hadn't taken more than 5 minutes. What kind of monstrous physical ability and combat awareness did it take to achieve this? Lin Fuzhong was so stunned he couldn't speak. He was truly grateful this was just a drill. Otherwise, the entire Lin family would have been wiped out. That so-called ironclad security arrangement was completely like paper in front of Su Rue. Reflecting on the confidence he had shown when discussing this security system earlier, Lin Fuzhong couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. "Brother Su, I never expected you to." Lin Fuzhong searched for the right words for a long time, but couldn't find any. "I've said it before, otherwise. Why would I bet with Aoshua?" Su Rue said with a smile. Mentioning the wager instantly complicated Lin Aoshua's expression. She had always been a person of her word. Was she really going to go back on it this time? But how could she tolerate Su Rue making her slap her own butt? How could he be so strong? "I already instructed the bodyguards to use their guns." It seemed Su Rue could see through Lin Aoshua's thoughts. He shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I want to give them a chance to shoot. Brother Su is bold and skilled. If I may ask, What was the wager between you and Aoshua? Lin Fuzhong asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshua's expression turned dark. Su Rui glanced at Lin Aoshua and chuckled, Brother Lin. Well, Aoshua said that if I lost, I'd have to pack up and leave Baikan immediately and never come back. That's unacceptable. Lin Fuzhong exclaimed, clearly agitated. Someone as capable as him is hard to find even with a lantern. Su Rui is definitely a distinguished guest. Why does Aoshua keep trying to drive him away? This is a bit too much. Lin Aoshua shot Su Rui a surprised glance. Initially, she thought he might blurt out something about slapping her, but he cleverly diverted her father's attention with another wager. Thank goodness, if Lin Fuzhong knew she would have to be slapped. Lin Aoshua probably wouldn't dare stay in the Lin family villa any longer. Aoshua, Brother Su is our esteemed guest. You must not say such disrespectful things in the future, Lin Fuzhong said sternly. Whatever, Lin Aoshua replied flatly. By the way, Brother Su, what happened to those security personnel? Lin Fuzhong was curious about how Su Rui had dealt with those high-level bodyguards so quietly. They're all passed out. It's nothing serious. They'll wake up in half an hour, Su Rui replied. Lin Fuzhong nodded, feeling a bit ashamed. It seems my villa's security measures need to be significantly improved. Su Rui waved his hand dismissively. Actually, your people are quite decent. Their skills are sufficient to handle ordinary assassins. After all, not everyone is as formidable as I am. Lin Fuzhong wholeheartedly agreed, while Lin Aoshua coldly remarked, arrogant. Su Rui shot her a glance, but didn't respond, thinking, when it comes time for me to slap you, let us see how you cry and beg me. When I made the wager, I said one slap, but I never specified how many that would include. I brought some equipment. I'll install it in the monitoring blind spots to enhance the warning capabilities. Su Rui hadn't forgotten the theme of the day. There's no time to waste. I'll start checking the listening devices now. To Lin Fuzhong, Su Rui was now truly a distinguished guest. Upon hearing this, he quickly said, no rush, no rush. Let us eat first before checking. Let me introduce you to my wife. No, I mean my sister-in-law. Lin Aoshua's expression darkened again. It seemed Su Rui's status was definitely going to overshadow hers. Sister-in-law. Su Rui chuckled to himself. Lin Fuzhong's wife. Lin Aoshua's mother was named Wei Shuling. She had been with Lin Fuzhong since he was a poor young man and had never left his side. Later, when he became successful, she finally became Mrs. Lin, living a life envied by many. Over the years, the couple had maintained a great relationship, with even the most mundane bickering being rare. Wei Shuling was the kind of warm and slightly gossipy middle-aged woman. The moment she saw Su Rui, her eyes lit up. Although Su Rui sometimes seemed a bit cheeky, his handsome appearance and the charm he exuded were quite captivating, especially for women of her age. He was definitely her type. The meal was ready, and Wei Shuling kept serving Su Rui food while asking him various questions. Little Su, what did you do in America before? Oh, just a bit of small business. I didn't spend all my time in America. I traveled around different countries, Su Rui replied honestly, omitting some important details. And how long do you plan to stay in China this time? Wei Shuling asked, glancing at Lin Aoshua, who was silently eating, her expression unreadable. Wei Shuling understood that over the years, Su Rui was the first young talent that old Lin had brought home, which spoke volumes about his status in her husband's eyes. Such a man was indeed exceptional and seemed to be a great match for Aoshua. However, the thought of her daughter's lifelong happiness made Wei Shuling uneasy. No matter how successful a woman is in her career, marrying and having children is still the top priority. With her cold and distant demeanor, who would dare to marry her daughter? Nevertheless, if Aoshua could develop a relationship with Su Rui, it would be quite nice. Once she had that thought, Wei Shuling found herself looking at Su Rui more favorably. After all, there's a saying that a mother-in-law can't help but like her son-in-law. Of course, it could also be that Wei Shuling had spent too much time alone at home, making her increasingly gossipy. I'm here on someone's behalf to help. Assist Brother Lin with some issues in the group. Once I wrap things up here, I'll have to return to America, Su Rui said. Although he didn't know how long this task would take, he felt a sense of responsibility to fulfill it since he had agreed to help. How long do you think this will take? Wei Shuling hoped Su Rui would give a longer estimate. He seemed like a really good young man. At least a few months, I guess. Su Rui scratched his head. That patent for synthesizing triammonium phosphate using polymer techniques was indeed a hot potato, akin to holding a pile of gleaming gold bricks in the dark and inviting others to come and take them away. Given that, saying it would take a few months felt too short. It would be best to persuade Lin Aoshua to let go of the patent rights to shift some of the attention away. Having been eyed by international gangs was an experience Su Rui had gone through, and it was indeed not pleasant. That sounds good. You can come by my place more often. I'll cook for you, Wei Shuling thought to herself. A few months would be enough time for this young man to develop something with her daughter. As a loving mother, she wanted to ensure that good young men were saved for her daughter. Absolutely, definitely. Su Rui focused on his meal. Conversing with this Chinese aunt was quite mentally taxing, as her gaze felt almost predatory. When did the great sun god himself become prey for a middle-aged woman? Clearly, Chinese aunties were unbeatable. They would eventually conquer the world. After finally finishing the meal, Lin Aoshua found it amusing to see Su Rui looking so awkward in front of her mother. She had thought no one could handle this guy. Now, let us start checking the rooms, beginning with Aoshua's, Su Rui said, putting down his chopsticks and looking provocatively at Lin Aoshua with a smile. Chapter 022. Room inspection. Since Lin Fuzhong had already given Wei Shuling a heads-up in advance, she wasn't particularly surprised. She simply said, "We'll need to trouble Xiao Su to give our Aoshua a thorough check. Not just her room, but also the wardrobe, drawers, and everything else must be inspected carefully. Oh, and the walk-in closet can't be overlooked either. Those little corners and such." This was a blatant excuse for Su Rui to rummage through the place. What a supportive mother-in-law. Lin Aoshua felt helpless. Her mother was being too straightforward. Checking the drawers? Those contained personal items that shouldn't be exposed, especially not to this rogue. All right, I promise I won't miss a single corner, Su Rui said with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Aoshua, a glint of mischief in his eyes. As soon as he opened the door to Lin Aoshua's room, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Su Rui's nostrils. He inhaled deeply. Puzzled by the scent, he had noticed it in Lin Aoshua's office before. It definitely wasn't any perfume. Could it be her natural scent? He took another breath. And sure enough, the subtle fragrance emanating from Lin Aoshua was unmistakable. This was quite incredible. It was his first encounter with a woman who had a natural scent. The room was neatly organized and spotless, much like Su Rui had imagined. It seemed Lin Aoshua was meticulous in her daily life. But wasn't he that exhausting? Why don't you wait downstairs? I'll handle the inspection myself, Su Rui said, blocking Lin Aoshua from entering. No way. This is my room. And I have to watch you. Lin Aoshua refused to leave. What if Su Rui ended up sneaking a peek at her underwear? Fine. But I must state up front that all my actions are for the purpose of inspection, and you're not allowed to interfere, Su Rui replied. Also, at your mother's request, I have to focus on checking the walk-in closet and other areas. Lin Aoshua gritted her teeth in frustration. This guy was just looking for an excuse. What's wrong? Not happy. Su Rui smiled as he leaned closer to Lin Aoshua. There are only the two of us here. How about we go ahead and settle our bet? Mentioning the bet made Lin Aoshua's face flush instantly, looking incredibly beautiful. She wouldn't give Su Rui that opportunity. With a snappy remark about him being a rogue, she turned and left the bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Su Rui chuckled and promptly locked the door. It wasn't until Lin Aoshua was outside that she realized something was off. She hurried to twist the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. This gave Su Rui the perfect opportunity to rummage around. Damn it, I fell for it. Lin Aoshua stomped her foot in frustration at the door. However, she seemed to remember something and turned towards the study next door. There was a laptop in the study. After opening it and pressing a few keys, she surprisingly pulled up the surveillance interface. The interface displayed an image of her room. This hidden camera was something Lin Fuzhong had insisted on installing last year for safety reasons. Every room in the villa had one. The camera was disguised as a screw on the lampshade, making it hard to detect even on close inspection. Clearly, Lin Fuzhong had a strong sense of security. Lin Aoshua had resisted her father's request, who installs cameras in their daughter's room. But ultimately, her father had the final say. Only Lin Aoshua could view the surveillance footage. For a long time, she had almost forgotten about the camera, but today, a light bulb went off in her head. She wanted to see what Su Rui was up to. Even though Su Rui had an electronic detection device, it wasn't completely reliable. If the other party had installed counter-surveillance equipment, the device wouldn't be able to detect it. Thus, rummaging through the place was essential. Seeing and touching things with her own eyes was the most trustworthy. Of course, anything inappropriate she might accidentally see during the rummaging would just be considered a toll for her troubles. Su Rui pulled open the first drawer of the bedside table, finding only some simple nighttime skincare products, nothing special. The second drawer contained some intimate women's clothing and monthly essentials. As he looked at these items, he imagined Lin Aoshua wearing them and couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes brightening a bit. If anyone could see him, they would be surprised to find that Su Rui's slightly lewd smile lacked any lustful gleam. He was simply amused. If it were any other man, seeing these colorful, lacy garments would surely have them gushing with excitement. What a jerk. When Lin Aoshua saw Su Rui open the drawer with the clothes from the surveillance feed, her body trembled with rage. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails seemed ready to embed into her flesh. She was certain that Su Rue's next move would be to pick up those clothes and lewdly sniff them. She knew this guy was no good. However, what happened next was somewhat different from what Lin Aoshue had anticipated. Su Rue merely glanced through the drawer before closing it without any lingering interest in the fragrant items inside. He didn't even steal another glance. This surprised Lin Aoshue. She relaxed her fists, realizing she had gripped too tightly, making her knuckles turn white. What was going on? Su Rue shouldn't he be like this? Wasn't he supposed to be a lewd, shameless rogue? Lin Aoshue watched Su Rue on the surveillance feed, feeling quite confused. Su Rue was meticulously checking every drawer, every corner, even crawling under Lin Aoshue's bed to see if anything unusual was there. After a full half hour, Su Rue finally finished the inspection, drenched in sweat. If he had to check every room like this, he would be completely exhausted. Watching the sweat glistening on his forehead, Lin Aoshue remained silent, her eyes flashing with a complex expression. As Su Rue was about to come out, Lin Aoshue hurriedly shut down the computer and waited at the bedroom door. How did the inspection go? When the door opened, Lin Aoshue surprisingly initiated the conversation. Su Rue wiped his sweat and said in astonishment, "The sun must be rising in the west. Aren't you supposed to be questioning me about whether I peeked at your intimate items?" Lin Aoshue's expression froze. Indeed, by all accounts, she shouldn't be showing him such a friendly demeanor. "You're definitely the type who would sneak a peek. I don't even need to guess." Lin Aoshue replied coldly, trying to maintain her composure, unaware that her cheeks were already flushed red. Su Rue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. By the time Su Rue finished checking all the rooms, it was already 10:30 at night. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Lin Fuzhong and Wei Shuling were extremely grateful and felt a bit guilty, insisting that Su Rue stay the night. "Brother Su, we have plenty of guest rooms at home. Why don't you stay with us tonight? It's getting late, and it's not safe out there." "Yeah, look at how much help you've given us tonight." "You must stay over," Wei Shuling added, finding Su Rue more and more pleasing to the eye. Young, capable, and hardworking individuals like him were hard to come by. "Oh, I see. If Aoshue agrees, I have no objections." Su Rue provocatively glanced at Lin Aoshue again. "I don't agree," Lin Aoshue said coldly. "I don't want a sleazy guy staying at my house." After feeling at a disadvantage in front of Su Rue earlier, Lin Aoshue was eager to reclaim her dignity. "Aoshue, what's going on with you?" Lin Fuzhong was a bit exasperated to see his daughter being rude to Su Rue again. Was his daughter and Su Rue destined to be enemies? How could they still not get along after all this time? Having been thoroughly impressed by Su Rue's incredible skills, Lin Fuzhong was still hoping to have him around to protect his daughter. As long as Su Rue was there, he would feel secure about the villa's safety. Even those top international assassins probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, Lin Aoshue's attitude was the most important, as long as she disagreed. No one could persuade her otherwise, no matter how hard they tried. This girl, he really didn't understand how she developed such a stubborn personality. It was quite a headache. Lin Aoshue remained firm. "I just won't let him stay overnight." Lin Fuzhong looked troubled. Su Rue, however, didn't mind. "Brother Lin, sister-in-law, you two should get some rest. I can just take a cab back." "Absolutely not. I'll arrange for a driver to take you." "Aoshue, go see Su Rue off," Lin Fuzhong said, patting Su Rue on the shoulder. Lin Aoshue wanted to argue, but saw that her parents had already closed the door and entered the living room. She clearly noticed that her father seemed to have winked at Su Rue before closing the door. What was going on? Her father actually made such a gesture. Lin Aoshue rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have seen it wrong. "Come on, walk me out," Su Rue said with a grin. He wasn't worried about Lin Aoshue refusing because, after all, he had leverage over her. They would have plenty of fun in the future. Lin Aoshue remained silent, quietly following Su Rue. "I have to remind you, Aoshue, don't forget our bet." Su Rue mischievously brought it up again. Lin Aoshue halted her steps, gritting her teeth. "I won't let you get your way. But you said you would accept the consequences of the bet. Why are you backing out now? Can't you handle losing?" Su Rue said with a smile. Lin Aoshue was truly not good at arguing with Su Rue, and besides, she knew she was in the wrong. After gathering her resolve, she decided to play hardball. No matter what, you are not allowed to do that. Just because I'm not doing it now doesn't mean I won't in the future. Let us leave it as a debt for now, Su Rue chuckled. "But Aoshue, I must remind you again. When we made the bet, we said one smack on the butt, but we didn't specify how many smacks that one includes." Chapter 23. Just playing word games, you're cheating. "This is clearly just playing word games," Lin Aoshue said, a hint of displeasure in her voice. At the same time, she felt a slight panic. If Su Rue really did spank her multiple times, would she even survive that? "I'm not cheating. I said it before. You have to accept the outcome of the bet, Su Rue replied with a smile. Besides, Aoshua, you're experienced in the business world, having signed at least 800 contracts, if not 1,000. You should be better at dealing with wordplay than I am. Why didn't you notice it today? Lin Aoshua was momentarily speechless. At that moment, she hadn't thought through so much. She believed she would surely win this bet, and that Su Rue would leave in embarrassment. Who would have thought it would end up like this? That infuriating guy. Lin Aoshua ground her teeth in frustration, but as Su Rue said, she had to accept the outcome of the bet. There was nothing she could do. Aoshua, I have something else to say. Su Rue suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously. What do you want to say? Lin Aoshua instinctively thought Su Rue was plotting something since he always had a mischievous grin that suggested trouble. Su Rue chuckled. You really have an amazing figure. After saying this, he seemed to sense Lin Aoshua was about to explode, so he quickly added, I'm complimenting you. You should distinguish between good and bad comments. All right, let us leave it at that for today. I really have to go. With that, Su Rue hurriedly dashed out of the manor gate and jumped into his car. Lin Aoshua stood at the entrance, her face slightly flushed, yet she was gritting her teeth in annoyance. That infuriating guy keeps provoking me time and time again. Just when I started to feel a little less animosity towards him, he reverted to his old ways. However, what Lin Aoshua didn't realize was that in just 2 short days, her emotions had fluctuated countless times. Her previous life had been as calm as still water, so quiet that even throwing a stone wouldn't cause a ripple. But ever since Su Rue appeared, everything had changed completely, and this change was irreversible. After Su Rue jumped into the car, he noticed that the driver was none other than Wang Yuan, the same one from last night. Hey bro, how was the swimming last night? Su Rue asked with a smile. When they were attacked, Su Rue had suggested that Wang Yuan escape by jumping into the river, while he himself had stayed to confront the enemies with Xiaqing. Jumping into the river was one thing, but doing it with a beautiful woman felt entirely different from doing it alone. Master, your strategies are truly impressive, Wang Yuan flattered with a smirk. His skills were decent, and he hadn't fully agreed with Su Rue's decision at first. However, after today's events, he realized the gap between himself and this man couldn't be measured by ordinary standards, and now he was completely convinced by Su Rue. Moreover, today the company's security staff was buzzing with the news that Su Rue was the young lady's man. Wang Yuan thought there was a good chance that was true. After all, he had loyally served the Lin family for many years and had never seen Lin Aoshua personally escort a man out at night before. Thus, Wang Yuan's call of master was genuine. Su Rue thought Wang Yuan was quite perceptive, showing potential and insight, definitely someone worth cultivating. However, he leaned closer to Wang Yuan and whispered, Don't tell anyone about me and Aoshua. Just keep it to yourself. With this, Wang Yuan was even more convinced. He patted his chest and assured, Master, you can rest easy. I will never mention your relationship with the young lady to anyone. However, as he said this, Wang Yuan secretly scoffed in his heart. Do you really think your relationship is a secret? Even the company's security knows about it before I do. It's already spreading throughout the company. Let us go. Take me to the hotel. After a long night, Su Rue was feeling a bit tired. He adjusted his seat to a comfortable position, ready to take a short nap. But at that moment, he caught sight of a car out of the corner of his eye. It was a Volkswagen Passat parked near the Lin family manor, in one of Ninghai's well-known affluent neighborhoods filled with luxurious homes. Of course, the Lin family villa was one of the larger properties. As Su Rue's car started moving, the Passat also revved its engine and followed slowly behind, maintaining a distance of about 200 meters. What persistence! Just yesterday they failed, and now they're back for more, unrepentant fools. Su Rue glanced in the rearview mirror, his eyes glinting coldly, but his tone remained lazy. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, tensed up suddenly. After all, whenever they were being followed, it was never for a good reason. He gripped the steering wheel and nervously asked, Should we speed up to lose them? Su Rue smiled lightly. Lose them? No need. Just stop the car. I'll get out, and you drive back to the Lin family. No way, master. How can I leave you behind? Wang Yuan said anxiously. He just wanted to hit the gas and shake off the pursuers. Did you forget what I told you last night? Su Rue suddenly asked. I didn't forget. Wang Yuan awkwardly scratched his nose. Last night, Su Rue had told him that if he stayed here, he would only be a burden. Then just listen to me. If we don't hurt them a little, they'll never learn their lesson. Su Rue shook his head. Stop the car. They're after me, not you. Reluctantly, Wang Yuan stopped the car, feeling a deep sense of humiliation as he turned the vehicle around to leave. As soon as Su Rue got out of the car, the Passat that had been following suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping in place. Su Rue stood still, and the other party did too. with both sides maintaining a strange standoff at a distance of over 100 meters for several minutes. Finally, the Passat seemed to lose patience, revving up and suddenly accelerating, aiming to crash into Su Rue head-on. And from the opposite direction, two more Passats came speeding towards him, with a thunderous momentum. Is this an encirclement? Three cars coming after me. They really know how to show respect. Looking at the three cars, Su Rue suddenly recalled the mysterious car from last night with the modified xenon headlights. Given the driver's extraordinary skills, they could probably rank high in the underground racing scene in China. If Xiaqing hadn't been with him at that time, Su Rue would have been able to capture that guy on the spot. It seemed he needed to be more strategic about dating in the future. Unfortunately, under the glaring lights of the xenon headlights, he hadn't seen the brand or model of that car. Now, the other party seemed to want to use the same tactic again, but for Su Rue, it was useless. How utterly brainless. Su Rue sighed to himself. Should I shake them off, or teach them a lesson? Isn't there a saying that gold will shine no matter where it is? It's ridiculous that just 2 days after arriving in Ninghai, someone is already trying to deal with me. But this hatred has developed a bit too quickly, don't you think? With a faint smile, Su Rue faced the roaring sound from all directions without any fear. In the next second, he took out a throwing knife, which he had brought back from the silver case. Once this throwing knife is deployed, it becomes a four-sided military dagger, a true bloodletting weapon. This military dagger was crafted by the famous Russian arms master Zelnikov, with exquisite workmanship, indestructible, and always effective. Many people aren't very skilled at using such a weapon in close combat, because, although it's quite flexible and easy to carry, its usable movements during a fight are limited. It's nowhere near as powerful as a sword or knife, and if one doesn't have enough arm strength or speed, it's really hard to handle. Suri had always been fond of using his four-edged dagger. Its strikes were stealthy, and it was highly efficient for taking down enemies. The more he used it, the more it felt like an extension of his own body. Whenever he gripped the dagger, he felt a deep connection, as if their fates were intertwined. This particular dagger, gifted by the sun god Apollo, had rarely made an appearance in China, but every situation has its first time. The driver of the first Passat seemed taken aback when Suri suddenly drew the dagger, but he didn't appear overly concerned. Instead, a smirk crept onto his lips, filled with mockery. "You're asking for trouble," the driver coldly remarked. In fact, he pressed the accelerator even harder, clearly intent on running Suri down. Faced with such a scenario, Suri didn't hesitate. He twisted his waist and unleashed a powerful strike with his arm. The four-edged dagger shot out like a streak of darkness, smashing through the windshield. Fortunately, the driver sensed the impending danger and ducked just in time. The dagger narrowly grazed his hair, leaving a bloody mark on the top of his head. The sharp sting made every hair on his body stand on end. Suri retracted the dagger and stood his ground, showing no inclination to flee. The car nearly lost its balance, but after a brief shake, the driver regained control and charged towards Suri again. The 20 to 30 meters closed in the blink of an eye, and at that moment, the Passat seemed poised to collide with Suri. The other two cars showed no signs of slowing down either. From their perspective, the three vehicles would not only avoid colliding, but would perfectly align to crush Suri in between. Clearly, they were seasoned accomplices. Just as the three cars were about to converge, Suri suddenly darted to the side. He slipped through the narrow gap with a speed that was almost ghostly. At the same time, he launched his dagger once more, driving it directly into the front tire of the Passat. At such high speed, a blowout could easily lead to a rollover, and this Passat was no exception. With the tire blown out, the car immediately veered and flipped, crashing head-on into the two oncoming vehicles. The rolling Passat crushed the fronts of the other two cars, effectively merging them into a mangled mess. After such a severe impact, the occupants inside those vehicles were bound to be seriously injured. Suri had initially intended to leave a few survivors to extract information from them. However, just as he was about to approach the dazed and bloodied individuals inside the wreckage, the distant sound of police sirens suddenly pierced the night. Suri even caught a glimpse of the flashing police lights in the darkness. Chapter 024. Unable to capture alive. Why would the police show up at this exact moment? With their arrival, the idea of capturing anyone alive was no longer feasible. Su Rue pondered for a moment, but chose not to take further action and turned to leave. Although capturing anyone alive was off the table, he also decided against wiping out these individuals. After all, this was China, and Su Rue had to consider the repercussions of his actions. He left swiftly, disappearing into the vast night in no time. However, at that moment, a car suddenly sped past the accident scene, just ahead of the police vehicle. It was also a Passat. Failed again. Are they all dead? The driver muttered to himself. Whether they're dead or not is irrelevant now. What matters is that I can't let you live. I must erase all traces. With that, his arm extended out of the car window, holding a handgun. He fired off 7 or 8 shots in quick succession. The powerful bullets easily pierced through the car's metal, with a few striking the heads of those inside, while others came into close contact with a full tank of gasoline. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 vehicles exploded simultaneously. The massive explosion lit up the night sky, and the scorching shockwaves seemed to raise the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Car fragments were sent flying over 100 meters, scattering all around. The traffic on this road was completely paralyzed. Under the fiery glow of the explosion, there was no trace left of the Passat. Wang Yuan drove rapidly, returning to the Lin family's villa in just a few minutes. He hurried to find Lin Fuzhong to report the situation. After briefly explaining Su Rui's ambush, Lin Fuzhong immediately said without hesitation, "Gather people, grab weapons, and follow me." Wang Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the chairman to personally intervene to save Su Rui. The situation just now was dangerous enough. If the chairman got involved and something went wrong, it would be a disaster. Of course, this also reflected just how important Su Rui's status was. Boss, this. Wang Yuan appeared conflicted. What's there to be conflicted about? If Su Rui wasn't helping us, would he have gotten into this mess? Those people were clearly targeting the Lin family. Lin Fuzhong said with irritation, "We should be grateful. Are you not leaving immediately?" Hearing Lin Fuzhong's words about gratitude, Lin Aoshua's expression turned slightly unnatural. It was Lin Fuzhong who had insisted on Su Rui staying overnight, but Lin Aoshua had stopped him. If she hadn't, Su Rui wouldn't have left the Lin family villa, and tonight's ambush wouldn't have happened. At this moment, no one knew if Lin Aoshua felt guilty. She merely bit her lip, her brows furrowed tightly. "I'll go with you." Lin Aoshua suddenly spoke up. Lin Fuzhong looked at her in surprise, then shook his head firmly. "You stay here. It's too dangerous outside." Even if Lin Aoshua had made a mistake, how could a loving father like Lin Fuzhong let his precious daughter take risks? "I'm going with you," Lin Aoshua insisted. But just then, a series of gunshots rang out. The gunfire sounded distant, indicating it was not close. Yet it still made the Lin family members' hearts tighten. The source of the gunfire was in the direction Su Rui had left. No one could be sure whether it was Su Rui firing or the enemy. Regardless, Su Rui was in a perilous situation. "Let's move out." Before Lin Fuzhong could finish his sentence, there were 3 loud explosions. Even from a distance, the sound was deafening. Explosion. The expressions of everyone changed, and Lin Aoshua's face turned even paler. At the same time, police sirens began to wail. It seemed the police had intervened. Hearing the explosions and sirens, Wang Yuan hesitated and asked, "Boss, should we still go?" Lin Fuzhong pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "Perhaps we are all overly anxious. Have you all forgotten Su Rui's skills?" Thinking of how Su Rui had broken through all the Lin family's armed bodyguards in just a few minutes, they felt a bit more at ease. "I still need to confirm the situation. The police's arrival is irrelevant to us," Lin Aoshua said coldly. "Wang Yuan, prepare the car." "Okay, I'll get everything ready." Wang Yuan dared not defy the young lady's wishes and quickly agreed. Just then, Lin Aoshua's phone rang. She was surprised because everyone knew her routine, and no one had ever texted her this late. Moreover, as the prominent daughter of Baiken Group, very few people had her number for safety reasons. When she opened her phone, the sender was a completely unfamiliar number. With just a simple line of text, "Don't come out. I'm fine." Lin Aoshua was stunned. Could Su Rui read minds? How did he know she was about to go out to check on things? "What's wrong?" Lin Fuzhong asked upon seeing Lin Aoshua's unusual expression. "It's Su Rui. He says he's fine." "Oh." Lin Fuzhong glanced at the phone and immediately felt relieved, his expression easing considerably. With his skills, he should be fine. Those people were definitely targeting the Lin family, and it was thanks to him that they were held back. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Fuzhong shook his head and chuckled at the earlier explosion. "If this keeps happening, we might have to give Baiken away just to repay the favor." Lin Aoshua remained expressionless. "I'm going back to sleep." Once back in her room, Lin Aoshua stared at Su Rui's text, contemplated for a moment, and then replied with 4 words, self-absorbed. Su Rui was walking along a small road when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He took it out to find a message from Lin Aoshua. Reading those 4 words, he couldn't help but chuckle. He smiled wryly, and then shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, the people had been silenced. Yi Binglan, dressed in police uniform, stood tall and elegant in the night, resembling a cold and beautiful landscape. Watching the explosion's flames, her stunning eyes were filled with ice-cold determination. This was the second murder case in 2 days. The day before, 2 bodies had been discovered brutally crushed by a car on the nearby Fangting River Bridge. Although the identities of the corpses had been confirmed as wanted criminals with prior convictions, Yi Binglan was still in a foul mood because the surveillance camera at Fangting River Bridge had conveniently malfunctioned, leaving the entire case without a single clue. As the deputy captain of the criminal police team, her inability to solve the case would undoubtedly indicate her dereliction of duty. Tonight, she was out with her team searching for clues when she heard gunshots and rushed over. In the affluent area of Ninghai City, a gunfight had broken out in the open. There must have been a murder. More distressing than the gunfire were the subsequent explosions, which sent Yi Binglan's heart sinking. Perhaps the severity of the incident tonight would far exceed her imagination. Set up a cordon close off this road and immediately request backup from headquarters. Yi Binglan observed the three twisted and deformed Passats, her expression complex as she said, "In such a short time, the suspects must not have gone far." Half an hour later, "Captain Yi, the count is complete, 12 dead, 8 of whom likely died in the car explosion, while the other 4 have gunshot wounds to their heads, likely executed with a single shot." This was a new recruit under Yi Binglan, named Liu Xiaoming, a young man with a keen eye for detail and great potential to become a forensic expert. Listening to his words, Yi Binglan's expression instantly became serious. 3 cars exploded, 12 lives lost, 4 people shot in the head. In just 2 days, there had already been 14 homicides in this area. This would definitely attract significant attention from higher-ups. There's no doubt about it. We only heard 7 gunshots, 4 people died, and 3 shots must have hit the fuel tanks. Yi Binglan analyzed, noting that if Su Rue were here, he would surely be astonished, as her analysis was almost perfectly aligned with the facts. "Captain Yi, I feel that these 2 recent cases have a bit of a gang shootout vibe." Liu Xiaoming expressed his thoughts. If it truly was a gang conflict, the pressure to solve the case would be significantly lessened, as those who died were all known criminals and social threats, their deaths not being particularly mourned. Regardless of the circumstances, the severity of this incident had already been established. Yi Binglan said calmly, "The perpetrator must be a deranged habitual offender with excellent marksmanship. Most likely a retired military veteran. Everyone should be cautious during the search." At a young age, Yi Binglan held the position of deputy captain in the district's criminal police team. It would have been impossible to achieve this without some backing. She did have connections, but more importantly, she had ability. When Yi Binglan, a beautiful police officer, chose to join the criminal police team, many were waiting to see her fail. After all, why would such a stunning girl with connections not stay in a safer position and instead take risks in the criminal division? Even a top graduate from the investigation department of Huaxia Police University wouldn't need to face danger on the front lines, right? However, 2 years later, no one dared to mock Yi Binglan anymore. Her remarkably high case-solving rate had silenced all critics. Even without the so-called family background, her promotions were well-deserved. "Check all the surveillance footage from nearby intersections. I refuse to believe all the cameras are malfunctioning," Yi Binglan commanded, looking at the wreckage and the still-burning flames. She knew another sleepless night awaited her. Even while walking, Su Rue moved at an incredibly fast pace. The police would never catch up to him. Otherwise, the great sun god would become a laughingstock in the dark underworld of the West. As Su Rue walked back to the hotel under the night sky, he gradually relaxed, seemingly having forgotten what had just happened. For him, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Meanwhile, Song Yili, the young heir of the Tianxiang group, sat in a chair sipping tea, his brow slightly furrowed as he glanced at his watch from time to time, seemingly waiting for something. Just then, his phone rang. "Finally arriving, huh? Hee. Tonight, I'm going to make you regret it." A chilling smile crept across Song Yili's face as he thought, "Dare to compete with me for women? I'll make you suffer dearly." Chapter 025. A refreshing morning over the years. Song Yili had long regarded Lin Aoxue as his forbidden fruit. If anyone dared to have thoughts about her, the young master Song would immediately send someone to take action, without mercy. What he couldn't have, no one else could have either. Therefore, when he heard from his contacts within the Beacon group that Su Rue had become Lin Aoxue's man and that she had invited him to her room that night, Song Yili could no longer contain his anger. It was time for him to act. Even without Brother Yang's help, Song Yili was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he dispatched several of his elite subordinates to bring Su Rue back, no matter what it took, even if they came back with a corpse. However, instead of Su Rue, Song Yili received the devastating news that all 12 of his men had been wiped out. Only he knew how much he had invested in training those 12 men. Hearing that they had to be silenced overnight sent him into a rage, and he smashed his phone. This outcome was simply unacceptable to him. So many people attacking one person, and they still failed? Was that Su Rue really that difficult to deal with? Failed yesterday, failed again today. Song Yili sat dumbfounded in his chair for a long time before finally standing up and kicking over the newly replaced coffee table, shouting, "No matter who you are, I will make you pay with your life. Lin Aoshua, you filthy woman. If I can't have you, no one else will. The next day, Su Rui woke up early at the hotel. Spring was approaching, and even before 6 o'clock, the sky was already bright. Su Rui didn't have a habit of sleeping in. After doing 500 push-ups and 500 quick squats, he took a shower and prepared to go out for breakfast. Having been away from Huaxiao for so long, Su Rui was almost forgetting the taste of Ninghai's famous breakfast. For many people or many things, forgetting is a form of betrayal. Su Rui didn't want to be a traitor to his past, this time back in Huaxiao. He wanted to understand some things from his past. Unknowingly, Su Rui found himself near Ninghai Park. Early in the morning, there were elderly people everywhere exercising, and the fresh air made him whistle involuntarily. Boss lady, I'll have a basket of soup dumplings and 2 bowls of millet porridge, Su Rui said as he found a seat at an outdoor breakfast shop, a nostalgic look on his face. Ninghai's soup dumplings were very famous, and he hadn't had them in a long time. All right, handsome, just a moment, the boss lady replied with a smile. Same as always. 6 dumplings and 1 bowl of porridge, he added. At that moment, a beautiful woman sat down opposite Su Rui. She was dressed in a white tracksuit, her ponytail tied back, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel as she spoke. She looked extremely clean and vibrant, exuding an air of confidence. Wow. Su Rui's eyes brightened. He had rarely seen such a spirited girl and couldn't help but look at her a little longer. The beauty had delicate features, and even without makeup, she radiated a natural charm. The only flaw was the faint dark circles under her eyes, indicating she hadn't rested well the night before. Binglan is here. The boss lady greeted the regular customer cheerfully. You look tired. Have you been solving a lot of cases lately? There have indeed been quite a few cases recently, Yi Binglan replied, rubbing her temples with a wry smile. Su Rui looked at the beautiful woman in surprise. Not expecting her to be a police officer, he felt a sense of respect. There was no doubt that being a police officer was one of the most important and hardest jobs in society. Are you a police officer? Su Rui suddenly asked. Yi Binglan glanced at him, smiled faintly, and replied with a soft acknowledging his question. She was exhausted from work, having stayed up late the night before, and didn't have the energy or mood to talk to a stranger. Since she usually exercised in the morning, she didn't sleep in, which left her with dark circles under her eyes. When their soup dumplings arrived, Yi Binglan dove into her meal, while Su Rui showed no intention of starting his. He was still staring at Yi Binglan intently. After eating 2 dumplings, Yi Binglan felt something was off. She looked up at the man opposite her, her brows slightly furrowing. What are you staring at? Looking at you, Su Rui replied without hesitation. TCH, Yi Binglan scoffed. She had seen many men like him, always attracted to women's appearances. It was rather shallow. However, Su Rui remained oblivious to Yi Binglan's sarcasm and said, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Yi Binglan put down her chopsticks and said helplessly, Don't you think your pickup line is outdated? At that moment, the boss lady chimed in with a smile. Young man, you probably don't know, but whenever Binglan comes here to eat, someone tells her that almost every day. Su Rui scratched his nose. But I'm being serious. The boss lady shot back. Those other men say the same thing. Su Rui felt a wave of frustration. What he said was indeed true. This woman did give him an extremely familiar feeling. He believed that during his past 20-some years, he must have crossed paths with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel this strange sense of familiarity. However, based on Su Rui's remarkable memory, he usually remembered the details of people he had only met once, let alone such a stunning beauty. But no matter how hard he tried, Su Rui just couldn't recall anything, and the feeling was incredibly frustrating. Was it just a delusion? Yi Binglan chose to ignore the man across from her. Although he looked quite appealing and exuded a clean aura, she really disliked his way of flirting. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out from the street. Someone snatching a bag. An elderly woman, looking about 60, was hurriedly calling out as she took small, quick steps. In front of her, a man dressed in black sportswear was clutching a red handbag, sprinting away. While running, the thief shouted menacingly, Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of my way. It turned out that the elderly woman had just finished exercising and wanted to buy some vegetables at the nearby market. She never expected to encounter a bag snatcher right outside the park. The thief seemed to be an experienced one, as, given the current situation in Huaxia, people rarely intervened in such incidents. The elderly couldn't keep up with these thieves, making it almost a sure thing to snatch their bags. Though the money inside wouldn't be much, at most a few hundred yuan, the high success rate was appealing. If he pulled off 2 successful grabs a day, he could easily make over 10,000 a month. Indeed, during the thief's escape, no one stepped in to stop him. In fact, some people even hurriedly avoided him. Su Rui was just about to step in when he saw the beautiful police officer opposite him already putting down her chopsticks and rushing out. Usually, Yi Binglan couldn't stand people who took the easy way out. They were able-bodied yet chose to live off stealing, which was utterly despicable. Thus, when faced with such a situation, Yi Binglan would always be the first to take action. Watching Yi Binglan's retreating figure, Su Rui also set down his chopsticks and stood up. The thief was running fast. Even though Yi Binglan was a top student from the police academy, she was still at a disadvantage in a physical chase against a man. Stop right there. Yi Binglan was running while shouting, but she maintained a distance of about 20 meters from the bag snatcher, unable to close the gap. The thief only knew someone was chasing him, and when he turned around, he saw a stunning beauty. As he fled, he couldn't resist making a few lewd comments. "Hey, beautiful, come on. Let me show you what I've got." Yi Binglan was already at a disadvantage in terms of speed, and after not resting well the night before, she was really starting to feel exhausted, with the distance between them growing wider. However, she truly didn't want to see these societal scum get away with their crimes. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Binglan. This person was incredibly fast, almost instantly overtaking her, and in the next second, he was already 3 or 4 meters ahead. Su Rui didn't unleash his full speed because he wanted to keep a low profile, but even at this restrained pace, it was astonishing to Yi Binglan. So fast. For Su Rui's deliberately suppressed speed, a distance of 20 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The bag snatcher was running triumphantly, thinking his motorcycle was just ahead, and once he got on it, he would be safe. But at that moment, Su Rui had already reached right behind him. He kicked up his leg and landed a heavy kick on the thief's backside. Su Rui didn't put much force into it, but due to the momentum from his run, the bag snatcher fell flat on the ground, coming to a hard stop with his face. Su Rui kicked him 2 more times on the backside before picking up the bag from the ground. This type of man was someone Su Rui deeply despised. Even if Yi Binglan hadn't been present, he would have intervened today. Some things are ingrained in one's bones and flow in one's blood, and no amount of hardship can erase them. Why do something good when you can engage in such petty theft? Su Rui thought as he kicked the man hard again. At this point, Yi Binglan had caught up, panting as she looked at Su Rui, seemingly surprised that this lowly flirt had acted heroically. "Police girl, this bag is for you," Su Rui said. Hearing the words police girl, Yi Binglan felt her previously disheartened mood lift significantly. It was the first time someone had called her girl, and it felt really nice. She made a call to the police, summoning the patrolling officers to take the bag snatcher into custody for questioning. Perhaps they could uncover more information. "Thank you for your bravery," Yi Binglan said to Su Rui, smiling. When Su Rui saw her smile, he was momentarily taken aback. Seeing such a refreshing smile on a beautiful morning was truly a delightful experience. Chapter 26. The Divine Eagle and the Heroic Couple. But that smile. It feels so familiar. It's nothing special. It's something everyone should do. Su Rui came back to his senses and replied. At this point, a few people had already started to take out their phones, secretly capturing the moment of Su Rui and Yi Binglan. After all, there aren't many people who stand up for justice these days, and this moment would make for a great keepsake. Among them were a few reporters and editors from websites. For them, this was excellent material for reporting. The elderly lady whose bag had been snatched had also rushed over, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much." Yi Binglan glanced at Su Rui and smiled, saying, "Auntie, don't mention it. If you want to thank someone, thank him." He asked the one who caught the thief. Su Rui raised his eyebrows, a bit surprised by Yi Binglan's gesture. This police flower is quite perceptive. Could it be that his unintentional act of bravery won her favor? The elderly lady exclaimed excitedly. "I really don't know how to thank you both. There were important documents in that bag. You two are just wonderful. If all couples in the world could be as warm-hearted as you, that would be fantastic." Su Rui was taken aback, realizing that the lady had misunderstood. But what a beautiful misunderstanding it was. Yi Binglan's face turned slightly red as she said, "Auntie, you're too kind. I don't even know him. We've only exchanged a couple of sentences." "Really? You two make a great pair." The lady smiled, glancing at both Yi Binglan and Su Rui. "You really have the look of a couple, both so enthusiastic. I wonder if either of you has a boyfriend or girlfriend. If not, you should definitely consider it." The elderly lady's usual curiosity was evident. Matchmaking was something they were always eager to do. Su Rui smiled and stood silently by, knowing it would be unwise to speak up in this situation. Dealing with girls of different personalities requires different tactics. There's no one-size-fits-all approach unless you're a little chubby. Yi Binglan's face flushed deeper, showing a hint of embarrassment. She quickly changed the subject, saying, "Auntie, you should go buy groceries now. We can handle things here." No, you must leave me a way to contact you. I'll invite my son to thank you properly another day," the lady insisted. "Auntie, You're too polite. It's really not necessary. At this moment, Su Rui appeared to be a polite and respectful young man, which only made the elderly lady like him more. No, no, you both must give me your numbers. The elderly lady insisted. Eventually, they couldn't resist the lady's persistent requests and exchanged phone numbers. Of course, Su Rui and Yi Binglan didn't care whether the lady would treat them to a meal. That was insignificant. You two are just perfect for each other. Truly a match made in heaven. The lady exclaimed as she walked away, continuing to praise them. Once the security personnel took the thief away, Su Rui smiled at Yi Binglan and said, "Let us head back and finish our breakfast. We shouldn't waste it." If Lin Aoshues saw Su Rui like this, she would be utterly astonished. After all, in this Ice Queen's heart, Su Rui was undoubtedly a shameless, lewd young man obsessed with flirting. After this incident, Yi Binglan's impression of Su Rui improved significantly. She no longer disliked him as much as before. The beautiful police officer had a strong sense of justice and appreciated men who did too. Although the elderly lady's comments created a bit of awkwardness between them, Yi Binglan, being open-minded, didn't mind it much. After a brief moment of blushing, it was forgotten. Su Rui, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Who wouldn't enjoy being misunderstood as being in that kind of relationship with such a stunning beauty? This meal is on me, Yi Binglan said as she picked up a soup dumpling with her chopsticks. Su Rui raised an eyebrow. Why should it be yours? It's not every day a man gets to eat with a beautiful woman. How could I not pay? Because I want to thank you for your act of bravery. I'm a police officer. Catching thieves is my job, but what you did is commendable, Yi Binglan suddenly said seriously. Su Rui laughed heartily. I'll gladly accept that. But if that's the case, you'll have to treat me a few more times. One meal of soup dumplings, one tea suffice. Then you'll have to be brave a few more times. Yi Binglan smiled, seemingly in a much better mood since meeting Su Rui, as if the clouds of gloom had lifted. All right, to make sure you treat me to dinner, I'll dedicate my life to acts of bravery, Su Rui joked lightly, striking the right balance. Yi Binglan seemed to recall the elderly lady's misunderstanding, a faint blush creeping up her snow-white neck. Of course, don't misunderstand. It wasn't that she had feelings for Su Rui. She had never dated anyone and had never felt attracted to men. The elderly lady's misunderstanding simply made her awkward. After they finished breakfast, Su Rui, indeed, didn't rush to pay. Following a beautiful girl for a free meal was quite nice, which surprised Yi Binglan a little. Most men would jump at the chance to pay in such situations. This wasn't because Yi Binglan liked men to foot the bill. It just made her view Su Rui in a new light. As a police officer, Yi Binglan had a tendency to focus on details due to her profession, and she could easily see the bigger picture from small observations. After this morning's incident, she realized that this guy named Su Rui was indeed quite different from other men. When they reached the bridge, Yi Binglan stood up, preparing to leave. Su Rui quickly asked, "Where are you headed now?" "Binhai Garden." Yi Binglan casually mentioned her residence. It wasn't that she was being careless. She just felt there was no need to hide it from Su Rui. After all, someone brave enough to catch a thief couldn't be that bad. Still, this unguarded feeling felt a bit strange. "I live at the nearby Dongfang Pearl Hotel," Su Rui replied, maintaining a calm exterior while internally exclaiming, "What a golden opportunity. I can walk with this beauty for a bit longer." "Really? The Dongfang Pearl Hotel? That is not cheap." Yi Binglan seemed surprised, clearly not expecting Su Rui to stay there. "It's nothing, just a temporary stay. The company is covering it," he said nonchalantly. "What company pays for such nice accommodation?" she asked, intrigued. "Bekong," he replied. "Oh, I see." Yi Binglan suddenly asked, "I've heard Lin Aoshues from Bekong is very beautiful. I haven't met her yet." "Have you?" Su Rui rubbed his nose. "I've seen her. She looks like a moving iceberg. If you didn't know better, you'd think everyone in the world owed her money. She's nowhere near your level." Perhaps it was a woman's vanity at play, but hearing Su Rui's comparison inexplicably lifted Yi Binglan's spirits. As they jogged onto the bridge, 4 men approached, walking side by side without any intention of making way for them. Su Rui and Yi Binglan tried to sidestep, but the 4 clearly intended to block their path. The sidewalk was narrow, and they occupied it entirely. These 4 looked like trouble, with non-mainstream hairstyles, ripped jeans adorned with metal rings, some smoking, and one even wielding nunchaku. Do they really think having nunchaku makes them like Bruce Lee? Su Rui thought. "What do you want?" Su Rui asked first, positioning himself half a step in front of Yi Binglan, seemingly trying to shield her. "Were you the 2 who took down my brother?" One of them sneered. The guy wielding the nunchaku squinted and said, his eyes scanning Yi Binglan up and down before he smirked with interest. "So you're all in cahoots, huh?" Su Rui sneered, in broad daylight. "What do you want?" "What do we want?" The nunchaku wielder chuckled ominously. "We came over to avenge my brother." As long as you kneel and shout Grandpa 3 times, I'll let you go. Otherwise, each of you will lose a hand. Yi Binglan stood silently behind Su Ruwei. Of course, if this beautiful lady is willing to spend the night with me, you can keep one hand, the nunchaku wielder said with a lewd grin. His eyes roving over Yi Binglan, clearly impressed. He thought to himself that it would be a shame to let such a rare beauty slip away. Yi Binglan's expression turned cold. She despised being looked at that way, although she was a skilled fighter. Facing 4 men at once would come at a cost if she wanted to win. However, given the situation today, these thugs needed to suffer a bit. Before Yi Binglan could act, a scream pierced the air. Su Ruwei's leg had landed squarely between the nunchaku wielder's legs. The man doubled over, clutching his groin. Men are most sensitive to such strikes. Just a light touch can be unbearable, let alone such a heavy blow. Yi Binglan's eyes flickered. That must hurt. Oh, kill him. Kill him. The other 3 seemed taken aback that Su Ruwei would strike first while at a disadvantage. They exchanged glances and charged at him together, seemingly ignoring the strikingly beautiful Yi Binglan standing nearby. Just as Yi Binglan was about to intervene, Su Ruwei stopped her with a hand, smiling calmly. Just stay behind me. Normally, Yi Binglan would have rushed in without hesitation, but for some reason, she held back after his words, focusing instead on remaining alert. Facing 3 attackers, Su Ruwei appeared completely unfazed. He leisurely picked up the nunchaku from the ground, gave it a flick, and then 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings. Just 3 simple strikes, and the 3 thugs were already crouched on the ground, clutching their heads, each having taken a blow. Yi Binglan's eyes widened again. She could tell that while Su Ruwei's nunchaku technique looked chaotic, the speed, power, and precision of his strikes were definitely not something a novice could achieve. Chapter 27. We seem to have met before I told you not to go astray, yet here you are acting like thugs, swinging nunchucks in front of me. Do you know who I am? I'm the master of nunchucks. Su Ruwei scolded as he swung the nunchucks, striking the 4 men huddled on the ground, trying to shield their heads. It was like a parent teaching a lesson to their children. The 4 had no ability to fight back at all. Anyone who had been hit by nunchucks would know that they hurt a lot more than ordinary sticks. Although Su Ruwei wasn't aiming for vital spots and was only striking their shoulders and arms, it was enough to leave those thugs in agony. Yi Binglan watched from the side, feeling quite relaxed. She didn't even notice the faint smile that had crept onto her lips, as the earlier discomfort from the thugs' insults faded away. Ouch, that hurt so much. The thugs winced in pain, unable to cover their heads. They tried to shield themselves, but only exposed other parts of their bodies, with both arms feeling like they were about to break. Their fingers were numb from the strikes. Do you want me to stop? Su Ruwei sneered. Of course, stop. Otherwise, you might kill someone. One of the blonde thugs shouted defiantly. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ruwei struck him hard, knocking out several of his teeth and leaving him with a mouth full of blood. Watch your attitude, or I'll stick this nunchuck up your rear. Su Ruwei followed up with a kick, sending him face first into the dirt, his backside sticking up in the air. He swung the nunchucks again, landing a precise blow to the thug's groin, making him jump up in pain, feeling as if his lower half was about to tear apart. Hearing Su Ruwei's crude remarks, Yi Binglan smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Compared to her rough and explosive police colleagues, Su Ruwei's words were quite civilized. All right, let us take them to the police station, Yi Binglan said, though she felt a sense of satisfaction from the scene. She hadn't forgotten her role as a police officer. Su Ruwei waved his hand dismissively. That is pointless. Once they're in the station, they'll be detained for a few days at most, and then released, only to continue their misdeeds. I'm going to break their hands today. Let us see how they bully others after that. As he spoke, he continued to strike the thugs mercilessly. Bad people need to be dealt with by bad people. Yi Binglan understood this principle well, and didn't stop Su Ruwei. For some reason, she was curious to see what he would do next. Now, you all take off your clothes. Yes, every piece of clothing must come off. If anyone dares to keep even one item on, I'll break their legs. Su Ruwei commanded. When he saw that the 4 were hesitating, he swung the nunchucks again. Hurry up and strip. The thugs were already in so much pain from Su Ruwei's strikes that they had no choice but to comply. Although they didn't understand why Su Ruwei wanted them to strip, they could only grit their teeth and obey. Yi Binglan's expression was somewhat strange. What are you planning to do? Su Ruwei grinned. You'll find out soon enough. Yes, strip completely. I said completely. Why are you still wearing underwear? Can't you understand human language? Su Ruwei threatened, raising his nunchuck, causing one thug to quickly pull off his underwear in fear. The 4 naked men stood side by side, creating a scene that was definitely not suitable for children. Yi Binglan quickly turned her face away, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, looking incredibly beautiful. Meanwhile, Su Ruwei continued issuing orders. You 4, Now run from here to the Ninghai City Police Station, bare-bottomed. I'll be supervising you the whole way. Anyone who dares to mess around will meet a terrible fate." Yi Binglan didn't turn back around, but stayed to the side, stifling a laugh. Running from here to the police station was at least a distance of 10 kilometers. And with rush hour approaching, there would be plenty of pedestrians. These guys would undoubtedly become the center of attention, perhaps even turning into local celebrities. Moreover, running naked to the police station to turn themselves in was truly an unprecedented act. The thugs felt utterly humiliated. When had they ever encountered such a bizarre situation? Standing there exposed and being watched by passers-by was already embarrassing enough, let alone having to run so far in the nude. After some deliberation, they thought to themselves that they absolutely couldn't agree to this. Otherwise, they'd never be able to show their faces in Ninghai again. They were thugs, not fools to be humiliated in public. Thugs have their limits and dignity. Jump into the river. At that moment, the thug who had been struck in the groin endured the pain, and, taking advantage of Su Rue's momentary distraction, hurriedly climbed over the bridge railing. The bridge was at least 10 meters high, and he landed with a loud splash, hitting the water on his back. The impact sent up a huge spray of water. If they didn't want to run naked, jumping into the river was their only option. The other three, seeing this, quickly followed suit. All of them leaping into the water, flailing their limbs. Yi Binglan shrugged and laughed. "Looks like they're not listening to you at all." Su Rue watched the thrashing figures in the water, a nonchalant smile on his face, tinged with a hint of mischief. Since they want to swim, let them swim hard. They can't come back until they're exhausted. As the men splashed about in the water, they thought they had finally escaped a crisis. After confirming the direction, they began swimming toward the shore. "Bro, this guy is ruthless. I'm in pain all over. It feels like my bones are falling apart. We've completely lost face today. Once we get to shore, we'll have to steal some clothes to cover ourselves. This is so humiliating. It's a lifelong disgrace. Once we reach the shore, we have to find someone to deal with this guy." The four kept discussing as they swam, about 10 meters from the shore. But they didn't notice what Su Rue was doing. A large truck loaded with bricks had stopped on the bridge. And when Su Rue walked over and saw the driver was absent, he picked up a couple of bricks and threw them into the water with seeming effort. "Ah! Ah!" Two screams echoed from the water. Yi Binglan was stunned watching this. The straight-line distance was at least 20 meters. And Su Rue's seemingly casual throws had accurately hit the two men's backsides. How long had he trained for this? Although the buttocks had more flesh, the impact of the bricks under gravity was still painfully effective. The two men sank under the water, choking on a few mouthfuls. Anyone who dares to come near the shore will meet the same fate. Su Rue leaned over the bridge railing and shouted, "Next time, it won't just be a brick to your backside." The four thugs were genuinely afraid that getting close to the shore would result in more flying bricks. So they all turned to swim away. Thus, anyone attempting to approach the shore would be met with a brick from Su Rue, which in his hands acted like a precision-guided missile, hitting its target without fail. Of course, even if the thugs stayed in place, Su Rue would occasionally toss them a brick just for fun. Swimming was a highly exhausting activity, especially under the fear of being hit by bricks. As they swam, the double burden of physical and mental fatigue began to overwhelm them. "Bro, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die of exhaustion. I'm exhausted too. Every part of me hurts." Half an hour later, several people were completely exhausted. The person above them stared down with an unyielding gaze, and no one dared to act out of line, as they were all uncertain if the next brick would come crashing down on their heads. From that height, if it really struck them, the outcome would surely be a gruesome one. Anyone willing to run to the police station could take a break, Su Rue shouted. Rest? The mere idea of it was an incredibly tempting prospect for the four thugs. They were all as tired as dogs, completely lacking the strength to swim. If Su Rue continued to press them, they might end up being the first thugs in history to drown from exhaustion in the river. That would hardly make them martyrs. They'd just be utter fools. Better to be embarrassed than to die from exhaustion. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of firewood running out. The four exchanged glances and, in a state of utter despair, swam toward the shore. They were utterly spent, their bodies aching from the beating, arms too weak to lift, legs unable to kick. They were now struggling purely on instinct for survival. If they couldn't catch their breath soon, they would likely drown in the river. Finally, they crawled onto the riverbank like dead dogs, gasping for air, feeling as if their bodies weren't even their own, numb and in pain beyond control. Hurry up. Do as I said, and run to the police station to turn yourselves in. Anyone who dares to disobey will find themselves swimming in the river no more. There's a large sewage pit 5 kilometers away. I'll make sure you spend the whole day soaking in it. As soon as they heard about swimming in the sewage pit, the four thugs no longer dared to delay. They quickly stumbled to their feet, disregarding the stares of others, and ran off bare-bottomed, fearing that if they lagged even a moment, they would face another beating. Wherever they passed, pedestrians pulled out their phones to take pictures and post them on social media, and it seemed that these four would soon become infamous. Your method seems surprisingly effective. Yi Binglan chuckled softly. Of course, sometimes, the law and the government can't solve all problems, or rather, they can't effectively address every issue. Su Rui's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. All right, I should get to work now. Thank you for today, Yi Binglan said. She had never spent so long alone with a strange man, let alone done something so wild. It felt almost unbelievable. Beautiful lady, it's rare to meet by chance. Why not exchange contact information? Su Rui laughed. We'll meet again if it's meant to be, Yi Binglan replied with a smile and waved goodbye, quickly walking away. But I really feel like I know you. We must have met somewhere before. Su Rui called out to her retreating figure. Chapter 28. A comfortable life full of enemies after taking a shower back in his room. Su Rui noticed that Lin Aoshue and her father's RV was parked downstairs at the hotel. Compared to the knife and gun conflicts abroad, life at home was indeed much more comfortable. Every day was leisurely enough to enjoy the sight of various stunning beauties. Today, Lin Aoshue wore a long white chiffon dress paired with a light pink blazer. She looked professional yet lively, but her beautiful face, capable of captivating countless men, still bore an expressionless look, which was quite disappointing. Lin Fuzhong was delayed today due to some matters and had specifically instructed Lin Aoshue to pick up Su Rui for work and clarify what happened last night. With only Su Rui and herself in the spacious vehicle, Lin Aoshue felt a bit awkward as Su Rui's eyes kept wandering over her face. What are you looking at? Lin Aoshue frowned slightly. This guy could be so lecherous at times, yet so serious at others. Which one was the real him? Of course I'm looking at you, Su Rui smirked. I'm not blind, and sitting across from such a beautiful woman, how could I not take a look? Lin Aoshue decided to drop the topic, knowing it would only expose Su Rui's shamelessness further. What exactly happened last night? Later, Lin Aoshue sent the driver to investigate, and the result was that the police had sealed off the scene, with 3 cars having caught fire and exploded, resulting in the deaths of those inside from gunfire. After hearing this news, Lin Aoshue fell silent, but didn't sleep until after 2 in the morning. She had once thought that terms like gunfire, explosions, and robbers only appeared in movies and were far removed from her life. However, ever since Su Rui appeared, these terms seemed to have quietly crept into her reality. Perhaps, the synthesis of triseminone really was a hot potato. However, this was a groundbreaking innovation in psychiatric medication, and Lin Aoshue and the research team at Baiken had invested considerable effort and funds into it. If they abandoned it now, not only would she be unwilling, but the shareholders would probably not agree either. Moreover, even if they gave up the patent, wouldn't the dark forces still come looking for them? After all, the synthesis methods were still in her mind. Do you think this attack was aimed at me? Lin Aoshue's voice remained cold. Or rather, was it aimed at the synthesis method of triseminone? It's possible. If you transfer the patent rights, even if it doesn't completely eliminate such incidents, at least it could reduce a significant amount of attention, Su Rui pondered before speaking. Lin Aoshue fell silent. This synthesis method was an extremely significant breakthrough for Baiken Pharmaceuticals. The entire group was invigorated by the news, and it could even lead to becoming a monopoly in the industry. Lin Aoshue had already begun customizing a production line specifically for synthesizing triseminone, and new factories were already under construction. A massive amount of capital had been invested, and if they pulled out now, the losses would be substantial, severely damaging Baiken's vitality. Leaning lazily against the back of his chair, Su Rui noticed Lin Aoshue's icy demeanor, but could still see her inner turmoil. He said, "You don't need to worry too much. As long as I'm here, those people won't be able to stir up much trouble." Lin Aoshue looked up at him in surprise, her mind recalling the sounds of gunfire and explosions from last night, and she nodded slightly. A man who could easily secure a 20 million order, someone her father valued greatly, and a mysterious man who remained unflappable in crisis. Lin Aoshue was starting to believe that Su Rui could provide Baiken with a stable transition. However, I can't possibly stay here forever, Su Rui grinned. If you, Aoshue, ask me to stay forever, I might just consider it. What do you think? Lin Aoshue frowned slightly. What a joke. This man was a notorious rogue. Keeping such a lecherous guy around was like placing a ticking time bomb next to herself. There was no way she would agree to let him stay at Baiken forever. As they entered the company in the chairman's car, Su Rui rolled down the window as they passed the security room to greet the staff inside. Chen Do-woo and others were on duty and quickly nodded and bowed when they saw their son-in-law sitting in the special car, looking cheerful. Once the car drove in, Chen Do-woo's expression turned serious. He said in a low voice, "Did you see that? The president is sitting inside. It seems that Su Rui is definitely the son-in-law now." Yeah, thankfully we didn't pick the wrong side yesterday. The security guards had all seen Lin Aoshua's cold face and felt fortunate that they had helped Su Rui deal with In Xiaomei, that blind woman. He would surely repay this favor, and the brothers would leave a good impression on him. Su Rui and Lin Aoshua walked side by side into the group headquarters, and everyone they passed paid their respects. Rumor had it that President Lin Aoshua personally invited Su Rui to her room last night. It seemed their relationship was solidified, otherwise, why would they come to work together in the morning? With Lin Aoshua's character, if it weren't a done deal, she wouldn't be so publicly paired with him. Meanwhile, at Zhang Kaibin's villa, he looked at the time and said, "Xiaomei, stop crying and get to work. What is the point of this?" He had arrived at his own work time, but this woman was clinging to him, refusing to let go. "Zhang Kaibin, are you even a man? Your woman has been treated like this by someone else, and you're not seeking revenge?" In Xiaomei cried out, her hair disheveled and eyes swollen, looking nothing like a wealthy lady. Zhang Kaibin helplessly replied, "Haven't I been trying? I went to Baikan to confront them. But that person is from a prestigious family in the capital, someone even Lin Fuzhan can't provoke. What chance do I, a mere deputy director, have against such a red third generation? Wouldn't it be like trying to twist a thigh with my arm? That is not acceptable. You can't just stand by and watch me get bullied. I don't care, I want you to take revenge." In Xiaomei pounded her fists on Zhang Kaibin's chest, her madness seeming to have no end, almost non-stop throughout the night. Zhang Kaibin was completely enraged. Why couldn't this woman understand? He had climbed to the position of deputy director of the business bureau in this municipality solely through connections. If he recklessly provoked the powerful in the capital without knowing his place, he might not even know how he died. This reckless woman didn't think about herself at all. The more Zhang Kaibin thought, the angrier he became. And he raised his hand to give In Xiaomei a crisp slap across the face. "Get out of my way." Zhang Kaibin used quite a bit of force, knocking In Xiaomei to the ground. She covered her stinging cheek, seemingly unable to believe that her beloved man would hit her so hard. "I warn you, that incident is over. Don't bring it up again. You will go to work at Baikan and act as if nothing happened. If you cause any more trouble, I'll consider ending this relationship." Zhang Kaibin pointed his finger at In Xiaomei's nose and, after finishing, slammed the door behind him as he left. In Xiaomei lay on the ground, her eyes filled with deep resentment. It seemed she hadn't listened to Zhang Kaibin's words at all, instead repeating, "Fine, fine, fine. If you want to help me, I'll handle it myself. I will kill him. I will kill them all." Su Rui and Lin Aoshua arrived at the marketing department floor, where Lin Aoshua headed towards the president's office on the other side of the corridor, while Su Rui leisurely took his seat amidst the admiring gazes of everyone, then lazily opened his computer. At that moment, a somewhat dejected figure walked in, appearing a bit flustered. As soon as Su Rui spotted him, he burst into laughter, waving his hand at the newcomer. "Hey, Chen the scholar, good morning." The person entering was none other than Chen Leigang. He had intended to sneak in unnoticed, but Su Rui's seemingly enthusiastic call immediately drew everyone's attention to him. Colleagues began to cover their mouths, snickering and whispering among themselves. "After eating all that phlegm yesterday, I wonder how he feels? Just because he's the sales champion doesn't make him special." Su Rui landed a 20 million deal and made his face all swollen. How can he still show up to work? The thought of yesterday's incident made me queasy. After all, that was half a cup of phlegm. Oh no, I can't talk about it anymore, or I'll be sick again. People care about their image, and trees need their bark. Even telephone poles need concrete. Although Chen Leigang had decided to endure the embarrassment for the sake of Baikong's generous rewards and client base, he couldn't help but feel his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably at the remarks. Su Rui laughed heartily. "Come on, Chen the scholar, come sit over here. I heard you're visiting clients today. Can I tag along? I'm a newbie and would love to learn some sales techniques from you." Everyone could no longer hold back. Su Rui was being ridiculously cheeky. He had just closed a 20 million deal yesterday, and now he was begging Chen Leigang to take him to meet clients? That was some serious humiliation. Chen Leigang tried to maintain his composure and replied coldly, "I can't take any credit. This year's sales champion is definitely you. I wouldn't dare show off in front of someone who just landed a 20 million deal." Su Rui chuckled, clearly not fond of this arrogant guy. "I wonder if Chen the scholar threw up after going home yesterday. We're in the same department, so let us keep the peace. How about I treat you to a bowl of 8 treasure porridge today? It'll be even thicker than that cup you had yesterday. Even a clay figurine has its limits." And Chen Leigang seemed to have forgotten how he instigated things yesterday. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted angrily, "Hey, Su, don't push your luck." Su Rui shrugged, pinching his nose, and replied, I'm not interested in bullying someone who enjoys drinking phlegm. After all that talking, are you feeling a bit thirsty? Should we ask our team leader, Chow, to bring you another cup? Chapter 29. The beauty of Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Chow Tianping, who was standing nearby, coughed heavily a couple of times. Was Su Rui trying to make enemies for himself? I'll report you to the manager for ruining colleague relationships and affecting the company atmosphere. Chun Legang angrily declared. Go ahead, if you have the guts. Take it to the chairman. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. Su Rui's words were incredibly provocative. He casually leaned back, propping his legs up, and enjoyed the show that Chun Legang was about to put on. Chun Legang understood that in a profit-driven corporation, no management would dare to make things difficult for a sales star who could achieve a single sales figure of 20 million. He could only vent his frustration verbally, but he wouldn't dare to report it to the manager. I can't be bothered to argue with you here. Su Rui seemed to remember something and stood up, saying, I need to go to the finance department to collect my commission from Vice President Zhou Ank. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Su Rui with envy. That was a commission of 200,000. In the suburbs of Ninghai, that could buy 2 houses. Su Rui swaggered into the finance department, and immediately, a high-pitched scream reached his ears. When Hu Qianqian saw Su Rui walk in, she screamed as if she had seen an idol, dropping a stack of folders to the ground in excitement. Hu Qianqian, what is wrong with you? Yeah, can't you pick a better time to fangirl? Wow, he really is quite handsome. Hu Qianqian pointed at Su Rui, who was smiling wryly, and said, did you see? He is the one who landed that 20 million order yesterday. Upon hearing Hu Qianqian's words, the young women in the finance department gasped in astonishment. After all, a 20 million order was unprecedented, and they had all been speculating about what this genius salesperson looked like. Now that they saw him, he certainly didn't disappoint. Handsome, wealthy, and capable. What is not to like about such a man? Handsome guy, please treat us to dinner. Handsome guy, we want your autograph. The finance department was overwhelmingly female, with all the accountants being young women, and they started throwing flirtatious glances at Su Rui. Even Su Rui, with his thick skin, couldn't withstand so many sweet advances. He smiled at everyone, then walked over to Hu Qianqian and said, Secretary Hu, I'm here to see Vice President Zhou. You're here to see Vice President Zhou? Hu Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she quickly understood Su Rui's intentions. With a smile, she said, that big commission definitely needs Vice President Zhou's approval. Let us go, I'll take you to her. When they reached the door of Zhou Ank's office, Hu Qianqian knocked. A smooth and delicate voice came from inside. Come in. As soon as Su Rui heard that voice, a pleasant sensation washed over him. It was quite astonishing how just her voice could evoke such a feeling. He even felt as if her vocal cords had been soaked in milk. This voice was so melodious. He hoped the real person wouldn't disappoint him. Hu Qianqian led Su Rui into the office, saying, Vice President Zhou, this is Su Rui, who achieved that 20 million sales yesterday. When Su Rui saw the person sitting behind the desk, he felt as if his eyes had been illuminated. Although she wore a beige professional outfit, she looked like a typical Jiangnan beauty. Her long, smooth hair cascaded down, her skin was fair, her features delicate, and her eyes sparkled like gentle autumn waters. She exuded a serene aura, as if she had stepped out of a Jiangnan ink painting. She was Zhou Ank, the vice president of finance at Beacon Group. Achieving such a high position at her age was a testament to her extraordinary abilities. Hello, Vice President Zhou. Su Rui smiled and shook her hand, which felt smooth. He didn't hold on like a lecher, as he had different strategies for different women. After all, men can't always appear lecherous, right? Just call me in. Zhou Ank smiled and said. That was her English name. She always found it strange when people called her Vice President Zhou. Zhou Ank had heard all about Su Rui's exploits, how he charmed In Xiaomei, toyed with Chun Legang, and was rumored to be Lin Aoshui's boyfriend. In short, he was becoming quite the figure at Beacon in just a few days. Zhou Ank handed over a check, saying, This is your commission for yesterday's order, plus an additional 200,000 bonus from the group, totaling 2,200,000. This is the largest single bonus in Beacon's history. Congratulations. Thank you, and Su Rui took the check and offered Zhou Ank a smile he thought was gentle and scholarly. After smiling, he felt his face stiffen and thought, I'm just a rogue. Am I overdoing the act? Zhou Ank seemed to have a cheerful personality and joked, You're welcome. Now that you've received such a large bonus, when will you treat the entire finance department to a meal? Su Rui laughed heartily. With so many beautiful ladies in the finance department, I'm more than eager to dine with you all. Su Rui knew it wasn't appropriate to stay too long in Zhou Ank's office. Although he wanted to chat with this girl who looked like she came from an ink wash painting, he worried about overstepping. Women like her were different from the icy Lin Aoshua. Once a bad impression was made, it would be hard to change later. Just as Su Rue was about to take his leave, his eyes caught a glimpse of a calligraphy piece hanging on the wall. It read, "Serenity leads to far-reaching." Signed by Zhou Enk in the year of wooing. It seemed this was a new work from this year, and it was written by Zhou Enk herself. It appeared that this girl truly came from the Jiangnan region. Those 4 characters expressed her inner artistic vision perfectly, aligning beautifully with her serene demeanor. Su Rue feigned surprise and said, "And you can write calligraphy?" Zhou Enk smiled slightly. "I practiced for a few years when I was young. What do you think? Care to give your opinion?" In fact, this was one of Zhou Enk's more favored pieces. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hung it on the wall. Generally, when people saw it, they would say it was good, though it was mostly just superficial praise. Zhou Enk didn't expect Su Rue to provide any profound insights. It was just a formality. To Zhou Enk's surprise, Su Rue genuinely stood there with his arms crossed, seemingly starting to appreciate it seriously. Zhou Enk doubted whether this guy was just pretending, but seeing his earnest expression made her reconsider. Since coming to Ninghai for work, Zhou Enk had never met a peer who appreciated calligraphy. As she watched Su Rue remain silent for a minute, she found herself feeling a hint of anticipation. "To be honest, I can't write calligraphy." Su Rue's opening remark disappointed Zhou Enk. Yes, many people don't write calligraphy anymore. Zhou Enk's hopeful mood deflated, and her tone became calmer. "But I can sense your emotions from these characters." Su Rue gave Zhou Enk a knowing smile and continued. "It conveys a sense of tranquility and peace. Serenity is not mere dullness or mediocrity. It's a profound, distant peace." Zhou Enk's hand trembled slightly. She wasn't one to seek fame or flattery. Whenever people saw her calligraphy, they would usually gush but couldn't articulate why it was good. Yet Su Rue took a different approach. His words reflected the very inner realm she pursued. In this world, true understanding is hard to find. And inner peace is the true tranquility. "I think the phrase, 'as tranquil as a virgin,' perfectly describes someone like you," Su Rue said softly. In this situation, his compliment felt genuine, devoid of any pretense, and left a pleasant impression rather than an awkward one. "I've never felt that an idiom could fit a person so well. You're the first one." Su Rue was speaking the truth when he said that nowadays, girls are becoming increasingly restless and vain. It's rare to find someone like Zhou Enk, who resembles a figure from an ink-wash painting. Zhou Enk smiled a bit shyly and replied, "Su Rue, I can't take such flattery. All right, I won't praise you anymore." "I still haven't finished talking about this piece of calligraphy," Su Rue said with a smile. "Oh, do you have more thoughts about this piece?" Zhou Enk found Su Rue increasingly intriguing. He brought a completely different feeling to her. Watching him appreciate the artwork seriously, she really struggled to connect this man with the arrogant CEO boyfriend from the legends. "Yes, it's about the style of the characters themselves," Su Rue said with a slight smile. "The font of this piece is a relatively simple running script. Although simple, it best reflects a person's skill and brushwork." Zhou Enk listened attentively without interrupting. "Perhaps due to your temperament, this piece appears a bit too delicate overall. If some strokes were slightly embellished, it might achieve a different effect." "Really? What insights do you have?" Zhou Enk expressed her surprise. If Su Rue's earlier comments seemed somewhat pretentious, he had undoubtedly hit the nail on the head this time. Just imagine, if the vertical stroke of the character were written with a slight curve, and the radical of were made straighter, wouldn't the overall character's temperament change? Zhou Enk lightly furrowed her brows, contemplating Su Rue's suggestions. Gradually, her frown relaxed, and her eyes sparkled with brightness. "Has the delicate quality diminished a bit, replaced by a more carefree feeling?" Su Rue asked, observing Zhou Enk's expression and giving himself a mental thumbs up. "Rue Gu, you're amazing." "Yes, it really is like that," Zhou Enk said with excitement. She had never imagined that simply altering 2 strokes could change the entire character's temperament so dramatically. If the previous strokes had a soft and endearing quality, the new strokes exuded a heroic spirit. "You are truly impressive," Zhou Enk said sincerely. Flattered by the praise from such a beautiful woman, Su Rue seemed a bit proud, blinking and saying, "Actually, I have even greater insights coming up." Chapter 030. Winning over the entire finance department. Well, that statement truly carries multiple meanings, especially when a man says it to a woman, laden with a strong hint of suggestion. Of course, if Shui Riyun had heard it, she would have teased him without a doubt, but Zhou Enk genuinely didn't think too much about it. "You're impressive," Zhou Enk said sincerely. She had practiced calligraphy under the guidance of her elders since childhood, but Su Rue's insight rivaled that of her family members. With just a few strokes altered, he could change the entire character's vibe, something her elders might not even manage. Su Rue was undoubtedly a calligraphy genius. As he examined the piece of writing, Su Rue shook his head slowly and said, "And you're from Xinjiang, aren't you?" Zhou Ang was somewhat surprised. Yes, I am from Shijiang. But how did you know? Su Rui smiled slightly. Honestly, I knew you were a woman from the southern water towns the moment I saw you. Now I'm even more certain. Zhou Ang didn't interrupt, her face filled with curiosity as she awaited Su Rui's explanation. At first glance, this semi-cursive script appeared no different from ordinary writing, but upon closer inspection, one could notice subtle details that exuded a tranquil and harmonious aura. The character's style and brushwork indicated to him that it was Lian Tang's style, suggesting she was from Lian Tang town in Shijiang. Bang! Zhou Ang's teacup crashed to the floor. Thankfully, the crystal cup was of good quality. Otherwise, it would have shattered into pieces. Who was this Su Rui? To discern her hometown just from a piece of writing? Seeing Zhou Ang's astonished expression, Su Rui smiled faintly, bent down to pick up the cup, and gently placed it on the desk. Actually, you don't need to be too surprised. The Lian Tang style isn't widely known, but I do know a bit about it. Legend has it that this script was created by the first daughter-in-law of a prominent family in Lian Tang town, which gives it a softer, more delicate beauty, lacking in masculinity. Generations are required to practice it, but its popularity didn't spread far beyond the town. Outside of Lian Tang, few are aware of this script. The shock in Zhou Ang's heart was immense, creating waves of astonishment. She truly felt as if she had encountered a ghost. How could Su Rui be so extraordinary? He was even more impressive than a detective solving a case. I've also heard that the head of that prominent family has the surname Zhou and has been a prestigious lineage for hundreds of years, Su Rui continued, unabashed. And, if I'm not mistaken, you should be from that family, right? Never underestimate the number of extraordinary people in this world, and never judge a book by its cover. Zhou Ang would never have imagined that a mere salesperson from the marketing department of a company could alter a few strokes and completely transform the character's essence. Even deduce her background from just one piece of writing. Outside Lian Tang town, hardly anyone knew about the Lian Tang style, and now, with fewer young people wanting to practice calligraphy, they probably didn't even know what it was. Yet Su Rui knew. You're really impressive. Zhou Ang was still in shock. After all, Su Rui's performance was a powerful impact for anyone. Looking at Zhou Ang's slightly parted lips, Su Rui found her quite adorable. He winked and said, I've heard that the lotus flowers from your hometown are exceptionally beautiful. If you go back next time, could you take me with you? In fact, Su Rui said this half-jokingly, and it was indeed a bit challenging for a woman to make such a request. Who would casually take a not-so-familiar man home to meet the family? Wouldn't that be akin to announcing to everyone that he was her boyfriend? However, Zhou Ang didn't think that way. Instead, she replied somewhat excitedly, sure. It's rare to meet someone who understands the Lian Tang style. I'll definitely take you to Lian Tang town. Su Rui smiled broadly. Then it's settled, but you can't back out. With a radiant smile, Zhou Ang, showing off her femininity, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, I won tea. Great. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Su Rui said before leaving, casting out a long line. Due to the Lian Tang style, Zhou Ang's impression of Su Rui was extremely positive. So she agreed to his invitation without a second thought. As soon as Su Rui stepped out of Zhou Ang's office, the curious Hu Qianqian immediately approached him and asked, Hey, handsome, what did you talk about with our general manager in there? Do you know you're the man who has stayed in her office the longest that I've ever seen? Really? Su Rui scratched his nose and chuckled. What an honor. You have no idea. Our general manager has many suitors, but whether they're male friends or colleagues, no one has ever stayed in her office for 10 minutes. You really are something. You've broken new ground. Su Rui hadn't thought about that. Why wouldn't men be allowed to linger a bit longer in her office? Did she have a cleanliness obsession? Women truly are perplexing creatures. Hey, handsome. You won such a hefty bonus. Aren't you going to treat us? Hu Qianqian said, clutching a large stack of documents and chattering away behind Su Rui. Su Rui glanced around and saw the young women from the finance department looking at him with hopeful eyes. He pulled out his wallet, took out a thick wad of red bills, at least a dozen, and stuffed them into Hu Qianqian's hands. Hu Qianqian, I've been too busy these past few days to treat anyone. Can you help me grab a few dozen cups of coffee from the Starbucks downstairs? Consider it my tribute to the beautiful ladies in the finance department. Yay. As soon as Su Rui finished speaking, cheers erupted from the joint workspace of the finance department. This handsome guy is so generous. Compared to that Chen Lei, he is a whole lot more magnanimous. That guy wouldn't even buy a cup of milk tea after getting his commission. Handsome and wealthy, what are you waiting for? You should make your move on this golden bachelor. The ladies in the finance department were buzzing with excitement, and Su Rui quickly became the center of their attention. Unexpectedly, just 2 minutes after Su Rui left, he turned back around. Hu Qianqian and a few colleagues were getting ready to go downstairs for coffee when they saw Su Rui return and asked in surprise, "Su, are you planning to take back the money for our coffee?" Su Rui laughed and said, "Of course not. I just feel such a connection with the beautiful ladies in the finance department. Treating you all to coffee seems too small. What are you planning to do then?" Hu Qianqian tilted her head, finding Su Rui more and more likable. This new guy was truly savvy. "I don't know how many beautiful ladies there are in the finance department, so I reserved a table for 50 at the Beluda Western restaurant. The payment has already been made over the phone. You should know that Beluda is a relatively high-end Western restaurant in Ninghai, where a meal costs several hundred per person. Reserving a spot for 50 would easily cost tens of thousands. Moreover, this level of restaurant isn't typically frequented by ordinary white-collar workers. It's likely that none of the ladies in the finance department had ever been to Beluda. Long live the handsome guy." Upon hearing this, Hu Qianqian raised her arm and cheered. With a leader like her, the entire finance department quickly joined in, and the ladies began to cheer. Hu Qianqian shouted again, "Sisters, thanks to our handsome Su, we're having dinner at Beluda tonight." Yay! The cheers erupted once more. And Su Rui had become the star of popularity in the finance department. Su Rui had walked away for quite a while, but Zhou Ank was still lost in thought, staring at the serene and profound calligraphy, seemingly oblivious to the cheers outside. Over the years, opportunities to return to my hometown have become increasingly rare due to studying and working abroad. Yet, the less chance I have to go back. The more I miss it, the lotus flowers of my hometown, the unique script of the region, and the people I grew up with. The Lotus Pond style was a script that every child in Lotus Pond Town had to learn, but it gradually faded from memory over time. However, when Zhou Ank heard those 3 words from Su Rui, who could have known the surprise that filled the heart of the vice president of finance at Baikon Group? Zhou Ank looked at the calligraphy, suddenly stood up, tiptoed, and carefully took it down, rolling it up with great care and placing it in an exquisite box. No matter how beautiful something is, it should only be in the hands of someone who appreciates it. Otherwise, it would be like casting pearls before swine. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Zhou Ank looked up and said, "Come in." Hu Qianqian walked in with a smile. "Mr. Zhou, I was wondering if you have time tonight." "What's going on?" "Well, Su Rui said he would treat everyone in the finance department to dinner. A reservation has been made at the Beluda restaurant. If you have time, Mr. Zhou, you could join us." "Su Rui is treating you all to dinner?" "Yes and no. He personally isn't available, but he made the reservation for us to go," Hu Qianqian explained. "Oh, I see." Zhou Ank smiled and asked, "Qianqian, tell me the truth. Did you blackmail him again?" Hu Qianqian quickly waved her hands. "Mr. Zhou, I wouldn't dare. This was Su Rui's idea." "All right, as you say." Zhou Ank understood the situation. This Hu Qianqian was quite clever and had likely pressured Su Rui into treating them. Such things had happened before. But it was rare to see someone as generous as Su Rui. Back in the marketing department, Su Rui sat down leisurely, reflecting on how nice it felt to enjoy the accolades in the finance department. Men really are such vain creatures. Chen Lei had just taken his seat. While he appeared to be gathering client information, he was actually seething with frustration. Su Rui had only been there for a few days and had completely overshadowed him. Ugh, how boring. Su Rui glanced at his computer and decided to continue watching the NBA game. He could confidently say he was the happiest employee at Baikon. Just then, the office area of the marketing department suddenly erupted in commotion. Chapter 031. Borrowing a handsome guy from sister according to common sense. Whenever a beautiful woman arrives, the marketing department's office area tends to stir. This time, however, it was none other than Zhou Ank, the deputy director of the finance department. Ever since Su Rui joined the marketing department, the frequency of visits from various beauties has increased significantly. Even Zhou Ank, who usually appears very rarely, showed up here. As Zhou Ank walked straight towards Su Rui, many people cast envious glances. In modern society, it's rare to find a woman like Zhou Ank, who exudes an ethereal charm reminiscent of ancient elegance. This kind of classical beauty cannot be faked, it must come from within. As she walked in from the elevator, it seemed like a refreshing breeze swept through the entire hall. Su Rui stood up, a bit surprised, and asked, "And what brings you here?" Upon hearing this address, everyone felt a wave of disbelief. Although Zhou Ank allowed people to call her by her English name, this was still China, and the cultural atmosphere was quite different from that of foreign companies. Who would dare to call a high-ranking finance deputy director by her first name? At that moment, Su Rui's casual use of Zhou Ank's English name gave the impression that they were quite familiar. No wonder he asked the president's boyfriend. "I brought this for you." Zhou Ank placed a delicate, elongated box on Su Rui's desk. The box looked exquisite and had an antique charm. "Oh, is this the calligraphy piece?" Su Rui asked. A bit surprised, not expecting Zhou Ang to take such an initiative. Indeed, I didn't think you would guess it, Zhou Ang replied. Her smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. This woman's appearance and demeanor were impeccable, but her voice was even more captivating. The marketing department's wolves were left weak-kneed by her delicate and smooth tone. It was almost unbelievable that Zhou Ang would actively give a gift to a man. Could it be that she had taken a liking to the president's boyfriend? What is flirting? This was flirting. Compared to Su Rue, their usual methods of attracting women seemed so weak. This is your treasured piece. Why give it to me? Su Rue asked. It should be in the hands of someone who appreciates it. I've never met anyone who knows about the Lian Tang style of calligraphy. You are the only one. So I wanted to give it to you, Zhou Ang said, brushing her hair back. This simple gesture nearly made the men present swoon. After all, she was a renowned classical beauty, and even a casual movement was filled with femininity. Then I shall graciously accept it, Su Rue said as he opened the box and looked inside. For this piece of calligraphy, I must treat you to a meal. Zhou Ang laughed. I've already made dinner plans for the next couple of days. I'll call you when I have time. Having encountered someone who appreciates the Lian Tang style of calligraphy, Zhou Ang was completely at ease. Su Rue's earlier words in her office had stirred her strong nostalgia for her hometown. After Zhou Ang left, Chao Tianping approached with a mysterious expression and said, Hey, Su Rue, what kind of flirting skills do you have? Share a bit with me. Flirting? What are you talking about? This is just my natural charisma radiating. Su Rue replied disdainfully, eyeing Chao Tianping's belly. If you want to attract women, lose that belly first. What woman likes a fat guy? Why don't they like fat guys? They can be quite cuddly. Chao Tianping said, puzzled. Su Rue rolled his eyes. They can tell just by looking at your flabby body that you're not good in bed. Chao Tianping was nearly choked by Su Rue's words. Just then, Lin Aoshua stepped out of her office, followed by two researchers. Where is Aoshua going? Su Rue asked Chao Tianping. The president is going to the lab. Although she is the president, she also serves as the director of the technical department, Chao Tianping explained. Upon hearing this, Su Rue immediately stood up and quickly followed Lin Aoshua. Chao Tianping secretly gave him a thumbs up. A person of such status doesn't need explanations. After getting Zhou Ang to give him a gift, he was now eagerly following the president. This was truly the pinnacle of flirting. Why are you following me? Lin Aoshua asked. Not even turning around to know Su Rue was behind her. I want to see what the Baiken Group's lab looks like, Su Rue shamelessly replied. Besides, the world is dangerous. I must protect you wherever you go, understand? Su Rue's voice wasn't quiet, and half of the marketing department heard him. Everyone stifled their laughter. Realizing his shamelessness had reached a new level, Lin Aoshua didn't refuse further. She walked to the changing room, put on a white full-body protective suit, and entered the lab without saying a word to Su Rue. Su Rue wanted to follow her inside, but was stopped by two researchers. This is a sterile and dust-free lab. You can't enter without proper disinfection. Scratching his head, Su Rue replied, Fine, Lin Aoshua, you win this round. In fact, Lin Aoshua was standing just behind the lab door, not far away. Listening to Su Rue's muttering, she raised an eyebrow, her cold eyes seemingly glimmering with light. Feeling a bit dejected, Su Rue returned to his seat. After playing with his phone for a while, something seemed to strike him, and he asked Chao Tianping, Hey, do you know if there are any local gangsters with the character Yang in their name? During a previous encounter with a stalker, Su Rue had heard a name with the character Yang, but unfortunately, the person had been killed by a passing car before he could finish explaining. Thinking of that mysterious person's excellent driving skills, Su Rue couldn't help but frown. Yang, Chao Tianping, not being part of the underworld, was also puzzled. Well, if you don't know, I'll ask Lin Fuzhong, Su Rue said, and headed to Lin Fuzhong's office. Su Rue generally didn't knock when entering places, especially with people he was familiar with. He pushed open the door to Lin Fuzhong's office and saw the marketing director, Shui Ruyun, reporting on work. She was wearing a cherry red suit with straight white pants. And even though nothing was exposed, her good figure was still perfectly showcased. Seeing Su Rue enter, Lin Fuzhong smiled broadly, stood up, and said, Su Rue, you're here. Please, sit down. Shui Ruyun was slightly surprised. Although she was sharp enough to guess Su Rue's background was not simple, she rarely saw Lin Fuzhong stand up to welcome someone. I don't have anything else. I just want to ask Brother Lin about someone, Su Rue said, crossing his legs. Upon hearing him call Lin Fuzhong Brother Lin, Shui Ruyun was utterly shocked. This Su Rue seemed to be in his 20s. Yet he could casually refer to a pharmaceutical tycoon like Lin Fuzhong as a brother. Please go ahead, Lin Fuzhong replied, glancing at Shui Ruyun, clearly not trying to hide anything from her. It was evident that this exceptional woman was highly trusted by the chairman. Are there any local figures in the underworld with Yang in their name? Su Rue asked, furrowing his brow. It doesn't necessarily have to be a gangster. It could also be someone from a major family or conglomerate. Lin Fuzhong was taken aback and asked, "Why do you want to know about this?" "I suspect the events of the past 2 nights were orchestrated by this person," Su Rui replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Fuzhong's expression turned serious. This was something he needed to investigate as well, considering it had threatened the lives of him and his daughter. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fuzhong shook his head. "I really can't think of anyone." At that moment, Shui Ruyun raised her head and said uncertainly, "Could it be Li Yang?" "Li Yang?" Lin Fuzhong felt a bit dazed. How did I not think of that? It must be him. Who is this Li Yang? Su Rui furrowed his brows. Li Yang was the leader of the Qinglong gang in Ninghai, and his entire family was involved in criminal activities. He inherited his father's position many years ago and has been at the helm of the gang since then. Over the years, he has committed numerous illegal acts. But the police have been unable to gather solid evidence, either due to his complex web of connections or because they are simply too cautious. Moreover, Li Yang has a very good relationship with the upper echelons of Ninghai. After all, he has been operating in this area for so many years. Deeply rooted in the local scene, it's not an exaggeration to call him a local tyrant. He controls many establishments, and his net worth is at least in the tens of billions. Listening to Shui Ruyun recount all this, Su Rui raised his eyebrows and smiled. It seems that President Shui is quite familiar with the underworld. Shui Ruyun chuckled, her expression appearing quite natural. "I've heard some things from others." Lin Fuzhong fell silent. If this matter really is Li Yang's doing, then it's quite tricky. A strong dragon can hardly suppress a local snake. And besides, Baiken is a legitimate private enterprise, no matter how big it gets. It's hard to compete with the traditional local gangs. I need detailed information on Li Yang, Brother Lin. Can you provide it to me within half a day? Su Rui leaned forward, his expression serious. This matter is very important. I think you understand. Lin Fuzhong straightened up and said, "All right. I'll get right to work on this, and we'll have the information on your desk before the end of the day." At that moment, Shui Ruyun interjected, "Chairman, I have a dinner engagement tonight. I wonder if I could borrow Su Rui for a bit?" Upon hearing this, Su Rui rolled his eyes. What is this beautiful lady trying to pull? What does she mean by borrow? I'm a man, not a tool for women to borrow at will. Lin Fuzhong was a bit at a loss. Having witnessed Su Rui's exceptional abilities, he had developed a sense of reliance on this young man. With him escorting Aoshua home, the journey would be much safer. After all, his daughter's safety is the top priority. In fact, this was a psychological struggle of going from luxury to frugality. If Su Rui hadn't appeared, Lin Fuzhong wouldn't have thought this way. It's like this. Seeing Lin Fuzhong's expression, Shui Ruyun realized he misunderstood her intent. "We recently became a supplier for Suk Company, and they are hosting a dinner for me tonight. Chairman, as you know, Suk Company has ties to the Qinglong gang." Lin Fuzhong's eyes lit up. "Great. Su Rui, how about you go with Ruyun tonight?" Chapter 032. You're a country bumpkin. Su Rui shrugged his shoulders and said, "I have no issues. It's good to get closer to Li Yang through this matter. We can't just let him take shots at us while we stand there unable to fight back." Lin Fuzhong nodded in agreement. "However, you need to bolster your security around Lin Aoshua." "I understand. For now, they won't dare to be too reckless," Lin Fuzhong replied. "Brother, since the chairman has spoken, you belong to me tonight," Shui Ruyun said, batting her eyelashes, her voice almost dripping with charm. After work this time, Su Rui didn't take Lin Aoshua's car. Instead, he left with Shui Ruyun, leaving everyone in shock once again. Is he planning to charm all the beauties in the company in just a few days? Shui Ruyun's vehicle was a rugged Range Rover, a model not commonly chosen by women. Clearly, the marketing director of Baiken was doing quite well for herself. Su Rui opened the passenger door and got in, a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Being in this position is quite stressful too. "Little brother, stop calling me Director Shui. Just call me Ruyun Jia." Shui Ruyun winked at Su Rui, her charm evident in her eyes. "Be careful with that, Ruyun. You never know. It could be dangerous." Su Rui smirked, thinking it was no joke. He couldn't afford to lose his edge in front of a strong woman. "Really? I believe you're a gentleman," she teased. Perhaps it was warm inside the car. Before starting the engine, Shui Ruyun took off her cherry red blazer, revealing a white shirt underneath. Due to the lighting, from Su Rui's angle, the thin shirt appeared somewhat transparent, with a light yellow bra showing through clearly. Once Shui Ruyun fastened her seatbelt, her curves were accentuated even more, almost overwhelming. Su Rui stole a glance that nearly made him lose control. Don't look, he quickly averted his eyes, realizing that riding with a beauty had its perks, especially when she was fastening her seatbelt. "Where are you from, Ruyun?" Su Rui asked. "I'm from Nanyang in the south," she replied, seemingly indifferent to Su Rui's casual address. "Is it hard to adjust, moving from the south to Ninghai?" "Not really. It's just life as circumstances. We don't really have a choice. As she answered, Shui Ruyun's brow twitched slightly. What about you? Where are you from? Well, Su Rui pondered for a moment before smiling and replying, I'm from Huaxia. Little brother, you're not being honest. Shui Ruyun assumed he was reluctant to answer. I'm serious. I honestly don't know where I'm from. I grew up in an orphanage, but it was in Ninghai. And it's probably no longer there after all these years, Su Rui reminisced. Those old memories often resurfaced unexpectedly, dusting off the past under the sun. Hearing this, Shui Ruyun looked at Su Rui in surprise, not expecting this seemingly carefree man to have such a background. A complex expression flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, It's okay. It's nothing. Su Rui waved his hand dismissively, smiling. So, coming back to the point, I really don't know where my hometown is. Shui Ruyun chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. Looks like we're both fellow Huaxia people. I read the detailed information that old Lin prepared about Li Yang. He's a classic gang leader. I suspect he was behind the incident a few days ago. Su Rui shared his intuition, which was usually spot on. And he didn't treat Shui Ruyun as an outsider. That is possible. After all, he is a notorious figure in Ninghai. Shui Ruyun nodded. A notorious figure? Su Rui raised an eyebrow, a mocking expression on his face. I've seen his profile. If someone like him can be called a notorious figure, then there are notorious figures everywhere in this world. Shui Ruyun chuckled, thinking Su Rui was boasting. After all, Li Yang was the gang leader in Ninghai. If such a person couldn't be considered notorious, what level did Su Rui think a notorious figure needed to reach? To rule all of Huaxia? Of course, if Shui Ruyun had heard of the 12 Olympians in the Western underworld, she wouldn't doubt Su Rui's words. Under Zeus, the 12 Olympians shone like 12 radiant suns in the sky of the Western underworld, dazzling in their glory. Knowing that Shui Ruyun didn't believe him, Su Rui simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. However, seeing Su Rui's calm demeanor made Shui Ruyun feel a bit lost. Could it be that what this man said was true? Despite his youthful appearance and carefree smile, there was an expression that occasionally revealed a depth of experience far beyond his years. Strangely, these two contradictory aspects coexisted harmoniously in Su Rui, as if they were inherently one, without conflict. Which hotel are we going to? Su Rui asked. We're heading to the Waideojia Hotel. I've heard the food there is quite good, but it also has ties to the Qinglong gang, Shui Ruyun replied. Do you often attend banquets alone? Su Rui inquired. Knowing that as the marketing director of Baikan, Shui Ruyun likely had to socialize frequently, but with her alluring looks, how could men in the business world resist such temptation after a few drinks? The combination of her curves and charm was deadly. Baikan is a legitimate company, and our chairman promotes transparency, so these banquets aren't frequent unless absolutely necessary. Besides, when I do go, I usually bring along a few male colleagues, Shui Ruyun explained, fully aware of the dangers involved. She glanced at Su Rui, her smile radiating charm. Also, not everyone gets to see me like this. The implication was clear. Even though she was showing this smile to him, it didn't mean everyone was privy to it. She was not a loose woman. Su Rui glanced at Shui Ruyun, deliberately letting his gaze linger on her ample chest for a second, then leered. I'm actually afraid I might lose control. Shui Ruyun clearly noticed that although Su Rui appeared lecherous, there was no hint of desire in his gaze. He was a man skilled at concealing his true self with an astonishing level of self-control. Perhaps a woman like Lin Aoxue, raised in a different environment, wouldn't recognize this depth in Su Rui. However, Shui Ruyun had grown up in an unusual setting, and her complex experiences set her apart from ordinary women, giving her a keen insight that was not easily matched. The Waideojia Hotel was doing quite well, known for its Ninghai local cuisine. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Li Zhilong, the general manager of Soup Company, waiting at the entrance. Li Zhilong was a robust man. His eyes squished into a line by his chubby face, and his beer belly protruded prominently. He wore a gold chain about the width of a pinky finger around his neck, embodying the typical nouveau riche image. When he saw the alluring Shui Ruyun stepping out of the car, he excitedly rubbed his hands together. Soup Company is a pharmaceutical enterprise established by Li Yang, leveraging his extensive network in Ninghai to engage in the drug trade. Essentially, it operates like a typical underground organization. Their recent partnership with Baikan Group is definitely a piece of good news for them. After all, not just anyone can collaborate with a major player like Baikan. Li Zhilong's success in securing this deal has significantly enhanced his standing in Li Yang's eyes. Having mixed in Ninghai's underworld for so long, Li Zhilong is ruthless and decisive, with strong execution skills. However, he has two obvious shortcomings. Firstly, he is arrogant. After a few drinks, he often loses his sense of direction and tends to look down on everyone except for Li Yang. On one occasion, He got so drunk that he even flirted with the sister-in-law of the deputy mayor. Fortunately, that sister-in-law was quite promiscuous herself, or things could have ended badly. His second flaw is his lewdness. One could say he has an insatiable appetite for women. He insists on having 2 girls accompany him to bed every night, or else he can't sleep a wink. Rumor has it that Baikon Group is filled with beautiful women. While he can't possibly reach the level of someone like Lin Aoshua, he thinks he might have a chance with someone like Shui Ruyun. Tonight's banquet is not just to celebrate their successful collaboration, but also an opportunity for him to pursue a further relationship with Shui Ruyun. However, when Li Zhilong noticed Su Rui closely following Shui Ruyun, his expression darkened slightly before he quickly regained his smile. Bringing a pretty boy to dinner. Huh? What does he take me for? Li Zhilong considers himself a mid-level leader in the Qinglong gang and certainly doesn't regard an average young man as a threat. Besides, the Taste House and Hotel is the territory of the Qinglong gang. Ms. Shui, welcome, Li Zhilong exclaimed, extending his large, hairy hand to grasp Shui Ruyun's delicate one. Su Rui could clearly see the hesitation in Shui Ruyun's expression. Indeed, shaking hands with someone like this was quite off-putting. As their hands clasped, Li Zhilong couldn't help but chuckle, finding her hand cool and soft, almost as if it were boneless, making it hard for him to let go. The few men standing behind Li Zhilong exchanged knowing glances, their minds already racing. Who wouldn't want to conquer a mature woman like Shui Ruyun? Who wouldn't want to have her beneath them? 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and noticing that Li Zhilong had no intention of releasing her hand, Shui Ruyun tried to pull away, only to find his grip too tight to break free. Su Rui, standing nearby, caught a glimmer of coldness in his smile. Mr. Li, shouldn't we head inside? Shui Ruyun glanced at Su Rui and then reminded Li Zhilong. The latter chuckled awkwardly and reluctantly let go of her hand, scratching his slicked back hair as he said, I was blinded by Ms. Shui's beauty. Su Rui casually remarked, country bumpkin. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just enough for Li Zhilong to hear. Chapter 33. Drinking contest to the death country bumpkin? Li Zhilong's eyes widened in anger, glaring at Su Rui like copper bells. What did you say? Years ago, when Li Zhilong first arrived in Ninghai, someone had indeed insulted him like that. However, after following Li Yang and gradually making a name for himself, people now respectfully called him Brother Long. Who would dare to look down on a mid-level leader of the Qinglong gang? The few men behind Li Zhilong were also glaring at Su Rui with murderous intent. It was clear that if Su Rui said anything disrespectful, they would rush at him and beat him up. Shui Ruyun gently tapped Su Rui's arm, signaling him to be cautious, then smiled and explained, Mr. Li, I think you might have misheard. Let me introduce this gentleman. This is Su Rui, an elite in our biking group, and he's likely to win this year's sales champion for the company. Oh, I've heard a lot about you. Li Zhilong knew that it was best not to escalate the situation too quickly, so he shot Su Rui a cold glance. Su Rui smiled back at Li Zhilong and said, I've heard a lot about you too, Mr. Li. Although their first meeting was somewhat unpleasant, it shouldn't affect their relationship. To win Shui Ruyun's favor, Li Zhilong ordered a table full of exquisite dishes and even brought a case of Wulianya, cheerfully saying, Miss Shui, since we hit it off so well, we must drink until we drop tonight for the sake of our company's mutual development. While saying this, Li Zhilong couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Shui Ruyun's chest, feeling as if he could sense her softness and allure just by looking. Better to die under the peony than to be a ghost in vain, Li Zhilong thought to himself, imagining how wonderful it would be to bury his face in Shui Ruyun's bosom and inhale her enticing fragrance, even if it meant suffocating to death. At the dining table, there were 8 people from Suk Group, while only Shui Ruyun and Su Rui represented Baiken, making them seem somewhat outnumbered. Drink until we drop, huh? Shui Ruyun glanced at Su Rui and then turned to Li Zhilong, saying, Mr. Li, how do you plan to drink tonight? With 8 of you, it would be difficult for just the 2 of us to keep up. Shui Ruyun understood that if they went up against 8, she and Su Rui would definitely be overwhelmed. These guys were thugs from the Qinglong gang and wouldn't kindly escort them back to their hotel, which was why she asked. Li Zhilong chuckled, seemingly already envisioning the evening's pleasures. He needed to keep Shui Ruyun at ease. If she became wary and refused to drink, things could get complicated. Actually, it's quite simple. We're all men here. Let's drink 1 cup at a time, and Ms. Shui can just have half a cup each time. What do you think? It was clear that Li Zhilong was deliberately trying to get Su Rui drunk to make things easier for him with Shui Ruyun. Su Rui smiled, but remained silent. His cup was not small, and downing it would be at least 100 grams of liquor. If Shui Ruyun only had half a cup each time, that would still add up to a significant amount. Who could handle that much strong liquor? Li Zhilong's intentions were clearly not good. Shui Ruyun's smile faded slightly. Mr. Li, reaching a cooperation is a joyful occasion. If I had known you were such a heavy drinker, I would have brought some of my colleagues with better drinking capacity. Today is really a bit challenging. How about I drink a third each time, and Su Rui takes half a cup? What do you think? Before Li Zhilong could respond, one of his subordinates jumped in, saying, "What do you mean, Ms. Shui? If you don't drink with the brothers, it's like looking down on us, and also looking down on Suk Group. Looking down on Suk Group means looking down on the Qinglong gang. Looking down on the Qinglong gang means looking down on our boss, Liang. When scholars meet soldiers, reason does not prevail." Shui Riyun found herself in a dilemma. Realizing that reasoning with these guys was futile, they were nothing more than a bunch of uncultured thugs. Shui Riyun regretted agreeing to this dinner. Su Rui shot a cold glance at the men across the table and said, "What are you shouting about? Is it really that important for us to drink more? Must you speak in riddles?" Shui Riyun lightly kicked Su Rui under the table, signaling him to be cautious. Now is not the time to act impulsively. Are you a man or not? Huang Mao, sitting next to Li Zhilong, slammed the table and dropped a bottle of Wulianya on it. "If you're a man, drink with me." Su Rui looked somewhat annoyed by the provocation and shot back. "If we're from Biking Group, we can't fall behind in front of Suk Group." It seemed like Su Rui was easily provoked, charging in angrily at the slightest taunt. Li Zhilong was overjoyed. This young man was clearly naive about the darkness of society. If he could get him drunk, then Shui Riyun would be left alone, and he wouldn't need to worry about how to get her to bed. Shui Riyun noticed that Su Rui had taken the bait and quickly shot him a worried glance, but he didn't even look her way. Li Zhilong exchanged glances with Huang Mao, who understood the cue. He opened a bottle of liquor, grabbed a tall glass, and filled it to the brim for Su Rui. It looked like a full cup of at least 250 grams. This was 52-degree liquor. If he downed it quickly, it could easily leave someone dizzy. Seeing that her signals were ineffective, Shui Riyun kicked Su Rui under the table again, but he still showed no reaction, staring at the full glass with excitement and a flushed face. Not getting a response, Shui Riyun continued to kick him. But it didn't seem forceful, more like she was playfully scratching him. From a distance, it would look like they were flirting. A smirk appeared on Su Rui's lips as he slipped his hand under the table and gently pressed it against Shui Riyun's thigh. Though separated by a thin layer of fabric, he could distinctly feel the elastic sensation. With thighs that inviting, this woman, exuding temptation from head to toe, was truly irresistible. Feeling Su Rui's hand on her thigh, Shui Riyun stiffened. She reached out to pull his hand away, but how could her strength compare to his? No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't budge that hand. The two of them continued their antics under the table, while the others remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Do you really think I'm that easy?" Shui Riyun fumed internally, just as she was about to pinch Su Rui's hand. To her surprise, he squeezed her thigh before letting go. "Nice touch," Su Rui whispered, a remark only Shui Riyun could hear. Hearing this, she shot him a mock glare, her expression a mix of annoyance and allure, which made Li Zhilong and the others look on with starry eyes. What a stunning woman! With Shui Riyun's gaze, everyone present could tell that her relationship with Su Rui was definitely more than just a simple superior-subordinate dynamic. Thinking about how the woman he was interested in was being stolen away by a pretty boy, Li Zhilong's face darkened immediately. "Daring to snatch a woman from me? I will make you pay dearly." With a grim expression, Li Zhilong grabbed Huang Mao's tall glass and filled it with half a gin of liquor. "Come on, Su Rui. I see you're a man too. Let us drink this together." Li Zhilong raised his glass and said. Su Rui was feeling quite frustrated. What did they mean by saying he looked like a tough guy? Was his brother suggesting he was some kind of sissy? If he were a woman, Su Rui would definitely show her what a real man was. However, seeing Li Zhilong's nouveau-riche demeanor, Su Rui quickly dismissed that disgusting thought. Shui Riyun, watching from the side, felt a shiver run down her spine. Although she had a reputation for holding her liquor, even she would struggle to down half a gin of baijiu in one go. The executives from Sucre Company all had affiliations with the Qinglong gang. And if Su Rui were to get drunk and collapse, Shui Riyun would likely find herself in a very dangerous situation today. "Brotherly, I feel a great sense of familiarity with you today, almost like we've known each other for ages. I'll drink to that," Su Rui said, raising his glass and tilting his head back to gulp down half a cup of liquor in one go. The people from Sucre Company were somewhat surprised. It seemed that Su Rui had quite the guts. After finishing, Su Rui wiped his mouth and exhaled a breath of hot air, saying, "Brotherly. It's your turn now." Li Zhilong laughed heartily, repeating "good" 3 times, and also tilted his head back to down half a gin of baijiu. Although Li Zhilong prided himself on having a good tolerance for alcohol and could usually handle over a gin without issue, downing half a gin in one go made his head spin rapidly. His face turned red immediately. Su Rui opened another bottle of Wulianya, filled glasses for himself and Li Zhilong, and poured another half a gene for each of them. Huang Mao, noticing that his brother was clearly being pushed to drink, quickly snatched the glass away, saying, "Brother, take it easy. I'll drink this one for you." Unexpectedly, Li Zhulong didn't appreciate the gesture. He slapped Huang Mao on the head, spitting out alcohol-laden words. "Don't talk nonsense. I can handle my liquor just fine without you blocking for me. You all, fill your glasses to the brim and drink with me and Brother Su." Upon hearing they had to down half a gene all at once, the subordinates all wore pained expressions. They could manage if they took turns to drink with Su Rui, but if they all drank together like this, they wouldn't last long at all. Li Zhulong raised an eyebrow and glared. "What are you all waiting for? Drink up. If anyone refuses, I'll fire them on the spot." Su Rui laughed heartily. "Brother Li is indeed a straightforward man. Now for the second cup, I toast to all my brothers." Now, the tables had turned, and after saying that, Su Rui stood up, tilted his head back, and downed another half a gene of baijiu, having already drunk. If these people didn't keep up, wouldn't that mean he wasn't man enough? Losing face at the table was certainly not what a man would do. Chapter 034. Have you been disappointed? Li Zhilong laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Brother Su, you really know how to please me. It's rare to meet someone so straightforward. Come on, let's drink together. With that, Li Zhilong led his 7 subordinates, each downing half a gene, approximately 250 milliliters, of liquor. At this point, both Li Zhilong and Su Rui had consumed a full gene of high-proof Wuliangya, a famous Chinese liquor, leaving Li Zhilong feeling dizzy, heavy-eyed, and with a burning sensation in his stomach. Keep in mind, this was a full gene of strong liquor, and with an empty stomach and no food to cushion it. It was indeed quite uncomfortable. Su Rui glanced at Shui Ruyun, his eyes still clear. Then he turned to shout outside, "Waiter, bring some milk for Brother Li to soothe his stomach." It's common knowledge that drinking milk can help counteract the effects of alcohol. If you drink half a gene of milk before sitting down to drink, your resilience to alcohol can be quite impressive, and you might hardly feel a few liang, about 100 milliliters, of liquor at all. Hearing Su Rui's concerned words, Li Zhilong laughed heartily. "Brother Su, you really know how to take care of your elder brother. But come on, we men drink alcohol. Who needs milk? That's for women. If we're drinking, let's drink to our heart's content. Fill my glass again. Be brother, you've already had too much." Huang Mao stammered, clearly struggling. He looked tough, but even half a gene was too much for him. "Shut up." Li Zhilong slapped Huang Mao playfully. "I hit it off with Brother Su at first sight. What is a little alcohol to us? You all take a cue from Brother Su. Come on, let us have another round." The others were somewhat reluctant. How much longer could they keep this up? Su Rui clapped his hands and laughed. "Brother Li is truly a man of his word. Whatever you drink tonight, I'll match you." Li Zhilong pounded his thigh and said, "Good, Brother Su. Your temperament suits me perfectly. You drink, I drink, and everyone else join in." Since the boss was drinking, the others couldn't refuse and reluctantly followed suit, each downing another half a gene. Now everyone had at least a gene of liquor in them. After consuming a gene and a half, Li Zhilong felt his eyelids grow so heavy he could hardly lift them. Breathing heavily, he said to Su Rui, "Brother, this is the first time I've encountered someone who drinks like you. It's exhilarating, more than exhilarating. I haven't been this happy in days. Where should we go to have some fun later?" Where to go wasn't important. What mattered was that they were enjoying the drinks. Alcohol is indeed a magical thing, capable of turning 2 complete strangers into bosom buddies who would go to great lengths for each other within 5 minutes. "All right, you've got character. I like it." Li Zhilong laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Su Rui approached with a large cup of liquor, pulled up a chair beside Li Zhilong, threw an arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner, and said with a big smile, "Brother Li, it's my great fortune to meet such a generous person like you. You must have a significant position in the Qinglong gang, right?" Li Zhilong chuckled, pride evident in his voice, though slightly slurred from the alcohol. "Brother, you're right. Good eye. My position in the gang is decent. But now that I'm connected to the biking group, I believe my standing in the gang will rise even further. When that happens, Brother Su, you'll have to help me out. Keep an eye out for any business opportunities for me, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other out. What do you think?" Li Zhilong didn't have any lofty life goals. Advancing within the Qinglong gang was his long-term objective. If he could one day become the deputy leader, it would far exceed his aspirations. "Brother Li, we hit it off right away. Even if you didn't say this, I, Su Rui, would still do it. In fact, business is just fluff. Brotherly feelings are what truly matter. I'd gladly give up my job at the biking group to have a friend like you." Good, good, that is fantastic. What a good brother. You're a real pal," Li Zhilong exclaimed, spitting out liquor-laden breath as he patted Su Rui's shoulder enthusiastically. seemingly forgetting the stunning beauty Shui Ruyun sitting across from them. Su Rui smiled slightly and said, "Brotherly, I have great admiration for the leader of the Qinglong gang. Brother Liang, I wonder when I might have the chance to meet him?" As he said this, Su Rui's gaze flickered, casually glancing at Shui Ruyun. She winked back at him playfully, giving a subtle thumbs up. Seeing this flirtation from the enchanting beauty, Su Rui couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his lower abdomen after drinking a gin and a half. No wonder people say alcohol can lead to reckless behavior. The combination of intoxicating liquor and alluring women can create an unparalleled temptation for men. Oh, meeting him isn't that easy. Our big brother only holds a gang meeting once a month, but he goes to the Kadi Entertainment City to unwind every night without fail. Li Zhilong lowered his voice and leaned closer to Su Rui. "Brother, I'm only telling you this because we hit it off. I don't usually share this with just anyone. Our boss has a huge, luxurious private room at Kadi, and every night, beautiful women serve him." Upon hearing this, Su Rui's eyes sparkled again, a smile creeping onto his lips. "So Brother Liang has such taste? I've heard Kadi is one of the best entertainment venues in Ninghai." "Of course." Li Zhilong laughed heartily. "I rarely get the chance to go inside. Once, I accompanied the boss, and it was absolutely intoxicating. Those women were incredibly open, although I also look for a couple of girls every night. It doesn't compare at all to what the boss has. I wouldn't even be a drop in the ocean." Su Rui smiled slightly, raising his voice to address everyone present. "Brothers, tonight I feel we're particularly in tune. It's rare to meet such good brothers. So how about I treat you all? Let us go to Kadi Entertainment City and have a blast. What do you say?" These guys were all mid-level or lower-level members of the Qinglong gang. Kadi's prices were steep, and with their income, they would likely have to spend a month's salary just to enjoy a night there. So they typically wouldn't go to such high-end nightclubs, where the girls charged at least 1,000 each. Upon hearing Su Rui's invitation, their eyes lit up with excitement. With a wealthy guy around, why not take advantage? Who wouldn't want a chance to indulge in extravagance? Who wouldn't want to experience the allure of Kadi's women? Everyone seemed eager, glancing at Li Zhilong with anticipation. Seeing this, Su Rui stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and declared, "Brothers, tonight it's on me. Order as much good liquor and as many beautiful women as you want. 1, 2, 3. No, how about 5 each? 5 women to sleep with. How about that?" Hearing this, the enchanting Shui Ruyun shot him a playful glare, but her expression still held a charming allure, mixed with a hint of reproach and a lot of teasing. The 7 guys were even more excited, having never experienced the wild splendor of Kadi Entertainment City. What man wouldn't want to indulge? Especially with 5 women to share the night with, and not having to pay for it himself? Such an opportunity was truly a gift from heaven. Li Zhilong felt that he was a mid-level leader in the Qinglong gang, an important figure in the organization. If he went to the Kadi nightclub tonight and met Brother Liang, he would find it difficult to explain himself. The boss might think he wasn't fully dedicated to the gang and his work, but instead was out partying every night. This would have a very negative impact on his image. Even though he was already quite drunk, Li Zhilong still managed to keep a relatively clear mind. After all, getting to this position in such a large gang was certainly not something a fool could achieve. Maybe I should just forget about it. Let's enjoy our drinks tonight. And another day, I'll treat you all to another nightclub for some fun. How does that sound? Su, you must come too. Otherwise, it would mean I don't have your respect, Li Zhilong said, extinguishing the hopes of his subordinates, who had just started to feel optimistic, since they had already figured out Li Yang's location. Su Rui didn't insist further. He said, "Brotherly, it's great to meet you and the brothers today. I won't say much more. Let me raise my glass in respect." With that, Su Rui filled his glass to the brim again, another half-liter. If he drank it all, he would have already consumed 2 liters that night. However, aside from the ever-clear-minded Shui Ruyun, it seemed that no one else noticed that apart from a slight change in his speech speed, Su Rui was still calm and composed, his face not flushed, and his smile appearing completely natural. "All right," Li Zhilong said. "You guys, look at how manly Brother Su is. Don't embarrass our Qinglong gang. Brothers, fill your glasses to the top. Good, good, good. Fill them all." In no time, half a case of Wuliangya was gone. "Come on, bottoms up." Li Zhilong boldly finished his drink first. Su Rui smiled and tilted his head back, as if drinking water, though he was starting to feel a bit stuffed. By the time he finished that glass, almost all the Qinglong gang members had collapsed on the table, drooling and unconscious. Though Su Rui appeared quite sober, the smell of alcohol was unmistakable. He walked over and sat beside Shui Ruyun, seemingly a bit tipsy. He gently patted her smooth thigh again and said, "How do you feel? Did I disappoint you this time?" Chapter 035. Crimson blood this time, when Su Rui playfully slapped himself, Shui Ruyun surprisingly didn't dodge. A strange feeling rose from the depths of her heart. Su Rui's hand felt unusually warm, and strangely enough, it was somewhat pleasant. You've had too much to drink today. Do you want to go to the restroom and throw up for a bit? Come on, I'll help you, Shui Ruyun said as she tried to stand up to support Su Rui. However, Su Rui grabbed her arm, refusing to get up. Sister, I say, fairy sister. It's not easy for us to meet today. This is fate. How about we have a drink together? You half a pound, I half a pound. What do you think? Stop messing around. Do you think I'm one of those guys from the Qinglong gang? Shui Ruyun was both amused and exasperated. She pinched Su Rui's arm, saying, You're not being obedient, little brother. No matter how good my alcohol tolerance is, I can't compete with you. You've already had enough to drink today. Let us go. I'll take you back to rest. Which hotel are you staying at? Why go back to rest? We've already found out where Li Yang is, right? To avoid any unnecessary delays, let us go to the Katie Entertainment Club and find him, Su Rui said nonchalantly. Shui Ruyun was a bit surprised. You've already had 2 bottles of baijiu. Can you still go find him? I bet you can't even walk straight. Su Rui pouted, seeming a bit slurred. What is the problem? This little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. We can drink some more at the Katie Entertainment Club to deepen our sibling bond. And then confront Li Yang about why he sent someone to assassinate that girl Lin Aoshua. That is not possible. Hearing Su Rui's reckless words, Shui Ruyun immediately became anxious. What kind of international joke is this? Do you know who Li Yang is? He is the leader of the entire Ninghai underworld. The big boss of the Qinglong gang. He is one of the top 20 gangsters in all of China. You and I are too weak to just go confront him like that. We'd probably get beaten half to death and thrown out. It might even be a light punishment if they just got beaten up. If Li Yang got angry, he might toss them into the Ningjiang River to feed the fish. Sis, don't worry. Nothing will happen with me around. If I'm afraid of Li Yang, wouldn't that mean I wasted half my life? Su Rui said confidently. Su Rui, you've had too much to drink. Shui Ruyun continued to persuade him. Do I look like I'm drunk? My speech is clear, my head is fine. And my face isn't even red, Su Rui replied, glancing down at Shui Ruyun's ample bosom. A surge of heat rushed from his lower abdomen, and his face flushed. Only a drunk person would think they're not drunk. Sister, no matter what, I want to let you go find Li Yang tonight. That is too dangerous, Shui Ruyun insisted. It wasn't her fault. Any sane person would make the same choice. After all, there aren't many oddballs like Su Rui in the world. Finally, Su Rui relented. All right then, if you're not going with me, I'll find some time to take Lin Aoshua and settle the score with him. Fine. Do as you please, just as long as you don't go today. The power disparity was too great, and a few lines of worry crossed Shui Ruyun's face. She believed Su Rui was emboldened by alcohol to say such things. So she thought once he sobered up tomorrow, he wouldn't dare to provoke Li Yang. What Shui Ruyun didn't realize was that Su Rui's mind was clearer than hers right now. A mere local tyrant like Li Yang didn't intimidate him at all. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as squashing a grasshopper. If it weren't for certain restrictions in the country, Su Rui wouldn't need any reason or evidence to take action directly. If he weren't worried that making too much noise domestically would cause unnecessary trouble, he would have already stormed off to confront Li Yang with a sniper rifle in hand. We should go home. I'll take you, Shui Ruyun suggested. No way. It's still too early to go back. Su Rui looked a bit dazed, propping his head up with his hand, speaking somewhat stiffly. In any case, I'm not going back. Shui Ruyun had no choice. Do you want me to take you somewhere to keep drinking? Of course, that is fine. You haven't had any drinks tonight, right? How about we have a couple more before we go? Su Rui pointed at a few bottles of Wuliangya on the floor. Let us forget it for now. Otherwise, no one will be able to drive, Shui Ruyun said, looking at Su Rui. Sister will take you to a place that guarantees you'll have fun. Just consider it my way of thanking you for your help today. Su Rui's eyes roamed over Shui Ruyun's chest a few times. Fairy sister, how do you plan to thank me? Just the two of us here. Why not offer yourself in return? Shui Ruyun playfully hit Su Rui's shoulder. Dream on. I'm a woman of virtue. No man has been worthy of my devotion all these years. Really? Su Rui looked at Shui Ruyun's well-developed figure skeptically. If no man had ever explored her, how could she possess such curves and softness? Let us leave in a bit. Su Rui suddenly stood up, walked over to the drunken Li Zhilong, rummaged through his phone, found Li Yang's number in the contacts, glanced at it, and then shut the phone. For Su Rui, just a glance was enough to etch the number deep into his mind. Max S. Bar. Su Rui stood at the entrance of the bar, looking at the flashing neon lights with an oddly mixed expression. After they left the Waideogia and the hotel, Shui Ruyun, the enchanting woman, brought him to this place. Looking at the bar's sign, a smile appeared in Shui Ruyun's eyes. She elbowed Su Rui and said, Let us go in. You've had your fun drinking. I haven't had a drink yet. Let us go in for a couple of rounds. For some reason, when Shui Riyun saw Su Rui drinking with the Qinglong gang members earlier, she felt an urge to drink a bit more herself. A feeling of envy unexpectedly arose within her, envying Su Rui for being a man. If she were a man, her life would certainly have taken a different trajectory. Tomorrow was her mother's death anniversary, and for Shui Riyun, this time of year was always the saddest. She had always spent it alone at home, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Su Rui was unaware of this. He hadn't closely observed Shui Riyun's eyes. Or else, he would have surely noticed the deep-seated sadness hidden within. Perhaps it was triggered by Su Rui's background, or perhaps because tomorrow was her mother's memorial. Or maybe it was her dissatisfaction with the unfairness of her own fate. In any case, Shui Riyun truly wanted to indulge tonight, to get wonderfully drunk, to shed all her shackles, and forget all her unhappiness. This man had never had a home, while she had both parents. Why then did they leave her with so much pain? Those childhood memories, those tragic pasts, were something Shui Riyun never wanted to look back on. Seeing Shui Riyun lost in thought, a glimmer of light flashed in Su Rui's eyes. He gently patted her arm. Fairy sister, tonight you can drink as much as you want. I'll not only drink with you, but also make sure you get home safely. Shui Riyun turned her face in surprise. She had been acting completely normal. Did Su Rui notice something unusual? Those feelings she had buried deep in her heart had never been expressed. Su Rui smiled slightly. I really didn't notice anything. Shui Riyun was momentarily speechless. Wasn't he that just admitting to something without realizing it? As soon as they entered the bar, the deafening sound waves instantly relaxed everyone, making them want to go wild on the dance floor. Let me help you order, Shui Riyun said, stepping up to the high bar stool in front of the counter. She addressed the bartender, 2 glasses of crimson blood. As Su Rui watched Shui Riyun's voluptuous figure shift against the chair, he couldn't help but feel a rush of heat with every breath he took. This enchanting woman was undeniably captivating in every way. Juyan Shui. What a name for a drink. It sounded rather intense. Sitting beside Shui Riyun, he gazed at her illuminated by the dim light, musing over the name of the drink, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Come, let's taste it. Shui Riyun took the 2 glasses of wine from the waiter. The transparent goblets filled with deep red liquid that looked strikingly like blood. As Su Rui looked at the wine, he suddenly sensed an underlying sorrow in it. This was a very melancholic drink. The creator must have been imbued with a sense of suppressed sadness while crafting it. He raised his glass, staring at the vibrant red liquid, and said, "This is quite a poignant flavor." Upon hearing this, Shui Riyun's body quivered ever so slightly, a subtle movement that did not escape Su Rui's keen gaze. He smiled faintly before taking a delicate sip of the crimson liquid, frowning slightly before relaxing his expression. As Su Rui savored the wine, for some reason, Shui Riyun felt an air of nobility emanating from him, something that was not put on, but rather a natural grace that spoke of deep-rooted origins. It's actually not bad, he remarked. It has a hint of bitterness and spice at first, but the aftertaste is quite lingering. He took another sip and added, this is a well-designed drink. At his words, a fleeting look of wistfulness crossed Shui Riyun's eyes, and the usual allure she exuded seemed to fade away. This is a drink I designed myself. And I named it too, she said, her tone resolute. You designed it? Su Rui expressed mild surprise. He had already deduced that the creator of this cocktail must have a bittersweet past. Someone with profoundly different life experiences could craft such a flavor. This was not just Su Rui showing off. He truly had a heightened sense of smell and a strong ability to discern. He never expected that the original creator of this drink would be Shui Riyun, this extraordinary woman, who appeared to be full of charm every day. The dynamic marketing director of the biking group had such a backstory and emotions tied to it. Indeed, he had sensed something amiss with her earlier outside the bar. Chapter 036. I love pole dancing. This really caught me off guard. Su Rui put down his glass, looked into Shui Riyun's eyes, and asked, why are you the designer of this drink? Do you know the investors here? Because this is my bar, Shui Riyun suddenly revealed to Su Rui, which was the first time she had shared this information with a colleague from the company. Logically, Shui Riyun didn't intend to tell her coworkers about owning a bar. But for some reason, hearing Su Rui's earlier words and looking into his seemingly flirtatious yet clear eyes, she couldn't help but spill the beans. Who would have thought? Sister Fairy, you must be quite wealthy. This bar could easily sell for over 10 million. Why don't you just take me in as your trophy boy? Su Rui remarked, taking a light sip of his drink and smiling. If I could really take you in as my trophy boy, that would definitely be a blessing I've accrued over many years. You could sign just one contract, and it would be worth more than my entire fortune. Shui Riyun replied with a knowing smile, raising her glass to clink with Su Rui's. This time, Su Rui didn't savor the drink, but downed it in one go. Shui Ruyun did the same, and as the crimson blood slid down her throat, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed her pretty face. Su Rui, can you dance? Shui Ruyun suddenly asked. I can fight, but my dancing is pretty basic. Almost like a beginner-s level, Su Rui said, looking into her eyes. Why, do you want to dance? Yes. You can be my dance partner, Shui Ruyun said, pulling Su Rui's arm and turning toward the most lively and crowded part of the dance floor. As Shui Ruyun entered the dance floor, the crowd parted instantly. Those familiar with the place knew who she was, the sexy queen of this bar, a true nightlife goddess. Being led by her, Su Rui felt a strange heat rising within him. With her soft hand pulling him along, and watching her slightly swaying hips and curvaceous figure, he couldn't help but feel a dryness in his throat. In this nightlife venue, countless people regarded Shui Ruyun as a goddess, and many men waited here every night, coveting her incredibly sexy figure. Whether it was her breasts or hips, they were utterly enticing, and for those men who frequented this place, it was a deadly temptation. Every night they came to support her, and even if they couldn't get close, just getting a few glances was satisfying. Now, watching Shui Ruyun actively holding onto a man, the other men couldn't help but burn with jealousy. It felt like a raging fire that threatened to engulf Su Rui. It's true what they say about beautiful women being a source of trouble. Just by holding hands, Su Rui became the target of everyone's envy. Of course, for him, it was a bittersweet kind of happiness. If looks could kill, Su Rui would be riddled with wounds, blood gushing out like a fountain. Su Rui chuckled to himself, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this enchanting fairy was holding on to him. Sigh. Sometimes being too charming can really be a problem. What was supposed to be good fortune turned into a curse. Su Rui was enjoying the attention while also playfully flashing a V sign to the jealous men around him, a gesture of victory. What a cheeky gesture. Before he knew it, Su Rui was led to the center of the dance floor. The once crowded area had now cleared, leaving a circle of about 5 meters in diameter for the two of them. As the spotlight hit them, the rest of the room fell into darkness, and the two became the center of attention. The music abruptly stopped, and 5 seconds later, a more energetic and passionate tune began to play. The bar's DJ knew exactly what his boss liked, so he had queued up her favorite track as soon as she made her entrance. Then, a vibrant Latin dance song filled the air, passionate and wild. As the music played, Su Rui felt something deep within him stir, a tingling warmth, as if something was about to burst forth. With the rhythm, Shui Ruyun casually placed her hand on Su Rui's shoulder. Her face was only a few inches away from his, and he could clearly feel her breath, fragrant and subtly laced with alcohol, a delightful scent. Sis, even though the atmosphere is lively and everyone is watching us, I really can't dance, Su Rui said with a wry smile, though he felt a stirring inside. Recalling his past words made him hesitant, or rather, silent. He remembered a girl who loved to dance, whom he had watched perform on stage, only for a bullet to take her young life away. Of course, the kind of dancing Su Rui referred to was entirely different from the usual notion of dance. It's okay. I told you, just be my dance partner, Shui Ruyun whispered in his ear, her breath warm and intoxicating. The faint scent of alcohol acting as a catalyst, making it hard for Su Rui to suppress his feelings. Then, Su Rui sadly realized that being Shui Ruyun's dance partner really didn't require any dancing skills on his part. She seemed to be performing a pole dance, and he simply needed to stand there, pretending to be a pole himself. As the music began, Shui Ruyun instantly transformed into a whirlwind of energy, circling around Su Rui, performing various moves, flipping her hair, twisting her waist, and arching her hips. Each movement was so enticing, so wild, dripping with sexiness and a hint of untamed spirit. In that moment, watching Shui Ruyun dance to the rhythm, Su Rui found himself momentarily lost. Yes, on the surface, Shui Ruyun appeared wild and alluring. Definitely the kind of woman who could seduce men effortlessly. But beneath that wild and passionate exterior, in her occasionally revealing deep gaze, Su Rui sensed a hint of sadness. That sadness was buried deep, and unless one looked closely, it was completely imperceptible. Shui Ruyun, the female director of the marketing department at Baikan, the owner of the Max Bar, seemed to be using her infinitely sexy and captivating dance to release some long-suppressed emotions from deep within her. Beautiful, simply stunning. This is what makes a woman. She was incredibly sexy. If my wife had even half of her allure, I would have no desires left in life. Such a figure was irresistible. If only I could dance with her, wow. Around them, many lecherous onlookers were making crude comments. Shui Ruyun's dance had sparked a flurry of discussions among the spectators. Most of the men and women at the nightclub were lonely, overwhelmed by desires with no outlet. And some were simply there for hookups or one-night stands. After all, such encounters were thrilling, required no commitment, and could meet basic physiological and psychological needs. What a delight! Some knew Shui Ryun was the owner, while others didn't. Seeing such an exquisite woman naturally ignited a sense of possessiveness, a primal instinct of male animals. After all, nightclubs are places for seeking thrills. If one just sat around drinking, what's the point? Moreover, for all normal men, beautiful women are even more indispensable than alcohol. Pole dancing, as the name suggests, involves beautiful women showcasing their sensual moves with the aid of a pole, blending elements of belly dancing, classical dance, modern dance, jazz, and more. It is a dance that carries a strong sense of allure. For many, being the pole in this scenario is quite a fortunate position. Countless men envy that pole, but now, Su Rue has fulfilled the wishes of most men. Shui Ryun occasionally drapes her thigh over Su Rue's arm, at times pressing against his waist, engaging in intimate contact, and sometimes maintaining a teasing distance. Su Rue can distinctly feel the closeness of Shui Ryun's mature body, and on several occasions, he could even sense the pressure of her form against his chest. The soft and exhilarating sensation ignites a fiery warmth within him, prompting him to take deep breaths as he struggles to maintain control. After all, many of his reactions are instinctual, and no amount of mental reasoning or willpower can suppress them. However, with so many eyes on him, Su Rue knows he can't afford to embarrass himself. Shui Ryun is unsure why she feels this way tonight. Perhaps she is trying to alleviate her worries, or maybe Su Rue's background resonates with her on a deeper level. Yet, he is just a man she has known for only 2 days. It astonishes her to realize how much she has revealed to him. Reflecting on this, Shui Ryun finds it hard to believe. This whole situation feels overwhelmingly crazy. Is this really who she is? Throughout her life, she has concealed her true self behind the deepest layers of disguise, sometimes mistaking that facade for her true essence. Her childhood experiences forced her to continue this masquerade. But such pretense can be exhausting. People are not actors, and if an actor loses themselves in their role, they are not truly living but merely existing like a zombie. Thus, whenever Shui Ryun feels drained, she seeks an outlet for her emotions. The Max Bar serves as her perfect escape, and dancing is her favorite way to express herself. Chapter 037. The Wild Dance. Every time Shui Ryun finished an intense dance, drenched in sweat and panting, she felt completely relaxed, both mentally and physically. Just loosening that tightly wound tension brought an indescribable joy. Amidst the jealous, angry, and envious gazes surrounding her, Su Rue wore a somewhat strange expression. According to his usual experience, if a stunning beauty was dancing around him like this, he would have long lost his composure. However, facing Shui Ryun, he found it impossible to act that way. Surrounded by her graceful movements, Su Rue felt an odd sense of restraint, as if she were his nemesis. Was he really meant to just stand there like a steel pole? Wasn't he that a bit too unmanly and frustrating? As the music reached its climax, Shui Ryun's movements became even more passionate. So, Su Rue could only stand there obediently, acting as an immovable steel pole, focusing all his attention on appreciating this wild dance. Gradually, the tense feeling of being restrained disappeared, and he began to experience a rare psychological relaxation and sensory pleasure. During such moments, time always seemed to fly by. When the performance ended, Shui Ryun rested her arm on Su Rue's shoulder, smiling with her posture frozen in place. In that moment, Su Rue felt a fleeting sense of loss, as if he wanted more. As the music concluded, the entire nightclub fell momentarily silent, before erupting into a wave of strong applause and cheers, interspersed with a few good-natured whistles. That was amazing. Can we see another one, beautiful? We haven't seen enough. You danced so wonderfully. I want to pursue you. I wonder if you'd be interested? Everyone around was praising Shui Ryun, with not a single compliment directed at Su Rue. He couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. After all, this was a duet. Even if he was just a stationary steel pole, the audience shouldn't be so one-sided. What was the deal? Though he wasn't a beauty, he was still a handsome guy, right? Why didn't any of those young ladies even glance his way? Fairy, you danced beautifully, Su Rue sincerely exclaimed, looking at Shui Ryun's south profile, so close at hand. Her exquisite makeup and clear eyes were so vivid and real. Life in the mundane world is truly beautiful. Simplicity is where the truth lies. Although life here is somewhat monotonous, it's still far better than the dark days of violence abroad. There may be less so-called glory, but there is more authenticity. Just like that famous song, Ordinary Road goes, I've crossed mountains and seas, and through crowds of people. I once had everything, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished like smoke. I've felt disappointment, loss, and lost my way, until I realized that being ordinary is the only answer. Of course, Su Rue's interchanges were fleeting. This guy was inherently optimistic, Even if he felt a bit melancholic at times, he would quickly bounce back. A sentimental, artistic young man wouldn't he fit into this world, and certainly wouldn't he make a name for himself under the dark skies of the West. Feeling Su Rui's gaze, Shui Ruyun inexplicably felt a hint of fluster. She quickly adjusted her outfit and her emotions, smiling as she said, "My dear brother, you dance quite well too. What does it matter if I, as a steel pole, can dance or not?" Su Rui smiled slightly, still lost in the earlier emotions. I haven't danced like that in a long time. Shui Ruyun thought of her previous self and felt a bit shy. Sometimes, having a dual personality really is a ticking time bomb, causing headaches. However, being seen by Su Rui in this light made her feel a mix of embarrassment and relief. Yet, only she knew that this sense of ease hadn't visited her in a long, long time. Although there were whistles from the crowd, Shui Ruyun didn't mind much. Having survived in such an environment until now, she truly didn't care about other people's opinions. They were utterly unimportant compared to the value of simply being alive. If one spends their entire life living for the eyes of others, becoming what others want to see, isn't that losing oneself? Living for oneself is the most important thing in life. If I have the chance next time, I'd love to dance with you again, Su Rui suddenly said. Looking into Su Rui's bright eyes, Shui Ruyun felt a stir in her heart, nodding and smiling. Okay, if we have the chance, we can collaborate again. After a pause, she seriously added in her heart, I really look forward to that day. Let us go find a spot. I'll treat you to a couple of drinks and some snacks. I haven't eaten much tonight, Shui Ruyun said, pulling the reminiscing Su Rui along. They chose a relatively quiet booth, and Shui Ruyun waved for a waiter, personally ordering a few of the better desserts. Su Rui, you pay today? Consider it supporting your sister's venue. Seeing Shui Ruyun lounging comfortably on the sofa, Su Rui raised an eyebrow and laughed. Fairy, didn't we agree before? You'd treat me to a drink. Why are you asking me to pay now? This is your bar. That is not very considerate. Yes, we did agree. And I did treat you to that drink before. Now, it's your turn to treat. All right then. Su Rui had no choice but to nod in agreement. After all, who could refuse a beauty, especially one of such caliber? At that moment, they didn't notice a plump man sitting on a sofa on the second floor of the bar, smoking a cigar and casting a dark gaze down at them. His eyes reflecting the figures of Su Rui and Shui Ruyun. Can someone tell me who that man is? Chapter 38. Deliberate provocation, seeking votes and collections. The man smoking a cigar had a dark gaze and an even deeper voice, like thick, unyielding clouds. Those around him knew that when Shui Ruyun performed her final dance move and was embraced by Su Rui, his eyes nearly burst into flames. A perfectly good Cuban cigar was crushed in his grip. Seventh brother, this pretty boy is making his first appearance in this bar. We've never seen him before. One of the men chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. How can that woman be so shameless? Seventh brother has been supporting her in this bar for so long, coming here every night, and she not only rarely shows up, but when she does, she brings along a pretty boy. What does that mean? A man in a suit with a fair complexion sneered. In my opinion, seventh brother has been too lenient with Shui Ruyun. Women should never be spoiled. The more you indulge them, the less they understand a man's good intentions. You don't know anything. Seventh brother shot him a glare, and the man immediately fell silent, lowering his head sheepishly. Seventh brother, I just wanted to vent for you. This Shui Ruyun relies on her beauty and shows you no respect. If you give the word, I'll rush over, and what do you plan to do with her? Seventh brother's cold eyes locked onto his subordinate, his tone chilling. Hee, I didn't mean anything drastic. Seventh brother, don't overthink it. The subordinate quickly explained, as he had almost blurted out the idea of pushing Shui Ruyun down right there. He knew that she had long been treated as seventh brother's forbidden fruit, and if he spoke carelessly, he would surely face severe consequences. Can anyone find out the identity of that pretty boy? I'll reward you handsomely. Seventh brother extinguished his cigar and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. On his right hand, he wore a large gold ring, giving him the appearance of a nouveau riche. Seventh brother, I think we don't need to investigate him. Why not just send a few people to beat this kid up, enough to leave him unable to care for himself? Ideally, he'd be turned into a eunuch. And then Shui Ruyun won't be with him anymore. What do you think of this plan? Seventh brother took a sip of red wine, swirling it in his glass, and said, that method could work. Why do some women never get it? They insist on exhausting a man's patience. Once the mask comes off, it's bad for everyone involved. This seventh brother, named Zhang Qibing, was fairly well known in the local dining industry. A big boss of several chain restaurants with a fortune of over 100 million. Ever since he came to the Max bar a year ago and saw Shui Ruyun, he was captivated. Every night, he would come to the bar to support her, request songs, and even once offered her a car. Yet, Shui Ruyun coldly rejected him each time, making Zhang Qibing lose face. Today, when Zhang Qibing saw Shui Ruyun dancing intimately with another man, he couldn't help but feel as if he were being cuckolded. The woman he had pursued so hard hadn't even held his hand or looked at him directly. While this pretty boy was all over her, any man would find it unbearable. Just follow your plan. Get someone to take care of this guy. But don't leave any traces. A cold light flickered in Zhang Qibing's eyes. Having made a name for himself in Ninghai's business scene, Zhang Qibing had undoubtedly done many shady things. It was common to hire thugs to take out competitors. Rest assured, seventh brother. Just sit upstairs and watch. I'll make sure to deliver Shui Ruyun to you. No, I'll deliver her to your bed. His subordinate grinned, his eyes lighting up with desire at the mere mention of Shui Ruyun. Indeed, that woman was the object of desire for all men. The subordinate was already scheming about how to take advantage of Shui Ruyun before handing her over to his boss. Don't let me down. Sitting upstairs, Zhang Qibing glanced in Shui Ruyun's direction, revealing a cold smile. He lit another cigar, taking a deep drag. She's mine, ultimately mine. There's no escaping it. You keep embarrassing me, and I'll make you beg for mercy in bed. With that, Zhang Qibing pulled out a small paper bag from his pocket and poured out a blue pill. He swallowed the pill with water, and desire gleamed in his eyes. Tonight, with the help of Viagra, I'll make sure you're utterly overwhelmed. Su Rui watched Shui Ruyun sitting across from him, taking a gentle sip of his drink. This woman was truly a stunning beauty. After the intense dancing, her clothes had become damp, the white shirt clinging to her body, making her appear even more alluring. The bar was filled with lustful glances thrown in their direction. Su Rui glanced around and said, "A woman who frequently appears in places like this, especially a beautiful one, is always in danger. I'll take that as a compliment about my looks." Shui Ruyun replied with a seductive smile, elegantly tucking her hair behind her ear. Why is it that men and women always focus on different things? Su Rui shrugged helplessly. Shui Ruyun smiled slightly. Actually, I've practiced Taekwondo for a few years. Ordinary thugs aren't my match. Didn't you see them just watching? Few dared to approach. Once, a thug tried to harass me, and I kicked him where it hurts. Didn't he see that coming? You're quite the fighter. Hearing this made Su Rui feel a chill between his legs. It wasn't his fault for being timid. Any man would feel weak at such a remark. Thank goodness he hadn't acted inappropriately. Otherwise, he might have lost some vital parts. At that moment, Su Rui couldn't help but recall the icy bottle of mineral water Lin Aoshua had splashed on him at the airport. Do all beautiful women have a penchant for being rough? Of course, there are bouncers in the bar, so usually, I don't need to step in unless I'm in a bad mood, Shui Ruyun said, understanding this well, as she ran a successful bar in the bustling city. Just then, Su Rui noticed several men approaching, all wearing mischievous grins, clearly with ill intentions. Sister Fairy, I believe you can handle one thug, but now there are several. Do you think you can manage? Su Rui blinked, looking ready to watch the show. It looks quite problematic. Shui Ruyun frowned as she noticed the men's eyes scanning her. They appeared to be drunk. She turned to Su Rui and said, "Brother, aren't you going to help when you see someone trying to harass your sister?" Su Rui shrugged. "I'm too slender to take on those guys. How about I just watch and see how capable my sister is? You were dancing so vigorously. I wonder if you still have the energy to fight?" As he said this, Su Rui's gaze wandered to Shui Ruyun's chest, where the white shirt was drenched in sweat, clinging to her curves, becoming semi-transparent, truly irresistible. Sweating looks sexy on women, while it's just unpleasant on men. Life really is unfair. At that moment, Su Rui couldn't help but recall the physical contact he had with Shui Ruyun while she was performing her pole dance. The soft, curvy, and voluptuous sensations stirred something within him, especially the last move when she jumped up and wrapped her legs around his waist. It was simply unforgettable. This woman is truly a stunning beauty. Several men, holding their drinks, staggered over to the sofa in front of Shui Ruyun, leering at the beautiful woman. One guy, dressed in a suit with a fair complexion, sat directly across from Su Rui. He wore a smug smile, thinking he looked handsome and cool. But as soon as he spoke, his lewd nature was revealed. "Hey there, gorgeous. You were amazing out there. The way you moved your hips, man. I just want to give you a slap on that fine behind. How about it? My friends and I have plenty of cash. Would you like to dance a little for us? No, not just any dance. How about a strip dance? We could join you for a group performance. Huh? What do you say, beautiful? We're in a good mood tonight, so don't spoil our fun." Shui Ruyun flashed a charming smile, but there was a hint of coldness in it. She glanced at Su Rui, only to find him staring at the ceiling, savoring his drink, completely uninterested in coming to her aid. That insufferable guy. Shui Ruyun silently cursed Su Rui, then coldly smiled at the group of ruffians, saying, "Gentlemen, I'm Shui Ruyun, the owner of this place. Is there something about my service that you find unsatisfactory?" If our bar has failed to meet your expectations, I apologize. With that, Shui Ryun raised her glass slightly and took a delicate sip. From Su Rui's perspective, her gesture seemed rather dismissive. Of course, when dealing with a few lowlifes, there was no need to take things too seriously. In Su Rui's view, even the idea of entertaining them was utterly unnecessary. Since they were bound to face off sooner or later, why pretend to be cordial for a few more minutes? Wasn't he that just torturing herself? Oh, so you're the boss lady. No wonder you dance so well. Every move is just so tempting. I wonder if you're free tonight. How about keeping us company for a little fun? That remark was a bit too blatant. Making such vulgar comments in public was clearly a deliberate provocation. Chapter 39. Breaking an arm and throwing it away, please show some respect. If you're here to drink and have fun, then drink up. But if you're just looking for trouble, then go home. Shui Ryun's expression turned cold. The bar owner seemed pretty tough. Damn, my temper. Oh, how fresh it is to act like a whore and still want to maintain a facade. If you're running this bar, don't blame others for wanting to hook up here. If you're dancing on a pole, don't be surprised if men want you. And then you talk about respect? The one who lacks respect here is you. As he spoke, this sharp-tongued guy shot a glance at Su Rui, who was casually sitting with his legs crossed, smiling and sipping his drink, not saying a word. Brother Chi was feeling quite frustrated for losing to such a coward. They had teased the woman to this extent, yet she didn't dare say a peep. How thirsty could a woman be to find a pretty boy like this? His words were quite explicit, and anyone with normal sensibilities would be furious. However, to everyone's surprise, Shui Ryun's expression slightly changed, and she looked at Su Rui, seemingly seeking his opinion. Hey, fairy sister, stop looking at me. I still want to see your taekwondo skills. Su Rui murmured quietly, still wearing a smile on his face. Shui Ryun suppressed her cold demeanor, showing a teasing expression as she said, Brother, you just want to watch me being insulted like this? Women are truly terrifying creatures. They can turn their emotions on a dime, and their facial expressions don't represent their true feelings at all. Hey, what are you two doing? Can't you be serious? Come on, just give us a straight answer. Are you going to sleep with my brothers tonight? If not, we'll just take you by force. The man in the suit leaned forward, putting his foot on the coffee table, his face showing a threatening demeanor, clearly arrogant. Just as Shui Ryun was about to explode, Su Rui lightly slammed his wine glass on the table and said, What did you say? Say it again. You're looking for death, aren't you? A pretty boy like you is talking back to me? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. The underling of Brother Chi had just boasted in front of him that he would take Su Rui down on the spot. If he failed, he would be humiliated going back, especially since he had brought several people with him. Could he really not take down a guy who didn't even look that strong? However, before he could finish speaking, Su Rui had already splashed the red wine from his glass onto the guy's face. Ah! A scream escaped him as the wine got into his eyes, causing a sharp, stinging sensation from the alcohol. If you don't have the strength, then don't come out here. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Su Rui said calmly, Now, you need to pay me for this glass of wine. I'll pay your mother. Brothers, get him. I want this guy dead for splashing wine on my face. He must be tired of living. But before he could finish, Su Rui swung the wine bottle, smashing it over the thug's head. With a sharp crack, the wine bottle made contact with his skull, and it was hard to tell if the liquid running down was blood or wine. In any case, his head and face were completely covered in red. The arrogant guy could no longer hold on and rolled his eyes, passing out. It's worth noting that the wine bottles here are made of thick glass, and the quality is excellent. Just one blow like that could very well cause a severe concussion. Su Rui's actions stunned the other thugs, who stood there dumbfounded, unsure whether to help or not, completely frozen. Su Rui clapped his hands and looked at the shocked thugs with indifference. Anyone else want to test the quality of my wine bottle? Get him. The remaining thugs shouted angrily and charged at Su Rui. They were, after all, working in front of Brother Chi, and getting knocked out like this was unacceptable. They would be lucky if they didn't get fired. Su Rui casually glanced at Shui Ryun and stood up unhurriedly. At that moment, a thug's fist was already in front of his face. Su Rui easily caught the fist and then lifted his left hand, striking the thug's elbow joint perfectly. With a crack, the thug's arm bent backward, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony, howling like a wounded animal. Without missing a beat, Su Rui grabbed the second thug's arm and executed the same move. The third, fourth, and fifth thugs followed, with 5 of them writhing on the ground in pain, while one had been knocked out cold by the wine bottle. None of these guys posed any threat to Su Rui. Shui Ryun's eyebrows twitched, and an unidentifiable expression flashed in her eyes. Su Rui's moves appeared simple and devoid of any fancy techniques, but in reality, they were the most efficient and advantageous fighting style. Each action was straightforward, without any unnecessary movements, clean and decisive, a hallmark of someone whose combat experience had reached a peak. Hearing the commotion in the bar, many people stopped dancing and gathered around to watch. Shui Ruyun felt no discomfort. After all, bar owners had seen their fair share of such scenes. She leaned slightly and instructed a nearby waiter, "Get the security to throw these 6 guys out. Remember their faces. If they dare come back, break their legs." As she spoke, there was a subtle chill in her voice, exuding an air of authority. "Yes, boss." Several burly security guards immediately rushed in to carry the injured thugs out. Of course, they would secretly make sure to add a little extra punishment, like twisting or breaking another arm. Such things were far too common in the nightclub and underworld scene. Without some strong bodyguards to maintain order, fights would often break out, leading to ongoing trouble. To be a boss, one must be ruthless. This is a universal truth, whether in the legitimate world or the underworld. Whether running a nightclub or a business. Zhang Qibing was sitting upstairs, and when he saw his subordinates being so effortlessly defeated and thrown out by Su Rue, his eyelids twitched fiercely. "You useless trash. I didn't spend so much money on you just to have you embarrass me like this." Zhang Qibing was furious, gritting his teeth as he crushed his half-finished cigar in the ashtray. "What should we do, Brother Qi? This guy looks pretty capable. We can't take him on barehanded." "Can't take him on?" Zhang Qibing was so angry that he slapped one of his subordinates hard. "My woman was stolen by this pretty boy, and you say I can't take him on? Not only do I want to take him on, but I also want to take him down. If we can't take him on barehanded, then use knives. I refuse to believe he can withstand that." Zhang Qibing said angrily. "Why do you think I called you here? Do you think I spent so much money for nothing? Shui Ruyun, oh Shui Ruyun. I'll make sure you regret looking for a pretty boy." Thinking about the exquisite beauty, he had his eyes on possibly rolling under this pretty boy. The possessive Zhang Qibing couldn't suppress his rage. He slammed the table and said, "Gather more people to follow Shui Ruyun. Tonight, I will make sure to take down this pretty boy and have Shui Ruyun kneeling on my bed begging me." "Yes, big brother." Upon hearing Zhang Qibing's words, several of his subordinates exchanged glances before promptly leaving to carry out the orders. Su Rue and Shui Ruyun were still leisurely sipping their drinks, as if the earlier incident with the few ruffians who had come to harass them, only to be beaten up and thrown out, was merely a small interlude. For a beautiful woman, it seemed unusual not to be flirted with at all. "By the way, do you know if there are any skilled racers around Ninghai?" After the commotion, Su Rue looked at Shui Ruyun across the table and suddenly remembered something, asking her. He clearly recalled that in Lin Fuzhong's office, Shui Ruyun had acted as if she knew quite a bit about the local underworld, and perhaps she could provide the information he was seeking. "Racing? I'm not really familiar with that," Shui Ruyun replied. She wasn't fond of street racing, so the world of racing was completely foreign to her. "What about Li Yong? Do you know if he has any impressive racers around him?" Just thinking about the top racer from that night gave Su Rue a headache. That bastard. If he hadn't shown up, I would have already figured out who was behind the kidnapping. Shui Ruyun frowned slightly, then seemed to recall something. "Well, there is an underground racetrack in Ninghai. Generally, skilled racers go there to have some fun. I've heard it can get really chaotic, with reports of stabbings occurring over gambling disputes. I've never been there myself." Su Rue nodded. That made sense. Underground racetracks are usually very disorderly, not much different from casinos. Especially abroad, many people treat racetracks as havens for crime, where there are drug users, fights, robberies, and even people engaging in the most primal activities. It's the craziest place, where no one dares to interfere or manage things. The underground racetrack is a microcosm of the dark world. So, where is this racetrack located? It's about 40 kilometers from here, at the border between Ninghai and Qingzhou, in a hilly area. There's a long, winding mountain road, and it gets really wild at night. Even the local gang leader, Li Yong, can't reach that place. It's said that the total amount wagered there each night can reach tens of millions. Tens of millions in bets every day? Upon hearing that figure, Su Rue's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Chapter 040, Shadows and Lights at Night. Such an amount, even in the dark world abroad, could be considered a relatively large-scale racecourse. It seems that the second-generation officials and the wealthy in China are becoming increasingly affluent. When Shui Ruyun heard that Su Rue was going to the racecourse, a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. "If you're going, I strongly advise you not to go alone. Bring a few skilled friends with you, because many people there might be armed, and murders happen quite often." Su Rue smiled slightly. "That's not a problem for me. Aren't they just a few clueless rich kids? I won't need anyone. No one can match my skills." Shui Ruyun reminded him, "You still need to be cautious. While your skills are impressive, that place is a paradise for the second-generation rich and officials. Many things they can't do during the day can be done there at night, without the constraints of the law." "All right. I'll prepare well and meet these guys another day," Su Rue said, finishing his glass of red wine in one gulp. "Let us go, it's getting late." I'll drive you home, Shui Ruyun said, her gaze lingering on Su Rui. Su Rui raised an eyebrow. Why should you drive me home? I want to take you home. At least let me know where this enchanting woman lives, so I can visit more easily at night. Shui Ruyun smiled charmingly and replied, Okay, then you can take me home first. But since we both drank, who's South going to drive? I'll drive. Don't worry, I'm not drunk. And the traffic police won't be out checking at this hour. In fact, Su Rui didn't tell Shui Ruyun that even if the police stopped him, they wouldn't find anything wrong. All right, but you have to drive slowly, Shui Ruyun said, somewhat skeptical, as he had already consumed quite a bit of alcohol. How could he possibly stay sober enough to drive? It seemed unbelievable. Though Shui Ruyun had her doubts, Su Rui appeared completely clear-headed, seemingly unaffected by the alcohol. Sister, there is something I'm not sure if I should say. Before leaving the bar, Su Rui glanced back at the noisy dance floor. Since you're calling me sister, what is there to hold back? After tonight's events, Shui Ruyun felt that her relationship with Su Rui had indeed become much closer. An inexplicable intimacy that was deeply rooted in feelings. Though they had just met, it felt as if they had known each other for years. Whether chatting or doing anything else, there was no sense of estrangement at all. Girls really should avoid places like this, Su Rui said, lightly patting Shui Ruyun's waist. Shui Ruyun looked up at Su Rui in surprise. When their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head, letting out a soft sigh, and said, Yeah, I don't come often, and tonight was indeed a bit wild. Su Rui thought back to how Shui Ruyun had danced wildly like a steel pole, and couldn't help but smirk, thinking, that was more than just a bit wild. It was completely over the top. But after all these years, it's the first time someone has called me a girl. It feels quite strange. I'm practically a middle-aged woman. Sister, you don't understand. To men our age, mature women are always more attractive than young girls. Those teenage girls might look fresh and tender, but they haven't matured, while women like you have real charm. Su Rui said seriously, with a hint of fantasy, as if he were making a sincere comparison. Shui Ruyun burst into laughter, her laughter shaking her delicate frame. You little brother, you really know how to flatter. Though I know you're just saying it for fun, it still makes me happy to hear. Su Rui replied somewhat indignantly, I'm not just saying it for fun. I never say anything that isn't true. At that moment, a well-known saying flashed through Su Rui's mind. When I'm serious, you think I'm joking, but when I'm joking, you take me seriously. After getting the keys to Shui Ruyun's car, Su Rui took the driver's seat and pressed the gas pedal, causing the car to speed away like the wind. There was no sign of a drunk driver here. He was even more alert than someone sober. Shui Ruyun looked at Su Rui in astonishment. Then at the streaks of light outside the window. She parted her lips slightly, but didn't say anything. Despite the car's high speed, Shui Ruyun felt no dizziness or discomfort. The acceleration and deceleration were incredibly smooth, without any abruptness. Knowing a bit about cars, she realized that to drive a car like this at such speeds with such control usually requires years of practice. Yet, Su Rui seemed to be in his early 20s. How did he acquire such impressive driving skills? At that moment, Shui Ruyun felt increasingly perplexed by Su Rui. This young man was becoming more mysterious in her eyes. And the more she interacted with him, the less she understood him. The more she didn't understand him, the more curious she became. It was a vicious cycle. An unresolvable loop. Tomorrow was her mother's Memorial Day. After tonight's release of emotions, Shui Ruyun's mood was no longer as heavy as before. She pressed the car window down, letting the cool breeze mess with her long hair. Some strands even brushed against Su Rui's face, causing a tickling sensation. Watching the enchanting Shui Ruyun beside him, Su Rui felt quite good. He thought the time tonight passed too quickly, and he unconsciously eased off the gas, causing the car to gradually slow down. Of course, Shui Ruyun didn't notice this change, and Su Rui was also unaware. It seemed they were getting along quite well. However, no matter how slowly Su Rui drove, this road would eventually come to an end, and after all, it was just their first time alone together. There would be plenty of time ahead. Shui Ruyun lived in a duplex apartment in the Nanhai Fourth Ring area. In Nanhai, being able to afford such an apartment meant one was considered middle class. However, as a senior executive at a company and a bar owner, it was not surprising for her to live in such a place. After parking the car in the garage, Shui Ruyun smiled and said, Little brother, would you like to come up to my room for a visit? Su Rui thought seriously for a moment and then shook his head. Maybe not. I'm really afraid you might eat me up. I've kept myself pure for so many years. I can't fall into the hands of a temptress like you. Shui Ruyun laughed heartily, her laughter causing her to tremble slightly, and she didn't notice that when she laughed, her soft curves swayed enticingly. At that moment, Su Rui couldn't help but recall how this woman had danced wildly with him in the club, their bodies brushing against each other. and those fleeting moments of stunning beauty that had once captivated him. This woman truly was a rare gem, and Su Rue felt he couldn't stay much longer. If he did, he might lose control of his desires and succumb to his physical needs with her. Su Rue had already decided that during this trip to Nanhai, he wouldn't get involved with any romantic entanglements. Women were like drugs. Once you got hooked, it was hard to quit. Su Rue knew that given his current situation, it wasn't appropriate for him to have any woman in his life. This didn't mean that women were a burden to him. Rather, his identity would bring unnecessary danger to any woman he cared about. Honestly, sis, let me ask you one more time. How about we go upstairs, sit down, and have a cup of tea to relax for a bit? Plus, I've got plenty of guest rooms at my place, so if you want to stay the night, that's totally fine. The thought of spending the night alone with this enchanting woman made Su Rue's heart race, and he felt a sudden urge to wipe his nose. He licked his lips, feeling conflicted. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. He needed to maintain his clarity and judgment. He couldn't let himself get swept away by a woman just days after arriving in Nanhai. Sister, I think I'll pass. I'll just grab a taxi back later. You should get some rest. Turning away, Su Rue quickly took out a tissue, rolled it up, and stuffed it into his nostril. When he pulled it out, it was already stained with blood. If he had hesitated for just one more second, he would have embarrassed himself by having a nosebleed in front of Shui Ruyun. Watching Su Rue's retreating figure, Shui Ruyun smiled seductively, her smile carrying a hint of complexity. She closed the garage door and said lightly, "It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting little brother. You're quite a catch." Su Rue hadn't gone far, just a few meters away. He noticed lights turning on in the upstairs room. Shui Ruyun stood by the window and waved at him, and he waved back, feeling relieved as he walked away. At that moment, Su Rue noticed two cars, both black Buick LaCrosses. These cars had parked here shortly after they entered the neighborhood, and they hadn't moved since, clearly harboring ulterior motives. It was suspicious that they remained parked in the dark without anyone getting out. No wonder people would be wary. As Su Rue approached, the doors of both cars swung open simultaneously, and 8 burly men emerged. No, 7 burly men and 1 bleeding man. Oh, look who it is. Someone didn't learn their lesson the first time, huh? Coming back for another round? Su Rue smirked coldly. The bleeding man was none other than the guy he had smashed over the head with a wine bottle during their previous altercation at the bar. Chapter 41. No tears until you see the coffin. It's him. Brothers, as long as we take care of him, the boss will reward us heavily tonight. This pretty boy even dares to steal Shui Ruyun from us. The boss is really not happy with him. If any of you can take him down, the boss will definitely not treat you poorly. The guy with the smashed head said, his eyes glinting with malice as soon as he spotted Su Rue. But this guy really talks too much. He always has so much to say before a fight. Hearing this, Su Rue narrowed his eyes and replied casually, "Tisich. And who is your boss? With such a big mouth, are you afraid of biting your own tongue? What does it matter who our boss is? You should be more concerned about how you're going to die." The talkative guy shouted. Su Rue sneered even more. "I don't get it. You say your boss wants to deal with me. Doesn't that have anything to do with me? I didn't provoke him. It was you who came looking for trouble. Do you really think I'd let you off the hook?" Su Rue understood their intentions completely. It seemed the boss behind these guys had set his eyes on Shui Ruyun, and he was merely a pawn to be eliminated. This big city really has its share of chaos. I'm not afraid to tell you, our boss is very powerful. As long as you're willing to back off, we want to make things difficult for you tonight. The boss has ordered that no one is to ruin his plans tonight. Otherwise, that person will pay dearly. The talkative guy threatened, clearly someone who would never change his loquacious nature. "Kid, if you're foolish enough not to see the situation, we'll have to deal with you, and it won't just be a matter of losing an arm or a leg. We're all bloodied veterans in this game. And we might just chop you into pieces and toss you into the sea to feed the fish," another burly man chimed in. It seemed that the talkative nature was contagious. "I really don't like being threatened," Su Rue replied calmly. "It looks like the security in Nanhai isn't all that great. Otherwise, why would there be so many gangsters around?" "Oh, you don't like being threatened? Well, we're going to threaten you anyway. You didn't think that when you knocked me out with that wine bottle earlier, it would lead to this, did you?" The talkative guy grinned maliciously, seemingly picturing Su Rue being turned into a eunuch. At that moment, several of them drew the short knives hidden behind them, the gleaming daggers appearing quite menacing in the darkness. "I'll ask you one more time, who is your boss? If you tell me now, you might have a better outcome later. Otherwise, I guarantee that both your arms and your third leg will be completely ruined." This group of persistent punks was clearly making Su Rue uncomfortable on this otherwise pleasant evening. "Enough with the nonsense. You dare threaten me? I'm here tonight to create an opportunity for the boss to get with Shui Ruyun, and you dare to ruin that for me." Before he could finish, an indescribable pain shot through through his lower body. The intense pain crumpled him into a shrimp-like position, dropping him to the ground. Yes, he felt as if his entire vital area had been smashed by an immense force. He trembled uncontrollably, his body racked with pain. His vision darkened, and he nearly passed out. Su Rue had delivered a lightning-fast kick right between his legs. As the guy knelt down, Su Rue grabbed his hair and delivered a powerful knee strike. Bang! Su Rue's kneecap connected intimately with the guy's fragile nasal bone, resulting in a shattering fracture. Blood exploded across his face. After delivering the knee strike, Su Rue immediately stepped back, not a single drop of blood splattering onto him. At that moment, the surrounding onlookers hadn't even seen how Su Rue moved. Their comrade was already lying on the ground, unconscious and covered in blood. I'll ask again, who is your boss? If anyone answers first, I want to hit him. Otherwise, each of you will face a fate even worse than his. Su Rue wore a nonchalant expression, filled with disdain, as if he were dealing with a bunch of children playing house rather than tough gangsters. The remaining 7 hesitated, not because they were afraid, but because Su Rue's earlier display of power was simply too shocking. He had taken down a man in the blink of an eye. Such strength was terrifying. Even if they all attacked together, they might not be able to match him. I'll give you 3 seconds. The first person to answer will be fine. Trust me, I keep my word. Brothers, let us go all out. We'll take him down together. As long as we eliminate this pretty boy, the boss will reward us heavily. If we let him go, the boss won't spare us. Hearing this, they finally stopped hesitating and lunged at Su Rue with their knives. A bunch of idiots. Do you really think that just because there are more of you, you can win? Su Rue smirked disdainfully, stepping forward without fear of any approaching daggers. He clenched his right fist, mirrored by his left, and struck out simultaneously. The 2 fists effortlessly cut through the shadows of the knives, striking 2 men squarely on the nose. Direct hits. Blood erupted across their faces, and it seemed they couldn't withstand the immense force from Su Rue's fists. Both let out a scream and fell backward into the air. Without missing a beat, Su Rue pursued the 2 still airborne, grabbed their arms, and kicked out with his right foot, swinging it left and right to strike their elbow joints. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed clearly in everyone's ears. They were instantly horrified, as the 2 men whose noses had been struck now had their arms bent at unnatural 90-degree angles, a truly terrifying sight. This was shocking and utterly gruesome. These men were merely street thugs. If it came down to a real fight, they were far inferior to actual gangsters. After Su Rue's display, the remaining few were immediately intimidated, standing frozen in place, too scared to make a move. In this brutal world, you must show more ruthlessness than your opponent. Mere tolerance and weakness will only lead to further oppression. These burly men were seasoned fighters on the streets, having brawled from elementary school to middle school and now dropped out to continue fighting. But they had never seen a man with such formidable skills, able to strike so swiftly. Before they could even comprehend what had happened, 3 of their comrades had already been taken down in a flash. I'll ask for the 3rd time, who will answer my earlier question? There's a saying that good things come in threes, and my patience is limited. If you don't answer, you'll all face the same fate as them. No, yours will be even worse. I still mean what I say. Su Rue realized some people wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted so many words. He could have just gone straight to the beating. 3 seconds passed, and still, no one answered. Su Rue's body suddenly surged into the crowd, grabbing 2 guys and slamming their heads together with a forceful push. The dull thud echoed ominously as their heads collided without any flare. The sound of impact was chilling, and both men rolled their eyes back and passed out. This was still Su Rue showing mercy. Otherwise, if he had applied a bit more force, both would have had their brains splattered, with no chance of survival. Just as Su Rue steadied himself, the remaining 3 quickly pleaded for mercy. I'll tell you everything. Just ask what you want to know. They were truly terrified by Su Rue, fearing that they would be the next to suffer. The ways in which their companions had met their misfortunes varied, and just watching from the sidelines was painfully unbearable. If it were them facing the consequences, they wouldn't be able to endure it at all. Everyone kneel down and explain yourselves. As soon as Su Rue spoke, the 3 of them hurriedly dropped to their knees. At that moment, in their desperation to avoid a beating, they had no thoughts of the saying that a man's knees are worth gold. A look of contempt flashed in Su Rue's eyes. You little thugs from Ninghai really lack class. To call you gangsters would be an insult to the term. Now tell me, who is your boss? Our boss is Zhang Qibing, the owner of the Jiamei chain of hotels. One of them replied. Su Rue raised an eyebrow. The owner of Jiamei chain of hotels? Why does he have his sights set on me? He has had his eye on Shui Riyun for a long time. Today, seeing you with her stirred up jealousy. And he wants us to find you and take care of you, one burly man timidly explained. Oh, what does he want to do to Shui Ruyun? Su Rui continued to ask coldly. Our boss wants to deal with you first, and then tonight, he plans to force himself on Shui Ruyun. The incident at the bar before was also orchestrated by him. He was sitting on the second floor of the bar at that time. Another burly man rushed to answer. Fearing Su Rui might get angry and beat them up, Su Rui shook his head, realizing once again that beauty can be dangerous. A woman who is too beautiful is never truly safe, as all the male predators are watching her, both openly and covertly. People might think society is peaceful, but that is far from the reality. Where's your boss now? Our boss is waiting for news at his private apartment. As soon as we succeed here, he will drive over immediately. Su Rui curled his lips. Give me the address of his private apartment. Zhang Qibing's private apartment was known only to a few of his subordinates, as it wasn't a home he bought for his wife and kids, but rather a place for his own convenience to find escorts or keep mistresses. Every time he sought out an escort, Zhang Qibing would go to this apartment, as it felt safer to be in his own space. No matter how the police searched, they would never find it. After witnessing Shui Ruyun's seductive dance at the bar today, Zhang Qibing felt an insatiable itch in his heart, a fire that lingered throughout his body, and he couldn't shake it off. So he took a Viagra, hoping to show off his prowess on Shui Ruyun tonight. However, he didn't expect that the effect of the Viagra would be so powerful. Less than half an hour after taking it, he was already in unbearable pain, desperately needing a release. Chapter 42. How much are you worth? At this moment, Zhang Qibing's subordinates still hadn't dealt with Shui Ruyun, and feeling helpless, he could only sit in his room, bored, watching TV while sipping tea. Boss Zhang seems to be in high spirits. A mocking voice suddenly echoed from the living room, startling him out of his wits. What was going on? The doors and windows of the villa were locked. Where did that voice come from? Panic surged in Zhang Qibing's heart, and he dropped his teacup on the floor. Who are you? Why are you here? Zhang Qibing stammered as he rushed out, only to find a man casually lounging on his living room sofa, legs crossed. How did this guy get in without making a sound? Zhang Qibing was wearing nothing but a bathrobe. If he wanted to grab a knife or anything, he would have to run to the kitchen. This man's silent arrival clearly meant he had bad intentions. What? You were just thinking about sending someone to deal with me, and now you're pretending you don't recognize me? Boss Zhang, you're quite forgetful. Should I remind you? Su Rui said with a smirk, looking like a cat toying with a mouse. You are the man beside Shui Ruyun. Zhang Qibing finally recognized him. Su Rui was the pretty boy he had mentioned. There was no mistaking it now. Su Rui clapped his hands and said, since I can sit here, it means all your subordinates have been dealt with. Let's have a good talk about tonight's events, shall we? My subordinates have all been taken out by you. What do you want to discuss? Zhang Qibing was engulfed in endless terror. He realized that since his men had failed, Su Rui was definitely not someone to be trifled with. He had misjudged the situation. Don't be afraid, Boss Zhang. A man should own up to his actions. Since you did this, you shouldn't shy away from admitting it. Let's talk about the price. Su Rui said, leaning back on the sofa, his legs crossed casually. Since you dare to have someone take me out, you should be ready for what happens when they come back. What do you want? Seeing Su Rui so composed, and with Zhang Qibing barely covering himself with his bathrobe, his fear intensified. I said, let's talk about the price. How much do you think you're worth? Su Rui inquired. Worth? What do you mean? Zhang Qibing trembled in fear. My meaning is very simple. How much do you think it would cost to buy your life? Upon hearing Su Rui's words, Zhang Qibing felt his body go limp, completely drained of strength. Buying his own life? What was this guy planning? Was he going to kill him? Let me make an offer. If you think it's fair, just agree. If not, we can negotiate further, Su Rui said, his eyes glinting mischievously. Can't you be clearer? I really don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Qibing's voice trembled. Let me clarify then. How much do you think one of your hands is worth? Left hand, left foot, right foot, kidney, lungs, liver, heart, head, ears, nose, eyes, etc. I need you to price all of these, Su Rui said earnestly. Do not go too far. We live in a society governed by law. If you go too far, I will call the police. Zhang Qibing stuttered. Su Rui sneered. Do you really think I would be afraid of you calling the police? Sitting here as I am, and even if the police came, you, the stingy guy, would have already been chopped into pieces by me. I really can't understand why you're still clinging to that money when you're about to lose your life. Or, to put it more gently, you're about to become a cripple. Su Rui produced a gleaming knife from somewhere, its blade shining ominously under the light. Zhang Qibing, feeling exposed in his bathrobe, suddenly felt a chilling sensation throughout his body. Su Rui, looking righteous, crossed his arms over his knees and sat up straight, seriously stating, I prefer to create opportunities for win-win cooperation in a fair and open manner. How about this? I won't make unreasonable demands. Do you think 5 million is a fair price for your left hand? If you agree, transfer the money to my account. If not, I'll chop off your left hand and flush it down the toilet. Or, if you find flushing it down the toilet too disgusting, I can just throw your left hand outside to feed the dogs. Su Rui smiled, but the tone in his voice chilled Zhang Qibing to the bone. 5 million. That's too much. Zhang Qibing stared at the knife in Su Rui's hand, trembling. His total assets were just over 100 million. If his left hand cost 5 million, adding the other body parts he mentioned, nose, eyes, ears, liver, kidneys, heart, he would need billions to cover it all. Actually, business is very simple. It's a matter of mutual consent. Boss Zhang, you must understand this simple principle. What do you think? Watching the knife in Su Rui's hand twirl, reflecting its cold gleam, Zhang Qibing felt his legs give way. He was terrified that this man, who could follow through on his threats, would chop off his left hand. Don't hesitate any longer. They're all your own organs. Why hesitate to spend money? Plus, I'm not a very patient person. As Su Rui spoke, he suddenly slapped Zhang Qibing, sending him sprawling back onto the sofa with 5 red marks on his face. Stunned, Zhang Qibing felt as if his head was splitting open in pain. One side of his body felt numb. To hit a thin guy, you use your fists. To hit a fat guy, you use your palms. I really hope our cooperation can proceed in a friendly atmosphere, but you keep testing my patience. This is just a small lesson for you. I assure you, if you hesitate again, next time it won't be my hand that strikes you, but this knife. As he spoke, Su Rui twisted his wrist, and the knife plunged into the coffee table like an arrow, leaving only the handle visible. Seeing this, Zhang Qibing was truly terrified. How fast and strong did one have to be to drive a knife into solid wood like that? This was genuine hardwood furniture. The knife cut through it as easily as slicing tofu. Now, Zhang Qibing had no doubt that this man, who wore a mocking smile, could easily chop off his hand. He was definitely not bluffing. He meant every word. I really dislike listening to others ramble. Su Rui frowned. 5 million for one hand. What do you think? Though he felt it was a bit expensive, to save his own limbs, Zhang Qibing reluctantly agreed. Okay, 5 million for the left hand. Just don't cut off my hand. All right, the price is settled for the left hand. Now, it's time for the right hand. 7 million, fixed price. Su Rui continued to lounge casually. Zhang Qibing was on the verge of tears. What is going on? Didn't you just say 5 million for the left hand? Why has the right hand gone up by 2 million? Su Rui replied. Today, I'm in a relatively good mood, so I'll explain. First, I have the pricing power over you. What I say is what goes. Be grateful I didn't price the right hand at an astronomical figure. 7 million should still be affordable for you, right? Second, you're right-handed. Your right hand is more agile and important than your left, so, naturally, it's worth more. Do you really think that your right hand, after all these years of hard work, isn't worth 2 million? No way, that's just highway robbery. Zhang Qibing was truly reluctant. This money was all earned through his own sweat and toil. Just like that, he's giving away 2 million with both hands. It's even easier than robbing a bank. Slap. Another sharp sound echoed as Su Rui struck again. Without hesitation, swift and decisive. He had already talked enough with Zhang Qibing. Sometimes, using physical language is much more persuasive. Zhang Qibing's cheek, already marked from the previous hit, now bore another blow, blood staining blood, leaving his face looking like it had been scorched by an iron, an utterly pitiful sight. Chapter 43. The rhythm of extortion to death. All right, I agree. 7 million it is. Zhang Qibing felt like he had encountered the devil, but he kept his wits about him. What if I agree now? Once the bank transfer is done, I'll immediately report to the police. They will definitely believe that this money was extorted from me. And I've memorized this guy's appearance. I can just get the money back then. After all, this kind of coercive transfer is extortion. Because of this mindset, Zhang Qibing began to act very cooperative. No matter which organ Su Rui mentioned next, he would agree to the price without even trying to negotiate. All right, given that you've been so cooperative lately, I'll give you a package discount, totaling 120 million. Your organs are really quite valuable, Zhang boss. Su Rui said with a sly grin. 120 million. Hearing this number, the muscles in Zhang Qibing's face couldn't help but twitch. That's a staggering amount. More than double his entire fortune. It would take him several lifetimes to earn that back. What a joke. Giving him that money would be better than jumping off a building to kill myself. All right, as long as you're willing to let me go. 120 million is fine, Zhang Qibing said, appearing compliant while struggling to suppress his rage and despair. Good. Since we've reached an agreement in such a friendly atmosphere, let us get to the bank transfer, shall we? Zhang boss, Please tell me your bank account number, and of course, the password, Su Rue prompted. At this point, Su Rue paused for a moment, looked at Zhang Qibing with a mischievous glint, and chuckled. Zhang boss, you might think that after this, you can report to the police and have them check the transfer records to prove I'm extorting you. But I have to say, you're thinking too optimistically. The police won't get involved in your case at all. Zhang Qibing was taken aback by this, thinking that this guy was trying to scare him. Why wouldn't the police get involved? However, this statement also revealed his true thoughts. Su Rue smiled slightly, not pursuing the matter further. Now, find a blank piece of paper and write down the agreement we just made. I'll tell you what to write. I, Zhang Qibing, owe Mr. Su Rue 120 million Huaxia yuan. If I fail to do so, I will willingly offer my left hand, right hand, and my little ding-ding in the middle. As Zhang Qibing wrote the last 3 words, his brows twitched violently, and he felt a chill between his legs. He recalled the dagger embedded in the redwood coffee table. If that knife were to come down on him, just the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Does this note hold any legal validity? This was Zhang Qibing's biggest doubt. All right, now you can tell me your bank card number and password, Su Rue urged, and don't think about cheating me. I'll know if it's real or fake. Zhang Qibing had initially thought about giving Su Rue a fake number, intending to report to the police while the guy went to the bank to verify it. But with Su Rue's current demeanor, he dismissed that idea. He told Su Rue the real numbers without any hesitation. At this point, Su Rue dialed a number. Hello. Can you check if this bank account number and password are real? What the hell? It's the middle of the night. Can't you let people sleep? It's 2 in the morning. What kind of nonsense are you asking me to check? A disgruntled voice came from the other end. Clearly, anyone would be annoyed to be woken up at 2 a.m. Just check it. Otherwise, do you believe I'll abandon this task in Ninghai right now? Su Rue said nonchalantly, a cold smile on his face. He had the upper hand, and wasn't he worried about this old man refusing to help? Upon hearing Su Rue's words, the other side perked up immediately, shaking his head vigorously. No, no, no. Whatever you say goes. As long as you continue to protect Baiken Group, everything is negotiable. This is also for the stability of our Huaxia. Stability, my foot. Su Rue scoffed. Aren't you just trying to use me as free labor? Having had their intentions exposed, the voice on the other end chuckled awkwardly. What was it you needed help with again? All right, I'll give you the card number and password. You check it for me. I know you can find anything in your system, Su Rue replied. After Su Rue recited the account number and password, the other side confirmed that both were correct. Good. You're honest, Su Rue said, casting a glance at the trembling Zhang Qibing, who was shivering. Whether from cold or fear, it was hard to tell. Now, can you tell me how much money is in his account? Su Rue continued questioning. 57 million, account holder Zhang Qibing. The voice on the other end responded promptly, as if checking this was a piece of cake. Exactly. Transfer all 57 million to my account. You know my account number. I've never changed it, Su Rue instructed. What? Transfer it all to your account? Are you sure you're not robbing me? The voice on the other end sounded suspicious. 57 million could get you a death sentence. Death sentence, my ass. 57 million is just pocket change for your department. Isn't it? It's just the office expenses for one mission. It's nothing. And with you backing me up, who would dare to come after me? Who would dare to convict me? It's suicide to go against the most powerful enforcement agency in Huaxia, don't you think? Su Rue said casually. The most powerful enforcement agency in Huaxia? Hearing this, Zhang Qibing trembled even more. No, I can't do something without principles. That amount is just too huge. And I don't even know what Zhang Qibing does. All in all, I really can't handle this. You're so powerful, why don't you find another way? The voice on the other end sounded troubled. All right, let me tell you, this Zhang Qibing sent someone to kill me tonight. I tracked him down to his home, and I'm just asking him for some money to calm my nerves. I'm not asking for his life. Don't you think that's reasonable? Su Rue said with a cold smile in his eyes. What? He wanted to kill you? The voice on the other end instantly became serious. Okay, I'll transfer it right now. As for how to deal with this person, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Just let me know the outcome. And I guarantee my people won't interfere. The voice on the other end was confident, clearly supporting Su Rue. Wow, not bad. It seems you're still quite reasonable. Our years of friendship haven't gone to waste, Su Rue chuckled. The conversation between Su Rue and the mysterious figure on the other end terrified Zhang Qibing to death. Who exactly was this person on the phone? What kind of violent agency from what country could transfer 57 million just like that? The person on the other end was even cockier, managing to find out his account name in an instant. Was he really about to lose everything tonight? Of course. If someone wants to kill you, you can't be too polite. I'm not in Ninghai right now. Do you want me to have my people help out? The voice on the other end was reassuring. Hearing the voice on the phone, Su Rue felt a warmth in his heart. This old man was one of the few friends he had in Huaxia, and he hadn't seen him in a long time. Hearing his voice made him feel a bit nostalgic. However, no matter how important friendship is, it can wait. Extorting money is more crucial. Earning $1 billion in one night was something Su Rue wished to encounter more often with ignorant people like Zhang Qibing. Su Rue sneered coldly. Stop with the chit-chat. Has the money been transferred successfully? Why haven't I received a notification yet? The transfer has been successfully completed, totaling 57 million. You can check now. The text message should arrive shortly. Zhang Qibing was on the verge of tears, his phone buzzing nonstop. Could it be that all the funds had been drained? How could this be possible? Isn't it true that transfers over $1 million require prior approval? Why was this 57 million transferred all at once without any issues? Would the bank really agree to this? What is this person really up to? But he owes me a total of 120 million. Receiving only 57 million seems way too cheap for him. Upon hearing Su Rue's words, the person on the other end of the phone couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. Who was this unfortunate soul that had crossed paths with Su Rue? He must be tired of living. Su Rue would surely demand a hefty price, leaving him with nothing but scraps. You need to pull up this person's identity information right now, and then locate all their accounts across major banks, stocks, funds, and futures. Transfer all the money to me. I won't leave him a single cent. Hearing this, Zhang Qibing felt dizzy, and his vision blurred, nearly fainting. He had initially calculated everything perfectly. His bank card had only 57 million. Even if he gave it all to Su Rue, he still had some assets in other financial markets to get him through tough times. But Su Rue was sharper than a ghost. He didn't even know how he became so powerful, finding such an incredible ally to track down all his accounts in the financial market. With this, he would have no chance to make a comeback. Did he even have any privacy left in front of this person? Wait a moment. I not only want these funds, but also need to locate all the properties, real estate, and immovable assets under his name. I know that even without property certificates, you can complete the transfer in the system. As long as the transfer is completed in your system, the Property Bureau will automatically transfer it too. At that point, the property certificates will just be a piece of waste paper. Send everything to me now. Don't delay. Su Rue was indeed relentless. He was on a path to extort Zhang Qibing to the brink. Chapter 044. Not even leaving you any soup. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled bitterly, saying, if they found out I've been helping you with these things, I'd be in for a lot of trouble. However, since he wants to deal with you, it's only fair that you bear the consequences. Su Rue raised an eyebrow and smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Qibing, listening on the other end, was already in a state of shock. He had never heard of any department being able to modify information in the background, rendering all property and ownership certificates invalid. If that were true, it would be terrifying. Who exactly was this guy in front of him? How could he possibly have reached such a powerful and mysterious department? Why had he been so foolish as to offend this person? Sigh. It was all due to lust clouding his judgment. If he had known it would come to this, he would have never sought out that femme fatale, Shui Ruyun. Reflecting on his experiences in Ninghai, a hint of sadness appeared in Zhang Qibing's eyes. Starting as a small-time thug and working his way up from being a lackey to building his own power, earning his first pot of gold through unsavory means, and slowly developing his current business. This journey had not been easy. Although his background wasn't exactly clean, he believed he had worked hard for over a decade to establish his current assets. Yet, this young man had casually uttered a few words and taken everything he had fought for away from him. This had completely overturned Zhang Qibing's understanding of the world. Zhang Qibing was unwilling to accept it, very unwilling, watching his wealth slip away little by little. Anyone in his position would feel the same. But what could he do? The man in front of him was just too formidable. Was he still that timid-looking pretty boy from earlier? Su Rue sat on the sofa with a smile, taking in Zhang Qibing's expression. What's wrong, boss Zhang? Are you feeling quite unwilling? Do you want to find someone to kill me right now? And no, not at all. Zhang Qibing hurriedly waved his hands, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. I'll tell you, this is the ending you deserve. You should have considered the consequences before deciding to take action against me. If you don't feel a bit of pain, you'll never understand that there's always someone stronger out there. After a pause, Su Rue said indifferently, remember, there are some people you can never afford to provoke, and unfortunately for you, I belong to that category. As he spoke, Su Rue's expression remained calm, but an undeniable aura of dominance radiated from him, a quality that came from deep within and could not be feigned. Zhang Qibing was left utterly shocked, speechless, as he found himself truly intimidated by the aura emanating from Su Rue. This pretty boy was certainly far more formidable than he had imagined. Su Rue observed Zhang Qibing's reaction, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. 57 million in savings, along with a few properties and real estate, barely adds up to 100 million. In the world of big capital, this amount doesn't even make a ripple. Do you really not know who you are in Ninghai? What Su Rui said was the truth. In today's age, 100 million Chinese yuan wouldn't even cause a stir in the capital world. Not to mention foreign investments. Even many county-level development zones within the country had set 100 million as the threshold for entry. However, what Su Rui said fell on Zhang Qibing's ears differently. His facial muscles twitched violently. This man was not just a devil, but a shameless one too. He devoured everything without even leaving a bone. Not even a drop of soup. And here he was, making light of the situation. At that moment, Zhang Qibing had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to report this to the police. To avoid losing everything, he had to find a way to resolve the situation with law enforcement. Because in this country, many issues that couldn't be solved through official channels had to be dealt with privately, and if that didn't work, then they would have to turn to the authorities. It was that simple yet complicated. Let's make a clean break, Zhang Qibing, Su Rui suddenly said calmly. What do you mean by a clean break? You've already taken all my assets. What more do you want? Are you planning to kill me? Zhang Qibing's gaze fell on the knife stuck in the coffee table, and fear surged within him. Robbing someone of $1 billion was faster than robbing a bank. You're right. I don't want to kill you to silence you. Su Rui's words made Zhang Qibing tremble all over. He could truly sense a faint murderous intent emanating from Su Rui. I've taken $1 billion from you, leaving you destitute. If you say you don't hold a grudge, you probably wouldn't believe it yourself, right? Since you already hate me so much, why would I keep someone who poses a threat to me in this world? Su Rui said with a faint smile. His fingers gripping the knife's handle as he pulled it from the table, the cold glint of the blade once again stinging Zhang Qibing's eyes. Spare me. Please spare me. I promise I won't hold any grudges. Today's events are all my own doing. If I even think of harboring any ill intentions again, you can come back and kill me. Besides, if you kill me and the police find out, that's a death sentence. You've already got the money. I won't make a fuss. Please, spare me. As Zhang Qibing spoke, he began to appeal to reason. He genuinely seemed to be afraid of Su Rui. It's a mutual agreement. I'm not worried about you seeking revenge on me. Honestly, in my eyes, you're no different from an ant. What is there to fear about revenge? Have you ever seen an elephant worry about being avenged by an ant it stepped on? As he said this, a flash of cold light flickered in Su Rui's eyes. Indeed, after years of navigating the dark underbelly in the West, he had encountered countless small fries like Zhang Qibing. If he had wanted to, he could have easily ended his life with a single stroke. Why waste words on him? He was just an ant. And for someone like Su Rui, the sun god of the dark world, what did that really matter? Of course, even if he chose not to kill him, he couldn't leave any potential threats behind. I'm not going to kill you today. Finally, after playing with the knife for a bit, Su Rui said something that brought Zhang Qibing a slight sense of relief. But just because I'm not killing you doesn't mean you can retaliate or do as you please. You should know my strength. If you think about targeting Shui Ruyun again after this, don't blame me for being ruthless. This time, $1 billion bought your life. Next time, I want to believe you'll find another $1 billion to save yourself. As he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Su Rui's eyes, piercing directly into Zhang Qibing's gaze. Under that intense stare, Zhang Qibing felt completely exposed, as if Su Rui could see through his very soul, sending a chill down his spine. That chill penetrated deep into his bones, and Zhang Qibing trembled uncontrollably, unable to control his body as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. But he didn't even have time to wipe it away, hastily saying, "Rest assured, I won't do anything like that again. I'll pack my things and leave Ninghai immediately. As long as you're in Ninghai, I won't set foot here again." Su Rui nodded and coldly said, "I hope you can keep your word. Also, you have nothing left now. You can't take a single cent with you. Everything in this house is mine, including that safe you've hidden in the corner." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qibing, who was about to get up and pack his things, stumbled and nearly fell. He had initially planned to secretly take the hundreds of thousands from the safe to fund his comeback, but it seemed that hope had also been dashed. Who is this guy really? How does he know everything? The safe is hidden away in such a secretive spot, and it's disguised so well. How could he possibly find out? I've said it before, everything in this room belongs to me, and you're not allowed to take a single thing. Su Rui said coldly again. Do you not understand? Some might think Su Rui is being too harsh on Zhang Qibing, leaving him with nothing after taking nearly $1 billion in assets. However, to Su Rui, this seemed perfectly reasonable. If someone does something wrong, they must pay the price. Mistakes come with consequences. Otherwise, if the cost of crime is too low, crime rates will remain high. Su Rui has a principle he sticks to, and he sees this through to the end. Zhang Qibing's downfall is simply his own doing. There's nothing to pity. When Zhang Qibing finally dressed and left the room empty-handed, Su Rui approached the door and said to the trembling woman hiding in the corner, "It's over. You can leave now." Then, Surprisingly, he pulled out $200 bills from his wallet and said, "This might be a lot less than your usual fee, but consider it a reward from me. Just keep your mouth shut after you leave." The woman still trembled as she looked at Surue, too scared to take the money. Those $200 felt like a hot potato. Seeing her shiver, Surue said, somewhat irritated, "What are you so afraid of? I'm not going to kill you. Just take the money and go. Pretend you were never here." The woman studied Surue closely and finally realized he wasn't lying. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude and left without even touching the money. Her life was far more valuable than a couple of bills. A man who could force a big boss like Zhang Qibing to act like a stray dog with just a few words surely wouldn't lead to a good outcome for her either. It was best to leave as soon as possible. At this point, it was already 2:30 a.m. Surue glanced at his watch, then closed the door and turned to leave Zhang Qibing's residence. It was just a house, nothing significant to him. After stepping outside, he intended to head to his hotel, the Oriental Pearl. However, he suddenly thought of something, his brow furrowing slightly as he flagged down a taxi to Lin's Manor. Chapter 045. Visitors from the west. It was already midnight, and most of the roads were quite quiet. Even in this bustling city, the night brought a certain tranquility. On the way to the Lin family estate, there were hardly any cars passing by. The bright streetlights illuminated the straight road, and Surue's mood was relatively good. Despite having not slept for a long time, there wasn't much fatigue visible on his face. He lightly patted his thigh with his palm and muttered to himself. In the middle of the night, unable to catch any sleep. Looks like this task isn't such a good thing after all. That damned bastard assigned me this ridiculous job. That old guy must think he's a big shot in the dark world of the West, believing he can resist the restless Western forces, which is why he brought me in. But Surue really didn't want to expose his identity in Huaxia. Doing so would only invite unnecessary trouble from many people here. He hadn't returned to this country in a long time, and there was a lot of past he preferred not to mention. Of course, if it weren't for those matters, his life wouldn't have strayed off course and become what it is now. Sometimes, a single thought can easily change a person's fate. If he continued to serve in the military obediently, following the rules and regulations, perhaps he could have a bright future ahead. However, he was inherently someone meant to break the rules. Asking him to follow the established guidelines set by predecessors or superiors was indeed as difficult as climbing to the sky. People like Surue, who excel at breaking rules but struggle to follow them, often find themselves inadvertently becoming rule makers. He understood that if those from the dark world of the West showed up, it would only be a matter of time before the news about the sun god being in Huaxia got exposed. He instructed the taxi to stop a distance away from the Lin family estate, got out of the car, and chose not to take the main road. Instead, walking along the roadside greenery, moving in the shadows of the trees. Throughout the journey, Surue's movements were light and quiet. He didn't make a sound, and anyone passing by wouldn't have known there was someone moving among the trees. Even though the green area was filled with grass and small shrubs, Surue navigated the obstacles effortlessly, moving without a hitch. Just when he was about 500 meters away from the Lin family estate, he spotted two figures ahead. They seemed somewhat sneaky, dressed in black night gear, tiptoeing as if they had some ulterior motive. Moreover, the style of their night gear felt familiar to Surue, as many in the dark world of the West chose this type for their activities. This outfit wasn't even available for sale in Huaxia. This indicated that these two individuals were from the dark world of the West. Realizing this, Surue's expression gradually turned cold. He followed closely behind the two for several hundred meters, and they remained completely unaware of his presence. These unfortunate souls had unwittingly encountered the master of tracking today. He noted that their direction was indeed toward the Lin family estate, making his expression more serious, with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Speak of the devil. They really are moving fast, he thought to himself. Surue considered himself a professional and someone who always delivered on his promises. Since he had agreed to take on this task, he would do his utmost to complete it satisfactorily. This was one of the principles of action for Apollo, the sun god. To speak is to act. It was clear that both individuals were skilled night operatives, moving almost silently in the dark, their every action professional. Far from the clumsy amateurs one would find domestically. Their intentions toward the Lin family estate were clearly malicious, and Surue was merely tens of meters away from them. Yet they remained oblivious, making their way directly to the Lin family's wall. Instead of immediately scaling the wall, they pulled out some devices and began carefully inspecting everything around the perimeter, walking lightly while using their instruments. Finally, they stopped at a corner of the wall. They exchanged glances, nodded, pointed at the top of the wall, and like spiders, they quietly climbed up the wall. Seeing their actions, a cold light flashed in Surue's eyes, as he was equally capable of such climbing. Well, they finally arrived, those restless fellows. Su Rui felt fortunate that he had come tonight. If he hadn't, allowing these two to approach the Lin family estate would have led to unimaginable consequences. It seemed they were now in a very precarious situation. The dark world of the West was already stirring. For the sake of this so-called three-pronged ammonia, driven by profit and the temptation of immense wealth, they were willing to commit acts that violated human moral standards. It appeared that this so-called Lin family estate was quite easy to breach. As the two were climbing the wall, they couldn't help but feel relaxed. The organization valued their abilities highly, and this task could bring immense benefits. If they succeeded, they would also reap significant rewards. And now it seemed they were on the verge of completing their mission. All they had to do was get into the Lin family estate, find the young lady Lin Aoshue, and then kidnap her back to the West, after which they could return home to claim their prize. In fact, throughout their planning, they had not considered the difficulty of this task at all. After all, the underground world of Huaxia and the dark world of the West were completely different realms. The former couldn't be compared to the latter. The two of them were somewhat well-known experts within their organization, and they believed that capturing a woman in Huaxia would not be too difficult. However, these so-called experts failed to realize that every move they made was clearly displayed on the screens in the security monitoring room of the Lin family villa. Using the anti-surveillance cameras he had brought, Su Rui had installed them in all the blind spots of the estate. As soon as a moving figure appeared on the video, an alarm would sound automatically. However, this alarm could only be heard in the monitoring room and in the bedrooms of Lin Fuzhong and Lin Aoshue. At this moment, Lin Aoshue was in her pajamas, lying in bed with her eyes gently closed. Occasionally, her eyelashes fluttered as she slept soundly. However, a sudden, urgent beeping noise jolted her awake from her dreams. Rubbing her eyes, Lin Aoshue's expression turned serious. She quietly got out of bed and walked over to the alarm, gently pressing a button to turn it off. It was clear that this was equipment left behind by Su Rui, intended to notify them in case of danger. Little did she expect that with Su Rui not being there tonight, this device would come in handy so quickly. In the monitoring room, the alarm also sounded softly but clearly. The security team leader immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly notified everyone to gather. Just then, Lin Fuzhong appeared at the door of the monitoring room in his pajamas. Did everyone hear the alarm? Lin Fuzhong asked calmly. Yes, boss, we all heard it. And I've seen the figures on the video. Mr. Su is really impressive. He managed to cover all the previous blind spots with surveillance. As soon as someone enters, we immediately notice, came the report. This time, the intruders might be quite formidable. You all need to assemble and be cautious. Don't underestimate them. Lin Fuzhong, having experienced many storms, remained composed even in this situation. Although Lin Fuzhong was unaware of the true power of the dark underworld in the West, he found the foreign forces to be quite mysterious. The fact that they sent two people to the Lin family estate could only mean trouble. Either they were after the formula for Sankalin or they intended to kidnap Lin Aoshue. In either case, Lin Fuzhong would never allow it to happen. All right, hurry up. You two stay here to protect the young lady. The rest of you must eliminate all intruders. As he spoke, Lin Fuzhong's tone grew even more serious. I mean eliminate, no survivors. Understood, the head of security replied, unlocking the safety on his pistol, equally somber. After years of struggling in the business world, rising from a small salesman to his current position, Lin Fuzhong relied not only on his intelligence and acumen, but also on a firmer hand. He understood that sometimes one must be tough to make everyone aware of their stance. This principle bore some resemblance to Su Rui's approach. Lin Aoshue had also arrived at the door of the surveillance room. Even in her loose pajamas, her curvaceous figure was hard to conceal. Just then, Lin Fuzhong turned around and saw his daughter dressed in sleepwear, momentarily taken aback. Aoshue, what are you doing out here? Go back to your room. It's safer there. I'll arrange for two people to protect you right away. Lin Aoshue shook her head, remaining silent. She stepped forward to the monitor, watching as the two figures nimbly scaled the wall, a flicker of hesitation and complexity crossing her eyes. Perhaps it was all her fault. If she had secretly applied for the patent after developing Sankalin and kept it under wraps, maybe the dark forces in the West wouldn't be so covetous. Innocent people suffer for having valuable things, she thought. Yet, she had chosen to publish her groundbreaking research in a prestigious scientific journal, intending to help Baiken gain recognition and let the world know about the Baiken Group. After all, the journal had a massive circulation and an influence that far exceeded expectations. If she had known that this simple compound could be transformed into a new type of drug in the West, she would never have made this hot potato so publicly known in a high-profile publication. However, it was too late for regrets now. All they could do was tread carefully and take no other action. Fortunately, the surveillance equipment brought by Su Rui proved its worth. The two intruders noticed the other surveillance systems around the Lin residence, but failed to detect the hidden counter-surveillance cameras that Su Rui had personally installed. Chapter 046. The Sun Metal. Thinking of this, Lin Aoshue couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Fortunately, Su Rui's surveillance equipment was effective. Otherwise, if those two had quietly made their way into her bedroom, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Aoshue clenched her fists tightly. Seeing his daughter like this, Lin Fuzhong sighed softly, then patted her shoulder and said, "Daughter, you're about to witness another side of society. You always thought this world was fair and bright, that the power of capital could achieve anything. But now I tell you, it's not at all as you imagined. Capital is not the decisive factor. There is something else that surpasses it." Lin Aoshue continued to stare at the surveillance screen, coldly replying, "You really don't miss any opportunity to preach, do you?" Lin Fuzhong was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't expected his daughter to respond like this in such a situation. He had experienced similar situations before, and although he felt a bit tense, he wasn't afraid. This was Lin Aoshue's first encounter with such a scenario, and her tightly clenched fists revealed that her inner turmoil was far from the calmness she tried to project. After all, girls tend to be less brave than men, and in such situations, especially for the first time, it was natural to feel a bit anxious and scared. The fact that Lin Aoshue could maintain her composure to this extent was already remarkable. At this moment, the security team of the Lin family was silently surrounding the spot where the two men in black were trying to climb over the wall. On the roof of the Lin family's villa, a sniper, specially arranged by Su Rui, quietly poked his head out. Although this sniper couldn't compare to professional special forces, he should be sufficient to deal with such wall-climbing intruders. Su Rui had designed an entire set of procedures for the Lin family security team. If they could follow the protocols, even with a significant power gap, they could still trap some experts from the dark side of the Western world. Watching as the two mysterious figures were about to leap over the wall, Lin Aoshue's heart raced. Although she appeared calm, her breathing had noticeably quickened, and the curve of her chest rose and fell more significantly. At that moment, the voice of the security captain came from the monitoring room. "Boss, we're ready and can act at any time." Lin Fuzhong was about to respond when suddenly a figure appeared on the monitor, striking with the speed of a leopard, leaping from several meters away with lightning speed. The figure reached the base of the high wall in an instant, then abruptly halted, transitioning from extreme motion to complete stillness, creating a visually stunning scene. Lin Aoshue's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing an expression of disbelief, for she recognized that familiar silhouette. It was Su Rui. She watched as Su Rui reached out with both hands, grasping the ankles of the two climbers, and with a powerful tug, he threw them to the ground. The two men were disoriented from the force of the throw, and just as they were trying to get up to retaliate, they were met with a heavy punch to the forehead. It was unclear where Su Rui had aimed, but that blow rendered them both incapacitated, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Lin Fuzhong, upon recognizing Su Rui's figure, was first astonished, then filled with indescribable admiration. At such a critical moment, Su Rui had appeared. What did this mean? It meant that this man had been silently guarding the Lin family estate. At this moment, Lin Fuzhong felt not only admiration but also deep emotion. They were not related by blood, yet he was willing to do this for the Lin family. Putting himself in Su Rui's shoes, Lin Fuzhong believed he could never do the same. He had long heard about the mysterious origins and formidable strength of those from the dark side of the Western world. Lin Fuzhong had prepared for a life-and-death struggle for his security team that night, but he never expected Su Rui to show up at such a crucial moment. This made the heavy weight in his heart finally lift. "Cancel the action, everyone return to your posts," Lin Fuzhong instructed over the intercom. "Boss, why? We could have acted right away," the security captain asked, puzzled. "I said to withdraw, so withdraw. No more questions." Although Lin Fuzhong's tone was somewhat impatient, his eyes clearly sparkled with a smile as he gazed at the figure on the surveillance screen, praising, "Good, good, truly good." While saying this, Lin Fuzhong even glanced at Lin Aoshue. As his daughter, Lin Aoshue had never seen her father praise a young man like this. Su Rui was the first. Lin Aoshue felt a whirlwind of emotions inside her as she looked at that figure, her heart like a mixed bag of feelings, unsure of what to make of it. Lin Aoshue was not good at expressing herself. Only she knew what she was thinking, and no one else could guess. "Aoshue, make some time to invite Su Rui to dinner and properly thank him," Lin Fuzhong said. Lin Aoshue remained silent and turned to leave. Watching his daughter's back, Lin Fuzhong smiled happily. This stubborn girl had not opposed him, which meant she had accepted it. Outside the wall, Su Rui looked at the two men on the ground, clutching their heads and disoriented, and coldly said, "So, You guys from the Black Spider can't hold back anymore, huh? Upon hearing this, the two immediately stopped groaning, sitting up while enduring the pain, their legs still feeling weak. They had no idea how this guy had landed a punch on their heads that almost made their bodies lose control. Black Spider? What are you talking about? We don't understand. One of them feigned ignorance, but the shock in his eyes had undoubtedly betrayed him. Who exactly was this guy? Not only had he approached them silently, but he also knew the name of their organization. Stop pretending, Su Rue sneered. I recognized you from your climbing movements. Who else but an elite from the Black Spider could do that? You. Are you from the dark side of the Western world too? Although the darkness made it hard to see his face, the man could clearly sense that Su Rue had an oriental appearance. That's not something you should know. Go back and tell that bastard Koshchelny that if he dares to send more people to Huaxia, his Black Spider headquarters should prepare to be bloodily washed away. Washed away in blood. At this statement, both Black Spider members felt a chilling wave of genuine murderous intent emanating from the young man in front of them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Washed away the Black Spider headquarters? Who in the entire dark side of the Western world has the qualifications to say such a thing? They understood that among many forces, the Black Spider ranked near the top of the second tier. Although it couldn't compare to the 12 gods under Zeus, it was still a prominent and respected organization. Ordinary forces would avoid them. What kind of boast was this guy making? Wanting to wash away the Black Spider headquarters? However, both men were keenly aware of the killing intent radiating from Su Rue, clearly indicating he was someone who had come from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Therefore, despite knowing he was exaggerating, they dared not take it lightly. Moreover, this guy's skills were truly extraordinary. With his ghostly speed, he could freely navigate the Black Spider headquarters, and it might not be an impossible task. Are you doubting my words? Su Rue had already gleaned everything from the expressions of the two men. He said calmly, if you don't believe me, you can call that bastard Koshchelny right now, and I'll talk to him. Su Rue did not intend to kill the two of them, because if they died in Huaxia, the Black Spider would continuously send more people, and the Lin family would never have peace again. Su Rue had a deep understanding of the forces within the dark underworld of the West. If the Black Spider failed to take down the Lin family, other factions would undoubtedly be eager to step in. There, the level of competitiveness was far more intense than that of the gangs in Huaxia. The Black Spider was a second-rate force, which was manageable, but if any one of the 12 heavenly gods couldn't restrain themselves and decided to take action, things would become extremely serious. Therefore, killing them would cause far more trouble than sparing them. Do you recognize this? Su Rue shook his head and pulled out a small, exquisite box from his pocket, tossing it in front of the two men. One of them, wincing in pain, opened the box to reveal a gleaming sun medal. Even in the dark of night, the golden light was blinding to their eyes. This is. The two men could hardly believe it. Sir, we are truly damned for not knowing that His Excellency Apollo's 12 guardians were also in Huaxia. We humbly ask for your forgiveness. The two experts from the Black Spider quickly knelt down, bowing their heads repeatedly like they were pounding garlic. They all knew that if the person before them was indeed one of the 12 guardians under the sun god Apollo, it would be easier to crush them than to squash an ant. The shining sun medal was said to be a privilege only for the 12 guardians under Apollo, and very few had ever seen one. Although these two had never seen it before, they were certain that it was not a fake. In the Western dark world, the reputation of the sun god Apollo was legendary, and no one dared to offend him. Even Zeus would show him some respect. Indeed, this man's 12 guardians had every right to speak of wiping out the Black Spider's headquarters. Also, relay a message to Koshchelny, Su Rue said as he put away the golden sun medal back into his jacket pocket, coldly adding, tell him that the affairs of the sun god in Huaxia must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, he will personally come to pay a visit and twist Koshchelny's head off. Understood. We will definitely deliver the message. The two men nodded repeatedly. Facing the radiant guardian of the sun god Apollo, they didn't even think about resisting. Moreover, both of them simultaneously resolved that no matter what happened, this matter would remain buried in their hearts. They would never mention it to a fourth person, except for their leader, Koshchelny. They weren't ready to die yet, and certainly didn't want to wake up one morning to find themselves in pieces. As for the message, thanks to the Alliance leader for rewarding the brothers of HH and XBF 624565314 for their support. After struggling for half a month, we finally reached the top of the Urban New Book list, but the overall ranking is still 5th. This total ranking hasn't surpassed the previous 2 books. Brothers, lend me a helping hand. We may not be a match for the Martian deity, but can we not surpass the others? When the evil god of reversal drops off the list at the beginning of next month, can we aim for the first place? Chapter 047. Scaring you with my identity. Why don't you get lost? Su Rue said coldly. The two men, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly stumbled to their feet and left, nearly falling several times along the way. They could never have imagined that the renowned Sun God Guard would appear before them, and that they would actually leave with their lives. The outcome left the legs of the two experts from the Black Widow completely weak. Lin Aoshue didn't wander far. After returning to her room, her curiosity got the better of her. She wanted to see how Su Rue dealt with those two. Without any hesitation, Lin Aoshue returned to the surveillance room, where she witnessed Su Rue's leopard-like agility, the dazzling golden medal, and the two Western Dark World experts bowing to him like they were pounding garlic. However, due to the distance, Lin Aoshue couldn't see the details of the medal. After Su Rue left, she instructed, "Make a backup of this video and have it sent to my car tomorrow morning." Lin Fuzhong was puzzled. "Aoshue, what do you want this video for?" Lin Aoshue had already turned to leave, leaving Lin Fuzhong with just one phrase, "Just to have a look." Lin Fuzhong couldn't help but feel speechless. In front of so many subordinates, couldn't his daughter speak a little more politely to her father? The next morning at 6 o'clock, Su Rue woke up on time. He didn't sleep in despite having gone to bed late the night before. Although he appeared somewhat carefree, he possessed incredible self-control and never indulged himself regardless of the time or place. After doing 500 push-ups and 500 squats, Su Rue took a quick shower, changed clothes, and went out for breakfast. Of course, this time he left with different intentions than the previous morning. He wanted to encounter the charming female police officer with a ponytail, dressed in white sportswear once more. He couldn't quite explain it, but Su Rue felt a strange familiarity with this police officer named Yi Binglan, as if he had seen her many years ago. Unfortunately, he didn't run into Yi Binglan at the breakfast stall and had to return disappointed. He sent a text refusing Lin Fuzhong's offer for a ride, happily taking the bus and subway to work. He genuinely enjoyed this ordinary mode of transportation, feeling free and unrestrained, despite the occasional crowding. It was real and authentic. Su Rue strolled leisurely to the company entrance and coincidentally ran into the deputy chief financial officer, Zhou Ang. Even in professional attire, this woman exuded a graceful aura typical of Jiangnan women, truly a rare gem. Upon seeing Su Rue, Zhou Ang appeared very pleased and even waved at him, saying, "Good morning, Su Rue." The security guards nearby were stunned. They had never seen Zhou Ang take the initiative to speak to another man. This woman was quite famous in Ninghai, with many admirers, especially on Valentine's Day. She received so many roses that they had to be transported by truck. This was no exaggeration. After all, Biking Group was known for having a plethora of beautiful women. So during such holidays, the company had to prepare several vehicles specifically to carry away the roses. This had become a peculiar sight in Ninghai. Security guard Chen Dao nudged his colleague with his elbow, staring at Zhou Ang and saying, "Look at our son-in-law's charm with women. He has only been here for 4 or 5 days, and he is already so familiar with the CEO, Assistant Xia, Director Shui, and Deputy Director Zhou, all of whom are top-notch beauties." Another guard nodded in agreement. Yeah, how nice would it be if we could be like our son-in-law?" Chen Dao said seriously. "Eating from the bowl while eyeing the pot is truly a model for our generation. Good morning," and the fresh air and lovely girl made Su Rue feel quite uplifted. "Su Rue, I'm taking a vacation to my hometown, Liantong Town, in a month. Would you like to come back with me?" Zhou Ang said, her eyes filled with evident hope. In fact, Zhou Ang's invitation was completely sincere. Having left home at a young age, she cherished the Jiangnan water town, and meeting someone who knew Liantong made her very happy. The two security guards listening nearby nearly had their eyes pop out. Zhou Ang was actually inviting Su Rue to return to her hometown with her? This was truly shocking. How could she, pursued by countless men, actively chase after another man? And most importantly, Su Rue was the son-in-law of the group, the man of the CEO. Did Zhou Ang want to share in that fortune? What a stroke of luck. An absolute stroke of luck. The guards exchanged glances, intently watching Su Rue for his reaction. "Sure, if I'm free, I'd love to see the beautiful Liantong town." Su Rue replied with a smile. Upon hearing Su Rue mention the beautiful Liantong town, Zhou Ang's already bright eyes sparkled even more. That water town held significant meaning for her, and hearing Su Rue say that filled her with joy. "Let us go upstairs. Once I confirm the date, I'll call you in advance," Zhou Ang said, running her fingers through her hair, exuding charm. "Okay." In front of Zhou Ang, Su Rue seemed like a refined gentleman as they walked side by side into the group's lobby. From behind, they appeared to complement each other quite well. Fortune favors the brave, while the timid starve. Chen Dao watched Su Rue's figure with envy. He glanced at his right hand and sighed. His 5-fingered companion had been with him for so many years. When would he no longer have to rely on it to solve his problems? In the CEO's office, Lin Aoshua watched the video from the previous night, her lips pursed, appearing very serious. However, amidst her seriousness, flashes of light danced in her eyes. Lin Aoshua replayed the footage over and over for an hour. During this time, she zoomed in multiple times, trying to discern the details of the golden medal and why it had so terrified the two experts from the Western dark world when Su Rui revealed it. Unfortunately, due to lighting and filming angles, Lin Aoshua couldn't clearly see what the medal looked like. Turning off the video, Lin Aoshua rubbed her temples. Her mind was filled with the image of Su Rui appearing as if he had descended from the heavens in a crisis, making it difficult for her to concentrate on work. Opening her browser, Lin Aoshua typed golden medal into the search engine but found no results. Frustrated, she closed the monitor and sat down on the sofa, trying to find a comfortable position. She took out her tablet and began browsing the news online. However, after reading something, Lin Aoshua's expression showed surprise, which then turned into curiosity. After seeing similar news across many web pages, an unprecedented smile appeared on her otherwise cold and stunning face. At that moment, in the marketing department's office hall, the discussion was about Tongni Landua's figure. Oh my, it was truly beyond words. What was that poem again? From one angle, it's a ridge, from another, a peak. Near and far, high and low, all different. Her figure was absolutely thrilling, going down one hill only to climb another. Truly explosive. What? You don't know she has a mole on her butt? Are you kidding? Aren't you the fan club leader? You didn't even know this? Su Rui was lounging in the office with his legs crossed, bragging to Chao Tianping, who was almost on the verge of tears. Even as the head of the fan club, he had no way of knowing if a top-tier actress had a mole on her backside. Just then, the phone rang in the business team of the marketing department. Hello, who is this? Since it was an internal line, Chao Tianping didn't introduce himself. But he didn't recognize the short number from the group. Have Su Rui come to my office. A cold voice came from the other end before the call was abruptly hung up. Who is this person, acting all high and mighty? Chao Tianping gripped the receiver with a look of indignation. What is going on? Su Rui asked curiously. A woman called and said you should go to her office. Then hung up immediately. She was so arrogant. I didn't even catch her name or where her office is. Su Rui shot a glare at Chao Tianping. Do you know why, despite being so grown up, you're still just the leader of a business team? Why? Chao Tianping was taken aback by Su Rui's sudden question. Because you're truly hopelessly dumb. Su Rui sighed, exasperated, and then headed toward the president's office. Watching Su Rui walk away, Chao Tianping finally realized what was happening, smacking his forehead in frustration. I really am an idiot. Who in the entire group, except for the president, would dare speak to Su Rui like that? The slow-witted Chao Tianping kept sighing to himself. Before entering the president's office, Su Rui felt a bit puzzled. Why would that cold little girl Lin Aoshua be looking for him? Had he offended her recently? He pushed the door open to find Lin Aoshua, focused on an experimental report sent by the technical department. In this day and age, having solid professional skills while managing the entire group was no easy feat, and Lin Aoshua truly had her work cut out for her. Sitting at her desk, she revealed her fair neck and delicate earlobes, making her stunningly beautiful. Indeed, Lin Aoshua could undoubtedly be called the most beautiful woman in Ninghai's business world. And she had more than enough charm to back it up. What's up, beautiful Lin? What do you need from your big brother? Su Rui maintained his usual carefree demeanor, noticing a fruit platter on Lin Aoshua's desk. He grabbed a banana, peeled it, and tossed it into his mouth. Take a look at this. Lin Aoshua handed him a tablet. She seemed accustomed to Su Rui's lack of decorum, not even raising an eyebrow. Su Rui took it a bit puzzled. There was a photo of the two of them together. As he looked at it, he mumbled with a mouthful of banana. Who is this? They look a bit familiar, and the photo is well taken. Lin Aoshua glanced at him and said coolly, Isn't that you? Chapter 048. You're about to get famous. Su Rui slapped his forehead, realizing just how absurdly self-absorbed he had become. That striking silhouette wasn't anyone else's, but his. I was wondering who was so handsome. Turns out it's me, huh? Su Rui chuckled awkwardly, but Lin Aoshua didn't react at all, her face showing not a hint of emotion. Seeing this, Su Rui's laughter abruptly stopped. The man in the photo was him, but the woman was Yi Binglan, the beautiful police officer he had encountered just the morning before. Of course, calling it an encounter seemed a bit off for a beauty. Fateful meeting would be more appropriate. Although Su Rui found the term a bit pretentious, who could blame her for being beautiful? In many situations, beautiful women enjoy certain privileges. What is going on with these photos? Su Rui examined the collection, noting that neither the front nor the back showed anyone looking at the camera. Clearly, they were taken surreptitiously. Frowning, he said, while the shots are decent, they're rather unprofessional. Look, this spot needs more lighting. This pimple should be photoshopped out. This area needs smoothing, and here. Listening to Su Rui, Lin Aoshua was nearly driven mad. What was wrong with this guy? Why was he always on a different wavelength than everyone else? Did he really think she called him over just to look at photos? In a rare moment of frustration, Lin Aoshua ran her fingers through her hair, clearly exasperated. Su Rui shut up. Finally unable to take it anymore, she snapped. How could a grown man be so self-absorbed? Does he really expect to have his photos retouched after being stalked? What kind of treatment is that? Hearing this, Su Rui immediately fell silent, looking sheepish. You're about to get famous, Lin Aoshua said, struggling to suppress the urge to throw Su Rui out of her office. I'm not about to get famous. I don't feel the slightest bit angry, Su Rui replied innocently. I'm such a calm person. How could I get mad? Just because these photos aren't great. Do I need to get upset? Am I that petty? At this point, Lin Aoshua genuinely felt like she was making trouble for herself. Why did she even make that call earlier? Wasn't she just torturing herself? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her almost frantic emotions, and asked, how can you be so shameless? How do you manage it? Am I really that shameless? Su Rui was reluctant to accept this label, as it hardly seemed like a compliment. Lin Aoshua coldly replied, I really dislike talking to people who can't recognize themselves. Then why did you call me over? Su Rui scratched his nose, puzzled. Since this icy girl didn't want to see him, why had she dialed him in the first place? Wasn't she just making things uncomfortable for herself? Hey, women are truly mysterious creatures. I can't grasp their thought processes at all. As it turned out, due to Su Rui and Yi Binglan teaming up to catch a thief, bystanders had filmed the event and uploaded it online, quickly making it a trending topic on Weibo. In just one day, it had risen to the second spot on the trending list, with the first being a sensational story about a famous director caught soliciting prostitutes for 3 consecutive days, a scandal that was bound to dominate the headlines. The man looked extraordinarily dashing, while the woman exuded a heroic aura. They seemed like a perfect match. And among the many bystanders who witnessed the theft, only these two had the courage to step in and help, a spirit of heroism that resonated with many, especially after Su Rui made his move. The thief was taken down in a flash, leaving a lasting impression on many. As a result, someone on Weibo dubbed Su Rui and Yi Binglan the divine couple of Ninghai. The comments section was flooded. First floor, wow, that man is incredibly handsome. He is so manly. Just looking at him makes me want to marry him. Second floor, I agree with the first floor. If I'm going to marry, it has to be someone like him. Those who just stood by and did nothing are fools. Third floor, the first two are fools. They're probably just 2 delusional dinosaurs daydreaming in broad daylight. That guy already has a girlfriend. You should take a good look in the mirror and see if you can match that heroine. Fourth floor, compared to that man, I think the heroine deserves more praise. Not only is she a woman, but she also stands up for justice. And on top of that, she has a great figure and is so beautiful. Fifth floor, to the person above, are you just focused on her looks? That is such a shallow thing to say. We should look at character and soul. But she really is beautiful. Just look at that figure. Wow, it's hard to resist. There were hundreds of thousands of comments on Weibo. Su Rui skimmed through a few pages and couldn't help but find it amusing. These netizens sure knew how to stir things up, turning the comments section into a riot of laughter. Got anything to say? Lin Aoshua asked coldly as she saw Su Rui put down his tablet, wearing a bittersweet smile. This woman really had a hard time showing any emotion when she spoke. It's just a small matter, a trivial effort, nothing to fuss about, Su Rui said casually, exuding an air of nonchalance that suggested he was quite the expert. Lin Aoshua, however, discreetly rolled her eyes. This guy had just been so self-absorbed. And now he was downplaying it, clearly putting on a show. Sure enough, not a second later, Su Rui switched to a regretful expression. But if the photos had been taken a bit better, that would have been even nicer. A line of black lines crept across Lin Aoshua's smooth forehead. Meanwhile, in the criminal investigation team's office, Yi Binglan, who had been working overtime all night, showed signs of fatigue. Leaning back on the sofa, she prepared to take a quick break. Habitually, she scrolled through Weibo before resting, only to find her photos had already made it to the trending topics. Looking at the photos and comments, Yi Binglan couldn't help but find it amusing. It was just a small act of kindness. Yet it had turned into a hot topic and made her a trending figure. The image of Su Rui throwing bricks into the river flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but smile. What an interesting guy. I wonder if fate will allow us to meet again in this lifetime. At this moment, Yi Binglan considered Su Rui merely an ordinary passerby. Just as she was about to close her phone for a brief rest, it vibrated. Opening it, she saw a text message that read, "This is Su Rui. Did you see the photos online today? Upon seeing his name, Yi Binglan was taken aback and quickly replied, Su Rui? I don't remember giving you my number. How did you get my contact information? That old lady insisted on our contact details. I saw you write it down and remembered it. Reading Su Rui's message, Yi Binglan found it both amusing and exasperating, so she sent back a sweating emoji. Su Rui replied with a silly smile emoji, also without any text. At this moment, Lin Aoshue was feeling quite annoyed. She had wanted to chat with Su Rui a bit more, but instead, he was off texting and laughing to himself. Aoshue, I'd like to take a day off today. What do you think? Su Rui put down his phone and peeled a banana, grinning. Lin Aoshue had initially planned to follow her father's suggestion and treat Su Rui to a meal to thank him for his heroic actions the night before. But before she could even open her mouth to invite him, this guy had already asked for a day off. Lin Aoshue raised her head, her beautifully shaped eyebrows arching slightly, a gesture somewhat reminiscent of Su Rui. It seemed they both enjoyed raising their eyebrows. She rarely took the initiative to invite others to a meal. She couldn't let him slip away before she even spoke up. Taking a day off? What for? Lin Aoshue asked coldly. Hey, Aoshue, this is a private matter, not really something I can discuss, he said. Do you need my help? Lin Aoshue asked casually, her icy demeanor concealing any emotions she might have felt. Upon hearing those words, Su Rui's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just tasted something unpleasant. He stared at Lin Aoshue, feeling that this girl seemed strangely unfamiliar. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Aoshue inquired, feeling uneasy under Su Rui's gaze, a strange sensation stirring within her as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Although her face was slightly flushed, it was clear that this was not shyness. The icy beauty had no idea what shyness truly was. Of course I have to look at you like this. I can't believe you actually said something so heartwarming. You have no idea how touching your words were just now. In today's society, warm-hearted people are all the rage. And here you are, a warm woman too. Su Rui exclaimed, clutching his heart dramatically, wearing a mischievous grin. In truth, Su Rui was speaking from the heart. He never expected that Lin Aoshue, with her cold exterior, could deliver such a surprising impact with her words. Perhaps her chilliness was merely a facade, hiding a genuinely warm heart. This realization left Su Rui feeling somewhat astonished. Indeed, when Lin Aoshue first offered her help, Su Rui felt as if he had just discovered a new continent, akin to Columbus. Until that moment, he had seen her as someone who wouldn't care about anything as long as it didn't directly affect her. But now, with this simple sentence, his perception had been completely overturned. You're actually a warm woman. When Lin Aoshue heard this, her expression darkened. She felt an urge to take off her high heels and smack Su Rui on the head with them. When did she ever become a warm woman? Where did that term even come from? At that moment, all Lin Aoshue could think of was telling Su Rui, warm my foot. Chapter 49. I'm shocked by your beauty. First of all, I'm not a warm-hearted girl. Secondly, I only asked if you needed help. You don't have to flatter me like that, Lin Aoshue said. Upon hearing this, Su Rui thought to himself, does this girl really not understand, or is she just pretending? I am clearly teasing you, not complimenting you. Su Rui awkwardly chuckled. Oh, I wouldn't dare trouble Comrade Aoshue. I'm just handling a personal matter. It's quite simple. After recent events, Lin Aoshue had grown increasingly curious about Su Rui. It felt as if he had countless layers of mystery, and each layer revealed something even more enigmatic. Especially after he effortlessly intimidated figures from the dark side of the Western world last night, her interest in his past deepened. Hearing Su Rui's words, Lin Aoshue elegantly raised her eyebrows again, gracefully closed her folder, and with her hands clasped together, said, actually, I have some free time today too. I'd like to take a day off, and if Mr. Su doesn't mind, I can accompany you to take care of some matters. In the past, the normally aloof Lin Aoshue had never shown curiosity about any man, but this time, it was undoubtedly a breakthrough. The more she uncovered his mysteries, the more she wanted to know about him. This curiosity was indeed deadly. However, for a woman, resisting such temptation was nearly impossible. Once again, Su Rui was surprised. Since he met Lin Aoshue, he had never seen her say such a long sentence from beginning to end. Did she take the wrong medicine? Usually, she only spoke in 1 or 2 words, so why was she like this today? Lin Aoshue wasn't just a strong woman focused solely on technology and management. She wanted a life of her own too. However, her personality was indeed too cold, making it difficult for most people to approach her. Naturally, she rarely regarded others highly, as she possessed a unique pride. So, you're saying you want to join me today? Su Rui asked, somewhat incredulously. I haven't had a day off in a month. I want to relax today. I don't have many friends, so I'll go with you. Lin Aoshue replied coldly. Even though the content of her words was quite friendly, Her tone made it sound otherwise. Ah, what a pity. And don't think about refusing me, Lin Aoshue said, noticing the expression on Su Rui's face and preemptively warning him. Su Rui felt like crying. While having such a stunning beauty like Lin Aoshue by his side would be impressive, having an ice queen observing his every move would be extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, if he encountered other beauties along the way, he certainly wouldn't be able to strike up a conversation. Women are often the spark that ignites conflict among men. If Lin Aoshue were to accompany him on a shopping trip, wouldn't he become the target of every man's envy? As a man, Su Rui knew he could never fully understand a woman's thoughts, because women are the most mysterious and powerful beings in the world. Lin Aoshue quickly tidied up and called her father, Lin Fuzhong. Chairman, I'm going out today to handle some personal matters, so I want to be at the company. If anything comes up, let us discuss it when I get back. When she was at the company, Lin Aoshue never referred to Lin Fuzhong as father, but always addressed him as chairman. No one knew what went on in the mind of this cold woman. Every time Lin Fuzhong heard his daughter call him that, he could only smile bitterly. However, over time, he had gotten quite used to it. Lin Aoshue's call surprised Lin Fuzhong because, in his impression, his daughter was a quintessential academic and workaholic. During her school years, she never left herself any time to relax, dedicating all her spare time to study and research. After entering the workforce, Lin Aoshue was even more focused on new product development and managing the entire group, working so hard it was almost heart-wrenching. What could possibly be going on with her today? It was unprecedented for her to actively request a day off. Is there anything you need? Do you want me to help? Lin Fuzhong asked, still a bit uneasy. Chairman, this is my personal matter. Please don't interfere during work hours, Lin Aoshue said coldly. Su Rui, listening nearby, nearly burst out laughing. He could imagine Lin Fuzhong's expression at that moment, likely turning a shade of purple. What a spectacle! How could he save face after being addressed like that by his own daughter? Compared to that, Lin Aoshue was still quite polite to him. All right, my precious daughter. I'll grant you a day off, but there's one condition you must agree to, Lin Fuzhong said. Lin Aoshue raised her eyebrows. What condition? Just say it. After pausing for a moment, Lin Fuzhong continued. You can take a day off, but you must take Su Rui with you. I will only feel at ease if you're with him. Otherwise, I want to approve this day off. Lin Aoshue raised her beautifully shaped eyebrows, glanced at Su Rui, and said, fine, before hanging up the phone. On the other end, Lin Fuzhong was left holding the receiver, listening to the busy tone, smiling bitterly. After hanging up, Lin Aoshue said, let us go. It turned out this girl was serious. Su Rui couldn't help but chuckle. My lady, why are you so insistent on sticking with me? The places I'm going to are quite rough. Someone as elegant as you surely wouldn't fit in. Lin Aoshue frowned slightly. What? Do you look down on me or find me unworthy? Why can't I go wherever you can? As she spoke, Lin Aoshue stood up. Su Rui wanted to retort, but in the next second, he lost his words because a stunning figure caught his eye. Today, Lin Aoshue was wearing a cream-colored dress, adorned with a shiny platinum necklace that accentuated her flawless neck, making her appear even more elegant. She had no other accessories on her hands or ears. Yet this simplicity highlighted her natural beauty, like a pristine white swan. Su Rui couldn't help but think of such descriptions. Most professional women would wear makeup to work, but Su Rui could clearly see that Lin Aoshue had applied absolutely no makeup. Even without it, her beauty was breathtaking. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that her expression was too cold, clearly broadcasting the message, keep your distance. Of course, in Su Rui's understanding, it had another implication, don't think about pursuing me. Lin Aoshue noticed Su Rui's reaction and couldn't help but wonder why this guy, who had just opposed her joining him, was now looking so astonished. What is wrong with you? She asked, looking at the dazed Su Rui. She didn't realize that she had spoken much more today than usual. I'm completely stunned by your beauty, Su Rui said seriously. He was speaking the truth. But to Lin Aoshue, it reminded her of how this guy had relentlessly pursued her on the plane for hours. She shot him a cold glance and said, let us get going. After that, Lin Aoshue walked ahead, with Su Rui just 2 steps behind, his eyes fixated on her gently swaying hips, chuckling to himself. This girl may not look plump, but certain key areas were indeed quite impressive. With her figure and looks, if she walked down the street, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. As Su Rui and Lin Aoshue walked side by side into the marketing department's office lobby, they noticed everyone turning to look at them, especially that guy, Chao Tianping, who was winking and giving Su Rui a thumbs up. Su Rui winked back at him, looking as smug as ever. In the office of Shui Ruyun, the blinds were up, and through the clear glass, she could clearly see Su Rui and Lin Aoshue walking outside together. The mature and alluring marketing director couldn't help but lower her gaze. Seemingly reminiscing about last night's events, The wild night at the bar felt surreal to her now. What a remarkable young man, she thought, though in saying this, she seemed to forget that she was only a few years older than Su Rue. Shaking her head, she pushed all her distracting thoughts aside. Shui Ruyun remembered that today was the anniversary of her mother's death. Many years ago, she had witnessed her mother coughing up blood and dying right beside her, feeling utterly helpless. Back then, her mother was a slender 175 centimeters tall woman weighing barely 70 kilograms, once a stunning beauty, now reduced to skin and bones. These memories were deeply etched in Shui Ruyun's mind. Although she was just a girl at that time, she could never forget, nor dare to, because forgetting the past felt like betrayal. Mom, are you doing well over there? Shui Ruyun leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling of her office with a deep sense of melancholy in her eyes. If anyone saw her like this, they would surely be shocked. How could the usually charming marketing director show such a sentimental side? It was a privilege for Su Rue, really, over the years. He was the only one to witness this expression on her face. Following Lin Ao Shui out of the office and into the underground parking lot, Su Rue looked at the luxurious vehicle in front of them and suddenly asked, "Comrade Lin Ao Shui, have you ever taken a bus?" A bus? Lin Ao Shui was puzzled by Su Rue's question, but it dawned on her that she hadn't taken a bus or subway in many years. Ever since her father's company started to thrive, she had always been driven everywhere, even during her university days. Thinking back, she realized she was quite unfamiliar with public transport. It's been a long time, Lin Ao Shui admitted honestly. Su Rue glanced at the not-so-tall high heels Lin Ao Shui was wearing, nodded, and flashed a devilish smile that seemed quite tempting. "How about we skip your fancy car today and take the bus from the group's main entrance? What do you think?" Lin Ao Shui was a bit surprised, contemplated for a moment, and then surprisingly nodded in agreement. Chapter 050. The real life of this society. Now, it was Su Rue's turn to be astonished. "Are you serious?" In fact, Su Rue had only been joking. He never imagined that Lin Aoshui, the pampered young lady born with a silver spoon, would ride the bus with him. The public transportation in Ninghai was notoriously overcrowded, especially during rush hours, and the commuting situation was simply unbearable. Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshui looked at Su Rue as if he were an idiot, thinking to herself, "Didn't you just ask me that?" "I agreed, and now you're questioning if it's true? Are you out of your mind?" Without saying a word, she picked up her bag and briskly walked ahead of him. For some reason, even though she had no idea what they would be doing today, she felt a flicker of anticipation for what was about to happen. Yes, Lin Aoshui hadn't even noticed the feeling in her heart, anticipation. These two simple words represented an emotion that hadn't appeared in her heart for a long time. "This is interesting," Su Rue muttered to himself as he watched Lin Aoshui's back, quickly catching up to her. Su Rue had his own reasons for opting for the bus and subway. In a cosmopolitan city like Ninghai, the roads were already overwhelmed by the number of cars, leading to severe traffic jams during peak hours. Even without traffic, commuting could take a long time. While riding a private car might seem more comfortable, it could actually be more time-consuming. If he got stuck in traffic for an hour or two, it would be a nightmare, especially if Lin Aoshui started feeling uncomfortable in the car. Oh dear. Just thinking about it made a lewd glint flash in Su Rue's eyes. Indeed, he thought, next time he should find a chance to get stuck in traffic, just to see that little girl squirm. Imagining Lin Aoshui's icy expression turning red from discomfort made him feel exhilarated, even a bit excited. What a shameful thought. Su Rue lowered his head, lost in his fantasies, only to walk right into a lamppost. His head collided with it, making a dull thud. Ouch! Su Rue held his head, grimacing in pain. Lin Aoshui turned to see him wincing and holding the spot where he bumped into the pole. And a smile, one she didn't even realize she was making, curved her lips. There were many people waiting at the bus stop, mostly ordinary office workers. None were like Lin Aoshui, dressed in such expensive clothes, possessing such beauty, and holding a handbag worth at least several thousand. Such a woman should be riding in luxury cars driven by big bosses or officials, not waiting for the bus. The ordinary girls standing near Lin Aoshui slowly moved away, as she was simply too dazzling. Standing there, she looked like a white swan that had fallen among wild ducks. The other girls, when compared to her, seemed to fade away like stars in the presence of a full moon, their eyes filled with jealousy as they discreetly stepped aside. So noble, so beautiful, radiating such a dazzling aura. Such a woman should be a princess of the nation. How could she possibly be taking the bus? Many were intrigued by Lin Aoshui, but even more were curious about Su Rue standing next to her. Compared to this radiant woman, he seemed rather ordinary. Although he was decent-looking, his plain demeanor couldn't bridge the gap with someone as elegant as her. If Su Rue had heard their thoughts, he would have been furious. "What do you mean I can't match up to her? I'm handsome too, you know." I'm a well-known figure in the dark underworld of the West. How could I not be worthy of Lin Aoshue? Are you all blind or just short-sighted? At this moment, the bus arrived, and many began to rush forward, jostling for good spots. This is a hallmark of China. Even in an international city like Ninghai, people waiting for the bus prioritized getting on over queuing. On such a crowded bus, if you couldn't grab a seat, you had to stand and sway with the bus all the way, which was incredibly painful. If they hit traffic, it would be even more miserable. Lin Aoshue hadn't taken the bus in so long that she had completely forgotten how chaotic it could be. Now, the level of madness for getting on the bus far exceeded her expectations as people rushed past her, nearly knocking her over, using hands and feet to push and shove their way aboard. Seeing this scene, Lin Aoshue couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. The reality was indeed far from her imagination. Su Rui stood beside her, unfazed, and said, "This is just a characteristic of China. You're the daughter of a big boss, so you have a car to pick you up. But for these people, their workplaces might be 2 or even 3 hours away from home. If they don't grab a seat, they'll be standing and squeezing the whole way. And by the time they get to work, they'll be too exhausted to do anything." Hearing Su Rui say this, Lin Aoshue's furrowed brow relaxed a bit. Moreover, it was worse during rush hour, especially after a long day of work. Who would want to stand after being tired all day? They would have to sway with the bus or subway for 2 or 3 hours. It's not easy for anyone working here. Today, let us consider it an opportunity for you to experience the real life of society, Su Rui said with a smile. The real life of society? Lin Aoshue pondered over this phrase, then nodded noncommittally. She glanced at Su Rui, noticing his smile as he looked at the crowd, and for some reason, her previously furrowed brow relaxed completely. She felt that Su Rui was somewhat different from his usual self at this moment, but she couldn't quite pinpoint how. "Come on, we should get on. Otherwise, we won't even have a place to stand soon." Many people had this experience every morning, and it was perfectly normal. They had grown accustomed to it. If you squeeze a few more times, you might even grow to like the feeling of riding the bus. Lin Aoshue shook her head and said, "I doubt I will ever like this feeling. But you must face these things with an attitude of tolerance and understanding." Su Rui replied, "Face these things with an attitude of tolerance and understanding?" Lin Aoshue felt like Su Rui was trying to teach her a lesson. Was this his way of being preachy? Yet, for some reason, she didn't find his words off-putting. In fact, she thought he was quite right. "If you don't want to bump into them, I can protect you," Su Rui said, and without waiting for Lin Aoshue's approval, he formed a protective circle around her with his arms. Lin Aoshue's body instantly stiffened. Step aside, step aside." Of course, Su Rui's arms didn't physically touch Lin Aoshue, or she would definitely be unhappy and might even jump off the bus to escape. "Please don't mind me doing this. I'm just protecting you from getting harassed. With your looks, you don't know how many creeps would want to take advantage of you," Su Rui said with a grin, wrapping Lin Aoshue in his arms. Lin Aoshue lightly furrowed her brow, but didn't deny it. Indeed, she hadn't been on a crowded bus in years and didn't want her clothes to come into close contact with others, especially since for a cleanliness-loving girl, the smell of sweat after a crowded bus ride could be deadly. At this moment, Lin Aoshue couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Why did she agree to squeeze onto the bus with Su Rui in such a moment of impulse? Now, it was too late to turn back. Besides, Lin Aoshue was a strong-willed woman. She worried that if she turned back halfway, Su Rui would laugh at her. So, she gritted her teeth and, with Su Rui's help, continued to push her way onto the bus. This illustrates that women are not only mysterious creatures, but also incredibly contradictory ones. Fortunately, the small space created by Su Rui's arms felt very safe and secure. No one could break through this simple barrier. Su Rui was quite strong, and anyone who came into contact with him was pushed aside. Thus, he managed to safely escort Miss Lin Aoshue onto the bus. Since they hadn't gotten on earlier, there were no seats available when they arrived. The bus was packed, and it was challenging to find a stable place to stand. Su Rui kept Lin Aoshue nestled within his arms, trying to make her stand as comfortably as possible. "Miss, do you regret coming out with me now? If you do, feel free to say so. I want to laugh at you," he said. Lin Aoshue shot him a cold glance and replied, "What is there to regret?" She reached for the overhead strap, while Su Rui kept his arms protectively around her, not relying on any external support. No matter how the bus turned or jolted, his feet felt firmly rooted to the floor. "You can let go of my hand now," Lin Aoshue said, glancing at Su Rui's arms. "Safety first. I'm your personal bodyguard." Su Rui firmly refused. "Let go," Lin Aoshue insisted coldly. "I told you, I'm protecting you. Just look around. As soon as I let go, those creepy guys will definitely swarm in. 100%, Su Rui explained. Hearing this, Lin Aoshue looked around and fell silent. Compared to the idea of coming into contact with those men, she preferred being held by Su Rui. To others, their position might have looked quite strange. Lin Aoshue was almost standing in Su Rui's embrace, her face close to his. Seemingly uncomfortable with this stance, she turned her face to look out the window. At that moment, Su Rui was happily troubled. Lin Aoshue's silky hair was only 10 centimeters away from his nose. If he tilted his head slightly, he could see her delicate, snow-white neck. With such a beautiful girl right in front of him, it would be a lie to say Su Rui didn't have any romantic thoughts. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils, stirring something within him. Chapter 51. Letting go. Thinking back to how Su Rui had relentlessly pursued Lin Aoshue on the plane, only to end up drenched in a bottle of cold mineral water. It was quite a contrast to the present moment where this stunning beauty was nestled in his embrace on a bus. Life is truly fascinating. Just then, the bus hit a bump, and Lin Aoshue lost her balance, leaning back, despite holding onto the handrail. The proximity to Su Rui meant that even a slight shift brought her into contact with him. Her back pressed against his chest, and at that moment, her curvy backside made intimate contact with a certain part of Su Rui. The exceptionally soft and bouncy sensation made his body tense up instantly. A wave of heat radiating from his lower abdomen throughout his entire body. Of course, Lin Aoshue had no idea where she had touched. She only knew she had bumped into Su Rui, and that sensation was already driving her mad. If she had realized that her well-formed backside was pressed against Su Rui in such a way, the icy demeanor of this young lady would have surely melted into a frenzy. Once she regained her balance, she turned to Su Rui and said, "Can you please give me a bit more space?" Seeing the cold glint in her eyes and the faint blush on her fair neck, Su Rui chuckled and replied, "Miss Lin, you don't know how fortunate you are. Look, if I let go of my hands, everyone else around us would be pushing in on you. You have no idea how much attention you attract. A white swan like you in this bus is like a crane among chickens. If I let go, countless people would intentionally squeeze their way over to you." Lin Aoshue glanced at the envious eyes around her and remained non-committal, choosing not to respond further. She allowed Su Rui to wrap his arms around her. To the onlookers, it appeared as if she was practically leaning into his embrace. But what did that really mean? If anyone from the Bicon group saw this scene, they would surely be shocked. Their usual IC CEO being openly held by Su Rui on a bus. To them, this would be world-shattering news. Noticing the silence between them, Su Rui looked at Lin Aoshue's flawless profile and said, "You know, Aoshue, it's actually quite nice for you to come out with me sometimes, to squeeze onto a bus or a subway. For someone in your elite social circle, always taking cars or planes, it's quite disconnected from reality." Disconnected from reality? Although Lin Aoshue didn't say anything, she repeated that phrase in her mind. If one wants to live authentically, they need to feel grounded, and perhaps that is precisely what she was lacking. Su Rui spoke with a philosophical air, as if he were imparting profound wisdom. Suddenly hearing this, Lin Aoshue furrowed her brows. She never expected Su Rui would choose this moment to comment on her being disconnected from reality. She realized she often kept her distance from the common people. But everyone has their own way of living. She had a car. Why would she choose to take the bus? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Su Rui could read her thoughts through her eyes and smiled slightly, saying, "You spend every day at home, in the office, or in the lab, following a rigid routine. It may seem fulfilling, but what lies beyond that? Does your life really have to be so busy all the time?" Lin Aoshue stayed silent. Su Rui paused for a moment and continued, "You often fill your schedule to the brim without ever letting yourself unwind. By the way, do you know how to write the characters for letting go?" Lin Aoshue really didn't want to engage with this guy and replied, "Of course I do. So you should learn to let go, like I do." "Like you do?" "When I have free time, I often go to the waiting hall of the train station to watch people come and go. Every traveler's face tells a different story of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Over time, you can judge what they're experiencing by their clothing, demeanor, and expressions. Plus, when I visit a new city, I love to take the local bus to explore. A bus ride that costs $1 or $2 can take you all over the city. What travel agency can offer you a better deal than that?" Su Rui spoke earnestly, but there was an undeniable air of pretentiousness to his words. Hearing such a fresh perspective, Lin Aoshue looked up at Su Rui, genuinely surprised. This was the first time in her life she had encountered such a worldview, and it brought a refreshing feeling to her. To be able to express such thoughts proved that this man was not just a useless playboy. After all, how could someone who could effortlessly navigate dangerous situations and subdue opponents be a mere wastrel? Seeing Su Rui up close, Lin Aoshue could even feel the soft breath escaping his lips, pleasant and refreshing, unlike some men whose breath was heavy and unpleasant. Lin Aoshue didn't he even realize that her feelings towards Su Rue had subtly shifted. However, she didn't find him as repulsive as she had initially, at least. His bravery and depth at times were quite appealing, an irresistible charm for an ordinary girl. Buses were notorious for being places where intriguing stories unfold. Just then, the assertive bus driver made a sharp turn to avoid a taxi, causing most passengers to lose their balance. Lin Aoshue was no exception. Her high-heeled foot twisted, and she fell right into Su Rue's arms. Feeling her soft body press against him, Su Rue instinctively tightened his embrace to prevent her from falling. Strangely, his feet felt rooted to the floor. Even without holding onto the handrails, he managed to keep his balance. At that moment, Lin Aoshue's hand landed on Su Rue's soft chest, and their bodies were nearly glued together. The position was undeniably too intimate. Although Lin Aoshue had never experienced such a situation before, she knew what it was, and hurriedly pushed away from Su Rue's chest, straightening her clothes and saying, "Don't do that again." Su Rue couldn't help but feel helpless. "Miss Aoshue, you're really misunderstanding my good intentions. If I hadn't caught you, you would have fallen. Would a gentleman like me really stand by and let a beautiful woman fall in front of me?" As he spoke, Su Rue recalled the moment he held Lin Aoshue's slender waist. That feeling was simply unforgettable. Lin Aoshue had an urge to roll her eyes, but merely huffed softly without replying. Yet in her mind, she thought, "You? A gentleman? With so many people crammed together? I wouldn't have fallen anyway." Su Rue seemed to see through Lin Aoshue's unspoken thoughts, grinning as he said, "Indeed, you might end up falling onto someone else. But our relationship is quite close, isn't it? Rather than allowing a stranger to take advantage of you, wouldn't it be better if I took a little advantage myself? A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow, but if that grass comes to it, only a fool wouldn't nibble. Besides, good fortune shouldn't flow to outsiders." His words about rabbits and good fortune made Lin Aoshue's cheeks flush slightly, and she really didn't want to engage with Su Rue any further. "You." She shot him a glare, but fell silent. To ease the awkwardness, Su Rue said, "Aren't you going to ask where I'm taking you?" Lin Aoshue raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Where are we going?" Su Rue replied, "We're going to Xihua Street." "What are we going there for?" Lin Aoshue asked in surprise, knowing that Xihua Street was quite far from the city center. "Situated in the outskirts. You'll find out soon enough." "I want to visit a place where I used to live," Su Rue said, and a different expression suddenly flickered in his eyes. Lin Aoshue was observant. She noticed the subtle hint of wistfulness that hadn't escaped her attention. What could have caused this man to show such an expression? Was his usual nonchalance merely a facade? Any man who was reasonably good-looking and somewhat capable would have a striking effect on women if he revealed such a pensive demeanor. Su Rue was no exception. This unguarded emotion had deeply affected Shui Ryun the night before, and it now stirred something within Lin Aoshue as well. Affected by this emotion, Lin Aoshue refrained from asking further questions. The icy woman didn't hear the sound of her own heartstrings being tugged. What kind of story did the mysterious Su Rue hold? At that moment, Lin Aoshue's attention was drawn to something happening nearby. Standing 2 meters away from her was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, with high cheekbones and a broad forehead. She was carrying a relatively nice handbag and gazing out the window. At that moment, unnoticed by her, a hand quietly slipped into her bag like a cunning eel, and after a few deft movements, 2 fingers extracted a wallet from within. The entire process was as silent as a fish swimming through water. Not a sound was made. The middle-aged woman remained completely oblivious, showcasing just how skilled the thief was, certainly a seasoned pickpocket. Most passengers in the carriage were either looking out the window or engrossed in their phones, but only Lin Aoshue noticed the scene unfolding. Pointing in the direction of the thief, Lin Aoshue coldly exclaimed, "There's a pickpocket." At her shout, everyone turned to look where she was pointing, and they saw the thief just as he was pinching the wallet with his fingers, having just pulled it from the middle-aged woman's handbag. Chapter 052, A Brave Heart, third update. At the critical moment when the thief was about to succeed in his theft, Lin Aoshue caught him in the act, and everyone on the bus witnessed it. The thief was infuriated. He glared at Lin Aoshue and shouted, "What do you want? What do you want? I'm working here. You know? Why are you meddling in my business? Are you bored? If you're looking for trouble, I can make it worth your while." Hearing such insulting words, a flicker of anger flashed in Lin Aoshue's icy gaze. The pickpocket was not intimidated by the onlookers. After all, he had been in this line of work long enough to have gained a wealth of experience. Most people today tend to turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes, unwilling to risk confronting desperate individuals like him. The more aggressive he was, the more effective it became. If he showed any signs of weakness, the bystanders would turn against him. Moreover, this pickpocket was a seasoned pro in the area, never working alone. He had two accomplices on the bus, ready to back him up at any moment. His tone was initially menacing, but when he caught sight of Lin Aoshua's stunning beauty, his expression brightened. Oh, I thought someone was actually brave enough to stand up for what's right. Turns out it's just a gorgeous lady. Well, I'm feeling a bit lonely and full of desire, and here you are, just asking to be entertained. Lin Aoshua's expression grew even colder. There are so many people on this bus. What do you plan to do? Stealing in broad daylight, and you dare to speak so brazenly? I'm not afraid to speak up. He retorted. What are you going to do about it? Let me tell you, this bus is my lifeline. If you cut off my money, I won't let you off easily. A thief, boldly threatening a good Samaritan in front of so many people. This was truly a sign of the times. Such audacity from a petty criminal. Lin Aoshua scolded him angrily. Su Rue watched Lin Aoshua, admiring this fearless woman filled with a sense of justice. You keep calling me a thief, but which eye of yours saw me steal anything? Who can vouch for you? Who's willing to testify for you? Is it you? Or you? Or perhaps you? The pickpocket, with his bleached hair, scanned each passenger. Anyone who made eye contact quickly looked away, fearing they'd attract the ire of this menacing character. Ha. You don't even have a witness and dare to accuse me. Just wait and see how I deal with you today. Seeing the entire bus full of passengers remaining silent, Lin Aoshua's heart sank even more than her expression. She pointed to the middle-aged woman whose bag had been stolen, saying, "This lady can testify that you stole her wallet." Upon hearing this, the pickpocket coldly smirked and pulled out a knife, pointing it at the middle-aged woman. "Oh, really? So you can testify? Why don't you show me and my brothers here that I'm a thief?" The woman looked at her wallet, then at the pickpocket's fierce face and the glinting knife, fear flashing in her eyes. She quickly waved her hands, saying, "That's not my wallet. That's not my wallet. You've got it wrong." Lin Aoshua was nearly infuriated to the point of death. Her expression was one of shock because the woman's response was simply unbelievable. This middle-aged woman was so bizarre. She clearly had good intentions to stand up for her. Yet she didn't appreciate it and instead turned against her. Honestly, if she had known, she wouldn't have intervened. What is wrong with people nowadays? Can't an entire bus full of passengers unite against a knife-wielding thief? People are inherently selfish, and modern society is even more so. The moral decline and loss of humanity were starkly evident. The woman's behavior shattered Lin Aoshua's worldview and perspective on life. At that moment, Lin Aoshua recalled a news story she had seen on Weibo not long ago. A reckless production team was conducting a nationwide survey to see how people reacted to theft. In a certain province in northeast China, they conducted 16 experiments, and the results were quite encouraging. In each scenario, bystanders bravely stepped in to help, and every single one of them was a fighter. The actors in the tests were beaten black and blue, often unable to continue filming. Thinking about that province in the northeast, Lin Aoshua felt a sense of bewilderment. Why did people here in Ninghai react so differently? Aren't we all fellow compatriots? I saw you steal. You took her bag. Lin Aoshua stubbornly insisted. Su Rue had remained silent throughout, observing Lin Aoshua's demeanor. In her bright, big eyes, he saw something, a sense of justice and unwavering resolve. At that moment, Su Rue's impression of Lin Aoshua completely changed. Though she usually appeared cold as ice, seemingly devoid of warmth, he felt that this was a side of her that was genuine and relatable. Previously, Su Rue thought Lin Aoshua was the type of woman who wouldn't care even if the sky fell, someone who would remain indifferent. Yet now, as the bus full of passengers remained silent in the face of the thief, she fearlessly stood up, looking into Lin Aoshua's cold yet sparkling eyes. Su Rue felt a gentle stir in a soft spot deep within him. Do you see? You have no evidence. And not a single passenger is willing to testify for you. Little girl, let me tell you, if you try to cut off my income today, I'll make sure to take it out on you. What do you want? Lin Aoshua said coldly. I see you're wearing designer clothes and carrying a designer bag. I'll strip you of your clothes and sell them at a second-hand market. Let us see where this naked little lamb can run off to. As he spoke, he slowly approached her, rubbing his hands together, his eyes scanning Lin Aoshua's curvy figure as if he was imagining something lewd. His expression was disgusting. At that moment, a cold voice rang out in the bus. You dare to harass my woman? Don't you fear becoming a eunuch? Su Rue finally spoke up. Hearing his voice, Lin Aoshua looked up and shot him a cold glance, saying, Who's your woman? Su Rue's face instantly darkened. Did this woman really not understand anything? Her emotional intelligence was practically at zero. He had stepped in to help her, but she was undermining him instead. Su Rue glared at Lin Aoshua. Everyone in the company knows I'm the son-in-law of the group. What? Lin Aoshua was taken aback, unaware that rumors about her relationship with Su Rue had spread wildly. She was momentarily speechless. The pickpocket burst into laughter, Kid, I see you want to taste the sharpness of this knife, huh? The girl just said you're not her boyfriend. And you're still pretending to be a big shot. Do you believe I 1T stab you and leave a few holes in you? At that moment, the pickpocket waved his hand, and two thuggish-looking guys squeezed out from the other end of the bus. Teamwork. No wonder this pickpocket was so arrogant. Watching the three of them approach slowly, Lin Aoshua furrowed her brow even tighter. Just as she was about to call the police, she suddenly spotted Su Rue, the man who had completely shocked her the night before with his stunning performance, a master from the dark side of the West. Could these two petty thieves cause him any trouble? Since he had already spoken up in her defense, the situation would surely come to a resolution now. Lin Aoshua didn't realize that the feeling surging in her heart had a scientific name. It's a simple three-word phrase, sense of security. She glanced at Su Rue, nudged his solid abs with her elbow, and said, "It's up to you now." Su Rue couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "I was originally planning to take care of this myself, but why did you just undermine me? You've already knocked the stage down. How can I get up there to perform?" Lin Aoshua rolled her eyes and replied, "I didn't undermine you. I just rejected your attempt to take advantage of me. All right then, I'll be the bigger person and let it go. But if the scene gets too intense later, and you're too scared to watch, then just don't look," she added. Since a beautiful woman had asked for his help, Su Rue felt he had to step up. After all, Lin Aoshua was here to assist him, and if anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Lin Fuzhong when he got back. Most importantly, in Su Rue's book, beautiful women should never be wronged, especially someone as kind-hearted and stunning as Lin Aoshua. The guy with the yellow hair saw Lin Aoshua and Su Rue whispering to each other and immediately felt enraged, thinking they were ignoring him. He swung his knife fiercely, making a loud clang as it struck the armrest, sending sparks flying. Damn it, they think they can just flirt in front of me without a care. With that, the yellow-haired guy stepped forward, picking up the knife and boldly lunging it towards Su Rue. The other two quickly rushed over, reaching for Lin Aoshua's clothes. Their pretense of wanting to grab her clothing was just that, a pretense. What they truly wanted was to see this stunning beauty make a fool of herself. If they could use her body for a little thrill, that would be even better. These guys were used to going without, only able to relieve themselves with their right hands at night, or if they saved up enough money, they might find a cheap escort for some fun. However, before the yellow-haired thug could even get halfway with his knife, he felt his hand clamped down by an iron grip. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Su Rue had reached out with one hand and effortlessly seized the arm holding the knife. With just a little force, there was a crackling sound from the thief's arm. The yellow-haired thug let out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorting in agony as he felt his bones being forcibly crushed by an overwhelming strength. He could see that a transformation was about to occur. Chapter 53. The screams on the bus. If this lasted another second or two, his bones might be crushed to pieces. The thief instinctively loosened his grip, and the knife fell to the floor. "You two, stop right now, or his hand will be ruined. Do you believe me?" The two men, seeing their accomplice caught, completely ignored the warning and continued to rush towards Lin Aoshua. They thought that if they could subdue Lin Aoshua, Su Rue would hesitate to act recklessly. However, they didn't anticipate that their actions would infuriate Su Rue, who no longer held back. With an increased grip, a sharp crack echoed in the bus, audible to everyone inside. This was the sound of the thief's forearm breaking. The yellow-haired thief let out a terrible scream and fainted from the pain. No one could withstand having their bones crushed like that. After breaking the yellow-haired thief's bones, Su Rue turned and positioned himself in front of Lin Aoshua, blocking the two remaining accomplices. "If you want to die, I won't stop you." Su Rue threw down the line and simultaneously grabbed both of their arms, twisting them like a pretzel in rapid succession. Normal human arms couldn't withstand such rough twisting. Under Su Rue's power, the connection between their upper arms and shoulders made a series of cracking noises that made one's teeth ache. Crack, crack. The shoulders of both men were literally twisted off at the joint. They didn't faint, but they were clutching their shoulders, howling in a way that resembled a wounded animal. Those who commit evil deeds will meet their doom. "You wanted to provoke me." Su Rue looked at the three of them coldly and said, "I'll count to 3, and you all better get off this bus. If you're late, don't blame me for being rude." Saying this, Su Rue kicked the unconscious yellow-haired thief in the lower back a few times. The latter, awakened by the pain, immediately felt a sharp, excruciating agony and continued to wail. 3 seconds, I'm starting the count. If you're still on this bus after 3 seconds, don't blame me for being merciless. 3 seconds, how could they jump? The bus was still moving. If they jumped out the window, they'd likely end up with broken bones, if not worse, and would be bedridden for 3 months. The three men looked outside at the continuous flow of traffic. A wave of terror washed over them. I want to repeat myself, Su Rue said coldly. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, Su Rue had finished counting. And when he reached 3, an overwhelming fear surged through the 3 men. As they watched Su Rue approach, they waved their hands repeatedly, saying, "Spare us. We'll jump. Get out of here now." Su Rue made a move as if to kick them. Okay, we're going." With that, the 3 thieves, using their only uninjured arm, opened the window, disregarding the fact that the bus hadn't stopped, and jumped out in haste. The bus driver, still having some compassion, hit the gas pedal as soon as the 3 thieves jumped, causing the bus to accelerate forward. Clearly, under these circumstances, the 3 of them would not have a good outcome after falling off, and soon there were 3 screams from behind. One unfortunate guy, after jumping out, collided with an approaching Santana car, and the latter's wheels ran right over his leg. With a crack, it was clear that his leg would suffer a compound fracture. He'd never recover. After Su Rue had thrown these people out of the window, the bus fell silent for several seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. Watching those who had earlier cowered in fear now enthusiastically clapping, Su Rue said with a hint of annoyance, "Where were you all just now? Now you know how to applaud." As soon as Su Rue finished speaking, the bus fell silent again, and those who had been clapping turned beet red, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Su Rue's sarcastic words were a complete slap in the face. Lin Aoshue also let out a cold snort, her disdain evident. "A bus full of men, and you're all too scared to speak up at the sight of 2 or 3 thieves. You're worse than a bunch of girls," Su Rue remarked. At that moment, the middle-aged woman whose bag was stolen approached, staring at Su Rue as he held the wallet taken from the yellow-haired thief. "That is my wallet. That is my wallet. Please give it back to me," she urged. Looking at the relatively expensive wallet in his hand, Su Rue grinned and said, "Ma'am, you just admitted that it wasn't yours. Did I hear wrong? I think not just I, but everyone on this bus heard you. You didn't hear wrong. It is my wallet, so please hurry and return it." The woman's face reddened. She had indeed acted disgracefully earlier. "Return it to you? Why should I speak to you in such a tone?" Su Rue sighed deeply, not returning the wallet. "What is wrong with people in this society? I risked my life to get this wallet back, and you think you can just take it without even saying thank you? Do you think I'll give it back to you? Regardless, it's still my wallet." The middle-aged woman was about to explode with anger. Su Rue's words had truly struck a nerve. Before Su Rue could finish, Lin Aoshue suddenly snatched the wallet, said nothing, and threw it out of the open window. A bus was passing by outside, crushing the wallet under its wheels, leaving it utterly unrecognizable. "That girl has some spirit." Watching Lin Aoshue's action, Su Rue mentally gave her a thumbs up. "Everyone heard you say that wallet wasn't yours. It might truly belong to the thief. So there's no need to keep it," Lin Aoshue said coldly, her anger evident. "Hey, what are you doing? There's quite a bit of money in that wallet." The woman shouted, pounding her leg. "Enough. Why didn't you say that to the thief? You're not worth any sympathy. You deserve to be robbed." Lin Aoshue couldn't hide her disgust for the woman, nor had she ever intended to. You owe me a wallet." The woman suddenly regained her spirit and yelled at Lin Aoshue, "If you want your wallet, jump off the bus to get it. Bowing to the wicked and being unreasonable with those who are kind to you is absurd. If you don't shut up, I'll throw you out too," Su Rue said disdainfully. Thinking back to how Su Rue had dealt with the yellow-haired thief, the furious middle-aged woman felt a hint of fear. While she didn't dare yell at Su Rue, she could still rage at the driver. "Hurry and stop. I want to get off to get my wallet," she shouted at the driver. The driver glanced at her coldly in the rearview mirror and said, "Sorry, we just passed a stop. I can't stop now. The next stop is still 5 kilometers away. Scumbag. You're all scumbags." The middle-aged woman stomped her feet in anger, her frustration palpable, causing nearby passengers to shift away to avoid her. Su Rue walked up to her and said coldly, "If you make one more sound, I'll throw you out of the window, just like those other guys." Feeling that Su Rue was serious, the woman angrily turned away and fell silent. At the next stop, as soon as the bus came to a halt, she hurriedly got off to catch a taxi back to look for her wallet. After the incident on the bus, Lin Aoshue and Su Rue no longer felt as awkward as before. Although the bus was still crowded, Lin Aoshue didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. Surrounded by Su Rue, she surprisingly felt a subtle sense of safety, though she didn't realize what this feeling truly meant. From this perspective, one must say that the young lady of the Lin family was rather slow to pick up on certain things. As the bus continued to jolt and turn with many passengers still on board, it was inevitable that Su Rue and Lin Aoshue would have some physical contact. Sometimes their arms brushed, sometimes their backs, and occasionally even their hips. Each time this happened, Lin Aoshue felt very uneasy, her whole body tensing up. Yet she couldn't find a reason to push him away. After all, She preferred this kind of contact with Su Rue over being jostled by other lecherous gazes. So she endured it. For Lin Aoshue, this was uncomfortable. For Su Rue, however, it was pure bliss. Being in close proximity to such a stunning beauty filled him with joy. If he could, he would wish this bus ride would never end. Just keep going on and on. How wonderful it would be to reach a point where he could get tired of being so close to beautiful women. Other men on the bus looked at Su Rue with envy and jealousy, their eyes lingering on Lin Aoshue before glancing at their own girlfriends or wives. They couldn't help but lament why others could ride the bus with a stunning beauty while they were stuck with a less appealing partner. The disparity was too great, leaving them feeling rather unbalanced. Finally, as the number of passengers on the bus began to dwindle, it became less crowded than before. Yet Su Rue remained still, continuing to hold Lin Aoshue close. He was as unmoving as a monk in meditation, regardless of how the bus turned or jolted. It was only when Lin Aoshue, who had been staring out the window, noticed that the bus had left the city limits and many seats were now empty that she realized something was off. Su Rue couldn't he possibly have missed all those vacant seats? He must be doing this on purpose to take advantage of her. Chapter 054. The warm current beneath the iceberg. Humph. What a jerk. Lin Aoshue snorted and said coldly, "Let go of my hand. I want to sit down." Su Rue had already noticed that there were plenty of empty seats nearby. Lin Aoshue had remained silent, so he had deliberately played dumb. But now that the young lady from the Lin family had spoken, he couldn't just keep holding her in broad daylight. "Oh, I didn't even realize there were empty seats." "Go ahead and sit down," Su Rue said, putting on a thick face to cover up his embarrassment. He was always one to maintain a calm facade. Lin Aoshue quickly found a seat and turned her head to stare out the window. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable in this position. She would have preferred standing. This feeling was quite strange. "Hey, Aoshue, look over here." Just as Lin Aoshue was lost in thought about her odd feeling, Su Rue called out to her, pointing at himself. Having become immune to the nickname Aoshue, Lin Aoshue decided it was better to let this annoying guy say it than to argue and sulk. She looked at Su Rue, who was grinning mischievously, and he said, "Are you feeling like this bus ride is a bit lacking? We're getting off at the next stop, and then we have to switch to a subway line. That subway is even more crowded than this bus." Lin Aoshue's expression darkened. It seemed that Su Rue was looking for another opportunity to take advantage of her. Why had she agreed to his request to take the bus and subway instead of driving? It felt like torture, but there was no turning back now. To avoid being ridiculed by Su Rue, Lin Aoshue gritted her teeth and persevered. "Okay, we've arrived. Let us get off," Su Rue said as the bus came to a stop. He seemed ready to step forward to help Lin Aoshue, but she saw through his intentions and quickly hopped off the bus. "Why don't you want me to help you?" Lin Aoshue replied coldly, "I'm not disabled. I know how to walk." Su Rue couldn't help but feel helpless. "Hey, you little girl, why do you have to treat kindness as if it's something sinister? If it weren't for the fact that your heels are high and hard to walk in, do you think I would bother to help you?" After getting off the bus, Su Rue was still reminiscing about the feeling of holding Lin Aoshue close, admiring the smooth skin on the back of her neck. It felt refreshing, like sipping a cold drink. Her skin was so delicate, as if it had been soaked in milk all day, smooth and silky. He even worried that if he accidentally pressed too hard, he might hurt her skin. The two of them switched to the subway, but unfortunately, this station was rather remote, so the subway was not as crowded as the bus. Su Rue had no chance to get close to Lin Aoshue and could only watch her stand less than 2 meters away, unable to even catch a whiff of her faint fragrance. What neither Su Rue nor Lin Aoshue realized was that just moments after they had boarded the subway, several motorcycles screeched to a halt at the bus stop they had just left. The riders were all delinquents, and one of them was none other than the pickpocket who had been forced to jump off the bus by Su Rue. "How strange, we're a bit late. I wonder where that guy and girl went." It seemed they were part of a gang. After being dumped from the bus, they were furious and had chased after it on their motorcycles, only to find that Su Rue and Lin Aoshue had gotten away. "Don't worry, I've memorized their faces, especially that beautiful woman. Even if she turned to ash, I would recognize her," one of the thugs said viciously. "All right, I'll wait here for them until nightfall. I refuse to believe these two won't show up. Damn it, I had to jump off the bus, and my buddy got his leg crushed by a car because of it. I must avenge this." As he spoke, the pickpocket's face twisted into a lewd expression. The thought of Lin Aoshue's stunning beauty and alluring figure made his heart race. It was a lie that he wanted revenge for his friend. The real desire was to possess that woman. "So, after such a long bus and subway ride, do you feel more down to earth?" Su Rue said with a grin, looking at Lin Aoshue. Lin Aoshue didn't respond, as she truly didn't want to acknowledge Su Rue. What did he mean by down to earth? Was he implying that she was high and mighty, detached from the struggles of ordinary people? How infuriating. He always seized every opportunity to belittle her. Yes. So where are we going now? Lin Aoshue replied, clearly just going through the motions. The two had exited the subway station, and the scenery outside was vastly different from the urban landscape, lush and green, with fewer high-rise buildings and a refreshing atmosphere. I want to look for some history, Su Rue said, gazing ahead at the road under renovation. What history? Lin Aoshue asked, puzzled, as Su Rue's words completely threw her off. I'm looking for my own history, Su Rue said with a smile, glancing at Lin Aoshue. What do you think? Are you interested in learning about my past? If you change your mind, we can still take a taxi back. I promise I won't laugh at you. Humph. Lin Aoshue snorted coldly and walked ahead of Su Rue. Hey, Missy, wait a minute. I haven't been to this place in years, and I don't even recognize the roads. If you walk too fast, I might get lost. Lin Aoshue turned to him and said, I know this place. You know? What do you mean? The esteemed young lady of the Lin family comes to such a remote area? Su Rue said, looking skeptical. Lin Aoshue replied calmly. There was a real estate project by Baiken that started construction here 2 years ago. Plus, 5 kilometers away is one of Baiken's factories, which I supervised during its construction. How could I not be familiar with it? No wonder, Su Rue said, scratching his nose. It seemed that Lin Aoshue was indeed no ordinary person. Do you remember if there was an orphanage nearby? An orphanage? Lin Aoshue furrowed her beautiful brows, thinking hard before saying, I really don't remember. No wonder. I haven't been back in nearly 20 years. The pace of development in Ninghai has been so rapid, changing year by year. Where could I find something from 20 years ago? It's likely that it's long been demolished and replaced. The former principal and teachers might not even be alive anymore. Su Rue looked around at the wide asphalt roads and new buildings, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Lin Aoshue watched Su Rue's expression and felt a complex mix of emotions stirring within her. After a moment of silence, she gently asked, So, were you from that orphanage? Su Rue smiled and said, Yeah, to be honest, I'm a true Ninghai native. Nowadays, having a Ninghai household registration is so valuable that a fake marriage can earn you $1 million. If I had grown up in Ninghai, I might have been a millionaire by now. As he spoke, Su Rue was completely unaware that his assets far exceeded the $1 million mark. He had just extorted nearly $100 million from Zhang Qibing, and to him now, money was not just a number, but a concept. I see. Lin Aoshue hadn't expected Su Rue to have such a background. This seemingly carefree guy actually came from an orphanage. It was completely unimaginable. It's important to understand that all the children in the orphanage are orphans. They have no parents or relatives, and no one to raise them. They can only rely on the larger family of society. Children who grow up in orphanages often experience feelings of inferiority. Some become withdrawn, while many more exhibit indifference or aggression. Lacking the love and care of family, they grow up without parental companionship and sufficient affection, and by their teenage years, they may end up on the streets. Unless some fortunate children are adopted by affluent families or relatively well-off middle-class individuals, the futures of the rest are unlikely to be bright as they drift into the corners of society. Knowing this, Lin Aoshue feels an even deeper sense of sorrow. This young lady from the Lin family seems to have forgotten how long it has been since she felt such emotions over a matter. What is the name of that children's welfare institution you mentioned? I can try to help you find it, Lin Aoshue suddenly said. Su Rue looked at her in surprise. And before he could respond, she continued, Of course, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find it, but I have some connections in Ninghai that might come in handy. There could be some leads. After a pause, Lin Aoshue added, Moreover, in this world, as long as something has existed, there will always be traces left behind. And for an institution like a welfare home, if it has been demolished, there will definitely be some follow-up information. Even if it's been 20 years, we should still be able to find some clues. Combining these 3 sentences amounts to a considerable number of words, which is quite rare for the usually reticent Lin Aoshue, who typically speaks in just 2 or 3 words. Hearing this, Su Rue gazed deeply into Lin Aoshue's eyes and earnestly said, Comrade Aoshue, you are actually a good person. This was clearly a compliment, but to Lin Aoshue, it felt quite different. What do you mean by saying I'm actually a good person? Do I seem like a bad person on the surface? She thought, feeling annoyed by his words. From Su Rue's perspective, Lin Aoshue initially appeared to be an icy beauty, impatient, and somewhat aloof. However, after their interactions today, he realized he had been completely mistaken. Deep down, Lin Aoshue might not be as cold as she seems. In fact, she has a heart that is willing to help others, but it just needs a little time to open up. For reasons unknown, she has either actively or passively closed off her heart, hiding away her warm spirit and revealing only her cold exterior. Chapter 55. The Past Has Faded, Part 3. Tell me the name of the orphanage, and I'll have someone look into where it has been relocated. Lin Aoshue continued, her demeanor surprisingly less cold than usual, perhaps touched by Su Rui's background. Ninghai Fourth Children's Welfare Institute. Su Rui paused to think, and added uncertainly, I believe that's the name, the Fourth Welfare Institute. The past is like smoke. Many things have been scattered in the wind. And what remains in memory are just fragments of dust. When mentioning the name, Su Rui shook his head and said, there really are a lot of orphans in Ninghai. There are at least 4 or 5 welfare institutes. While Su Rui was speaking, Lin Aoshue had already dialed her assistant's phone. Find out if there's a place called Ninghai Fourth Children's Welfare Institute, originally located on Xihua Street. Or has it been relocated? After hanging up, Su Rui looked at Lin Aoshue with a wry smile. Aoshue, I didn't expect you to be so decisive. I hadn't even finished speaking, and you were already on the phone. Lin Aoshue replied, time is money, and efficiency is life. I don't like wasting money. And I certainly don't like wasting life. This statement truly reflected Lin Aoshue's character. Watching her expression, Su Rui couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Aoshue, don't you know that life doesn't always have to be at such a fast pace? What do you mean by fast pace? Life can be slowed down a bit, and we can take our time. Su Rui adopted an enlightened demeanor, wearing a playful expression as he said, you can think of our lives as a journey. If you rush, you won't be able to appreciate the scenery along the way. Only by walking slowly can you truly see and savor what's around you. If you keep rushing forward, you'll miss out on many quiet and beautiful things. Even if you reach your destination and achieve success, you might find that the rewards are pitifully few. In fact, if you slow down during the journey, you might gain much more than what you ultimately achieve. Lin Aoshue scoffed. Here you go with the preaching again. In truth, Su Rui's grand statements, paired with his cheeky expression, didn't come off as preachy at all. With a grin, Su Rui said, I'm not preaching. I'm just sharing my insights with you. You can take it or leave it. Lin Aoshue shot him a glance, clearly uninterested in engaging with this self-satisfied guy. Seeing her reaction, Su Rui couldn't help but burst into laughter, his joy uncontainable. The more he interacted with Lin Aoshue, the more he realized she wasn't as cold as she appeared. She was just hiding her true self. If he could break through that layer of ice, he would find a warm current beneath. But this girl seemed too reluctant to let her warmth be seen by others. 10 minutes later, Lin Aoshue's phone rang. It seemed to be her assistant calling to report on the Fourth Children's Welfare Institute. As she listened, her brow furrowed slightly. Su Rui leaned in and said to Lin Aoshue after she hung up, Aoshue, can I give you a piece of advice before you speak? What advice? Lin Aoshue raised an eyebrow. My advice is, no matter what happens, try not to frown. If you keep frowning, even before you reach the age of wrinkles, you'll have a deep line between your brows, which could really affect your beauty. Lin Aoshue looked at Su Rui, her lips moved slightly, and she uttered 4 words that shocked him. None of your business. Su Rui's smile froze on his face, his expression akin to someone who had just tasted something extremely unpleasant. What did you say? The Fourth Children's Welfare Institute has been demolished for 19 years? Su Rui found it hard to believe. In today's rapidly changing world, 19 years could bring about a dramatic transformation. In those 19 years, the teachers and director of the Welfare Institute probably had no idea where they had gone. Finding them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although he had some connections he could tap into, Su Rui didn't want to expose his presence in China. If he did, certain figures in the dark underworld of the West would surely take notice. And he didn't want to stir even the slightest ripple in this ancient Eastern country. Su Rui wasn't afraid of Kashilni. He had once done this kid a favor. If he dared to leak information about Su Rui in China, Su Rui would really go to the Black Widow's headquarters and twist his head off. 19 years, 19 years. Su Rui repeated this number, suddenly struck by disbelief. Because if he wasn't mistaken, he had left that Welfare Institute exactly 19 years ago. Could it be that shortly after he left, the Welfare Institute was demolished? Yes, because 19 years ago, there was a fire at the Children's Welfare Institute that nearly destroyed the entire place. The government didn't allocate funds for reconstruction at the original site, but instead diverted the teachers and children who had escaped the fire to several other welfare institutes. Moreover, many children and teachers were injured or perished in that fire, and the cause was never definitively determined. Whether it was arson or something else remained unknown. Lin Aoshue relayed all the information her assistant had uncovered to Su Rui. I see. Hearing that the Welfare Institute where he had lived for several years had met such a fate left Su Rui with a bitter feeling. After all, those teachers and the director had treated him well, and it would be a great pity if they had perished in the fire. Although he couldn't remember much about his childhood friends, he certainly didn't want to see those children die in that blaze. 19 years, shortly after he left. The Welfare Institute had burned down. Su Rui didn't know whether to feel relieved or saddened. It had already been 19 years. And trying to find someone now was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The difficulty was immense. With his hands behind his back, Su Rui stood silently for over 10 minutes. Lin Aoshue was beside him, watching him in silence, her gaze reflecting a complex emotion. As long as Su Rui didn't speak, she wouldn't break the silence first. That was just how she was. Su Rui looked at the now gray sky, let out a long sigh, turned around, and forced a smile at Lin Aoshue. Let us call it a day. We should head back. I didn't have much hope for this matter anyway, and now it seems even more unlikely. Seeing Su Rui's visibly dejected expression, Lin Aoshue felt a stir in her heart. Actually, there's no need to give up. We can think of other ways. Maybe we can still find something. It's okay. I'll find a way myself. Lin Aoshue nodded. After spending the day together, she no longer held the initial hostility she had towards Su Rui, even though this guy's cheeky demeanor sometimes rubbed her the wrong way. Su Rui looked at Lin Aoshue and asked, "So, how about it? Are you hungry? After running around with me for so long, you must be a bit tired?" Lin Aoshue nodded. "I'm okay." Although her expression remained cold, there was now a hint of unintentional softness in her words. Although this subtle warmth is hard to detect, it represents a significant transformation. For Lin Aoshue, such a change is truly not easy. After all, she used to be an absolute ice queen. Today, Su Rui brought her a different feeling, making her realize that this man was not the same as the one she had known before. This is why Lin Aoshue experienced such a psychological shift, especially when she saw Su Rui's disappointed expression after failing to find the orphanage. "How about this? To thank you for accompanying me today, let me treat you to dinner. What do you think?" Su Rui adjusted his mood. He is such an optimistic person, quickly forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. "Sure. Do you have anything in mind?" Lin Aoshue thought seriously for a moment and replied with 2 words, "Anything." A dark line appeared on Su Rui's forehead as he asked, "Can you handle spicy food?" Lin Aoshue also pondered seriously before answering, "Whatever." Another dark line formed on Su Rui's forehead. "Do you want to eat meat?" Again. Lin Aoshue took a moment to think and replied, "It doesn't matter." Now Su Rui's forehead was covered in dark lines. Just as he was about to ask another question, Lin Aoshue interrupted him, saying, "You don't need to ask anymore. This question is really boring and doesn't hold any significance." Su Rui immediately felt annoyed. "Lin Aoshue, you're being unreasonable." "How am I being unreasonable?" Lin Aoshue looked at him as if he were foolish. Su Rui lamented. "Today I tried to teach you to be more down to earth, taking the bus and subway, even catching pickpockets, and you've disregarded everything I taught you." Lin Aoshue shot him a glance. "What do you mean by that? Food is the essence of life. How can what we eat be unimportant? Eating, dressing, living, and traveling. These are the 4 aspects of life. Yet you treat it so lightly, saying it doesn't matter. Is that what someone who loves life would say?" Su Rui spoke with conviction, discovering that he really enjoyed having the upper hand in their verbal exchange. "I love life. But that is not the standard for measuring love for life." Lin Aoshue's voice was still cold, making it seem like the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. Su Rui retorted angrily, "I'll make you feel the heat. I absolutely have to eat something spicy today to chase away your chill." Su Rui truly spoke his mind, while Lin Aoshue seemed indifferent. Even though Su Rui's words were unfriendly, she appeared unfazed, as if she had grown accustomed to this man speaking to her in such a tone. Of course, if any other man spoke to her like that, the young lady Lin Aoshue would have long since walked away with a cold expression. Eat something spicy to chase away the chill. For some reason, upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Aoshue's icy face, though it went unnoticed by Su Rui. This stunning smile would have made any man stop in his tracks. Unfortunately, no one was there to see it. Chapter 056. Let's have a pot of insanely spicy hot pot. What kind of sparks will fly when an iceberg meets summer? The capital encounters Seattle, Antarctica meets Equatorial Guinea. Well then, since you're silent, it means you agree. I'll take care of lunch today. But don't say I didn't warn you later. Su Rui's mind was already plotting how to teach this icy beauty a lesson. 15 minutes later, Lin Aoshue looked at the sign and couldn't help but be surprised. Sichuan-style hot pot. Su Rui glanced at Lin Aoshue's fair skin and provocatively said, "Eating spicy food can cause acne, so what do you say? Are you brave enough to join me in a challenge with extreme spiciness?" Lin Aoshue pouted, shot Su Rui a glance, and without a word, walked straight in. Watching Lin Aoshue's hips sway lightly as she walked, Su Rui chuckled and said, "You've got some personality. I like that. If I don't make you cry from the spice today, I won't be called Su Rui." The Sichuan hot pot restaurant was bustling with business. Su Rui and Lin Aoshue chose a window seat. a cozy booth typically favored by couples. Of course, Lin Aoshue didn't think of it that way. For her, it was just an ordinary meal in her everyday life, devoid of any special significance. However, once Lin Aoshue stepped inside, her brilliance instantly illuminated the entire dining hall. This woman was simply too beautiful. The hot pot restaurant hadn't seen such a stunning woman in years, even more dazzling than the stars on television. Her striking features paired with a cold demeanor gave her an allure that was both enchanting and unattainable. Seeing many eyes turn toward Lin Aoshue, Su Rui couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This is the perk of going out with a beautiful woman. It's like borrowing someone else's power. Being around her made any man look good. What kind of broth would you like? The male server asked as he approached with a menu. We have mild, medium, and spicy. As he caught sight of Lin Aoshue's beauty, he nearly forgot where he was going and almost tripped over his own feet. Beautiful women have that effect. They can make other men forget their own legs the moment they see her. Su Rui looked up and cheerfully asked, how spicy is the spicy broth? The spicy broth is very, very spicy. If you're not from Sichuan, I would suggest not choosing this option, the male server replied, sneaking another glance at Lin Aoshue. His cheeks starting to redden as he lowered his head. Aoshue, if you're scared, you can still back out now, Su Rui provocatively said to Lin Aoshue. She merely snorted, refusing to take the bait, her snort filled with disdain and mockery. The male server glanced at Su Rui, then back at Lin Aoshue, thinking that this man had no class. How could he not appreciate such a beautiful woman? He should be gently asking her what she wanted, not acting like this. Su Rui noticed the server's thoughts and chuckled. Hey, do you have anything spicier than spicy? How about insanely spicy? Insanely spicy? The server had only heard of insanely spicy chicken wings and pig trotters. This was the first time he heard of an insanely spicy hot pot broth. Su Rui explained with a smile, you see, my girlfriend and I can handle our spice. Generally, the heat at hot pot places doesn't meet our standards, which is why I'm asking if you have insanely spicy, which would be 3 times spicier than your spicy broth. Upon hearing the words my girlfriend, Lin Aoshue looked up at Su Rui, seemingly about to clarify, but then swallowed her words. She had already learned how shameless he could be, so she couldn't be bothered to explain. 3 times spicier than spicy. The server glanced at Lin Aoshue and then at Su Rui, thinking how could such a beautiful girl be with this man? He must be rich or a spoiled playboy. If Su Rui had heard these thoughts, he would have been indignant. Of course, there are pros and cons to dating a beautiful woman. If a woman is too stunning, people will assume the man is either very wealthy or a pretty boy living off his family's fortune. The server, puzzled, thought if she was his girlfriend, shouldn't he take good care of her? Why would he make her eat something that's spicy? How could he be so cruel? Thus, out of respect for the beautiful woman, the server couldn't help but remind him, Sir, can this lady handle such spice? I see her skin looks great. If she eats something too spicy, won't it cause her to break out? Su Rui shot the server a cold glance and said, my girlfriend's skin doesn't need your concern. I take good care of her. Can't you see how radiant she is? When Lin Aoshue heard the word radiant, her face instantly darkened. She didn't quite understand the implications of the word. She just felt it was a bit suggestive. Typically focused on corporate management and research, she wasn't really in tune with such lewd innuendos. If she had understood what Su Rui meant by radiant, she would likely have lunged at him to tear his mouth apart. That mouth was insufferably shameless. Too much to handle. Nearby diners who heard Su Rui's remark nearly spat their food out, all thinking, this man is wasting such beauty. How could he have the audacity to claim her like that? Around them, diners were mentally cursing Su Rui, imagining all sorts of ways to take him down a few notches. How wonderful it would be if such a beautiful woman could be their girlfriend for just one day. The server, left speechless by Su Rui's retort, finally said, all right, I'll check with the kitchen to see if we can make that insanely spicy broth. Not just a trial, but it had to be done. Su Rui waved him over, pulled out 200 yuan bills from his wallet, and handed them to him. This is your tip. If you can pull this off, I have more rewards for you. In mainland China, tipping is rare, so the server was overjoyed. Those 2 bills were worth more than 2 days of his salary, and if he succeeded, there would be more rewards. Thinking about the outcome, the server was ecstatic, completely forgetting Su Rui's earlier reprimand. He cheerfully said, Sir, don't worry, I'll get it done. Insanely spicy? No problem. Even super-duper insanely spicy is possible. Just say the word. With that, the server dashed off, excited at the unexpected windfall. Looking at Lin Aoshue, who was silent across from him, with her frosty expression, Su Rui schemed inwardly. Humph, you little girl, when I asked what you wanted, you said anything was fine. Let's see if you can handle the spiciest broth. Don't end up crying for help later. After a while, the insanely spicy broth finally arrived, and even from 3 meters away, the pungent aroma could be sensed. Taking a deep breath, Su Rue felt his nose and throat filled with a fiery sensation. This wasn't just eating hot pot, it was asking for trouble. As the server brought over the insanely spicy broth, every diner cast curious glances in their direction. The smell was overwhelming, and they wondered who could possibly handle such heat. Looking at the pot of bubbling red broth, Lin Aoshue finally showed a hint of surprise on her face. Su Rue chuckled and said, "So, Aoshue, are you starting to have second thoughts? You were the one who said to eat whatever I wanted, so I just ordered freely. You can't waste food. You have to finish it." Lin Aoshue shot him a cold glance and replied, "Fine, I'll eat." With that, this strong-willed young lady directly dumped all the vegetables, tofu skin, and meatballs that the waiter had brought into the pot of broth. Watching the soup bubbling away, Su Rue couldn't help but wear a mischievous grin. Once the ingredients were cooked, he eagerly served Lin Aoshue a few chopsticks full and said, "Give it a try. This extreme spicy broth will definitely leave a lasting impression." Lin Aoshue braced herself and took the first bite. It was tolerable, but by the second and third bites, her mouth was filled with heat, and after swallowing, her stomach felt like it was on fire. She could handle spicy food fairly well. Normal extra spicy dishes were no problem for her. However, the waiter must have upgraded the spice level threefold after taking Su Rue's money, which left Lin Aoshue a bit overwhelmed. By the fifth bite, her ears were buzzing. It was just too spicy, reminiscent of accidentally biting into a hot pepper as a child. How about it? I wonder if this ice queen will melt under the heat. Su Rue thought to himself with a wicked sense of amusement. Lin Aoshue, unable to take the heat any longer, put down her chopsticks, grabbed a napkin, and quickly wiped away her tears. Then, she poured herself a glass of juice and gulped it down in one go. However, the extreme spicy broth was too potent. The juice didn't help much. So Lin Aoshue shot Su Rue a fierce glare and poured herself another full glass of juice, downing it just as quickly. Su Rue, meanwhile, was leisurely enjoying his own bowl of food, seemingly unaffected by the spice. He watched Lin Aoshue's flushed face and the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and couldn't help but regret saying, if I had known, I would have made a bet with you. This feels a bit unfair." Lin Aoshue glared at him and coldly remarked, "Sneaky." Su Rue thought to himself, "This girl, just wait until I really scare you. If you keep saying things like whatever in front of me, there are definitely more explosive surprises in store for you." We still haven't settled the stakes from the last bet. Chapter 57. Let's see who can handle the spicy food after downing 3 glasses of fruit juice. Lin Aoshue finally felt the spiciness in her mouth ease up a bit. "How about this? If you say I give up, I'll order you a non-spicy hot pot base. What do you think?" Su Rue chuckled, feeling quite pleased with himself for managing to get Lin Aoshue to submit. To Lin Aoshue, his expression was incredibly annoying. Watching Su Rue relish the food, she couldn't help but wish she could dunk his head into the spicy hot pot for 10 minutes just to vent her frustration. Before Lin Aoshue could respond, they heard a loud bang as someone at the next table slammed their palm onto the table and shouted, "Bastard." The shout immediately drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. It was outrageous. How could one treat a beautiful woman like that? Beautiful women deserve to be cherished. Didn't anyone understand that simple truth? If no one else would come to her defense today, then he would. In reality, it wasn't just because the main character was dining with the female lead that they encountered provocations and disruptions. The real reason was that these women were simply too stunning. Beauty can attract trouble, and the onlookers, either clueless or lecherous, couldn't resist such temptation, leading to unnecessary conflicts. "Oh wow, this is interesting. Aoshue, look at how powerful the allure of beauty is. Wherever you go, there are men who notice you. Should I congratulate you, or what?" Su Rue said with a grin. Scratching his nose, Lin Aoshue shot him a glance and then looked down, completely ignoring the man. She was no longer interested in such matters. The man who had banged the table looked to be in his 30s, stocky and rough-looking with a face full of excess flesh. He had a buzz cut and was wearing a thick gold chain around his neck, a large gold watch on his wrist, and an eye-catching gold ring. It was clear he was a nouveau riche with no refinement. His gaudy gold accessories only emphasized his lack of taste. "Hey, what's your problem?" Su Rue said, looking at the burly man with a smile, clearly not intimidated. "What problem do I have?" The nouveau riche greedily eyed Lin Aoshue, and then turned to Su Rue, adopting a righteous tone. "Bro, don't you want to sit together and try this ridiculously spicy hot pot? We can be friends, you know? As the saying goes, isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar?" The burly man banged the table again and yelled, "How can you treat a beautiful woman like this? Look at her, she's so lovely. You're forcing her to eat something so spicy and enjoying yourself while doing it. Don't you have a shred of kindness in you?" "Lovely." For some reason, Hearing such syrupy words come from this man's mouth made Su Rue feel an intense wave of nausea. This guy was clearly born to annoy others. With a mocking smile, Su Rue replied, "I don't care whether I'm kind or not. What does that have to do with you?" He had picked up this phrase from Lin Aoshua, using it right on cue. The burly man was even more incensed. "Look at you, treating a beautiful woman like this and still speaking so arrogantly. Where's your manners? Are you even a man?" After saying that, he turned to Lin Aoshua, politely pulling out a business card, bowing slightly as he offered it to her. "Beautiful lady, I'm the owner of the bar across the street. If you're willing, why not sit with me at my table? You shouldn't be with this rude, unrefined man. What do you think? We might even have a deeper conversation." The last sentence was heavily laden with implications. Ironically, he called Su Rue rude, completely unaware that if he stood next to Su Rue, the comparison might not be in his favor. Lin Aoshua glanced at him, ready to respond, but Su Rue's mischievous grin caught her eye. "So, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, with a rare glint of mischief, said, you should ask his opinion on that." By he, she obviously meant Su Rue. "Oh, you want to ask for my opinion?" Su Rue felt a surge of delight. When did Lin Aoshua start consulting him? It felt incredibly rewarding. He looked at the burly man and said, "Do you think I would agree? My girlfriend is so beautiful. Do you really think it's safe to let her sit at your table? You look like a thug and a scoundrel. Do you think I want to wear a green hat?" At the mention of green hat, Lin Aoshua's face darkened again. Ever since meeting Su Rue, she had been wearing that expression more often. She had intended to dig a pit for Su Rue, but ended up falling into one herself when it came to banter. She was no match for him. "All right, let us have a competition. If I win, this beautiful lady will come to my table and won't have to endure your mockery and humiliation anymore." "What do you say? Mockery and humiliation?" Su Rue raised an eyebrow at Lin Aoshua. "Aoshua, have I ever humiliated you? That word seems a bit off, don't you think?" The burly man's patience was wearing thin. "Hurry up and propose a condition. How are we competing? Is it by money, people, or fighting? I'm game for anything. And I'm confident I'll win." This man, Zhang Hao, had recently experienced some success and opened a bar, making a decent amount of money. His rise was primarily due to his connections with the underworld, as he had been supplying to Li Yang's gang, which provided him protection. No one dared to cause trouble. And business was booming. Over the years, he had increased his payments to Li Yang, as it was worth the investment. Of course, with money often comes a change in character. Most men, once wealthy, tend to indulge in the company of women. Unexpectedly, while casually dining, he spotted Lin Aoshua. Zhang Hao had encountered many women, professionals, students, and promiscuous types, but he had never seen one with such a cold, alluring demeanor. Her breathtaking beauty and icy nobility were a perfect match. From the moment he laid eyes on Lin Aoshua, he felt an impulsive urge to take her as his own. If Lin Aoshua heard the term wife of the bandit leader, she would likely deliver a fierce knee strike that would leave him incapacitated for life. "Really? Whatever competition you propose, I'm in," Su Rue replied with a smirk. Once again, beauty brings trouble. Having a gorgeous woman by your side tends to attract all sorts of complications, which is why men should avoid bringing home overly beautiful women. It invites unnecessary hassle. Zhang Hao was confident. He had plenty of money that most men couldn't compete with. Looking at Su Rue, he saw a well-dressed pretty boy and assumed he was just a man with a bit of cash, unlikely to be a serious contender. Su Rue smiled and said, "Let me confirm once more. If you're a man, don't back down. Whatever I demand, you have to agree to." Of course, when faced with a woman who caught his interest, he wouldn't flinch. Zhang Hao slammed the table, exuding confidence. "All right, let us compete. Whatever you say, I'm in, no backing down." "Okay, just remember you said that. Don't go back on your word." Su Rue smirked and pointed at the pot of steaming red soup on the table, grinning as he said, "How about this? Let's have a little contest to see who can finish this ridiculously spicy soup. For the first round, let's start with just a little, 3 cups each. What do you think? 3 cups of this insane spicy broth. This broth is super spicy." The waiter nearby couldn't help but feel that the world had gone a bit crazy. Just moments ago, he had specifically told the chef to crank up the heat on the already extra spicy broth several notches. Even ordinary people would struggle to eat with it, let alone drink it straight. If they actually went ahead and downed it, wouldn't they just lose their minds from the spice? Zhang Hao's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he looked at the pot of bubbling soup, the spicy aroma wafting through the air, making him feel a bit uneasy. Could he really drink this? What would happen if he did? Just the scent in the air was enough to make him feel the heat. But who would back down in front of a beautiful woman? If he admitted defeat before the contest even started, it would be utterly humiliating. He had instigated this challenge. If he gave up now, it would be better to just give up on life altogether. He wouldn't be able to show his face in his own bar again, becoming a laughingstock. As Su Rui's words echoed, people gathered around, eager to witness the showdown of drinking the absurdly spicy broth. Many had already pulled out their phones to take pictures, and some even started recording. People just loved a spectacle, and seeing someone attempt to drink 3 cups of this spicy broth was too good to miss. It was a real treat to encounter something so thrilling while out for a meal. Su Rui had already picked up a spoon and glass, pouring 3 cups for himself and Zhang Hao, placing them on the table as he asked, "So, are you drinking or not? No matter if you drink quickly or slowly. As long as you finish these 3 cups, I won't count it as a loss for you. What do you say?" The transparent glasses held vibrant, eye-catching red liquid. "Drink up. Am I scared of you?" Zhang Hao declared defiantly. "Hey, beautiful, just so we're clear, if I win against this guy, you have to join me at that table for dinner." He looked at Lin Aoshua, hoping to catch a glimmer of encouragement in her eyes. But she merely shot him a cold glance before lowering her head, seemingly uninterested in the competition at all. Did Lin Aoshua not realize she was the wager in this little game? This woman was something else, with an icy demeanor that left everyone guessing what she was thinking. Her expression always unreadable. Su Rui seemed to take it lightly, but those 3 cups of absurdly spicy broth could easily choke someone if they weren't careful. Just a drop of spicy oil entering the airway could turn into a torturous experience. He lifted his cup, throwing a challenging glance at Zhang Hao, and with a casual motion, tilted his head back. The bright red, steaming broth flowed into his stomach as if he were drinking water. He looked so pleased. It was as if he were enjoying an ice-cold beer on a hot summer day. Chapter 58. Listening to you, the entire scene fell silent. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. "Oh my God, what kind of freak is this? This is a bowl of extremely spicy hot pot broth, and this guy just downed it in one go. The smell alone is enough to make anyone choke. Doesn't he feel his esophagus and trachea burning? This is simply reckless behavior." After finishing the drink, Su Rui slammed the cup down on the table, glanced at the stunned Zhang Hao, and impatiently urged, "It's your turn, brother. If you want to find beautiful women, it's not that easy. You challenged me, so don't back down, or I'll lose respect for you." Zhang Hao took a deep breath and looked at Lin Aoshua. No pain, no gain, right? If he didn't drink the spicy broth, how could he win the heart of a beauty? Besides, he was the one who proposed the challenge. If he backed down now, how could he hold his head high in this area? However, Zhang Hao wasn't a fool either. He knew that if he recklessly gulped down the broth, he might actually choke to death. So he imitated Su Rui and took a big sip, but instead of swallowing it right away, he hesitantly let it sit in his mouth and then carefully swallowed it in small bits. Even so, he found it extremely uncomfortable. His mouth was filled with a scorching sensation, and even his forehead buzzed with heat. With every swallow, he had to suppress the urge to cough. By the time he finished that mouthful, his face was flushed, and it felt like there was a fire burning in his stomach. Su Rui, casually lounging with one leg crossed over the other, said with a grin, "How's it going? If you can't handle it, just concede. I won't force you." At this point, the outcome was already clear. Su Rui had downed a cup of spicy broth without breaking a sweat. No flushed face, no cough, no shortness of breath, while Zhang Hao was struggling after just one sip. If he continued like this, who knows what might happen. But Zhang Hao was a proud man. He wouldn't give up so easily, especially in front of the stunning Lin Aoshua and all these onlookers. Any man would want to save face. "Just don't push yourself too hard. I want to think less of you. It'll just be a little embarrassing," Su Rui said, observing Zhang Hao's flushed face while making a playful gesture with his pinky. The crowd was enjoying the spectacle, and someone shouted, "Come on, drink up. If you're a man, finish it. Don't back down." With others egging him on, Zhang Hao's pride was further challenged. He felt cornered. After all, he had been the one to propose this ridiculous competition. Looking at the half-full cup of red broth on the table, he felt a wave of anxiety. But he had no choice. Who told him to challenge Su Rui in the first place? So, he picked up the cup with trembling hands. The moment he caught a whiff of that spicy aroma, he almost lost the courage to drink it. At that moment, the strong scent of the chili broth triggered a fit of violent coughing. Indeed, facing such a spicy broth, even taking a deep breath could feel like choking. Su Rui's intentions were truly malicious. Making Lin Aoshua eat such things showed no mercy at all. After all, she was the top beauty in the Ninghai business world. What was he thinking? Not drinking anymore. Gonna concede? Su Rui said with a smirk, looking at the meddling Cheng Yaojin. This little thug was hardly worth his attention, and if it weren't for Lin Aoshua being there, he wouldn't even bother responding. Of course, if Lin Aoshua hadn't been there, this guy wouldn't have been foolish enough to approach them. Su Rui turned to Lin Aoshua, his expression softening. "Let us go. I'll take you somewhere else to eat. I promise I won't pull anything like this again, okay?" Lin Aoshua shot him a glance, but remained silent. Offering no response, Su Rue sighed in frustration, thinking, brother, I'm just trying to teach you a lesson. You better learn from this. This time, I'll take you to try something incredibly spicy, and next time, something incredibly smelly. Let us see how you deal with that. Zhang Hao slammed the cup down on the table in anger. You're playing dirty. You can handle spicy food. I'm from the south. I can't handle chili. Su Rue glanced disdainfully at the broth. How am I playing dirty? You were the one who came to provoke me. I downed 1 cup, and you barely managed to drink half a cup, yet you're calling me out? Aren't you embarrassed? I do feel embarrassed betting with someone like you. Zhang Hao stared at the bowl of chili broth, left speechless. He had completely lost this bet, and now had to bear the shame of conceding. How would he ever show his face around here again? You see, most of the diners in this restaurant knew him. Zhang the boss had quite the reputation in the area. It wouldn't take an hour for the entire street to hear about him drinking chili broth. Su Rue didn't even look at him, turning to Lin Aoshua. Let us go. Lin Aoshua turned and walked away from the table. Su Rue glanced at her retreating figure, then patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder, smiling. Brother, if you want to pick up girls, you have a lot to learn. Drink a pound of chili water every day, and next time, I want to be your match. Zhang Hao's face was a dark shade of red, resembling liver. If he really drank a pound of chili water every day, his prostate would surely give up on him. After Su Rue and Lin Aoshua left the restaurant, one of Zhang Hao's lackeys approached him and said, Boss, what should we do? Should we gather people to deal with this pretty boy? Zhang Hao, furious, slapped his subordinate across the face and yelled, Don't embarrass me. Let us go. Once outside the restaurant, Lin Aoshua looked at Su Rue coldly and said, Is this really amusing? Su Rue shrugged innocently. What do you mean? The hot pot, or using you as a wager? Lin Aoshua was at a loss for words. This guy was truly asking for it. He was simply ridiculous at this point. Such lowbrow humor was unbearable, not wanting to deal with this thick-skinned man any longer. She turned on her high heels and walked away. Seeing the cold beauty finally upset, Su Rue seemed oblivious to the fact that he had crossed a line. He leisurely caught up to her, smiling. Aoshua, I promised to take you out today, so I have to be responsible for you all the way. I can't just abandon you halfway. Lin Aoshua stopped and looked at Su Rue, saying, I'm hungry. Su Rue's heart leaped with joy. The girl finally spoke up. I promise I won't prank you this time. There's a place I've heard great things about, but haven't tried yet. Let us go check it out together. Lin Aoshua eyed him with suspicion, but still followed behind. Su Rue couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling quite smug. If outsiders knew he had managed to win over the ice-cold heiress of the biking group in just a few days, he would feel immensely proud. Truly, for a man, conquering a woman is the most exhilarating and vanity-inducing thing. Hehe Street was Ninghai South Snack Street, bustling with local and national delicacies. It was always lively, with numerous office workers, white-collar professionals, and students flocking here to satisfy their cravings. Standing at the bustling street corner, Lin Aoshua looked a bit surprised. This is the place you're bringing me to? Su Rue replied, Yep. So what do you think? Lin Aoshua scoffed and turned to leave. You can eat here? In Lin Aoshua's eyes, all the dining spots on this street are outdoors, and most people are eating while walking. For someone like Lin Aoshua, who has been educated as a noble lady since childhood, this situation is simply too unsanitary. Eating should be done in a clean and quiet place. The hot pot restaurant she just visited was already pushing her tolerance to the limit, let alone these open-air food stalls. Su Rue looked at Lin Aoshua with a mix of frustration and disappointment, saying, Lin Aoshua, you're really wasting my earnest advice today. Some things may not look appealing, but the experience can be quite different. If you haven't tried it yourself, you have no right to judge. Isn't that a simple enough principle for someone like you, the executive president of a major corporation, to understand? If so many people can eat here, why can't you? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility, okay? Su Rue spoke rapidly, like a machine gun, not giving her a chance to respond. Since we're here, let us enjoy it. Some lifestyles are worth experiencing. And if your life only consists of Western cuisine and red wine, wouldn't that be terribly dull and monotonous? Surprisingly, Lin Aoshua didn't get angry at Su Rue's words. Her footsteps hesitated for a moment before she finally said, All right, I'll listen to you. Hearing her say those 3 words brought immense joy to Su Rue, filling him with a sense of vanity. Getting Lin Aoshua, the icy girl, to say that was no easy feat. He immediately headed to a stall selling stinky tofu and ordered a large portion. Watching the black stinky tofu cubes puff up and fry in the oil, then being placed into a box, topped with special sauce, seasonings, and cilantro, Su Rue couldn't help but swallow hard. On the other hand, Lin Aoshua was repulsed by such food, yet Su Rue dragged her there, and she pinched her nose, saying, I'm not eating that really. You have to eat it. Su Rue grabbed Lin Aoshua's wrist to prevent her from escaping, then said, "Open your mouth." Lin Aoshua frowned and pulled her hand away, refusing to open her mouth. "Be obedient. This stuff smells bad but tastes good. I promise I'm not lying. Otherwise, why would so many people be eating it on the street?" Hearing the word obedient, Lin Aoshua's expression turned a bit peculiar. Chapter 59. As warm as the afternoon sun since childhood, only my parents have ever said those words to me. As I grew older and my personality became gradually colder, my father stopped saying them altogether. Today, hearing the word obedient come from Su Rui's mouth again made Lin Aoshua's feelings somewhat complicated. "Eat it while it's hot. It's still juicy." Su Rui took a big bite and mumbled. Lin Aoshua looked at the dark, sauce-covered stinky tofu and found it hard to open her mouth. Indeed, for a young lady born with a silver spoon like her, eating stinky tofu was quite a challenge. In her eyes, this blackened thing was hardly food at all. "Don't move, I'll eat it myself." Lin Aoshua knew that since she was already here, she had to give it a try. Otherwise, Su Rui would definitely not let her off easily. When did the young lady of the Lin family start caring about others' opinions? Lin Aoshua mustered a great deal of courage, speared a piece of stinky tofu with a toothpick, and put it in her mouth. The moment she bit down, the juices seeped out, and a fragrant aroma instantly filled her mouth, completely contrasting with its foul-smelling black exterior. After finishing the first piece, Lin Aoshua's expression wasn't too pained. Her brows relaxed a bit. Su Rui, grinning, asked, "How was it? What do you think?" Although Lin Aoshua found the taste quite good, she still said, "It's okay." "Oh, really? Well then, I'll take care of the rest. Since you don't like it, I won't force you." Su Rui chuckled. Lin Aoshua remained silent with a cold face, but picked up another piece with her toothpick. "Isn't that settled then? Let me tell you. There are even more things on the street you haven't tried. I'm going to take you to experience them all today." Su Rui felt a sense of accomplishment. Having been raised in an aristocratic environment, Lin Aoshua had no choice but to agree, bracing herself to experience the sensation of walking and eating on the street. 10 minutes later, Su Rui held 5 skewers in one hand and a bowl of noodles in the other, eating the skewers while slurping the noodles directly from the bowl, without even using chopsticks. Lin Aoshua's image wasn't much better. She held a skewer of grilled chicken wings in one hand and a skewer of grilled pork belly in the other. Although she chewed slowly, her mouth was glistening with oil. Under normal circumstances, Lin Aoshua would never allow herself to get greasy while eating, but here on the street, she surprisingly went with the flow, and it looked like she was enjoying it quite a bit. Su Rui couldn't help but feel pleased. "Little girl, listen to me, and there will be good food. If you don't listen, I'll make you eat something super spicy." Holding the bowl of noodles, Su Rui asked Lin Aoshua, "So, want to try a bite?" Lin Aoshua glanced at the noodles. Although they were quite spicy, the bright red broth looked exceptionally appealing, and there was an enticing aroma. After a moment of hesitation, she took out the disposable chopsticks she had just gotten from the noodle stall, picked up a bunch of noodles, and slurped them into her mouth. In the past, it would have been impossible for Lin Aoshua to eat like this. But now everything had changed. A goddess is a goddess. Even the way she eats noodles is so captivating. Su Rui watched as the noodle was sucked into Lin Aoshua's mouth, feeling a pang of envy. If only he could be that noodle and taste her lips. As Su Rui continued to implement his plan of bringing the goddess down to earth, one had to admit that his intentions were rather sly. "How is it? Good or not?" Su Rui asked. Lin Aoshua nodded, a few drops of red soup splattering on her cheeks. Su Rui handed her a tissue. "Wipe it off, comrade goddess." Lin Aoshua took the tissue, pulled out her phone to check her reflection, and noticed a few streaks of sauce on her forehead. She thought to herself, when did she become so careless about her appearance? Just as Lin Aoshua was about to wipe off the little oil stains on her face, Su Rui suddenly held her wrist, smiling as he said, "Lin Aoshua, do you know that you look really beautiful right now?" "Beautiful?" Lin Aoshua thought Su Rui was mocking her. What was beautiful about looking like this? This is far more charming than the cold, aloof CO you used to be. This is a life you've never experienced before. It's just 3 simple words, down to earth. Su Rui had said this phrase so many times throughout the day. Lin Aoshua nodded, then shook her head. She nodded because, with her high intelligence, she certainly understood Su Rui's point. She shook her head because she didn't quite grasp his latter statement. Why was she not at her most beautiful when she was clean and elegant, but rather now, with greasy lips? What kind of perspective did this man have? Men will never understand women's thinking, and women will never understand men's aesthetics. If Lin Fuzhong were here, he would surely be shocked, never imagining that his daughter, who usually wouldn't even glance at street vendors or bother trying a simple diner, could undergo such a drastic transformation in just one day, walking and eating at street stalls. Was this still his precious daughter? Was this still the cold and glamorous CEO of Bacon Group? Regardless, This was a delightful change for Lin Aoshue. Su Rui hadn't expected today's results to be so effective. He had truly brought Lin Aoshue down to earth, and it felt great to see a goddess become more relatable. Of course, while a goddess can be brought down to earth, she must not crash down and become a bumpkin. That would be too tragic. From this perspective, Su Rui indeed had a bit of a mischievous side. Lin Aoshue didn't know whether she was getting more adventurous or simply enjoying this different experience. After finishing those dishes, she ordered a steaming bowl of beef offal soup, eating it so vigorously that sweat beaded on her forehead. Su Rui smiled as he watched Lin Aoshue taking out a tissue to gently wipe the sweat from her forehead. To outsiders, they looked like a close couple. Several dozen meters away, a man sat in a car, holding a camera and continuously clicking the shutter at the two of them, perhaps focused on tackling the beef offal soup and being wiped by Su Rui. Lin Aoshue didn't oppose his actions, or maybe she simply didn't notice what he was doing. The two strolled down the street food alley for 2 hours, and by the end, they were both too full to eat another bite. Lin Aoshue's previously cold expression had softened, and there was a hint of reluctance to stop. How do you feel? Su Rui's question was simple, but it contained many layers. At that moment, he felt somewhat like a character in a training game, nurturing the heroine. Lin Aoshue nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This girl, even when very satisfied, still wore a calm expression. Sometimes, Su Rui even wondered if she had a bit of a nerve issue. Otherwise, why didn't she smile when she should? And why did she always look angry when she shouldn't? Was it really that difficult to smile? Honestly, for Lin Aoshue, this was indeed quite challenging. While she excelled in the business world, she had never liked interacting with people, especially those who were hypocritical and slick. She would completely ignore them. Su Rui glanced at his watch. It's only a little past 1. Now that we're full, I need to take you around. We still have half a day to make the most of. Lin Aoshue nodded and didn't say anything else, simply following Su Rui as they walked slowly forward. Overall, today had been quite enjoyable for her. 2 people arrived at a small park in the city. The afternoon sun poured down, gentle and warm, enveloping them in a cozy embrace. Feeling tired, they decided to take a break. Su Rui led Lin Aoshue to a patch of grass and, disregarding his image, flopped down on the ground, propping his legs up casually and resting his hands behind his head. Ah, this feels great. He relaxed completely, looking utterly content. Lin Aoshue glanced at the grass, then at the shade cast by the trees, and surveyed the occasional passers-by. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately decided against sitting down. Noticing her reluctance, Su Rui patted the empty space beside him and said, "Come on, lie down for a bit and take a nap. It's so comfortable here with a little breeze and warm sunshine. This is what a leisurely life is all about." What is that saying again? He paused for a moment, then earnestly recited, "Steal half a day's leisure from the bustling life, not envying the mandarin ducks or the immortals." Was that how the poem went? Hearing Su Rui's playful verse, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Aoshue's lips. She looked up to see the dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves above, casting intricate patterns on the ground. As long as there is a crack in life, the sunlight will shine through. Therefore, one must not shut themselves off completely. The heart must be opened. Yet, this simple truth eludes many. Lin Aoshue still hesitated. Such an action felt too bold for her. Usually, stopping to admire the scenery was acceptable. But lying on the grass without concern for her appearance, especially with her legs crossed, was quite a stretch for her. However, she was overthinking it. Su Rui didn't expect her to cross her legs at all. "Why don't you believe me?" Su Rui said earnestly. "Here. No one knows you are the young lady of the Lin family, and no one knows you are the president of Baiken Group. Remember, right now you are not that high and mighty female executive, nor the elite woman who has to fend off various threats. You are just an ordinary girl, or rather, a beautiful ordinary girl. Do you understand? You are just an ordinary girl." Upon hearing this, an indescribable emotion flickered in Lin Aoshue's eyes. The subtle glimmer in her gaze as it fell on Su Rui was incredibly captivating, perfectly complemented by the warm sunlight. Under the shade of a tree in a certain year and month, her eyes sparkled like the afternoon sun, soft and enchanting.